Chapter 641 Everyone here is a loser. Xiao Ju was stunned. His whole body seemed to be thundering. The captain's tone was quite firm, and his eyes were no longer muddy, but flashing with amazing brilliance. The three of them were shocked. The captain wanted to speak in person, and no longer chose to remain silent. Wei Jiang and the eldest brother were still thinking about saying a few words for Chu Sheng and others when they spoke later, and they were arranging their speeches later. But now Chu Sheng actually stood up, and no longer remained silent. All eyes were focused on Chu Sheng in an instant. Chu Sheng opened his eyes, and scanned all the professional players on the opposite side one by one, and saw only mocking and contemptuous eyes. He took the microphone, and put it to his lips. People were waiting for Chu Sheng to say something, including the host. After all, esports needs gunpowder. The professional player on the other side had said so much. If Chu Sheng gave in instantly, he would be despised by everyone and despised by others. But if he fought hard, the gunpowder would be stronger, and the topic would naturally be higher. In the host's earphone, the director in the backstage kept instigating him. Because of the tit-for-tat just now, the number of people watching the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational on the live broadcast platform has exploded. Ha ha. Chu Sheng laughed before he spoke, his face full of contempt. This smile made all the professional players, who had just mocked Chu Sheng, very unhappy. He was just a useless anchor who was cheating and was not detected. He actually stared at them and sneered. Isn't he too ignorant? Humph. Just look at this guy's attitude, and you can tell that he is still holding on. He really won't cry until he sees the coffin. He has to be beaten bloody in the game before he is willing to bow his head and admit his mistakes. Ha. The bad nature of Asian players. Everyone was attracted by Chu Sheng's ha, and their emotions were brewing to the extreme. But Chu Sheng was obviously not willing to do so, and made a move that made everyone gasp. He stretched out his hand and pointed at them in a row. His eyes followed his fingers, and swept over with the most deadly revengeful eyes. Boom! All the professional players at the scene were blown up, and whispers were heard. What is this guy going to do? Is he crazy? Arrogant. Too arrogant. I can't help but PK with him in real life. This is the most arrogant cheating player I have ever seen. All the online platforms broadcasting also exploded at this time, and the water friends were brushing the barrage. All of them were frightened by Chu Sheng's unexpected behavior, and they didn't know what he was going to do. Now it was the turn of the three friends of Sui Han, who were so irritable just now, to be worried. They just wanted to redress their grievances. But seeing the captain's current state, it was clear that he was going to cause trouble. Captain, don't be impulsive, Shijua said in a low voice, very worried that Chu Sheng would do something out of line. The atmosphere on the field suddenly changed, and everyone's focus was on Chu Sheng. Even with resentment. You are a cheating anchor. Jumping like this in a field full of professional players? Do you want to die? Chu Sheng didn't say anything when he heard Shijua's words, and the atmosphere in the whole field froze. The two hosts and the translator also looked at each other, not understanding what was meant now. Suddenly, Chu Sheng spoke, and he spoke fluent English. Forgive me for being outspoken. All of you here are rubbish. The three members of the anchor team were stunned. The translator was stunned. The people of the 4M and If teams were stunned. And even the fans watching on Douyu, the exclusive domestic broadcasting platform, were all stunned. Chu Sheng spoke English very fluently. So fluently that they didn't react at first. But after being stunned, everyone trembled all over. Show. Amazing show. The commentator Xiaoyu in the live broadcast room didn't know what to say anymore. Her cherry lips opened slightly, obviously shocked by Chu Sheng's words. And she didn't know how to respond to this sentence. If you count it seriously, this is a live broadcast accident. Excuse me. Everyone here is a loser. I, Chu Sheng, don't need any reaction. I will tell you directly in English. This wave is too awesome. I tremble all over after hearing it. Everyone was waiting for Chu Sheng to explain a few words, but they never expected that Chu Sheng would directly start the group ridicule mode. And his English show penetrated the entire 33 heavens. Chu Sheng was thinking about this sentence when he closed his eyes to rest. If it was translated, his taunting words might be interpreted as bland. So Chu Sheng simply brooded himself and perfectly translated this sentence into English so that all professional players could hear it clearly. It was arranged. Chu Sheng is the first player who dares to invite group ridicule during the live broadcast of the professional arena. This is the rhythm of directly tearing the face and stabilizing the hatred. I'm afraid Chu Sheng will be madly targeted in the game later. There are many professional players who make harsh words. But Chu Sheng is the first and only one who is so straightforward in group ridicule. Netizens express their uneasiness. If Chu Sheng and his tactics are understood by others, won't they be targeted to death? The two hosts and the translator were stunned for a long time. Even though many professional players had said harsh words, hinted, and made indirect accusations, they were all cunning. Not like Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng didn't care about the rules at all. He just ridiculed everyone and drew everyone's hatred firmly. If professional competitions hadn't banned real-person PK, I'm afraid Chu Sheng would have been surrounded by burly men. There was no need for a translator at all, because everyone understood what Chu Sheng said. Look at this group of professional players again. Now their eyes are bloodshot, and they can't wait to rush down and tear Chu Sheng apart. The atmosphere of the entire arena suddenly changed with anger, becoming aggressive. The host quickly translated it, and did not ask Chu Sheng what he meant. Instead, he took the microphone and went to the next team to interview. The subsequent interviews were similar, and the teams that had opinions about the anchor team simply stopped hiding. People have clearly said that you are all losers. Why are you still hiding? Just say that you will teach the anchor team a lesson and let them know that this is a professional game, not an online match. Chu Sheng was thundering just now, but now he returned to his seat and continued to close his eyes and rest. Such an action was even more provocative in the eyes of everyone, and they didn't even want to listen to the words of other teams. It was extremely rampant. With Chu Sheng's beauty in front, it was useless for 4M and it to say anything harsh. And they just practiced Tai Chi and said a few bland words. By the time the interview was over, the two hosts were sweating profusely. In the past, even if the teams were dissatisfied, they would fight against each other. Chu Sheng offended everyone with this sentence, which was unique. After listening to the messages from all the teams, let's enter the game next. And the exciting game will start soon. As the host led the topic to the game itself, all the players entered the game and began to create accounts dedicated to the game server. Douyu Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng typed a line of ID. Chapter 642 Direct Plan B? Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion also typed in their IDs. Then they entered the dedicated game server and waited for their positions. The rules of the game server are different from those of normal games. Chu Sheng had learned about these at the beginning of the game. Simply put, the AR drop rate is increased, and the number of bullets is more, because there are only 64 players in a formal game, except for the first save zone for 300 seconds. The remaining save zone stay time will be shortened, speeding up the rhythm and intensity of the game. However, in order to make a neutralization, the rate of contraction of the poison circle is slowed down, and the shrinking time of each poison circle is extended, leaving more time opportunities for each team. The damage of the poison circle in the last 3 circles is increased to prevent the last players from competing for drugs in order to win steadily, which greatly increases the viewing level of the game. Players continue to join the server. The first thing everyone does after entering is to find the ID of the anchor team and remember it firmly in their hearts. Chu Sheng ridiculed everyone and did not take anyone seriously. Even the team that was not hinted at just now was dragged into the water by Chu Sheng. Wei Jiang and the eldest brother are a little worried. Chu Sheng offended everyone with this move, and will definitely be targeted later. As long as it is discovered that it is the anchor team, it must be strictly guarded. Chu Sheng, on the other hand, seems to not care about these at all. Even the corners of his mouth are slightly upturned, revealing a meaningful smile, which is incredible. When everyone entered the server, they immediately entered the loading interface, and then everyone landed on the birth island. In front of them was a huge crashed plane that was broken in half. Island map. After seeing the plane, everyone began to plan tactical plans. In professional competitions, all voices in the game are banned, and it is not allowed to talk on the public channel, and only communicate within the team. However, Chu Sheng's group ridicule hatred was firmly held, and it did not weaken after entering the game. Instead, it aroused the anger of professional players. Every second, Chu Sheng's Tuso value is increasing. Before the countdown ended, Chu Sheng's Tuso value had reached the 130-point mark, activating the misfortune and fortune effect. The effect has already taken effect before boarding the plane. In addition, the match mode cancels the random bombing zone, and the assault rifle drop rate is increased, which is quite friendly to Chu Sheng. Use Plan B directly. Chu Sheng's voice suddenly sounded in the headset. And the three friends of Sui Han trembled all over. Xiaoju couldn't help asking, "But Captain, isn't it a bit to use Plan B right away? You three have been staying in the center of the safe zone. Can you hold it?" Chu Sheng only asked one question. And Xiaoju's voice became smaller. After thinking for a while, he said firmly, "No problem. No problem. Just do it." There were still 20 seconds left in the countdown. Chu Sheng acted vigorously, making the three of them unable to keep up with the rhythm. The captain had been very calm before, but after saying these harsh words, although he still looked tired, his temperament suddenly changed, and he had the demeanor of a Confucian general who was able to plan and strategize on the battlefield. He used Plan B right from the start, and although the three were confused, the captain had his reasons for being so sure, whether it was to vent his anger or to implement the reverse fate circle plan. At least in the game, the prefix Douyu should always appear, and use his strength to slap the faces of these professional players. The little lion also muttered in a low voice, "Why do you look down on us? After all, we are also professional players and former professional players. Now the plan is very clear. No matter what the route is, the three friends of Sui Han will all jump to the seaside farm. The safe zone will be refreshed at the island airport, and then the three of them will directly block the bridge. In the official competition, few people block the bridge. After all, they have to stop in advance, and the safe zone will not reach the bridge no matter how it is refreshed, and it is easy to be blocked by the people behind. So few people bet on the bridge in the official competition. If it is blocked by others, no one can get out." But Chu Sheng knew that there must be 4M in the team at the airport, so they don't have to worry about their backs. Then, as the plane flew, the route of this trip also appeared in front of everyone. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion's eyes lit up. This route seemed to be specially prepared for them. It went from S City in the northernmost part of the map to the airport island vertically. When Shujua saw this route, he asked without holding his breath, "Captain, did you know it a long time ago? This route is a perfect way to implement Plan B and block the bridge." "What are you talking about? How would I know? Retreat first." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Sheng fell vertically, directly increasing the acceleration to the highest level, and landed in S City before everyone else. In addition to Chu Sheng, another team parachuted to S City. At this moment in the Douyu broadcast, the director's big camera was still on the map. As the plane continued to drive south, people kept jumping off the plane and then spread out to both sides. There were 64 players, and a long string of IDs was displayed on the big map. At this moment, no one could tell who was who. When we arrived at the airport, only the last team of 4M players was left. Because there were only 16 teams, everyone jumped to their designated places tacitly at the beginning. Even if there was a dispute at the beginning, it was caused by the struggle for vehicles after landing. There was no scene of two teams occupying a place. Only after everyone dumped dumplings did everyone realize that the Douyu team at the seaside farm actually had only 3 people. Namely Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion. Wait, where is Chu Sheng? Even the commentator Xiaoyu was looking for Chu Sheng's trace on the map at this moment. Almost at the same time, the director, commentator, and audience locked Chu Sheng's position. The overlord of S City, in the first TPP mode game, actually chose to separate from his teammates and came to S City alone. Foreigners find it difficult to understand, but domestic audiences reacted immediately. Reverse fate circle. Chu Sheng is sacrificing himself to exchange a fate circle for 3 teammates. And it benefits not only the Douyu team, but also the 4M team who are searching happily at the airport. Just now when parachuting, Wei Jiang saw a team falling on the coastline across the river, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, knowing that Chu Sheng would guard the bridge for them. And if they wanted to transfer, they would just need a little tacit understanding. But in the process of falling, Wei Jiang glanced up and found only 3 people no matter how he counted, which immediately made him break out in a cold sweat. Where is the 4th person of the Douyu team? Where did he go? They were separated in a professional game? Wei Jiang had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Chu Sheng had separated from his teammates and went out alone? But Wei Jiang didn't have clairvoyance, so he couldn't be sure of his judgment now. There was only one way to prove it, which was to look at the location of the safe zone that would appear later and judge Chu Sheng's direction. I hope it's not true. Otherwise this guy is really messing around, Wei Jiang said to himself. Chapter 643, Who let him get on the plane? Chu Xing is too reckless. This is not a match. It's an offline game. He went to a city alone and fought against 4 people on the opposite side. Where else can the overlord of S City jump if not to S City? Moreover, Chu Xing offered sacrifice to the heavens, and also won a circle of destiny for 4M and Douyu. Which is a big profit. Isn't it? The fans expressed their opinions. And the commentator Xiaoyu was also confused by Chu Xing's operation. The commentators around him also looked at each other, not knowing how to make up for this operation. Xiaoyu is also a commentator who has seen the world. But this time it is obviously impossible to get back. So he simply gave up. With a sigh, she resumed her previous tone. This time, Chu Xing chose to part ways with his teammates and jump to S City alone. Is he going to reverse the fate circle? But in this way, he will also be in danger. Everyone knows how bad his luck is. How will he deal with the next fight with the enemy? Let's wait and see. Xiaoyu simply kicked the ball back to Chu Xing. Xiaoyu also talked with Chu Xing for a long time on the plane. Xiaoyu even dared to be sure that Chu Xing had never talked to other people about his true feelings about the game for several hours before. As for her understanding of Chu Xing's game, she now dared to pat her chest and say that she is the best. Domestic netizens were all sweating. Chu Xing made a very ruthless statement before the game. But he should have some points. This is too radical. He just rushed into the enemy. This is a professional game, not a casual game. 1 versus 4 is not impossible. Please Chu Xing, be steady. If he is eliminated and wins the game, the jokes and contempts of the professional players will all be confirmed. Fuck. I was not so nervous when my wife gave birth. When the parachute was opened and landed, the refund team in S City also found this uninvited guest. At that time, everyone was confused. If someone wanted to grab the place with him, it must be a whole team. However, after looking around for 800 times, they only saw one enemy. What is this guy going to do? One person is negotiating with the 4 of us? What kind of routine is this? It's completely confusing. Let's go down and kill him first to avoid endless troubles. During the descent, the 4 players of Refund were also communicating. And their words seemed to have written Chu Xing on the book of life and death. No. This guy wants to grab the jeep at the intersection outside the city. The captain of Refund suddenly reacted and saw a jeep at the intersection outside S City. If this guy drove the car away, then after Refund finished searching, it would be a big problem to move. This guy wants to kill us. The teammates gnashed their teeth and said. All the parachutes were directed towards the jeep on the top of the city to prevent Chu Xing from grabbing the only vehicle. Xiaoyu in the live broadcast room also suddenly reacted, slapped his palm with his fist, and suddenly realized Chu Xing is going to grab the vehicle, then start the reverse destiny circle, and then meet up with his teammates. But Xiaoyu found a logical bug after he finished speaking. Chu Xing couldn't see the vehicle on the roadside on the plane. It was clear that he took the initiative to land first, and then found the vehicle. So the statement just now has an inevitable logical error, which is obviously not true. Sure enough, if you talk too much about Chu Xing, you will easily get slapped in the face. At the command of Captain Refund, the 4 of them rushed to grab the car. When they were falling, they had seen clearly that there was only this one jeep in the whole S City. If they couldn't control it, if the safe zone was refreshed a little further later, they really couldn't even enter the circle. So they had to hold the car firmly in their hands. It was indeed a bit risky for 4 people to grab the car. The only thing that reassured the captain was that according to the current falling speed, their probability of controlling the car was 70%. It was worth a try anyway. The first 10 minutes of the start of the PUBG professional game were very boring. The only time when people can get killed is when they land and fight for vehicles. Everyone jumped to their respective hometowns in tacit agreement, and then began to search. So the first 10 minutes of the game were very boring. The director saw a lone Chu Xing jumping into Refund's territory, and he kept the camera on Chu Xing, wanting to see what this guy wanted to do. Everyone in Refund thought that Chu Xing's target was the vehicle. But after Chu Xing opened his parachute, he swung directly across the street, floated towards the red-roofed and blue-walled apartment building, and landed steadily on the roof. By the time the 4 people in Refund realized something was wrong, it was too late. All 4 of them had turned around and headed in the direction of the vehicle, while Chu Xing swung across the road. Quick! Drive back and find the gun! At this time, the captain of Refund panicked and misjudged the enemy's whereabouts, which was completely the opposite of the direction, causing the 4 Refund members to lose the initiative. It was impossible for S-City to give up. If 4 people were forced to leave by 1 person, how could they play professionally in the future if this got out? What they could do now was to get in the car quickly, then stop at the restaurant and hide the car. After searching for weapons, the 4 of them would go over together to eliminate this hidden danger. Chu Sheng landed directly on the roof of the apartment building, jumped down from the balcony, opened the door, and went into the house. I don't know if it was because of the activation of misfortune and fortune, but when Chu Sheng opened the door, he saw a 98K quietly placed on the ground. Xiaoyu was still worried that Chu Sheng would land without a gun and be surrounded by 4 people. But when she saw this 98K, she suddenly felt cheated, like a fishbone stuck in her throat. Where is the bad luck you promised? What does this 98K on the ground mean? The water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. I need someone to wake me up and tell me that this is not the real Chu Sheng. Landing 98K. Brother, are you mistaken? Where is the bad luck you promised? It's uncomfortable. Ma Fei. Where is my crossbow? The fans were joking wildly, and they were already very happy in their hearts. This team of Refund had mocked Chu Sheng in the previous interview. They didn't need to doubt Chu Sheng's shooting skills. As long as he didn't throw away his weapons and fight with the enemy, the fans were extremely relieved. The most worrying thing was that Chu Sheng couldn't find a gun after searching for a long time. Now that he landed on the 98K, the fans just wanted to say, "It feels good." Pick up the 98K. Chu Sheng directly reloaded and changed the bullets, kicked open the door of the toilet, and then quietly placed it as 686 on the ground. 98K plus 98 spray. This is really comfortable. He ran to the grocery store inside and put on another level 1 suit. Now even Chu Sheng himself laughed like a pig. In the past, he was worried about what to do if he had bad luck in professional competitions. But now, he was filled with happiness when he landed. "Captain, are you okay?" Shuju asked worriedly. "Is the captain crazy?" Chu Sheng had just put on a suit and was about to turn around and go downstairs, but he saw a figure flashing through the window of the apartment building opposite. The red dot 98K opened the scope and fired without hesitation. First there was a sound of glass breaking, and then a Refund team member was knocked down by a headshot. All the viewers in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy, for people were fighting one, and Chu Sheng took the initiative to knock one down by a headshot. Could it be that this time there was really a chance? Some viewers even became arrogant and joked, "Who let Chu Sheng get on the plane?" Chapter 644. Can you play? Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. Chu Sheng was a startling guy who did all kinds of unexpected things. Originally, everyone thought that he would be beaten to death by 4 burly men as soon as he landed. But this game was really awesome. Chu Sheng landed with 98K, S686, and a level 1 set. When his luck came, it was really unstoppable. Before the opponent could find Chu Sheng, he took the lead and fired the first shot of the game, which also caused the first knockdown of the game. Even when Chu Sheng fired, the 4M team that jumped to the airport was still floating in the air. Everyone was shocked when they saw the knockdown message. Many people had just landed, and were even parachuting in the sky. But someone had already started killing people. If it was the vehicle that was eliminated, it would be fine. But it was the 98K that shot the head, which made everyone puzzled. In normal mode, they searched for supplies for 10 minutes. And when the first poison circle shrinks, small-scale battles would occur because of the rush for points. If they fought on the ground, it was also the vehicle that crushed them. And it was rare for them to start shooting at each other as soon as they landed. But at such a fast speed, someone picked up the 98K and shot Refund in the head, which made everyone gasp. What was even more surprising was that the first person to be knocked down was Chu Sheng, who was wildly dissed before the game. Snap! This knockdown was like a slap in the face, landing on everyone's face steadily and accurately, making them lose face. Before the game, they were still mocking Chu Sheng for being a waste and cheating, and daring to come to a professional game. But in the end, he shot and knocked him down first. Although it was not a kill, it was already quite impressive to find an opportunity to hit and succeed. When Wei Jiang saw this knockdown information, his eyes lit up, and he reacted instantly. Chu Sheng was able to land so quickly and find a gun to knock him down. Obviously because he was the first to parachute to the ground in the northern part of the map. According to the time and Chu Sheng's habits, we can also know that this guy definitely jumped to S-City. Then the first safe zone will definitely be on the airport island. This guy went deep into the hinterland alone. He is really bold. Wei Jiang couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. If it were me, I would definitely win by playing it safe, and not dare to be so rash, and die after being ridiculed and slandered by so many people. The first safe zone will be on the airport island. Search quickly. And then go to block the bridge. Wei Jiang marked a point at the east bridge. With a firm tone. As the commander of the team, aka was stunned. Captain, how do you know the first safe zone is here? The safe zone is random, so I don't know the location. But I know Chu Sheng jumped to S City. That's enough. Okay, everyone, hurry up. And when we go back, we'll find a chance to treat Chu Sheng to a good meal. Wei Jiang smiled. Although Chu Sheng did this to let his 3 teammates have a destiny circle, Wei Jiang and his team, as the best beneficiaries, naturally have to make some arrangements. After listening to Wei Jiang's explanation, the other 3 team members all had no objection. That's right. The safe zone is randomly refreshed. But Chu Sheng's bad luck is very stable. And this wave of destiny circle is stable. After knocking down one person, Chu Sheng stood directly at the window, tilting his neck and waiting. This apartment building is tricky. The front and back doors are facing north and south. All the windows on the first floor of the house are blocked by guardrails, so you can't get in. The only way to enter the room is through the front and back doors facing north and south. These 2 doors are under Chu Sheng's surveillance. Anyone who wants to go in to save people will have to face Chu Sheng's gunfire. This refund, if Chu Sheng remembers correctly, they are also one of the ones who just mocked and insulted them. The 4 refund members were shocked when they saw that the knockout message was from Chu Sheng, and the remaining 3 immediately tried to rescue their teammates. Damn, how could I be knocked down by this guy? The refund team members, who fell to the ground, gnashed their teeth. Being knocked down by others would be fine. But Chu Sheng knocked him down with a headshot after he had just made a mockery. And he was the first one to be knocked down in front of the global audience. Thinking of his previous boast, his face flushed. Chu Sheng slowly moved to the balcony door, and then jumped directly to the roof through the balcony fence. Standing high on the roof, Chu Sheng could clearly see the knockdown players in the room. But he did not rush to take action first, but waited for his teammates to come to rescue, and then killed them all in one fell swoop. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very excited to see Chu Sheng's decision. Quick! Hurry up and finish him off. Let him know how powerful you are. The fans were filled with righteous indignation, wishing Chu Sheng could kill all 4 of them. In this situation, Xiao Yu in the commentary room was also extremely excited. If the enemy wanted to rescue their teammates, they could only rush in from the 2 gates in the north and south. But these 2 places were already within Chu Sheng's attack range. If they attacked rashly, Chu Sheng would only gain a greater advantage. But if they didn't rescue, Refund would immediately lose a team member, and it would become a 3-on-1 situation. Just as the 2 sides were confronting each other, the safe zone suddenly appeared on the map. Seeing this safe zone, all the fans in China were satisfied, and everything was within their expectations. I feel good now. Chu Sheng's reverse fate circle is awesome. Not only did he take care of the teammates of the Douyu team, but the entire 4M team became the biggest winner. We are all from Team C. There is nothing wrong with helping each other. The bleeding continued, and the team member who was knocked down by Refund was completely panicked. Only half of his health was left. If he was not rescued, it would be too late. Hurry! Come and save me! The remaining 3 searched once, and there were also smoke bombs and other throwing objects on their bodies. Seeing their teammates bleeding, they were also very anxious. Chu Sheng had already seen that there were people crowded in the other rooms, and they looked very restless. I think they were ready to take action. The fallen player didn't dare to crawl back, fearing that Chu Sheng would find an angle and kill him. But he never expected that Chu Sheng had already reached the roof and had a full view of everything in the house. Chu Sheng was waiting now, waiting for an opportunity. Puff! A smoke bomb was directly sealed at the north gate, and then a team member rushed into the house. Refund was still complacent about his plan, but he never thought that he had completely fallen into Chu Sheng's trap. Audiences around the world shook their heads when they saw this scene, thinking of Refund's pre-match boasting, but now being completely arranged by Chu Sheng alone. I couldn't help but laugh. This person rushed in, but he couldn't save anyone, but would give his own life. He rushed directly to the second floor and squatted down to avoid Chu Sheng's sight. But he didn't know that Chu Sheng had already seen everything. Bang! A crisp 98K sounded. And another headshot knocked down a person. Everyone was shocked. There was no movement on the field. Chu Sheng knocked down another person with a headshot. And it was still a member of the refund team. The domestic Douyu live broadcast channel was all excited. And all the players shouted, "Stupid X." For people fighting, one person were killed. Do you know how to play? Everyone was mocking Chu Sheng before the game. And now Chu Sheng wants to take back all his dignity bit by bit with a weapon in his hand. Chapter 645. Don't panic. Just do it. Refund knocked down another player. And both of them fell in the room. How is it possible? I was squatting to enter the room. How did this guy hit me? The mentality of the refund team member who came to rescue was directly broken. He was very careful, and even squatted against the wall to enter the room. The angle on the second floor of the opposite apartment building was completely out of reach of him. But he was still shot in the head by a red dot 98K across the street. Refund. These bastards. Are they going to be wiped out by one person? The other team searching on the field were furious after seeing that Chu Sheng knocked down another player from refund. There were so many taunts before the game. But in the end, Chu Sheng managed to knock down both of them at the beginning. Can't refund? The idiots. Be steady? The three friends of Sui Han saw that Chu Sheng was not only not surrounded, but also used 98K to hit 2 shots when he landed. And they felt relieved immediately. Captain is worthy of being the overlord of S City. He has a 98K when he lands. There is no problem for him to walk out of S City. Several people are quite confident in Chu Sheng's strength, although the captain still has a trace of fatigue on his face. Refund. The useless people ridiculed the captain before the game and slandered him for cheating. Now they were killed by the captain in a sluggish state. Isn't it a slap in their faces? I said the captain couldn't be so Buddhist. He ignored the rumors a few days ago. But it turns out that he was accumulating anger to use his big move today. Shujia also became excited. The captain himself was in danger, creating a fate circle for them. They must seize the opportunity and not let the captain down. You know, if Chu Sheng was surrounded by the 4 people of refund as soon as he landed and became the first player to be killed, then the blame for cheating and being a waste would really be directly pinned on him and could not be removed. The original 1-on-4 situation without suspense. 2 of them fell under Chu Sheng's operation, and it instantly became 1-on-2. The captain and another member of the remaining refund team felt their scalps tingle and their palms were sweating. Yes, we can't be wiped out by one person. Captain, don't say discouraging words. We will just throw smoke bombs on the second floor of the house to block their vision and let them find a way to climb down. But Chu Sheng didn't give them any chances at all. It was rare to catch 2 people. After all, they were also a strong team invited to participate. The gourd baby saving the master would definitely not happen. The one who was knocked down before was bleeding almost enough. So there was no need to waste bullets. Chu Sheng shook his head to finish off the second guy, then jumped directly from the red roof, opened the door on the first floor, and started looting. The second person was also turned into a box because of bleeding, and there was no time to treat him. At the beginning of the game, refund lost 2 players, which basically laid the foundation for no success in this game. In S City, it was still a circle of condemnation. Refund's tactics in this game can now become to survive and maintain the ranking. The number of survivors from 64 people suddenly became 62. Both kills came from Douyu Chushin. This ID was flooded in the information bar in the upper right corner, making most professional players very unhappy. This guy is too lucky to meet the idiots of refund. If I meet him, I will definitely arrange it clearly. Wei Jiang and the eldest brother also smiled with relief when they saw Chu Sheng get 2 kills. Because even if Chu Sheng loses next time, he will not be attacked. Even if he is, refund will be dragged down. After all, 2 teammates were killed by 1 person. Isn't refund worse in comparison? After searching the first floor, Chu Sheng went directly to the red apartment building next to him to continue searching. When Chu Sheng was killing people just now, the enemy realized that he was shooting from the roof of the apartment building. This position is much higher than the utility room on the second floor, so the field of view is also wider. The 2 dead players can be said to be arranged clearly. At this moment, the view has turned to the teammate's screen, and he kept chattering, "Captain, we must get rid of this guy. Otherwise our reputation will be in jeopardy." The captain of refund was also full of complaints at this moment, and he was furious when he heard this. "It's you. You knew the enemy was on the opposite side. Why didn't you be more careful? This sentence immediately made the teammates, who were tricked, speechless. Chu Sheng surged, while his Tutso value skyrocketed. Chu Xing's spirit was still not well recovered. But it was more than enough to deal with the refund team. The Tutso value was max. But Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to use it. The 200% all-around bonus brought by entropy reversal made Chu Sheng feel unprecedentedly powerful. Chu Xing's own strength was not much weaker than that of professional players. Now with a twofold increase, he was already a big devil. It was no exaggeration to say that he could do whatever he wanted. After searching for some medical supplies and throwing objects, Chu Sheng began to move towards the long room. The reason why Chu Sheng did not use bad luck transfer first was that he still considered the next game. There was no bombing zone in professional games, and the game settings did not pose a great threat to Chu Sheng. The drop rate of assault rifles increased, and weapons were no longer a problem for Chu Sheng. As for the vehicles, Refund had already parked a jeep at the restaurant. Unless Refund didn't intend to leave and blew up the tires in advance, Chu Sheng could also leave the place with vehicles as long as he swept the whole team. In the end, the only threat to Chu Sheng was the strong enemy. But after the fight just now, Chu Sheng found that the level of the 4 people of Refund was just average in the ordinary server. Refund and his 2 friends searched carefully and observed the other side from time to time, fearing that Chu Sheng would come directly when he was not paying attention. The 2 people were very close now, and they were afraid of the wind and the grass. On the other hand, Chu Sheng rushed into the long room and started searching. The explosion rate of assault rifles has indeed increased a lot. There are AKM and M16 on the ground, but Chu Sheng simply ignores them. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. The director even gave a close-up of the assault rifle on the ground. But Chu Sheng ignored it and stepped over it without picking it up. All netizens watching the live broadcast were shocked. Not picking up assault rifles in professional competitions, and running around the city with a 98K and a spray gun. Chu Sheng is really not following the ordinary path. Xiaoyu talked with Chu Sheng for a long time on the plane, and they had discussed this topic before. When everyone was puzzled, Xiaoyu explained it to the audience in the live broadcast room. I talked to Chu Sheng on the plane. I also touched on this issue. According to him, a weapon that can kill people in seconds is a good weapon. Normal gunfights cannot show his skills. Either a headshot or a close-range spray. The netizens in the live broadcast room obviously did not believe Xiaoyu's statement. All their attention was focused on the 2 people flying together. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was ambiguous. Hey, I remember that day when Chu Sheng almost ate beef noodles. Xiaoyu was there. I went out to play a game and hooked up with the beautiful Xiaoyu. I envy. While the fans were talking, Chu Sheng directly switched out the 98K, and without even throwing a smoke bomb, he rushed across the street. This scene shocked everyone. Even in a normal match, when there were enemies on the other side, he didn't go over so swaggeringly. This is completely ignoring Refund. At the same time, a member of Refund who was hiding on the 2nd floor of the apartment also found Chu Sheng's trace. Seeing this guy rushing over swaggeringly, he immediately had murderous intentions in his heart. The director turned the perspective to this player at the right time. Chu Sheng's rash choice only brought him death. Chapter 646, Positioning. When the enemy looked up from the window, Chu Sheng had already locked onto this guy. Even with the 98K in his hand, the crosshairs of the hipfire rifle were already pointed at the guy's head. But at this moment, Chu Sheng regretted it. He didn't want to kill this enemy so easily. Otherwise he would die too easily. The crosshairs withdrew from the enemy's head with difficulty, and the opponent's M16 fired 3 bursts. Non-stop. The bullet fire fell directly beside Chu Sheng through the window. Chu Sheng saw this guy raise the muzzle of the gun, and immediately took a step back, still talking nonsense with confidence. Fight back. Take it out. He put away his 98K and took out the S686 on his back. The Refund team members upstairs saw Chu Sheng dodge many bullets, pause for a moment, and then stabilize the muzzle and continue to shoot. Huh? This time Chu Sheng failed to dodge, and 2 bullets hit his bulletproof vest, instantly knocking off more than half of Chu Sheng's health. Once the ghost knife is turned on, you can't see it. Move. Move, do it with your hands. Chu Sheng swayed back and forth, waiting on the road for this guy to run out of bullets. Chu Sheng didn't want to consume the bullets in this guy's magazine, but to destroy his self-confidence. Imagine a professional game. A volley of bullets hits a person without any cover. And if the opponent is not killed, ordinary players will be angry. Not to mention a cheating player who was joked before the game. If Chusheng showed off, it is estimated that this player will be immersed in Chusheng's shadow for the next few days and cannot extricate himself. As for the risk, there is definitely one. But Chusheng calculated very accurately. If he wants to kill him, it takes 2 shots to the head and 3 shots to the body. This time is enough for him to jump to the door and avoid the enemy's gun line. Refund. The player was also anxious. This guy was like a slippery loach. Every time he was aimed at the crosshairs, he ran away. After 2 streaks of blood appeared on his body, he was no longer hurt. If he can't kill a person without cover with 1 round of bullets, he really won't be able to survive in professional competitions in the future. His mind was in a mess, and his shooting skills naturally became messy. The director's first-person perspective was still on the refund player. Seeing this kind of shooting skills that missed every shot, all the audience felt uncomfortable and wanted to replace him. The audience couldn't see Chusheng's exquisite body movements. They could only see that this player kept following the gun. But Chusheng completely avoided it in various postures. The biggest feeling of the audience was that refund was really bad. I can do it too. Kaka. The player's round of bullets was completely empty. His face was pale and his brain was empty in an instant. And the whole person looked like a walking corpse. Such a blow is even more severe than being killed in a gunfight with the enemy. There may be many reasons for being killed in a gunfight. But if a person stands there for you to shoot without any cover, and a volley of bullets cannot kill a person, then there is really no excuse. Even the director was confused and cut the camera directly to Chusheng. The scene just now was directly spread out, and all PUBG fans around the world saw it. And they were so upset. The 2 people's back and forth game seemed extremely dangerous. But in fact, in just a few seconds, the captain of refund was still in the apartment behind, and was still rushing here. Chusheng rushed upstairs with his S686. The player just reacted and changed the bullets, but was sprayed to death by Chusheng on the wall. Ha ha ha. Uncomfortable. Chusheng smiled and killed the player, using up all the 2 bullets of S686. Just as Chusheng was secretly happy, the last surviving captain of refund also rushed in with his gun, his footsteps pounding on the stairs. Oh no! The last member of refund rushed up, and Chusheng's S686 has not been loaded yet. According to the current time, it is not enough. Xiaoyu clenched her hands. Her whole body was tense, and she was so excited that she almost stood up. The windows in the back room of the apartment building were small, so there was no way to get out. And there was only a small toilet in this grocery store, and there was no place to hide. Chusheng was completely forced into a dead end. What's more, Xiaoyu heard the sound of a grenade being unplugged. The last member of refund knew that Chusheng had a spray gun, so for safety reasons, he did not choose to rush in, but was ready to blow Chusheng to death in the back room. Chusheng was now in a desperate situation. It's okay. I killed 3 people from refund by myself. Chusheng died with honor in this battle. He also created a fate circle for his teammates and for him. These foreigners should have seen how powerful Chusheng is. Haha. It's okay. This wave is very bad. Chusheng killed refund with 1 bite. They only have 1 person left and can't make any waves. The audience was very satisfied with the ending. After all, this was a professional game. It was rare for Chusheng to show off to 3 people, especially when Jack Law Wuma teacher just killed the enemy with his position. I guess refund's mentality exploded. No. Chusheng won't die so easily. Xiaoyu saw the barrage and excitedly slapped the table and stood up. The male commentator next to him was almost scared to fall off the stool. And even the photographer was scared by the roar and the camera shook. Fortunately, the screen is in the game now, and the commentary only has sound but no picture. Otherwise it would cause a broadcast accident. But Xiaoyu's roar also scared the netizens. Chusheng also heard the sound of the bolt. And now there is no time for him to change the bullet. If he continues to stay in the room to load the shotgun bullet, then this grenade will be a real instant explosion. But if he goes out, the enemy must have been waiting for a long time, cutting off the grenade and replacing it with a rifle to wait for Chusheng. Although Chusheng despises refund, he does not despise it. After all, it is a team invited to participate in the competition, and those who have no strength have been dissed by others. Chusheng was excited. He ran out and took out his 98K. He jumped up after rushing out of the house, and saw a huge head with a level 2 helmet on the stairs. The director's camera was still on Chusheng, and all the audience saw the scene. Chusheng jumped up, shot from the waist in the air, and took away the captain of Refund in the head without any delay. When he fell to the ground, the grenade exploded on the stairs, causing a burst of smoke and shock. Chusheng was intact. The whole audience was shocked. You could hear a pin drop. Refund was wiped out by Chusheng in less than 2 minutes after the start of the game, becoming the first team to be eliminated in the TPP official game, and won the chicken in reverse. This is too real. Little Lion couldn't help but sigh. The captain had attracted a lot of hatred and then slapped his face. This wave of 1 against 4. Even if he couldn't enter the safe zone later, it was still a show of unlimited strength. Xiaoju picked his nose, not surprised at all, but rather interested in what Chusheng had just said. Captain, what happened on your side just now? He even imitated Chusheng's tone just now and repeated it. Returning. Grabbing. Yo? I can't see it when the ghost knife is turned on. Moving. My hands are dry. Ha ha ha. Uncomfortable. Chapter 647. I've seen this episode. Chusheng stepped forward and started to change his gun. The effect of the spray gun has been achieved. Next, drive into the circle, and won't give him any chance for close-range street fighting. Change to the M4 of Refund, and put a few boxes back and forth to fully equip it. Conveniently, a 4-fold scope is also equipped for the 98K, which doubles the lethality. Xiaoju imitated Chusheng's words again, but did not learn the essence of the words. This is what I learned from Teacher Ma. I watched Teacher Ma's live broadcast a few days ago. The first hand of Jia was based on this dubbing, showing the turbulent water flow. Sui Han Sanyu covered his face and realized, Captain, you were obviously training hard a few days ago. When did you watch Teacher Ma's live broadcast? Chusheng's heart suddenly moved, and he held his momentum. I just saw it when I was going to the toilet. Why can't I go to the toilet? Within 2 minutes of landing, Chusheng single-handedly wiped out the entire Refund team, bringing Douyu 60 points. Refund had been boasting before the game, but now it seemed like a wilted eggplant. All 4 of them bowed their heads and kept silent. This first show in the World Invitational was a complete disgrace. Xiaoyu was in the broadcast room, her cheeks flushed, pretending to tidy up her hair, and slowly sat down. The male commentator and cameraman on the side all looked frightened, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was all blown up. Just when everyone thought this was a dead end, Xiaoyu stood up to support Chusheng, and Chusheng's first shot was a stunning shot that made everyone gasp. Such wanton shooting skills are simply impossible for others to learn, and there is no way to guard against them. Any professional player would not use Chusheng's method in this situation. Jump up and shoot from the waist. If you miss, you will be blamed. But Chusheng dared to do this, which was beyond everyone's expectations, and caught the other party off guard. Refund has completely become a background board for Chusheng to prove himself. If we consider this aspect, they still have a great contribution. After searching, Chusheng went to the restaurant to get the car and prepared to leave. As soon as he came out of S City, he was attacked by stray bullets. He accelerated while observing and finally locked the source of the stray bullets. The air raid shelter outside the shooting range. At the door of the air raid shelter, a contestant was designing Chusheng, revealing half of his head. The muzzle of the gun was very dazzling, so the position was locked at a glance. What surprised Chusheng was that he only saw one enemy. When he parachuted before, there was no one around. Chusheng also carefully observed the 3-way intersection and found no trace of the enemy. Although he didn't know where the enemy came from, he dared to shoot and provoke. Chusheng's dictionary did not let go of these 2 words. The enemy kept shooting with SKS. Chusheng dodged all the bullets by moving, and the jeep accelerated madly and rushed towards the air raid shelter. This player landed at the bridge to look for a car, but he didn't find it. Seeing that there was no one in the shooting range, he wanted to search it and stand on the hill to get some information. As a result, as soon as the air raid shelter was searched, a jeep was seen driving along the road. After seeing that there was only one person in the car, he immediately shot at Chusheng and successfully attracted his attention. Seeing the familiar place and the familiar jeep, Chusheng suddenly had an idea, and an idea came to his mind. I hope this guy has enough medical kits. Chusheng muttered to himself. This player seemed to have no rifle, and was firing SKS bursts. even for professional players. If they want to control SKS without accessories, they need solid skills. But Chu Sheng's snakeskin movement. All the bullets were empty. Suddenly, there was no sound of shooting at the door of the air raid shelter. This guy had used up all 10 bullets and stepped back to reload. Chu Sheng adjusted the jeep. But instead of slowing down, he stepped on the accelerator to speed up. This stunned everyone again. What was Chu Sheng going to do? Drive up to fight face to face? With Chu Sheng's shooting skills, now with a high-powered scope, he can find a tree to stop and use his skills to convince the opponent. But Chu Sheng did not do so. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed up. What is Chu Sheng going to do? Perform a 98k face-to-face attack? Xiao Yu has directly established the decisive position of Chu Sheng's confidant since the wave in S-City just now, and can be said to be dead-hearted in supporting Chu Sheng. Facing the rhythm of the fans, Xiao Yu covered her forehead and didn't know how to explain. Even the male commentator next to him had an I understand expression on his face. Whenever Xiao Yu wanted to speak, the male commentator smiled and nodded, making Xiao Yu's words stuck in his throat. Even netizens think that Chu Sheng will definitely rush forward, drift, cut seats in the car, and shoot a headshot. It sounds pretty cool. If Chu Sheng knew what the netizens were thinking, he would definitely open his mouth wide. You guys are really bold and fertile. There is nothing you dare not think of. Even Chu Sheng can only think about this kind of operation, which is completely beyond human power. Even with the double blessing of the gun god's strength, he can't do it. This guy didn't run to the top of the air raid shelter, but directly retreated to change bullets, which was exactly what Chu Sheng wanted. The jeep rushed straight up. Chu Sheng quickly switched to the co-pilot position, grabbed a grenade and threw it directly into the air raid shelter, then jumped out of the car and hit the edge of the air raid shelter. When the surging engine sound was heard, the player had already changed the bullet and hit in the air raid shelter. The car sound did not show any signs of braking, and it was obviously going to rush over and get out of the car to fight. After all, no one would be fine, and blocking his last vehicle directly at the entrance of the air raid shelter would not do him any good. But Chu Sheng was the one who did not play by the rules. The grenade was thrown in a very tricky position, almost brushing the ground and rolling on the steps. Next came the jeep, which was inserted into the air raid shelter roughly, filling the air raid shelter to the brim. As the grenade exploded, the huge energy directly blew up the jeep completely, blocking the passage tightly. Chu Sheng leaned against the outside of the air raid shelter, squatted on the ground and began to wrap the bandage. In professional competitions, you cannot talk on the public channel. Otherwise you will be judged as a foul and directly disqualified from the competition. Although Chu Sheng could not speak at this moment, he had his own way to express himself. He threw a smoke bomb directly into the air raid shelter, as a tribute to this tragic professional player, the first professional player who was blocked in the air raid shelter and poisoned to death. The mental breakdown was obvious. The player heard two strange explosions, and before he could react, he saw a thick smoke at the cave entrance. He hid behind the bunker and did not dare to move forward, but the footsteps above his head clearly showed that someone had left. When the smoke cleared, he saw a charred jeep completely blocking the cave entrance. The professional player was completely stunned. When the domestic audience saw this, they all laughed crazily. This scene seems to be exactly the same as the one Chu Sheng encountered when he first played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chapter 648 Mentality Collapse. Is Chu Sheng commemorating his lost youth? Recalling the past and looking to the future. This move of blocking the air raid shelter with a jeep is a masterpiece. This is more painful than killing this guy. It's a complete shame. This professional player has achieved the title of the first person to be blocked in an air raid shelter in a professional game. Both domestic and foreign audiences were impressed by this operation. Xiao Yu tried to hold back her smile. Although she had never seen this story, she had heard Chu Sheng talk about it on the plane. Now the classic is reappearing, which is a bit like a toast to the past. It can be seen that Chu Sheng's series of operations just now were still very exciting. First, he aimed the jeep at the entrance of the air raid shelter to ensure that the car could go straight in. Then he switched to the co-pilot, stretched his head out, and laid a grenade first to ensure that the jeep could be detonated instantly. After throwing the grenade, he jumped out of the car and got stuck at the entrance of the air raid shelter. The series of operations were smooth and his thinking was quite clear. Xiao Yu has now completely turned into Chu Chui, with stars of admiration flashing in her eyes. The male commentator and the cameraman shook their heads helplessly. This girl is finished. The player trapped in the air raid shelter wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was so angry that he trembled all over. He wanted to take off his headphones directly, run to the position of the Doyu team, and grab them, and beat them up. It's so shameful. Professional players are being fed pigs. This shame will never be washed away in a lifetime. And it will even become a joke that this invitational tournament can't get over. Everyone will praise Chu Sheng for his quick wit. But everyone will also laugh at this professional player trapped inside. Oh my god. I'm trapped in the air raid shelter. And a guy directly blocked the entrance of the air raid shelter with a jeep. The trapped player was furious. This wave of being shown off to the point of water turbulence. It's also going to be a wave of show on the comedy highlights. Then is there still a chance to rescue you? The teammates saw where he was. The air raid shelter next to a city relied on this intersection for entry and exit. If it was blocked by a jeep, there would be no chance to escape. The player stepped forward to take a look. The jeep was so tightly packed that even an arm couldn't fit in. How did this guy park the car? As the first player in the professional arena to be trapped in a deadlock and poisoned to death. The player of General G Black was quite depressed. The most annoying thing was that he now knew nothing about the culprit who caused tons of damage to him. Don't let me know who did it. Chu Sheng naturally carried forward the traditional Chinese virtues and did good things without leaving a name. Chu Sheng didn't know which team's player he trapped to death. But if he dared to shoot at him, then Chu Sheng would be the one who deserved it. But the fans who were watching the live broadcast could see clearly that Chu Sheng had shut down a player from General G Black. General G invited two teams this time. Black and Gold. This is of course not the point. The point is that General G is a club from country H. When speaking just now, they belittled Chu Sheng in various ways. And they almost said that people from country Z are all cheaters. Now Chu Sheng has raised pigs in return, making this player fully feel what despair is. It can be regarded as revenge for the nonsense at the beginning. Ha ha ha. It's just what he deserves. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Good things will come true. It's just the beginning. The poison circle hasn't shrunk yet. And Chu Sheng has beaten 5 people in a row. I'm afraid it's more than 5 people. There were so many people who mocked Chu Sheng in the pre-match interviews. And they all implied that Chu Sheng was a loser and cheated. In the offline game, his true colors were exposed and his ugly behavior was exposed. As a result, Chu Sheng hit them in the face and wiped out a team by himself. I'm afraid that many of the guys who just made a lot of nonsense are blushing. The fans don't know. But Chu Sheng's Tuso value is maxed out. But it is still increasing. Even more exaggerated than before. One of the openings is General G Black is particularly terrifying. Chu Sheng realized that the guy he had raised a pig was actually a player from Team H. It was really better to be lucky than to be early. But Chu Sheng, who had lost his vehicle, could only run to the safe zone with his legs. This was not an ordinary match. If you ran and moved in a professional game, you would be treated as a living target by the team in front. This wave is good. I killed a team alone and raised a pig. Even if I died from running away from the poison or was killed on the way, it was not a loss at all. Don't forget, Chu Sheng still has 3 brothers in the safe zone. This time these guys can finally shut up. The fans were also very happy. Chu Sheng's quick slap in the face was very satisfying. I told you that Chu Sheng is not a hot-tempered person. He usually takes revenge on the spot. He was able to hold it in for several days this time. He must be preparing a big move. This statement was liked by countless netizens. This big move was really a relief. Killing directly is also a kind of revenge. But it is difficult to relieve the depression in the heart. Chu Sheng was different. He moved slyly, and directly beat the refund team members to autism. I am afraid that next time someone dares to jump back and forth in front of him without cover, this player will still miss. Refund became the first team to be eliminated in this invitational tournament, and won the chicken in reverse. What is more shameful is that all 4 players were eliminated by Chu Sheng alone. This is definitely going to be nailed to the pillar of shame. And it is better to eat it with the pre-match interview. This player of General G Black also got a new record. I am afraid that his mentality will not be very good in the next 3 games today. What is more terrible is that he will have a shadow on the whole in the future. Chu Sheng ran along the road, crossed the bridge, and came to the gate of Y City. Everyone thought that Chu Sheng could no longer enter the safe zone. After all, there were enemies all the way. If there was no vehicle, he would probably die on his 2 legs. For example, now, after Chu Sheng crossed the bridge, he entered the territory of Team Liquid. Y City is Team Liquid's hometown for thousands of years. No matter how random the route is, they will come to Y City to develop. Chu Sheng had analyzed the landing points of many teams before the game. How could he not know that Y City was the world of Liquid? It was just more dangerous to pass through our city. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was surrounded by enemies. This was the safest way he could find. And the terrain was open. There were many high-rise buildings in Y City. And it was unrealistic to see players passing through the farmland from a distance. Moreover, Chu Sheng used a reverse thinking. Professional players would never think that someone would run along the road with their legs. After all, in a professional competition, the first thing to do is to find a vehicle. There will not be a serious disconnect between a player and other players. Even players who collect information at least have a vehicle. Just when everyone thought Chu Sheng was doomed, Chu Sheng hummed a little song happily and ran wildly along the road. Chapter 649, We Are Here to Cause Trouble. Chu Sheng ran along the road, hoping to find any vehicle. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion have searched the Zodiac and the seaside farm area, and are now moving towards the West Bridge. At this time, no one is ready to cross the bridge so quickly. And now is their chance. Wei Jiang, who was searching inside the military base, also rushed to the East Bridge with his teammates. Ziguo was curious why he didn't go to the East Bridge. And Wei Jiang answered honestly, the remaining 3 guys of Douyu must have gone directly to the West Bridge after searching along the coast. Since they have received this great gift from Chu Sheng, they naturally have to help him share some of his worries. For M is ambitious. Although it is not popular to block bridges in professional competitions, it is already such a circle, and it is unreasonable not to block bridges. Moreover, ranking and killing can only get points. If 4M wants to be at the top, it needs more kills. Nothing is more profitable than blocking bridges. There are many vehicles in the area of Seaside Farm. And in the first game, everyone is trying to find out each other's situation and collect information. And few people will confront each other hard right away. Of course, except Chu Sheng, the troublemaker, who made the clear stream turbid right away. Therefore, the roads along the coast of Seaside Farm are fully equipped with vehicles, and even abundant. Seeing the captain running with difficulty, without even showing the driving vehicle, Shujua couldn't bear it and said, Captain, do you want me to pick you up? Come if you are not afraid of death. Chu Sheng's reply was more direct. Shujua looked at the distance and wanted to drive over to save the captain. He had to pass through the east mountain of P City. Near the school, the road was full of dangers. If you were not careful, you might encounter the enemy and then hit him. If it was just once, it would be fine. After picking up Chu Sheng, you had to return the same way, which doubled the danger. The most likely outcome was that he didn't save the person, but gave himself away, and lost 15 points. Captain, come on. Fighting! Xiaoju didn't hesitate at all, and chose to abandon Chu Sheng and drove to the bridgehead. Rabbit looked at the 3 people, each holding a vehicle, and suddenly thought of the previous time when Chu Sheng was live broadcasting, and there was trouble at the bridgehead. And it seemed that there could be such a wave. There was no rush to express his thoughts. Rabbit still needed a backhand to stabilize the wave. The 3 drove directly across the bridge and came to the abandoned truck at the tail. Rabbit saw a jeep parked behind the bridge at a glance. Rabbit's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt that the opportunity had come. I don't know why. The first game was inexplicably smooth. The captain attacked by surprise and overturned the entire refund alone, shocking everyone. He wanted to do something, but the groundwork was laid immediately. We parked the car sideways at the bridge head and blocked the bridge directly, because there was a grass box next to the abandoned truck. 3 cars could completely block the road, but it was not completely blocked. At least the gap next to the abandoned truck could accommodate 1 person. You could also flip over the grass box. But if the vehicle wants to pass, it can only pass through the speedboat under the bridge. But in this case, if the enemy sees that they can't pass, they won't choose to go through here. Shijua's question came again. If you want to get the golden frying pan, you have to be the first in points. And the points are composed of ranking and kill points. Now that the bridge is blocked, no one will go through here later. How can we kill people and get points? Shijua, you are still too short-sighted. Look at the captain's position and think about how to refresh the next safe zone. Rabbit is also disappointed. Shujua is too impulsive. It's a blessing for him to think 1 step further. Shujua looked at the captain's current position, and then looked at their position, thinking, I understand. The next safe zone will be refreshed behind us, which is the west of the airport island. If we completely block this bridge, the enemy can only come over by swimming or the east bridge. As Rabbit spoke, a conspiracy appeared on his face. In professional competitions, it is impossible to expect to get a lot of kills in one circle. But Rabbit used this method to successfully make the enemy lose a shortcut to enter the circle. Then after the new safe zone is generated, they can quickly occupy the advantageous terrain. That is, the housing area composed of 5 houses in the west of the island. There are not many shelters in this area. If they occupy the housing area in advance, the difficulty of the subsequent battles will be reduced by several levels. At that time, many players will choose to be water ghosts in the sea, which will give them another chance to shoot and kill. The points for eating chicken are 500, which is equivalent to 33 kills. By blocking the bridge, all the pressure will be transferred to the east bridge. For M can also earn a few more kills, and they only need to sit back and reap the benefits. Of course, the premise of all this is that Chu Sheng can successfully hold on until the poison circle shrinks and a new safe zone is refreshed. The embarrassing situation of being bombed by the Skyfire in the training match no longer happens. The 3 friends of Sui Han suddenly feel that the intensity of the real invitational match is even less than the training match with the captain in the Asian server. The feeling of being targeted by the whole world really makes people gasp. The director's perspective also cuts to the Rabbit's side. After all, Doyu's other 3 teammates are preparing to block the bridge, so a close-up shot is still needed. As a result, the picture is all down, and there is another uproar. There are basically few domestic audiences who don't know Chu Sheng, so these operations have also been seen. At this moment, Rabbit's soul was possessed. He inherited Chu Sheng's best tradition of making trouble. He directly blocked the road with 3 cars, leaving no chance for the enemy to survive. Little Lion was also very smart to drive the jeep behind him over. If there was any problem later, he would get in the car and run away immediately. Someone wake me up. Is this really the Cologne Invitational Tournament in Germany? Not an online match? It's okay for Chu Sheng to play casually. But how come even Rabbit and the others are having fun? Have you heard that those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black? This is it. These 3 people were all led astray by Chu Sheng. 2333 is just right for these professional players to see the daily gameplay of the Asian server. The fans were very excited. But foreign netizens had never seen this kind of tactics before. Even if they had seen it, it was only in a match. But Doyu team was the first to dare to use this tactic in the International Invitational. What's worse is that after lining up to block the enemy, Rabbit and his team directly blew up the car and burned it completely, so that it couldn't even move. Foreign netizens were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say about this tactic. Too vulgar. Too shameless. In the end, they all said, "What the hell? This is the International Invitational. Don't these guys have any seriousness or nervousness?" They actually used a tactic that would only make people smile in a match. Chapter 650. It's safe to enter the circle of poison. Right? Chu Sheng worked hard all the way. After following the road without success, he went straight up the mountain and went straight through the forest. The poison circle was shrinking very quickly and was about to catch up with him. But Chu Sheng was not panicked at all. He still had to control to ensure the position of the next safe zone. The 5-minute blessing and misfortune depend on each other effect also ended, and Chu Sheng didn't have to worry about any unstable situation in the future. Everything was in his plan. Shuga Chu Sheng's plan. After just 10 minutes of experience, Chu Sheng started to like professional games. In this mode, he was even more comfortable than in the matching mode. All thanks to the 2 settings of the double drop rate of assault rifles and the lack of bombing zones. Many car sounds can be heard nearby, and everyone is taking poison and moving. In professional competitions, apart from the teams in the Fate Circle, there are few teams that are so aggressive that they rush into the center of the safe zone. Of course, FaZe and Team Liquid are exceptions. Both teams are aggressive and resolute, and their tactics and skills are all top-notch. In just a moment, Chu Sheng heard at least 3 teams rushing over from the bottom of the hill. Based on the sound, Chu Sheng boldly guessed that this group of people should go directly from the East Bridge to the airport island. The 3 Friends of Winter are all guarding the West Bridge, and Chu Sheng just heard the conversation in the team voice that these guys are also playing tricks. And they actually blocked the West Bridge with vehicles, so that other teams can't get through. This operation was very much in his style. Rabbit's decision was quite correct. allowing his side to preserve its combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. Chu Sheng did not dare to go into M City. It was very close to the safe zone, and the occasional gunshots constantly warned the enemy that there were battles and people here. In the area of the seaside farm, from the mountain, there were already vehicles parked, which was obviously occupied by others. If Chu Sheng went closer, he would be trapped in a crossfire network from all directions. So his best way to enter the circle now was to enter from the west bridge guarded by Rabbit and his 3 men. Everyone who went up the bridge and saw the road ahead blocked by abandoned cars would retreat. This is the most obvious sign that someone is guarding here. Moreover, in professional competitions, vehicles are everything. They can serve as a cover in flat and open areas. If you abandon the vehicle to cross the bridge, it will be difficult to fight after entering the circle. After seeing that the west bridge was blocked, the players in P City, G Town and even P Port all thought of other ways, either sailing across the river or preparing to rush over from another bridge. However, all the members of 4M were guarding the bridge, so how could they pass so easily? In addition, the first airdrop landed accurately in the airport, allowing the assaulter PPT to pick up an M249. It would be completely unreasonable if the bridge was not blocked. Although they were playing a professional game, the fat on Wei Jiang's face had already trembled with laughter. These people rushing over were not enemies now, but fragrant points. Chu Sheng's gift was really thoughtful. From just now to now, they have wiped out a team and gained 60 points. There is no other way to get on the airport island. Either pass through the east and west bridges, or drive a speedboat across the strait, or swim directly over. Zigwa was alone on the high point of the hillside behind the east bridge, parking a vehicle as a cover, constantly harassing and sniping the enemies who were landing on the beach. 4M, with 4 people, blossomed in many places and blocked many teams. The director switched to the whole battle situation, and everyone saw the unstoppable attitude of 4M. On the other side of the bridge, all the teams who wanted to pass through the bridge also fought each other, with crossfire from all sides, and there was no safe place at all. Damn! Why did these guys block the bridge? What's more hateful is the guy who blocked the west bridge. Otherwise, why would we move here? Rabbit's thought made many teams on the left half of the map grit their teeth. There were actually people who did such a thing in a professional game that hurt others and did not benefit themselves. They had thought about various possible emergencies, but this one was definitely not one of them. Wei Jian also found something unusual. It seems that there are too many enemies gathered on the other side of the east bridge. There are gunshots everywhere, even very dense. But this is only the first poison circle. There will not be such frequent fights. At most it is just a passing lottery. Wei Jiang has also participated in the professional invitational tournament, and he knows the process of the game very well. The real battle will break out in the 3rd and 4th poison circles, and then it will be the time for the big waves to wash away the sand. But the current scene is exaggerated to the same as the 3rd and 4th poison circles. Wei Jiang opened his mouth slightly, sniping the enemies who wanted to rush over, and wondered, why does it feel like most of the enemies are coming from this side? As for the west bridge, there seemed to be no signs of fighting, nor did the Douyu team get any kills, which was strange. The sound of fighting was everywhere. Some teams had already controlled the speedboat in advance and came to the beach from the other side. But as soon as they arrived at the beach, they were focused on by Zigua's sniper rifle, and they consumed a lot of projectiles. So they escaped and survived. Some teams, seeing that they could not cross the 2 bridges and there were no vehicles on the beach, were almost mentally collapsed. They had to find a bunker or a house on the shore to stay, and wait until the fight was over or a new safe zone was refreshed before considering crossing the river. In such a fierce situation, it is almost impossible to get through. Even if you can break through the current network of checks and balances, there are people guarding the bridgehead on the other side, and there will be considerable losses if you rush over. The poison circle has shrunk to the end, and a new safe zone has been generated. Just to the west of the island, there are cliffs and sandy coastlines here. There are also high points on the hillside in the safe zone, as well as shelters with scattered trees, and the impregnable housing area in the center of the safe zone. As soon as the new safe zone was refreshed, the 4 of them immediately got on the jeep and occupied the housing area in the center of the safe zone in advance. Captain, I threw some medical supplies to you in the secret place behind the big truck on the west bridge. Don't forget to take them when you come over. Chu Sheng had been in the poison for a long time, and the medical supplies on him might not be enough. So Shuju had prepared some medical supplies in advance and put them in a secret place. Seeing that there were vehicles outside the house area of the seaside farm, Chu Sheng immediately cut out the high-power scope and pointed at the tires. You still want to get into the circle by the poison? Dreaming? When the team found out, the tires of the two vehicles had been removed by Chu Sheng. Originally, they thought that the enemies were in front, so they parked the vehicles behind the house area. But they didn't expect that there were still enemies in the poison, and they directly blew up their tires. Damn it! If I know who this guy is, I will strangle him to death. Only the audience with a god's perspective, watching Chu Sheng do these bad things, all smiled knowingly. This guy is so mean. Chapter 651 The Koreans Must Die. This team only has two vehicles, and now Chu Sheng has punctured their tires. Now if they want to move later, they have no vehicles, and can only rely on human power. They were already behind in crossing the bridge, and now they have lost their vehicles. They will have no way to enter the circle later. Chu Sheng didn't know who the two vehicles belonged to, but he stole them for no reason. He did something that hurt others, and did not benefit himself. Isn't it just for fun? It's enough for him to feel good. But the audience in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. The four people from HBN were in the house on the seaside farm, and the two vehicles belonged to them. In the previous interview with the host, these four people ridiculed Chu Sheng in every possible way, showing typical villain faces. 2333. Did Chu Sheng really use a name-revealing hack to see the enemy's ID? The people he punished were all those who had ridiculed him before. What's even more infuriating is HB and Honeypot and the others, who didn't know that the one who did this was Chu Sheng, who had just insulted them. After Chu Sheng finished the fight, he immediately hid in the forest and fled. This kind of murderous hatred was something that no team could tolerate. Chu Sheng ran all the way in the forest, and when he was about to reach the gas station, he heard the sound of a car in the poison circle again. Why are these people in the professional competition so despicable? There are still people in the poison circle now? The new safe zone has been generated for a minute, and there are still people in the poison circle ready to enter the circle. If Chu Sheng watched the director's camera after the game, he would probably curse him as a pervert. Because in the Z City in the upper left corner of the map, there is still a team moving towards the safe zone. Chu Sheng turned over and hid in the gas station, and saw these guys driving directly to the West Bridge. The West Bridge has been closed. They will definitely retreat. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. There was only one team here. Maybe he could find a way to attack and surprise the opponent. When the two vehicles passed the gas station, they headed straight for the West Bridge. Chu Sheng quietly came out of the gas station and continued to move towards the two-story supermarket building at the bridge entrance in front. The team rushing the bridge came to the middle of the bridge and saw that the rear of the bridge was completely blocked by 3 charred vehicles, and their scalps suddenly numbed. Who did this? Originally, after searching G-Port, choosing to eat poison and enter the circle was a very safe way. But I never expected that someone would do such a wicked thing and directly lock the bridge, cutting off their way across the bridge. Now there is no vehicle on the entire coastline, and all the speedboats are stranded on the beach on the opposite bank. Obviously, the bridge has been blocked for a long time. Let's go back and enter the circle from the East Bridge. This team was also very angry. Originally, the consumption of medicines when taking poison to enter the circle was quite high, and even they consumed a lot of bandages to maintain their health. Now they have to move into the circle in a large scale, go around the East Bridge in a U-shaped way, not only wasting time, but also having to go around a big circle and fight with most of the fierce battles in front. Abandoning the vehicle is absolutely impossible. If someone deliberately blocked the bridge, there must be enemies guarding not far behind the bridge. If the vehicle is lost, whether there is a cover or not, what is the difference between this and sending warmth to the countryside and returning points? If it were some brave teams, they might just rush in. But the team that came all the way from G-Port was the Korean team General G Gold. With their timid and cautious personality, they would rather be poisoned to death than abandon their vehicles and walk across the bridge. Chu Sheng had already sneaked to the second floor of the supermarket. At this time, the vehicle made a loud noise and turned back from the bridge. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. Chu Sheng squatted down, pulled out a grenade, and held it in his hand, watching 2 cars rushing out of the bridge side by side. Chu Sheng's timing was perfect. He stood up and threw the grenade. The grenade kept spinning in the air and flew towards the middle of the road. The 2 players driving General G Gold were paying attention to the safe zone of the map and did not notice the grenade thrown from the side. When Chu Sheng blew up the tire of HP in passing by, the director had already locked the camera on Chu Sheng. This guy has a kind of magic. No matter how big the enemy is, or how superb his shooting skills are, as long as he competes with Chu Sheng, he will definitely not be the most attractive. As long as Chu Sheng is in the game, then Chu Sheng will definitely be the focus of the whole game. This playful style of play has made these professional players suffer. Does this Douyu team have a tradition of harming others and not benefiting itself? Chu Sheng first blocked a General G black player and trapped him in the air raid shelter. Later, Rabbit directly used vehicles to cast a great wall, blocking the way across the bridge, which gave all other teams a headache and even started to fight hard in advance. The international commentator looked at the Douyu team, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These practices were really unique. Even if you play 100 professional games, you won't see these operations. As for Chu Sheng's passing by and having an abortion, it was really a piece of cake. When the players of General G Gold saw the grenade flying past them, before they could say anything, the grenade had already exploded in midair. Chu Sheng had a very good grasp of the timing, and the position of the grenade was just right at this moment. It landed right in the middle of the two cars driving side by side. As it exploded, it was like a pair of fortunes in mahjong being split in half, flying left and right. Then, when the two jeeps separated with black smoke, four boxes were neatly placed on the ground, which looked a bit like hidden bars. The four members of General G Gold were all confused after their death. They didn't even understand what happened before they were all wiped out. Referee, there is a bug in this game. We died suddenly. We request a suspension and a rematch. The four people immediately took off their headphones and turned back to the referee behind them. But the editor was cold and sullen. These Koreans can make trouble for anything related to competition. I suggest you watch the death replay first, and then talk about suspension and appeal after you are completely sure it is a bug. The referee's cold words immediately poured cold water on General G Gold, making them realize that this was not the land of South Korea. The four people clicked the death replay unwillingly, and the view suddenly appeared on the second floor of the supermarket next to the bridge. I saw a player holding a grenade and throwing it directly towards the road they had to pass. As a result, the four people were like fools, turning a blind eye to the thrown object. As a result, the grenade happened to be thrown between the gap between the two vehicles and exploded, instantly killing four people. After watching, the four people's faces turned black. The timing and angle of this grenade were really tricky. What's more hateful is that they only now see clearly that the person who detonated the vehicle and killed was Chu Sheng from the Douyu team, the only amateur team they mocked before the game. Chapter 652, The Avenger in the Game. Chu Sheng again. Wasn't he the one who wiped out the entire refund team by himself before? Now Chu Sheng has eliminated the entire General G Gold team by himself, with 8 kills, directly topping the kill list. You have to know that in this professional game, there are only 64 people on the entire map, and Chu Sheng killed 1/8 of them by himself. What a terrifying data. What's even more speechless is that these 8 kills were all killed by Chu Sheng on his own, without any teammates to help. The faces of the 4 General G Gold members were flushed with shame. When searching in G-Port before, I saw that all 4 members of Refund were killed by Chu Sheng. They even joked in a low voice that such a rubbish team actually gave heads to the enemy, which was really stupid. Their contempt for Refund was no less than Chu Sheng. How stupid is this team to let a non-professional player complete a quad kill alone? With this technology, it is really an insult to the word professional player. But less than 10 minutes have passed, and they have to eat the bitter fruit and enjoy the rich fruits they have brought to themselves. The words that mocked Refund just now appeared in their minds again and again. The 4 members of General G Gold were all so angry that they gnashed their teeth and wished to eat Chu Sheng alive. Do we need to appeal and suspend the game now? The referee behind him squinted with contempt, looking down on the quality of the Koreans. The 4 people's faces were as gloomy as the dark clouds in the cold winter. Making things worse, these insults were all brought to them by Chu Sheng, and the culprit who blocked the bridge. None of them can escape. Ah, if I find out who did it after the end, I will definitely skin them next time. The captain of General G Gold clenched his fists, and he must make the Douyu team look good later. The whole team was eliminated by shame. This is the result of being poisoned for a long time. Although the teams that fought bloody battles at the bridgehead all suffered casualties, none of them were wiped out, and all of them survived with a spark. Only the Refund and General G Gold teams were wiped out. The audience even gave Chu Sheng a nickname on the spot, the Team Wiping Engine. As long as Chu Sheng has the intention to kill, the team will be wiped out. Chu Sheng was silent for a long time. And even the players in the fierce battle seemed to have forgotten this guy who slapped them in the face at the beginning. But Chu Sheng's grenade simply shocked all the players present. A grenade detonated the vehicle and killed 4 people. And a row of General G Gold words floated over. Fuck. This guy wiped out another team by himself? What the hell did these idiots from General G do? They were killed by one person in a professional game. The players from other teams all look down on these idiots. They are great at talking big, but they don't have much real ability. It's really embarrassing for them as professional players. The remaining 3 players of General G Black saw that all 4 players from the same club were wiped out by Chu Sheng. They were so embarrassed that they wished they were not General G's opponents. But when they saw that the teammate column had turned into a gray line, they couldn't laugh anymore. One of their players seems to be going down in history. Even in a normal game, it is rare to be able to trap someone in an air raid shelter. Not to mention a live broadcast of a professional game. This really created a classic. And this player of General G Black will definitely be a figure that will appear frequently in videos in the future. Perhaps this can also be considered a kind of red. Chu Sheng went forward and licked it crazily. Although each person did not have much medical supplies, the 4 people together would have a large amount of supplies. Chu Sheng used the medical kit directly on the spot, and then filled up the energy, and then ran to the bridge with satisfaction. The fighting continued everywhere, and the competition became increasingly fierce. After Navi came out of Port P, they chose to land on the southernmost beach of the island by boat, and sneaked up from the back. Chu Sheng passed the obstacles of the West Bridge, and found the supplies left by Xiaoju in an inconspicuous place on the back of the truck. The time for the second safe zone soon came to an end, and the poison circle began to shrink again. After Chu Sheng crossed the bridge, he heard most of the gunfire in the east. The housing area where Rabbit, Xiaoju and Little Lion were located can now be said to be impregnable. Chu Sheng thought for a moment, and sneaked to the mountain at the edge of the safe zone. This is a high point in a small mountain range. Although it is called a mountain range, it is only a few dozen meters high, but it is already a rare high point in the safe zone. I won't come over. You 3 guard the center of the safe zone. I will look for opportunities at the edge of the safe zone. Chu Sheng also took great pains to get to the next safe zone. Moreover, in this position, he can steal many people from a high position. Then Captain, be careful. We can also provide fire support when necessary. As a sniper in the team, Shujua has a 98K with an 8-fold scope in hand. Even in the house area, he can threaten the enemy 400 or 500 meters away. At least harass and distract the enemy. The speed of the poison circle contracting slowed down. As the poison circle contracted, a team had already driven to the edge of the safe zone. Chu Sheng lay on the highest point of the safe zone, looking outside the safe zone. Through a layer of dark blue electric net, Chu Sheng could vaguely see people outside the circle driving or spreading smoke into the circle. At this time, you must be patient and never shoot at random because of temporary gains and losses. However, another team of enemies, who had entered the circle first, had no such awareness. They parked their cars on the hill less than 100 meters away from Chu Sheng and directly shot and killed the enemies behind them like livestock. Chu Sheng wanted to watch a good show, but when he saw the knockdown information in the upper right corner was that the WTSG team knocked down or killed. Chu Sheng frowned. Chu Sheng looked up and saw that the team sitting on the second floor opposite had WTSG written on the board. If I remember correctly, this team just mocked Chu Sheng and seemed very excited. Xiaoyu in the broadcast room just finished saying that Chu Sheng should stay here for a while, and when the enemies tried to enter the circle to fight, he will suddenly appear to make the muddy battle more chaotic, and then profit from it. After all, Chu Sheng himself told Xiaoyu the title of the troublemaker in team battles. If Chu Sheng hadn't seen the idea of this team, he might have continued to be so timid and delivered a fatal blow at the most critical moment. But since Chu Sheng had seen WTSG, there was no reason to swallow his anger. I, Chu Sheng, am an open-minded person and never hold grudges. Chu Sheng began to lie on the ground and turn his body, locking onto the 4 members of WTSG. They leaned against the trees and the back of the car, and their side bodies were completely open to Chu Sheng. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene on the screen. Will Chu Sheng not be able to resist taking action? If he takes action at this time, the people outside the poison circle behind him will notice him and his position will be exposed in an instant. Chapter 653 Killing is boiling. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Chu Sheng proved with his actual actions that he was really addicted. The 4 people without cover in front of Chu Sheng were like 4 hawthorns, which could be strung into a complete candied hawse with just one skewer. Don't be afraid when you see this situation. Coat them with egg liquid. Stick them with bread crumbs. Fry them in a pan until they are golden and crispy. Drain the oil and take them out. Both the elderly and children love to eat them. And the children next door are crying with greed. Chu Sheng's assault rifle was extremely stable. In just a moment, bullets poured on the 4 people. Before they could react, 3 of them had fallen. The last person found half a cover in a moment. But Chu Sheng had already switched to a sniper rifle. The moment this person showed his head, he shot a 98K directly into his soul. In a flash, Chu Sheng wiped out the 4 WTSG players. WTF. How could there be someone here? I just saw it. There is absolutely no one here. The 4 WTSG players were so angry that they wanted to smash the keyboard. Especially after all 4 of them were beaten by Chu Sheng alone. They were so angry that they almost fainted. It was a great shame. Before the game, they called Chu Sheng an amateur player, who was beaten to the point that he didn't even recognize his own mother. But he actually wiped out the entire WTSG team by himself. The team wiping engine has been certified, and 3 teams have already fallen to Chu Sheng's hands. 23-33 Chu Sheng, who was not optimistic before the game, actually slapped the faces of 3 teams in succession, which proved what he said before the game: everyone here is a loser. 12 kills. The game is not over yet. Chu Sheng can still show off. 12 kills in one game. Chu Sheng obviously still has some strength left. The most terrifying thing is that the other 3 teammates of the Douyu team are now in the house, at the center of the safe zone, with the best vision and cover. It is obviously impossible to wipe out the entire Douyu team in the short term. Just these 12 kills have contributed 180 points to the Douyu team, laying the foundation for this game to be in the upper circle. Chu Sheng's words before the game, "Everyone here is a loser," were heard as a joke by everyone. But no one expected that the strength he showed was overwhelming. The upper right corner was once again filled with the ID Douyu Chushin. The enemies outside the poison circle naturally understood that the rapid burst of assault rifle fire, just now, was from Chu Sheng at the edge of the circle. And he killed the entire WTSG team at lightning speed. Now Chu Sheng was exposed, and became the biggest obstacle for everyone to enter the safe zone. Almost the moment Chu Sheng took action to deal with WTSG, many teams entering the circle aimed at the position where Chu Sheng's gunfire was excited. If it is said that before the game, the professional players all wanted to teach Chu Sheng a lesson, so that he would know that professional competitions are not so easy to get into. Now, they were all thinking about how to quickly kill Chu Sheng and stop him from causing trouble. There were already 3 professional teams, all of which were lost to one person. The first defeat in the first battle had a huge impact on morale, and even had a far-reaching impact on the tactical arrangements for the subsequent games. Only by immediately curbing Chu Sheng's rising momentum can they enter the circle and have a good fight in the next game. The big tree where Chu Sheng was hiding immediately suffered tons of output, and the bullets fell on the trunk with a bang 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 sound. Even the grass next to it was splashed with countless broken grass and dirt by the bullets. Chu Sheng shrank his head and pulled the bolt to change the bullet. He didn't expect that these guys would actually unite to the outside world. Chu Sheng looked incredulous, muttering to himself, "This is outside the circle. Really? They actually took action directly. Is this really okay?" This voice was obviously not from one team, but from several teams around. According to Chu Sheng's understanding, this was completely illegal team formation. "Since you are like this, don't blame me." A cold light flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes, and he cut out his smoke bombs and threw them frantically outside the safe zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 consecutive smoke bombs directly blocked the area around the mountainside. It was like the rolling sea of clouds on the top of a mountain. For a moment, everyone lost their target. Chu Sheng used smoke bombs to block the mountainside, making it impossible for the enemy to figure out his whereabouts, and even tricked out countless projectiles. Grenades and Molotov cocktails were all thrown at him. But at this time, Chu Sheng had already quietly slipped away. Can you say that he ran away when he retreated strategically? It delayed their time to enter the circle, and consumed a lot of projectiles. In short, Chu Sheng did not lose this wave. Everyone was looking forward to Chu Sheng standing alone on the mountain and fighting against thousands of people. However, Chu Sheng slipped away in a timely manner, which made everyone feel angry that they had already built up a strong sense of expectation. But it came to an abrupt end, which made people feel neither up nor down. I didn't expect Chu Sheng to be so cowardly. This wave is boring. What about the bloody battle and the boiling killing? Chu Sheng pulled back and ran about 50 meters and hid behind a huge rock. In this way, Chu Sheng's back was not covered at all. Xiao Ju's high-powered scope had already observed the situation on the mountainside. After seeing the captain's back exposed to them, he immediately understood what was going to happen next. Little Lion was alert to the cliff behind. There must be someone hiding here waiting for the opportunity. But the Little Lion didn't know the specific location. Rabbit and Xiao Ju supported Chu Sheng. As long as someone showed up on the top of the mountain, they would be responsible for attracting firepower and reducing Chu Sheng's threat value to the minimum. Chu Sheng's smoke bomb curtain really blocked the enemy for a while. It was during this time that 4M sneaked up from behind and took advantage of everyone's attention on Chu Sheng to steal a lot of damage. As the smoke dissipated, many players entered the circle to start supplying. And this Animal Extermination Alliance quickly declared disbanding. The team that entered the circle obviously didn't want others to come in alive. But the team outside the circle was thinking of various ways to stretch the front and find an opportunity to kill in. When Rabbit and Shijua saw the enemy on the top of the mountain again, they opened fire without hesitation, declaring their unmatched position in the center of the safe zone. There was another chaotic battle, with projectiles flying everywhere. The director pulled the camera to a bird's eye view, and you could see white smoke spreading all over the mountains and plains. There was chaos everywhere, and all the teams were fighting each other, which was quite tragic. It was only the second safe zone, and the killing was already indistinguishable, with only 36 people left alive. If it were a formal competition in the past, this would have been impossible. The Douyu team messed around, making the pace of the game fly fast. In the past, the number of people after the third poison circle ended now has reached the quasi-level before the second poison circle ends. At this moment, Chu Sheng, the instigator, hid behind a rock, secretly delighted. Just when all the teams were in chaos, the two most decisive teams appeared from the north and south. Fei's team bypassed the airport and rushed directly into the safe zone from the road below, heading towards another unoccupied building. At the same time, Team Liquid was not to be outdone, and despite the firepower of Rabbit and Shijua, they also rushed to the last building. Chapter 654 Dominance. The director watched the two teams collide from a bird's eye view. Both FaZe and Team Liquid were the favorites to win the championship. The two teams were also extremely tough, with fast, accurate and ruthless shooting. The protagonists on the field suddenly changed from Chu Sheng to the two European teams. Even the fierce battle on the mountain could not make the director move the screen away from the two teams. If it were other teams, they would probably choose to retreat when they met on a narrow road. After all, it was too unwise to fight now. If they directly collided, it would definitely be a life-and-death rhythm. However, FaZe and Team Liquid were not the type to be timid. They parked their cars by the two houses, and then a fierce battle almost took place. After a battle, both teams suffered losses, but in the end Team Liquid was slightly better, and occupied the housing area with the advantage of two people left after a wonderful battle. Among them, Team Liquid shooter James played extremely well, winning unanimous applause from the audience. Although Chu Sheng's 3 kills were appalling, and the team-killing engine wiped out 3 teams at once, Chu Sheng ended the battle with his advantage in every battle, and did not show his true shooting level. James is different. His decisive and steady shooting skills are amazing and pleasing to the eye. As long as he locks on an enemy, no one can escape. What kind of enemy is the most terrifying? An enemy with strong shooting skills and no mistakes. In professional competitions, every second counts. A 1-second gunfight may even decide the outcome. People with no mistakes in shooting are very scary. They are like the most sophisticated instruments. No situation can stop them or disturb their emotions. They can always stay awake and make the most correct choices. The remaining 2 people of Team Liquid hid in the house. In order to fight for this advantageous position, they lost 2 teammates, so now they naturally have to hide. However, their hiding is not the usual hiding in the house, but attacking instead of defending. Jean squatted directly under the window and launched a fierce attack on the mountain. According to the commentary, James with the 8x Mini 14 can do whatever he wants. The two of Team Liquid defended the back half of the safe zone. Chu Sheng was stuck at the edge of the safe zone. And three teammates were crazy in the house area in the center of the safe zone. Na'vi hit on the cliff in a cowardly manner, still without showing their heads. The damage of the second poison circle was not very high, but with constant exchanges of fire and consumption, the medical supplies on everyone were gradually consumed, and it was difficult to continue. Some teams directly chose to take a long way into the circle, and no longer fight hard. Chu Sheng lay behind a big rock on the slope, and his whole body was completely hidden in the weeds, and there was no abnormality at all. As the gunshots on the top of the mountain disappeared, everyone tacitly did not shoot. The poison circle was shrunk, and the new safe zone was refreshed, which just included the house area where Doyu and his three people were located, as well as the cliff area by the sea. The housing area where Team Liquid fought hard happened to be at the edge of the safe zone, just one step away. This safe zone made all the surviving players feel nauseous. This kind of circle is the most uncomfortable. The cliffs by the sea and the two housing areas just formed a triangular area, which wrapped the entire safe zone. Once they entered the safe zone without any cover, they would be easily targeted by three parties. Although entering the circle is extremely dangerous, now all 3 points are guarded, and the muzzles are all aimed at the outside of the circle. It is difficult for them to enter the safe zone. Even if there are vehicles, it is quite difficult to kill directly. The 4 members of the Doyu team have a reasonable division of labor. Chu Sheng, who was making a scene in the Heavenly Palace just now, has now completely disappeared, as if he has been forgotten. Some teams directly spread smoke and killed their way down, while others drove vehicles directly into the area, and some even wanted to directly seize the housing area. It was extremely chaotic for a while. Can you hold on? Chu Sheng looked at the many enemies rushing down, many of whom were targeting the housing area where Tuzi and the others were. No problem. You should also find a way to get into the circle first. In professional competitions, the countdown for shrinking the circle was cut a lot, but the speed of shrinking the poison circle was also slowed down a lot. It would be good if Chu Sheng could take advantage of the chaos to get into the circle. But after the battle, Chu Sheng would naturally become the target of public criticism if he suddenly ran down alone. I'm not in a hurry. You guys try to hold on. Chu Sheng started to rub against the back of the stone. Everyone tried their best to get into the safe zone, but Chu Sheng didn't think about entering the circle, but actually went around the back of the stone and ran in the opposite direction. This behavior made everyone confused and didn't understand what it meant. Even domestic netizens were stunned for a moment. The reverse fate circle had been successful before, and Chu Sheng would have to leave the safe zone if he ran again. But Chu Sheng still did his own thing, rushed out of the poison circle and looked for a while, and then returned the same way. Xiaoyu, aren't you Chu Sheng's confidant? Can you tell me why Chu Sheng is so fat? I don't understand the meaning of this reverse running circle. Xiaoyu held the water-based pen in one hand, her face full of confusion. To be honest, she didn't understand what Chu Sheng meant by this move. Chu Sheng returned from the top of the mountain to the back of the boulder on the mountainside, and the chaos was extremely chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and the sound of gunfire and bombs covered everything. Chu Sheng installed a 4-fold scope on his assault rifle. This distance is most suitable for assault rifles to single point. As he poked his head out from behind the stone, Chu Sheng's gunfire never stopped. If Jin's shooting skills are impeccable, then Chu Sheng's shooting skills are really overbearing and unreasonable. No one can stand when Chu Sheng targets them. It seems that as long as he locks on a person and shoots, that person must die. All the domestic fans started to get excited, although they didn't know what Chu Sheng meant by swaying around just now. Chu Sheng hid behind a stone and started shooting crazily, constantly harvesting heads. The upper right corner was filled with Chu Sheng's screen again. These guys who rushed into the safe zone like wild bulls not only had to face the firepower of the iron triangle in front, but also had to pay attention to the killer behind them, who could kill with one knife. Damn! When did this guy run to the back? When I came just now. There was clearly no enemy. Hurry up and find cover, and fight back. Chu Sheng's terrifying shooting skills frightened everyone. As long as there was a slight flaw, Chu Sheng could seize it and give the enemy a fatal blow. Many bullets began to return to Chu Sheng, forcing Chu Sheng to retract his head. After the shooting just now, Chu Sheng's 5.56 bullets had been reduced to less than 100. After a moment of consideration, He switched back to 98K and changed the quadruple scope back to the sniper rifle. While Chu Sheng was suppressed, Jeans and Ibiza from Team Liquid on the side secretly started to find ways to kill the players that Chu Sheng had just knocked down. Chu Sheng looked at the enemies he had just knocked down, and now they were all in the hands of Jeans and Ibiza, and he was furious. Chapter 655 confidently put away the gun. Li Kui. Right? I remember that. Chu Sheng looked at the two people from Team Liquid, who killed 4 or 5 of his people. That's 60 points. It's not an exaggeration to say that they have a deep hatred. Chu Sheng only regretted that he was suppressed by firepower and couldn't take action against the 2 remnants of Li Kui. Oh! Chu Sheng's heads were all killed by the enemy this time, and at least 50 or 60 points were lost. Xiao Yu saw that the players of Team Liquid were frantically killing Chu Sheng's heads, and even killed 2 people in the smoke, and she was immediately regretful. Rabbit and Xiao Ju didn't care about the others. As long as Chu Sheng fired, they would lock their sights on him, disrupting the enemy's attack and buying time for Chu Sheng's counterattack. This method was quite effective, and soon the edge of the safe zone was in chaos, with all kinds of smoke floating. The 3 Friends of Winter had not experienced any battles at the beginning, so they had abundant combat supplies and threw grenades as if they were free, making the enemy's scalp numb. Chu Sheng could make empty heads, and the 98K in his hand was even more powerful. Every time he knocked down someone, Xiuju and Rabbit would find a way to make up for it, for fear that Li Kui's 2 shameless guys would grab points again. Because the 2 Team Liquid members were greedy for credit, they also exposed their positions. The Douyu team's house area here is in the shadow of Chu Sheng in the distance, so it is very difficult to conquer. However, the 2 small houses next to Team Liquid are guarded by only 2 people, and they instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, Jeans and Ibiza were both amused and helpless. They never expected that they would become the target of public criticism after killing 4 or 5 people. Everyone tried to deal with them, but no one dared to attack the Douyu team's house area. I should have known that I would not have been greedy for these heads just now. The 2 people were in a house, which was a bunker house adjacent to the safe zone, and the pressure increased for a while. The battle was fierce. Chu Sheng had already received 15 kills, and the 3 friends of Sui Han had 5 kills in total. The Douyu team had received 1/3 of the kills in the whole game, ranking first in the individual and team kills list. Now all the professional players have been silent. Before the game, they mocked and said that they would give this amateur team a little color. But now the color of who will give whom has been completely changed. In the next game, whoever dares to despise this anchor team will definitely be targeted by them. As the poison circle shrank, Chu Sheng was targeted by Navi, who was squatting on the cliff. But the little lion had already guarded the cliff tightly, and attacked the cliff at the first time to buy time for Chu Sheng. The 2 members of Team Liquid were ultimately unable to withstand the fierce attack, throwing objects poured directly into the house as if they were free, leaving them with nowhere to hide, and eventually dying tragically. As the 2 best preserved teams now, Navi from the CIS has always been a leader in shooting games, while the Douyu team is a completely improvised team. As soon as the 2 sides exchanged fire, the other teams had enough time to rush into the safe zone and find a suitable place. Just a moment later, the little lion was directly knocked down by a headshot. Rabbit and Xiuju also changed their targets and focused all their attention on the fully staffed Navi. Chu Sheng saw his teammates being knocked down, and immediately stopped halfway up the mountain to reduce the pressure on the housing area. With a 98K quadruple scope open, Chu Sheng's mountainside was at least 500 or 600 meters away from the cliff. At this distance, even with a quadruple scope, the person looked only the size of a sesame seed. The director saw Chu Sheng take out his gun, and quickly switched the screen to Chu Sheng's first-person perspective. After locking the target, the muzzle was raised high, which looked quite excessive, giving people the feeling that it was just for a 98K warning. This shouldn't be able to hit, right? 4-fold scope 98K, shooting people over 500 meters away. Is this a joke? Chu Sheng said. I just want to show off on the way to escape. No one thought that this shot would hit, even with the precise scale of the 8x scope. It is rare to hit at this distance, let alone a headshot. Bang! Fire spurted out from the muzzle of the 98K. When the bullet came out of the barrel, Chu Sheng immediately put away the gun and continued to run towards the safe zone. The energy was already full, and the running speed was much faster than before. A moment later, a headshot knockdown message suddenly popped up on Chu Sheng's screen. And the player knocked down was a member of Na'vi. Everyone took a breath. Even the Na'vi player had a WTF, how could this be possible expression on his face. OMG. How could he hit the target with one shot? This is impossible. This must be fake. A headshot from a distance of 500 meters. God. Is this Asian crazy? The European and American audiences and commentators all covered their heads at this moment. It was completely amazing that such a move could be made in a professional arena. All netizens at home and abroad were also shocked to see the 500-meter headshot in a professional game. If it was an online match, this scene might be recreated because of the opponent's sluggish positioning and other reasons. But now it's a professional game. And the opponent is a super first-tier club like Na'vi. The style of the CIS team has always been tough. But their operations are also more delicate. And they will not easily give the opponent such an opportunity. But Chu Sheng fired a shot. And did not even look at the landing point of the bullet. And directly put away the gun and fled. Combined with the headshot information 1 second later. It looks exciting. Chu Sheng's attack bought a lot of time for his teammates. After pulling up the little line again, they set up a complete battle line. Then Chu Sheng simply did not shy away and directly threw bad luck transfer to the Na'vi player who was knocked down by him just now. After all, he has to reunite with his teammates now. And the next safe zone should be in Na'vi's face. But after the bad luck transfer, when the new safe zone appears, there is another boiling. There is no cover around. And the room where the DouYu team is located is the center of the safe zone. Seeing such a safe zone, almost all enemies are secretly cursing. What is the difference between this and handing the championship to the DouYu team? Chu Sheng's shooting skills are simply appalling, which makes a group of professional players tremble. Before the game, they were all joking, saying that they would give Chu Sheng a little color to see, so that he can really see what a real professional game is, instead of just playing like a streamer. But now it sounds like a joke. All the foreign players present had dark faces. It is conceivable how high-spirited they were before the game. And their sarcastic and targeted words would all be made into face-slapping materials. There were no surprises in the following battles. The DouYu team blocked all the enemies who wanted to enter the circle and successfully won the game. The final outcome was a slap in the face of a group of professional players. At the end of the first game, Chu Sheng got 17 kills. And the three friends of Sui Han had 7 kills in total. A total of 24 heads. You have to know that there are 64 players in the whole game. Minus their team. There are 60 enemies. And the 4 of them joined forces to cut off 24 heads. What a terrifying thing. Chapter 656 if you are a man. Follow me and jump to G-Port. With 24 kills and 500 points for the first place in the chicken game. DouYu team got 860 points in just one game, far exceeding the second place Na'vi team. The first place is far ahead. And the points of the following teams are quite tense, and the competition is fierce. Although Li Kuei and FaZe were eliminated earlier, the two teams had more elimination points, so their rankings were relatively high. As for Na'vi, it ranked second because of the ranking points, but it did not have many kills. For M and F teams also achieved good results. Both teams are in the middle of the second echelon. If they can improve in kills and rankings in the next few games, it will be easy to kill to the front. After a game, there is a 15-minute break. The players took advantage of this time to go to the bathroom, drink water, rest, and discuss the tactics for the next game. Of course, the most eye-catching part was the host's interview with the team that won the last game. Hi, Chu. We meet again. One of the female host's eyes sparkled. Chu Sheng's performance in the last game was really eye-catching. And the big talk he said before the game also came true. Before, everyone thought Chu Sheng was just a dead duck. But he showed his strength in the first game. He wiped out 3 full teams by himself and won the title of Team Destroying Engine. Now that Chu Sheng can be interviewed, the female host has changed her previous indifference and seems quite excited. She has many questions that she can't wait to ask. Chu Sheng just nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, not affected by the previous game at all. At this moment, Chu Sheng is still calculating in his mind how long the bad luck can last until the next game starts after he transfers it to the Na'vi player at the last minute. The halftime break is 15 minutes. And Chu Sheng has 5 minutes to the end of the game after the transfer. So, he can still have 10 minutes of good luck until the next game starts. 10 minutes is exactly the time it takes for the first poison circle to shrink to the end. For Chu Sheng, it is enough for him to develop many fantastic ideas and unconventional plans. Before the last game started, a wave of ridicule was pulled, which allowed Chu Sheng to safely pass the most unfavorable stage of the start. This time, with 10 minutes of bad luck transfer, Chu Sheng can do a lot of things. Excuse me, Chu, you have a wonderful performance in this game. Can you tell me about your current experience? The female host looked hopeful, waiting for Chu Sheng, the great master, to speak. The portable translator translated the female host's words into Chinese. Chu Sheng scratched his head. I don't feel anything. I just hope the game will end soon, so that I can go back and catch up on my sleep. The translator was also embarrassed. But Chu Sheng indicated that it was fine to translate according to the original meaning, and not to exaggerate. The translator certainly didn't dare to say anything wrong. After all, a person who can say everyone here is a loser in English must have a good English level. The female host thought of many possible ways that Chu Sheng might answer, such as proving himself. But she never expected Chu Sheng to say that, which made her unable to continue the conversation. The male host next to him immediately saved the situation and said, after the game just now, Chu Sheng, do you think there is a good team? Chu Sheng frowned slightly, and it seemed difficult to give an answer to this question. All the players on the field stared at the Douyu team's position, and even those who were walking around to rest were few. Everyone was embarrassed, but still hoped to hear Chu Sheng's answer. Seeing Chu Sheng's tangled look, everyone was angry again, cursing inwardly. Could it be that all these teams are not in Chu Sheng's eyes? No one is interested. When these professional players thought of this guy's arrogant face and his contempt for everything, they clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth in hatred. James and Ibiza. If I remember correctly, they are two people from the Liquid team. I have a deep impression of them. In this situation, it is not possible to directly praise 4M and if. So Chu Sheng really thought about it carefully. In addition to the three teams of idiots, the only two people from the Liquid team left a deep impression on him. These two guys snatched 4 or 5 heads from Chu Sheng. So Chu Sheng naturally remembered the deep hatred. The male host's eyes lit up, and the topic finally got back on track. In the last game, Team Liquid performed well, with a strong style and extremely accurate shooting skills, leaving a deep impression. Then Chu Sheng, can you tell me why you remember the two players so well? The male host hurriedly asked. Are you sure? This time Chu Sheng replied in English, and Chu Sheng felt that others definitely didn't want to know the reason. When James and Ibiza of Liquid heard that Chu Sheng was impressed by them, they immediately had a bad feeling. The two looked at each other and thought that Chu Sheng might have a deep memory of them because of the head-stealing incident. Sometimes Murphy's Law is so coincidental that the last thing you want will happen. The male host was still thinking that there was nothing wrong with saying such a thing. Why bother to confirm it? After getting the affirmative answer from the host, Chu Sheng coughed lightly. In the last game, these two guys stole 5 heads from me in total. I remember it clearly. I will double it to get it back when the time comes. Chu Sheng's words were very aggressive, and all the professional players present took a breath. Isn't it a bit too much to be so inflated after winning a game? Team Liquid is well known all over the world, and the two players Chu Sheng just named are the face of Team Liquid. One is the super killer James, and the other is the captain Ibiza. Now Chu Sheng actually said that he would double the previous losses. This is simply a joke. Humph. This guy won a game. Too arrogant. The smug face is already overflowing with words. Such a petty person will never achieve great things. Other professional players also found ways to make Chu Sheng feel sour, and they all whispered for a while. On the other hand, James and Ibiza covered their foreheads with their hands, looking like something bad was going to happen. Being targeted by such a skilled and troublemaking guy is definitely not a good thing. Although the two teams did not directly fight in the last game, Chu Sheng's several ways of violent operations still made James gasp. When he finished the close-eye review just now, he also thought that if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to do all the operations of Chu Sheng. From a technical point of view, Chu Sheng gave him the greatest pressure among all people. Chu Sheng looked at the indignant professional players, smiled contemptuously, and started to make trouble again. To be honest, before, everyone said that professional players are very powerful and should give me a little signal. And I almost believed it. I know you are not convinced. Since you are all professional players, let's solve it in the way of professional players. If you are a man, Follow me and jump to G-Port. Chapter 657. It's G-Port for sure. Another harsh words? The translator was stunned for a moment. But seeing Chu Sheng's aggressive eyes, he still translated it as usual. The other 3 members of the Douyu team were all dumbfounded. The last game was because of provocation, so everyone could understand. But the venue has been regained, and the opponents have all been severely slapped in the face by Chu Sheng. Although it is known that this group of people are face to face, but not heart to heart, it is particularly refreshing to see them being humiliated and dare not speak out. The 3 thought that Chu Sheng's anger had subsided, but he was still so irritable, and even started to provoke a fight. The group ridicule effect of the last game has not ended yet, and now another wave of hatred has been attracted. Shujua and Zayashizi are really afraid that their team will be buried in the enemy's anger from the next game. The audience in the live broadcast room all screamed. This kind of taunting only occurs in online matches. Players taunt each other on the plane at the beginning of the game, but it is forbidden to talk on the public channel in professional competitions. Chu Sheng actually shouted it out during the post-match interview. 2333 Chu Sheng is worthy of being a broadcaster. All the jokes during the live broadcast were used. Is this a friendly play? It turns out that the developer invited the Douyu broadcaster team to see the effect, jumping into G-Port together. This plot seems familiar. If I remember correctly, there were more than 80 people jumping into G-Port that time, and Chu Sheng was the only one who escaped. The fans seem to remember the incident of Chu Sheng jumping into G-Port. The scene can definitely be regarded as the best in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. More than 80 people jumped into G-Port, and the parachutes covered the sky. Chu Sheng's ridicule today. Will it cause many professional players to be furious and chase him? Netizens were excited in an instant and looked forward to the next game. Is this guy inviting a fight? Even if it's liquid, it's not so rampant, right? Then the next game. Chu Sheng's words disrupted their plans for the next game. If you don't go, you're not a man. Who is willing to take the blame? No hurry. Wait until you get on the plane and see what happens. After Chu Sheng said this, his eyes met General G Gold across the street, with a strong sense of provocation in his eyes. Damn. This guy is coming for us. The captain of General G Gold saw Chu Sheng's eyes, and he knew that Chu Sheng said this on purpose. G-Port has always been the inherent territory of General G Gold. If they attract a large group of people to kill them this time, how can they stay in G-Port? Chu Sheng had a smile on his face. The host of the interview had left in disappointment. The only happy person on and off the court was probably the organizer and developer. A team of anchors formed temporarily could actually set off a huge wave in the professional arena, and even beat the professional teams to lose their heads. There were also countless eye-catching topics, which directly made the ratings of this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational explode. At the same time, many hot search titles appeared on social platforms, all related to this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational. The developer wants to promote the professionalization of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But unfortunately, many clubs are not very optimistic about this game, so they are also pretending to be interested. Even this time, because many professional clubs rejected it. The developer took advantage of the situation and left a position for the sponsor Douyu, calling it a promotional platform. As a result, these professional players, who usually look up to the top, are now being beaten to the ground by a temporary team and can't take care of themselves. At the beginning, they mocked one by one, and now they are as wilted as eggplants hit by frost. Maybe this time, the Douyu team will severely suppress these professional players. Let them know that there are many powerful masters in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and let the clubs behind these players lose face, knowing that this game is not so easy, and maybe they will take this game seriously. Who wins the championship is not important to the developers at all. What is important is the ratings and topic. That's enough. And Chu Sheng is obviously such a person. He doesn't need the official to arrange anything specifically. He stirs up the atmosphere by himself, which really makes the developers laugh. When the interview was over, the 4M and F teams were also whispering. Chu Sheng really dares to say anything. This is an international invitational tournament, and players all over the world can watch it online. He is really not afraid of the stage. Wei Jiang really admires Chu Sheng's big heart. I have thought about making a big splash in the invitational tournament before, but I didn't expect that this guy would play this professional game like an online game. AKA smiled and shook his head. Chu Sheng really muddied the water. But it's good this way. If Chu Sheng can really trick them to go to Port G, then we will have an advantage in the early stage development. PPT said seriously. In the last 5 minutes, the director edited all the wonderful shots of the previous game and played them to the audience watching the live broadcast on the giant screen at the center of the game. The director also mischievously showed the highlights to increase the level of confrontation between the teams. At the beginning, Chu Sheng played a wonderful performance of fighting for people alone in S City. And then he used a car to block the General G Black players, leaving them to fend for themselves in the air raid shelter. Driving, switching seats, throwing grenades, and jumping out of the car were all done in one go. The General G Black player, who was blocked, was so angry that he realized that the person who blocked him was Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, you and I cannot coexist. The other members of General G Black were also stunned. They had laughed at the gold players, who were wiped out by Chu Sheng's thunder before. But now they suddenly learned that they were the worst ones. And their faces turned black. The players of other teams all covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Laughing insincerely, although they knew that Chu Sheng was slapping the professional players in the face. How could they hold back their laughter when they saw such a scene? All the members of General G Black lowered their heads. Their faces flushed with shame. And the red was black. This shame was all due to Chu Sheng. When the game ended just now, they were still celebrating that they were lucky not to let Chu Sheng show off to them. As for the 4 guys of gold, they will definitely become a laughing stock when they go back. They never expected that they would be the ones who became a laughing stock completely. Then, there were various exciting killing scenes. Of course, the most common one was Chu Sheng on the mountainside, with the M4 with a 4-fold scope and a sniper rifle, and the perfect pull of the gun and fast single point, all of which gave people a beautiful enjoyment. In the highlights, Chu Sheng appeared in the most scenes. It's no wonder. This guy took the first place in the number of kills in the first game. And judging from this, even if he didn't kill anyone in the second game, it would be difficult for the players behind him to reach this number. When the highlights were replayed, Chu Sheng simply closed his eyes and took a nap, giving people a sense of calmness. In conjunction with the highlights, when Chu Sheng's wonderful kills appeared, the split camera would focus on the players who performed the showy operations and the faces of the players who were shown off. This rhythm is clearly to stir up trouble. The players who were shown off all covered their foreheads, or lowered their heads with red faces. The players who showed off their operations raised their heads openly, and even smiled. Only Chu Sheng closed his eyes and took a nap, looking like he had nothing to do with it. Chapter 658. The game can be lost, but Chu Sheng must die. The wonderful replay is over, and the developer has achieved his goal of attracting hatred. The one who showed off his skills, and the one who was shown off just now all stared at the other party's name. And if there was a chance, they would definitely kill him. Among them, Chu Sheng was the one who was taken special care of. He slapped the faces of countless professional players in the last game, and even rode on their heads and did shit. During the interview just now, he attracted another wave of hatred. This account is getting more and more, and it is almost impossible to settle it. But Chu Sheng didn't care. He had already torn his face with this group of arrogant professional players. He admitted that he had the ability. But why should he pretend to be submissive if he didn't have the ability? Besides, there is already enough hatred. Chu Sheng doesn't mind a little more. With the voice of the referee behind him, the new game officially began. All the players entered the room early and started the game directly. This time, the random map is still the island map, which is exactly what Chu Sheng said before. On the birth island, Xiaoju took a look at the old map and asked nervously, "Captain, do we really have to jump to G-Port this time?" Chu Sheng rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you so honest? Anyway, we are anchors, not professional players." Hearing Chu Sheng say this, the 3 friends of Sui Han gradually showed a conspiratorial smile on their faces. This move is really too bad. Although I don't know how many people will go to G-Port, it will always leave a shadow in the hearts of professional players. Moreover, this method can disgust a wave of Koreans, which is perfect. Then, Captain, should we go to the seaside farm this time? Little Lion asked. Chu Sheng glanced at the map and raised a meaningful smile. No, we still go to G-Port. Huh? The 3 friends of Sui Han were all dumbfounded, staring at Chu Sheng with their heads tilted, and didn't understand what Chu Sheng meant for a moment. He just said that he would trick all the professional players to go there. But he said he would still go to G-Port? So should he go or not? Captain, we don't know much and don't understand what you are saying. Can you explain it clearly? Xiuju asked directly. Otherwise Chu Sheng's words would make him rack his brains again. If someone jumps to G-Port, then we will catch them all. If no one, then we will occupy G-Port alone. Isn't that wonderful? Xiaojue didn't understand again. If he wanted to occupy G-Port, why did he say that sentence to attract hatred? According to the data collected before the game, G-Port is the territory of General G Gold. If Chu Sheng didn't say a word, then he only needed to kill General G Gold to occupy the entire G-Port. This unnecessary move attracted hatred. If there were many people, wouldn't it be a big problem? The professional players didn't know, but they knew their captain very well. If he chose to land in a crowded place to fight, he would most likely be the one to be killed. After all, with his luck, it would be difficult to find a weapon when he landed. As for the last one, it was probably pure dog blood. He picked up a 98K when he landed, which saved him from danger. Otherwise, with Chu Sheng's original luck, it was estimated that he would be the first player to be killed in a 4-on-1 situation and win the game in reverse. Xiaojue wanted to ask something else, but the 1-minute countdown soon ended and everyone boarded the plane. In this 1 minute on the Birth Island, Chu Sheng accumulated more than 50 points of complaints. The two black and gold teams of General G appeared most frequently, followed by Refund, who won the first game. Seeing the continental plate, everyone quickly guessed the route of this game. However, everyone who saw this route couldn't help but think that the developer was doing something behind the scenes. From the upper left corner of Z City, fly diagonally to port in on the airport island. This route is poisonous. Did the developer staff hear that Chu Sheng was going to do something? So they deliberately changed the background and arranged this route? The developer is making trouble. It's getting more and more chaotic to watch professional games. If there's nothing wrong with this wave, I really won't say anything. All the audience talked about the route, because it was too coincidental and people couldn't help but doubt it. This route went straight through Port G. And with Chu Sheng's remarks before the game, it was hard not to believe that the developer didn't do anything about it. Isn't the developer trying too hard for ratings? I guess these professional players will curse. Before, they could use the excuse that they were not on the route to refuse. But now the route goes directly to Port G. Chu Sheng said before the game that he would solve the problem with the method of professional players. So now there is no excuse. The interview was also broadcast live around the world, and all the audience had heard it. If they regretted and did not dare to fight, the audience would think that these professional players were really scared. After all, Chu Sheng had played well, while these professional players looked like puppets or stupid geese, which was completely different from their pre-match arrogance, which naturally aroused such thoughts from the audience. Even the teams present had dark faces after seeing this route, and began to complain about Chu Sheng in their hearts. Chu Sheng had already accumulated 50 points of complaints before he even got on the plane. After everyone saw the route, Chu Sheng's complaints went off the charts again. Captain, what should we do with this route? When the players of General G Gold saw the route, their faces turned black. There was no need to think about it now. There was no place for them in G-Port. The captain of General G Gold was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and cursed Chu Sheng 1,000 times in his heart. Let's jump to G-Town. Make a quick decision. In this situation, many players will definitely jump to G-Port. Their advantage is gone, and they can only avoid the edge for the time being. All of this was caused by Chu Sheng's provocation. The other teams were also communicating quickly at this moment. The time on the plane was short, and they had to make a decision quickly. Why don't we jump to G-Port? We are being bullied. If we don't respond, it will be unreasonable. The scores of many teams are close, and the Douyu team where Chu Sheng is located has a score that is far ahead of others. Only by killing them directly at the beginning can they stop their progress. After a little thought, everyone's idea was more certain. Let's go to G-Port. We will have a chance to survive if we kill the Douyu team first. All the teams accepted the invitation from the developer and came here to be the first. No one wanted to be the background board of others. But Chu Sheng was too aggressive today. The huge points gap made other teams feel desperate. If they get a lot of points in the second round, they don't even need to play the next game. So we must snipe the Douyu team. We must make them the first to be eliminated in this round. For a while, many teams put the mark on G-Port. This time, we should just give it a try. Who will laugh last depends on their ability. Then a strange scene appeared. When the plane passed over Z City, no team jumped down. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Chapter 659 Fists Falling from the Sky. Although Z Town is at the top left corner of the map, It is a good place for this route. But when passing through Z-Town, no team jumped down. Everyone seemed to have pressed the F key and sat firmly on the plane. Could it be that they are really going to jump to G-Port? Some viewers saw this scene and leaned forward in anticipation. All the foreign viewers were stunned. If no one jumped from the upper half of the map, then even if they did not gather in G-Port, the competition in other places would be fierce. No one jumped from Z-Town, and the refund team in the last game did not choose to jump to S-City again, which was a sad place. Starting from Z-Town, parachuting, finding a car along the road, and then going directly to S-City. This is the most convenient way. Refund did not parachute, obviously not planning to go to S-City. For them, it was a bit of a broken jar. They had a chicken, but in the last game, and became the only team with 0 points after a game. Anyway, they have 0 points. Why not let go a little? Maybe they can trip Chusheng and avenge themselves? Refund is now completely relaxed. Barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes. No matter what decision they make, it will be better than going to S-City in a wretched way. The Doyu team also discovered this abnormality. No one on the plane parachuted, and everyone seemed to be planning something. Captain, no one parachuted, and G-Port is likely to be crowded. Should we jump? Xiaojua was not confident. In the last game, it was all thanks to Chusheng's reverse destiny circle, plus the clever blocking of the bridge by Rabbit, which created an extremely favorable output environment and battlefield for the Doyu team. But this time Chusheng chose to follow the main force, so the safe zone must not be under his feet. What's more troublesome is that the three of them can foresee that G-Port must be overcrowded. Chusheng directly marked a point in the housing area under the southern mountain of G-Port. This outdoor housing area is just between G-Port and G-Town, which can be attacked or defended, and is an excellent location. Moreover, Chusheng's point also cleverly avoided the situation of swarming after landing at G-Port. Rabbit, Xiaojua and Little Lion all had their eyes brightened, since the captain could choose the most appropriate point at a glance. He must have thought it through carefully. Chusheng was speechless for the compliments of the three people. Scratching his head, it's not that complicated. I just don't want to let these professional players go easily. And I'm afraid of death, and dare not rush into the crowd. Even though Chusheng's Tutso value is now more than 100 points and his strength has doubled. If he lands in a group at G-Port and someone picks up the gun first, even if Chusheng is strong, he can't beat the opponent with his fists. When the plane flew over G-Port, many people suddenly jumped off the plane, and it was extremely dense and exaggerated. Chusheng, the instigator, took a deep breath and couldn't help wondering if this was really a professional invitational tournament. Why did it look like an online match after the group ridicule? Let's jump too. Seeing this, Chusheng immediately chose to parachute. The 4 members of the Doyu team flew directly to the place where Chusheng had marked before. The upper and lower urban areas of G-Port, sea view houses and containers were all full of people. Even places like hospitals and garages at the top of the city. A group of professional players were eager to find a house to stay in. As Chusheng was falling, he suddenly found a guy with no teammate mark on his head following them. After looking around, Chusheng only found this one enemy, which made him a little confused. Under the situation of being surrounded by enemies, there are still teams that choose to disperse and search. How much thought went into making this decision? Chusheng glanced around when he parachuted and found that there were only 3 parachutes in G-Town. If he guessed correctly, this roving soldier must be a player sent out by the team of G-Town to scout. But in Chusheng's territory, it is not so easy to come and go as you please. You 3 go into the house and search for guns first. I will hold this guy back. After seeing that there was already a whole team in the wild house area, this guy decisively gave up the fight and began to turn to the motorcycle parked at the intersection next to the wild house area. It's not easy to come here. If you don't take something away, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Chusheng chased the lone player alone, and the other 3 quickly landed in the house area and started searching for guns. Because Chusheng was chasing later, he was slightly less than half a body length than the player who invaded the wild area, although it was only half a body length. For car snatching, this difference was the result of whether the car could be saved. The enemy had landed first and started running towards the motorcycle. Chusheng was still in the sky, and the speed of the parachute began to slow down, and it was only 1 person high from the ground. The motorcycle was less than 5 meters ahead, and it only took 2 or 3 breaths for the opponent to ride the motorcycle and get away. Chusheng frowned. And suddenly a plan came to his mind. Before the parachute landed, he took the initiative to press the F key to break free from the parachute. Just after breaking free, Chu Sheng had already clenched his fist in the air. As gravity brought the character down, he swung his first fist and hit the forehead of the player in front of him. Barehanded heavy punch. Headshot in the air. In an instant, the player's health line dropped sharply, leaving only a little blood. This is a heavy punch in the air. 36 points of basic damage. And it hits the most fatal place like the forehead. After the critical hit bonus, the damage is determined to be 90 points. This horrible damage is even comparable to a headshot with a submachine gun. The player who was about to grab the car also took a breath of cold air, and was almost scared to death. What the hell? How can this punch do so much damage? With only 10 HP left, the player was like crazy, not even daring to look back, fearing that the operation would be stagnant and the opponent would find a chance to punch him again. Chu Sheng chased after him, and did not try to punch again. There would be a moment of stiffness when punching. Chu Sheng was quite confident in his control of distance. Now even if he punched, he would not hit the opponent, but would increase the distance between them. The director immediately switched the view to Chu Sheng. It must be said that this guy is a treasure. As long as the game starts, no matter when, Chu Sheng is the most eye-catching. Just landing to grab a car. But there are so many tricks. Thrilling life and death speed. At this distance, it should be impossible to catch up. As long as the enemy gets on the car, he can basically escape. Commentator Xiaoyu explained to the domestic audience in a timely manner that anyone who looks at this distance will basically get nothing if they chase him. A distance of 5 meters is just a moment. The player got on the car in the first time, and the roar of the motorcycle suddenly sounded. But it takes a process for the motorcycle to accelerate from zero. And Chu Sheng grasped this less than a second. Chapter 660, the strongest in the OB world. After Chu Sheng caught up with the motorcycle, he did not punch directly, but jumped up and punched the empty space in front of him on the left. Seeing this action, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's over now. This punch is going to miss. The enemy is going to escape. Some netizens have even begun to comfort him. It's okay. It's just a vehicle. It's no big deal. It's just a small mistake at the beginning. There's no need to make a fuss. Chu Sheng has brought so many wonderful performances before. It's normal to have a little flaw. You can't expect him to do everything himself and hit the target every time. But Chu Sheng's fist seemed to have magic power. With his fist as the center, a majestic vortex was formed, which absorbed all the surrounding air onto his fist. Even the player driving the motorcycle could not help but turn his head to meet Chu Sheng's fist. Of course, these are all scenes imagined by netizens. The real situation is that Chu Sheng predicted the enemy's position in advance when he was unable to catch up. And he happened to guess it correctly. So it looked like the enemy rushed into Chu Sheng's fist. Bang! The fist hit the flesh, although it didn't hit the head. For a professional player with only 10 points of health left, this punch would be fatal no matter where it hit. The player was mercilessly knocked off the motorcycle. When seeing the ID, even Chu Sheng stared with his eyes wide open. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The player that Chu Sheng punched was the player of General G Black, who was dead by him in the air raid shelter in the last game. What a coincidence. Even Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. They must have a bad fate. They have met each other twice. The 3 people who were searching also saw the knockout information in the upper right corner. Shuju aside, this guy is also miserable. He met the captain twice, and his death was extremely tragic, which is almost impossible to happen in a professional arena. Even Shuju sympathized with him. If he were in this situation, he would probably retire right after the invitational tournament. This situation is absolutely impossible to happen in a professional arena. And this player took care of everything. In the last game, Chu Sheng's Jeep blocked the hole in one go, which was a classic. Even in online matches, this situation is rarely seen. Originally, General G Black was going to play the routine of surrounding the city with the countryside to avenge the previous shame. The script was indeed written according to their expectations. Most of the teams divided up the position of G-Port. They came to G-Town, searched quickly, and drove closer and closer, clearing all the teams in G-Port. But there was a team competing for the housing area at the foot of the southern mountain of G-Port, which they had thought of before. After all, there were 4 houses here, and if they searched on the ground, they could still arm 1 or 2 players. If they failed to grab the house, they would instantly take a vehicle back. Everyone could understand this idea. And because he reacted immediately and landed faster than others, he was not afraid at all. But what he never expected was that Chu Sheng actually punched him in the air, hitting him directly on the head, causing him to feel extremely painful. Now his position was even guessed, and it looked like he had bumped into Chu Sheng's fist and was trying to scam him. Ma Fei is so sad. This H-country player didn't know who Ma Fei was, but he thought of him inexplicably when he was sad. What's more hateful is that the player who showed off his divine fist was Chu Sheng again. Why was it Chu Sheng? Why was it Chu Sheng again? Why was it Chu Sheng again? This player of General G Black almost collapsed. After falling down, he was beaten to death by Chu Sheng's random punches and became the first player to be eliminated in this game. Seeing that the player of the General G team was the first to be eliminated, the players of Refund laughed. They lost this person in the last game. And this time, it was finally General G's turn. I don't know if this tastes good or not. If he was hit by a vehicle or shot before he had time, it would be understandable. After all, there are only these few ways to die at the beginning. But he was knocked down by a fist and then finished off. Even the other 3 players of General G Black, who were searching in G-Town, all frowned. This kind of mistake really shouldn't happen, especially when they just saw their teammates get on the vehicle in an instant. They should have been able to escape directly, but they were knocked off the vehicle by a fist. What's going on? We were already on the vehicle, but we were knocked off. The teammates also complained. They were originally prepared to surround the city with the countryside, and they played well in this game. But they got the first blood as soon as they landed, and they were beaten to death by a fist. Well, in the previous game, he was blocked in the air raid shelter and became a laughing stock. This time, he was killed by a fist, which will definitely become a laughing stock again. I landed first, but this guy took off his parachute in the air and blew my head. The player who was killed by random punches was full of grievances, and his mentality was almost broken. The 2 games added up to about an hour, and he watched for a total of 50 minutes, which can be regarded as the king of the OB world. Then didn't you get on the vehicle later? Why did you get shot down again? The teammates were aggressive. It was the same guy in both games. It would be fine if he made stupid and blind operations, but he also let his teammates be humiliated. He could comfort himself and play well in 1 game. But 2 games in a row, General G Black team was invited to participate in the invitational tournament this time, which was a 3-person 4-row game. Faced with the anger of his teammates, the player was even more indignant. I got in the car and drove away. This guy guessed my path in advance. What can I do? How about you scout the way next time? Asaba. Okay. Stop arguing. We haven't fought the enemy yet, but our own people have started fighting first. Be quiet. The captain of General G Black couldn't help but scold, which made the tempers of the players calm down. It was the Doyu team that hit us hard. If you have the ability, just go up and kill them. What's the point of getting angry with your teammates? Chu Sheng got the first kill of the game, and immediately drove his motorcycle back to the camp in the house area. The other players had just landed in G-Port, and were searching for supplies in the house. But a kill came in the upper right corner. So fast? Everyone was stunned for a moment. But after seeing the ID, they couldn't help but complain. Why is it this guy again? And he was knocked down by fists? Can't the idiots of General G be more stable? Landing and giving away heads. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. The players of other teams were also annoyed. What was the purpose of jumping to G-Port? Wasn't it to snipe Doyu team and strangle them in the cradle? But now landing and giving away 15 points. Is this a return for the last famous favor? This kill information also reminded the professional players that Chu Sheng was indeed nearby. After all, if he jumped to other places, the players would still be in the air and had not landed. Since the kill has appeared, it means that Chu Sheng has also landed near G-Port, which is good news for them. This guy did not escape. Chapter 661. If you have the guts, come up. Is there anything left? Chu Sheng got the first blood and was very happy. Especially the few people from the Korean team, who took turns to complain, which directly made Chu Sheng's complaint value reach 150 points. The good luck and bad luck effect was also successfully activated, and it was superimposed with the bad luck transfer effect left over from the previous game. If the two are superimposed, will good luck offset the negative state of good luck and bad luck? Chu Sheng muttered to himself. This was the first time he encountered this situation, and he didn't know the principle. Is it output with and gate logic or gate logic? There is only one VSS left. Do you want it, Captain? What made the three people's eyes light up was that this outdoor housing area was not as poor as it seemed. Each of the three people found an assault rifle, leaving only an ownerless VSS. This gun is really useless. If it were replaced with a UMP9, it would be acceptable. But the drop in initial velocity of the VSS would hardly have a foothold in the professional arena. It's better to have it than not. And the VSS is not bad. It has a full automatic mode. And 10 bullets are almost used up in an instant. It can also kill people in close range. If this is okay, there is also a P18C, which I will bring with you. The four of them divided up the supplies. Since there were no extra helmets and armor, Chusheng only took 2 guns, VSS and P18C. Fortunately, both guns used 9mm bullets, and he had more than 100 bullets, which should be enough to meet the enemy. There seems to be no one in the wild area ahead. Shujua and I will go over to take a look. Tuzi and Shujua got on the motorcycle and moved towards the garage in the south of the hospital. When I parachuted just now, I checked around and found that no one occupied this place. The players who landed in the hospital would not immediately move to the garage to search, doing such a thing of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. The little lion also went to the wild area on the east side of the road to search, leaving only the bored Chusheng. After all, Chusheng is now holding a VSS, and his combat power is close to 0. The only advantage of this gun is that it comes with a thing called a 4-fold mirror, but the actual effect is only about 3.4 times. The bullet is erratic and slow, just like the accelerated version of the magic bullet that every household releases on New Year's Eve. It can't fly more than 30 meters and starts to fall. This gun is good for bullying noobs in online matches, but it is really not easy to use in professional competitions. As long as you move a little, you can basically avoid the slow bullets. So the three of them volunteered to expand the search outside, leaving Chusheng alone here. When Chusheng reacted, Rabbit and Xiao Ju had pried away Chusheng's beloved motorcycle and disappeared in a flash. Hey, these guys are worried about me, afraid that I will do something, and even stole the motorcycle. Rabbit, Guevara and Ju. Chusheng muttered softly. These three guys really don't trust him. But even if the car was stolen in front of him, can't Chusheng do something? That's too much of an underestimation of Chusheng. Chusheng began to climb back to the south mountain of G-Port. It has not been a minute since he landed, and the safe zone has not been refreshed. In order to verify his guess, Chusheng needs to do an experiment. Where else can be more rugged than here? Nanshan is very high, standing on the top of the mountain and looking around with VSS. You can also observe the enemy's movement trajectory and obtain first-hand intelligence. The teams around are all gathered together, and only the Doyu team is so bold that the members are scattered. However, this is also because the density of the enemies around is not very high. The nearest General G Black has become incomplete because Chusheng started to kill one. They are temporarily searching in G-Town and dare not confront the fully staffed Doyu team head-on. As Chusheng began to climb Nanshan, the first safe zone also appeared on the map, and the entire G-Port and Nanshan were all covered within the safe zone. Seeing this safe zone, everyone didn't know whether to be happy or worried. The happy thing was that they didn't have to fight and run into the safe zone in a mess. But the worry was that G-Port was such a small place with only so many resources in total, which was divided up by dozens of people. Everyone had very few resources left. Now that G-Port was in the safe zone, they didn't dare to run out of the safe zone easily. So the resources on them had to support until the end of this game. When these players thought of this, their heads hurt. Now the only way was to continue to swallow up other teams so that they could become big fish. If they didn't fight, these resources would not be enough to make it to the finals. If you fight, there will be losses. Material losses, personnel losses. Even if you make it to the finals, you will lose the qualification to compete. This is what makes everyone feel so embarrassed. I thought about it so hard that my head hurt, and finally realized that it was all Chusheng's fault. If he hadn't said harsh words to force everyone to jump to this place, there would be no need to worry about these problems now. The other three people saw Chusheng running directly to the mountain, and they didn't say anything. After all, VSS has a 4-fold scope, and standing on the mountain has an excellent field of view. And it is also good to have a clear grasp of the surrounding enemy situation. There are gunshots everywhere in G-Port, and they are not the kind of fierce fighting sounds. but the kind of sudden shots that make people hard to defend. This group of people are too cautious. They didn't even fight. Chu Sheng was a little depressed. He had originally thought that he would end up in a big fight in G-Port. But in the end, everyone was so cowardly that they all stayed in the house cautiously. However, Chu Sheng had no good solution now. He could only wait for the other three to finish searching, and then try to clean up from the edge and kill his way into the center of G-Port. This kind of scene was the first time I saw it in a professional arena. Almost everyone was crowded together. The director switched the screen to the big map. Basically, most of the players gathered in G-Port. It was so dense on the big map that even the names of the players could not be seen clearly. The icons of each team were all superimposed on each other, and it was completely unclear who was who. However, there were two teams on the airport island and the nuclear power plant that did not get involved in this war of hatred. When the audience saw the names of the two teams, they all smiled knowingly. This is too real. People from the same family don't make things difficult for each other. No matter how huge the waves are in G-Port, I will remain unmoved. I will lose after leaving the airport. Wei Jiang and Big Brother are also very confident. Chu Sheng's previous words automatically blocked the two of them. 23-33, I am looking forward to the end of this game. When all the players will watch the exciting scenes, they will feel the same when they see the scene. When everyone was trembling in the battle of wits and courage in G-Port, the 4M and If teams were searching outside happily, and they seemed to have forgotten the time. Chapter 662 I live here. I can't go down. This is too damn real. Is it the counterattack of the Sea Country team? This invitational tournament is worldwide, with many strong teams. Unlike the last Asian invitational tournament held in Seoul, which only had clubs from China and South Korea. Even if there are Southeast Asian teams, they are basically there to make up the numbers. Therefore, most domestic players still have a B number in this World Invitational Tournament. As long as the team they support can stay in the second group and impact the top three, they are satisfied. It's a pity that Chu Sheng, such a monster, suddenly appeared, making everyone look forward to this invitational tournament. As a result, both games were basically led astray by Chu Sheng. It was just this result that made the domestic audience very happy. Make it messier. Anyway, the more messed up Chu Sheng makes it, the better it will be for 4M and If teams. When Wei Jiang and Big Brother were searching for things, they couldn't close their smiles. How could this happen in a normal professional game? Are you kidding me? Chu Sheng is such a weird guy. He attracted enough hatred with just a few words. In addition, this wave of safe zones was particularly considerate, which made the two teams successful. When the route was halfway through, there was no one else on the plane except If team and him. Then the If team landed near the coastline, and they went all the way to find a car on the road. And they went directly to the airport, after making sure that there were no outsiders on the plane. 4M was also very open. The three searched the airport, and aka went to port in alone. Chu Sheng stood on the ridge and collected a lot of information, confirming that those houses were occupied. Almost no players would pay attention to this ridge. There were no supplies on the mountain, so who would go to the mountain in the first place? However, according to the current situation, the mountain is the center of the safe zone. No matter how the next circle is refreshed, there will be a part in the next safe zone. Going up the mountain is a matter of time. But now Port G is complicated, and there are people in almost every room. Taking a step could lead to death by a landmine. Chu Sheng did not wait for the enemy, but waited for the first plane to deliver airdrops. Chu Sheng stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the supply plane flying towards him on the same route, and then took out his VSS. The director's camera switched to Chu Sheng at the right time. Anyway, the teams below were all shooting cold guns, and there was nothing to watch. As soon as there was time, the director switched the screen to Chu Sheng to see what amazing moves this guy made. The supply plane flew over Port G, but the airdrops were not dropped. Chu Sheng's action of raising a gun fell into the eyes of the audience. Foreign audiences and commentators did not understand what this routine was. Did he want to shoot the plane down? Is this guy trying to shoot down the airdrop? The foreign commentator suddenly reacted, but he laughed immediately after he finished speaking. This was simply a foolish dream. If the airdrops could be shot down by guns, then everyone would just shoot directly into the sky when they saw the planes. Is there any need to grab the airdrops? However, all the netizens in China were gloating over the misfortune. Is the joke of shooting and dropping airdrops going to see the light of day again? When Chu Sheng did this before, everyone criticized him, for being a bit stupid. But this time, I really hope Chu Sheng can really shoot it down. Well, after all, as an old father, although he scolds the son for being unfilial, he still has to care and love him. Isn't it taking advantage of all of us by saying this? The content is extremely uncomfortable, and I have reported it. Then, in the expectation of everyone, when the plane flew over his head, Chu Sheng's VSS fired a series of magic bullets. A string of cannons. The VSS has a built-in silencer, making a low rumbling sound. The gunshots did not even attract the attention of the enemy in the container below. 10 rounds of bullets were fired almost instantly, drawing a line of beautiful spots in the air, like a string of pearls. Something jaw-dropping happened. Just after the bullet spots disappeared, the plane still flew over the top of the mountain, but a parachute was dropped out of thin air. The audience was all shocked. This really made Chu Sheng shoot down an airdrop. And from the director's God's perspective, the supplies inside the airdrop could be seen as soon as it was dropped by the plane. This airdrop is a perfect airdrop. It's really what you need. This game is full of malice towards other professional players. 2333 I'm almost dying of laughter. I guess General G Gold must be heartbroken when seeing this airdrop. No one in G-Port was fighting for it. This airdrop should be theirs. The domestic audience didn't know what to say. Chu Sheng's luck is really a bit weird. Even evil. When he was live on the platform, he was miserable every day. Just talking about the training period of the Douyu team. Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion all changed their faces when they heard that they would train with Chu Sheng. They were so scared that their hands were shaking. They had experienced all kinds of miserable things. Just running away from the poison is enough to kill a person. But once in the professional competition, there is no bombing zone. And even the drop rate of assault rifles has increased a lot, which reduces a lot of disadvantages for Chu Sheng, making this guy feel like a fish in water. Originally, only weapons and Skyfire can punish Chu Sheng. Now both are gone. So Chu Sheng will definitely make a big splash. It's over. Chu Sheng won't like playing professional games in the future. Right? This is also good. I guess those professional players must be scared to death. As the airdrop fell directly at Chu Sheng's feet, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up the moment he saw the airdrop. A perfect airdrop. It was really timely. What you need comes. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 armor. 8x scope. 14 Malawang quachas and 60 rounds of bullets. Chu Sheng had no helmet or armor. But now, he had full equipment. Plus the capacity of level 3 armor. And all the bullets were on him. In a flash, he changed from a shotgun to a cannon and became the boss. And these two guns are very interesting, as if they are hinting at something. VSS is a heavy subsonic sniper rifle with full automatic and single-shot modes. The same is true for 14 Malawang quachas, which has full automatic and single-shot modes. Chu Sheng originally planned to just look at the scenery and collect intelligence on the top of the mountain. But now, he has full equipment all at once. The only flaw is that he lacks medical supplies and tactical throwing objects. Otherwise it would be perfect. By the way, I'm staying on the mountain and won't go down, Chu Sheng said to the other three. If you don't come down, how can you fight without a head and armor? Little Lion couldn't help but wonder. Is the captain going to make trouble again? Take a VSS and kill the game with a bare head and bare armor? Don't joke. Chu Sheng scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed. After all, it's hard for Chu Sheng to get an airdrop. I just picked up an airdrop by accident. And it's all. What? Captain, what did you say? Say it again? In the garage room in the distance, Shujia and Rabbit flipped out of the window directly, looked at the top of the mountain, and saw a wisp of red smoke rising into the sky. Speechless. Chapter 663 This mountain is my own. Xiaoju burst into tears, unable to hold back his heartache. Didn't we agree on bad luck? Is this luck or bad luck? Tuzi was speechless, choking, and reacted after a while, sighing. Do you think the captain deliberately trained us on purpose, so he created so much bad luck? And once the competition started, he became serious and had all kinds of good luck? It's possible. I always felt that the fire, vehicles, and the punishment circle during training were quite targeted at us. Even Xiao Shizi, a key university student who always believed in science, was very sure of the views of Tuzi and Xiao Ju. The captain's performance in the usual training matches and today's official match is completely different. Maybe he really used them to practice. What are you mumbling about? I'm listening to it. After searching, you can come up. The 5-minute effect of fortune and misfortune has ended. Chu Sheng still has 5 minutes of good luck to transfer bad luck. At least he can ensure that the next safe zone is still under his feet without any side effects. The only thing that makes Chu Sheng feel headache now is that 60 rounds of 7.62mm bullets seem a bit too few. After all, this is not a powerful bolt sniper that can blow up an enemy with one shot. Even if it hits the head, it takes 2 shots to knock down one person. Calculated this way, 60 rounds of bullets seem to be a little too few. But if other players knew Chu Sheng's idea, they would definitely choke to death and wish to strangle Chu Sheng to death on the spot. 2 shots to take away an enemy. Is Chu Sheng's subtext that he is going to use these 60 rounds of bullets to take away half of the people on the field? Too rampant. It's simply unscrupulous. If you have 7.62mm bullets, can you help me bring some up? Chu Sheng finally spoke. For a player who has to carry 100 rounds of spare bullets when using a bolt sniper, these 60 rounds of bullets really make him feel insecure. Okay, I'll bring them to you if I have them, the 3 of them said in unison. Chu Sheng opened his mouth slightly when he heard this, and then closed it again. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. No! Chu Sheng scratched his head and felt uncomfortable. Ma Fei. The players in the G-Port housing area also saw the red smoke coming out of the top of the mountain. Their souls were hooked away one by one. It was a pity that this mountain could not be climbed just because they wanted to. Of course, this was not the most uncomfortable. The 3 people from General G Black, who were searching in G-Town, were the most uncomfortable. They saw the red smoke coming out of the mountain so close. But they did not dare to go forward, because they knew that the people in the housing area at the foot of the mountain were the Douyu team. The General G Black team did not dare to go up the mountain to touch the airdrop. They will definitely go up the mountain to get this airdrop. Let's find a place to trap them. I don't believe they are indifferent to this airdrop. Although the captain of the black team did not dare to kill them, he still wanted to kill Chu Sheng. So he had to find a chance to deal with them, and not let them get this airdrop comfortably. The little lion who was searching nearby had finished searching the house, and was ready to head towards Chu Sheng Mountain. Chu Sheng was already at the top of the mountain. In order to occupy the south mountain, the little lion chose to climb up from the eastern slope close to him. After all, the ridge is still very long. A full 700 or 800 meters. So naturally they can't all stay in one place. Taking advantage of the fact that no one is coming up now, they can occupy a larger territory and make it easier to observe and gather intelligence. Rabbit and Shujue in the garage went up the mountain from the west slope. Seeing Chu Sheng's firm tone, the 3 of them understood that it was very likely that the next safe zone would also be on this mountain. So it would not hurt to go up the mountain earlier. And there was a hospital next to them. So they had to go up the mountain as soon as possible and not give the guys in the hospital a chance to take advantage of them. Chu Sheng hid on the top of the mountain, at the highest point of the safe zone, and could see all around without being discovered by the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Rabbit and Shujue were climbing the mountain, a string of dense bullets suddenly came from a distance, setting off a battle in the south mountain of G-Port. Chu Sheng looked in the direction of the bullet spot and the sound, and saw the enemy, who was shooting on the reverse slope outside G-Town. Well, I didn't bother you, but you are arrogant and looking for death. Rabbit and Xiaojue hid behind the tree, and their way forward was directly blocked. There are still trees to cover this part of the mountain, but if they force their way up against the enemy's gun line, it will probably be very difficult. After all, these are professional players. If you give the opponent a chance, there is no situation that you can't grasp. Of course, it is difficult to reproduce the snakeskin movement and backhand grab like Chu Sheng teased the refund team members. The 14 Malawang Quatches with an 8-fold scope has not yet opened the scope, and Chu Sheng has been hiding behind the airdrop box and has been staring at the 3 people. Come out and sell it again. Chu Sheng's voice sounded in his ears, which made people feel at ease. Xiaoju rushed out from behind the tree without saying a word. The 3 players of General G Black saw Xiaoju running out from behind the tree, and raised his hands, obviously to throw smoke bombs to cover the smoke. Hit. Hit hard. The 3 were extremely excited, because Xiaoju was in a position where there was no cover after being knocked down. They could kill Xiaoju in the first place, so that Douyu team would lose one person and get revenge. Chu Sheng had also quietly poked his head out, and the 14 Malawang Quatches with an 8-fold scope was aimed at the 3 defenseless people. Swish as the first ray of bullets fell at Shijua's feet. Chu Xing's 14 Malawang Quaches also fired bullets in time. The initial velocity of the 14 Malawang Quaches bullets was very fast, and 2 clusters of bullets quickly landed on a person's head. Chu Xing did not stop, and fired 2 more bullets in a very rhythmic manner. The information of 2 headshots knocking down appeared at the bottom of the screen, and the information bar in the upper right corner also revealed a lot of information. Damn! Chu Xing has picked up the airdrop. The only remaining person of General G Black directly retracted his head and hid on the reverse slope. If he was also knocked down by a headshot, then they would become the first team to be eliminated in this game. The rabbit hiding behind the tree didn't say a word, immediately got on the motorcycle, and without even waiting for Xiaojue, he headed straight for the reverse slope outside the town of G where General G Black was. This Douyu team was so decisive that even the director who controlled the view took a breath. More decisive than those professional teams. Chu Xing also huddled behind the airdrop box and started to change bullets. What limited Chu Xing was not his shooting skills and feel, but the MK14's 10-round capacity without expansion. While the rabbit was driving over, Chu Xing had already changed bullets and set up his gun in advance. Shujua also hid behind the bunker, aiming the crosshairs at the reverse slope in advance. And even the little lion who came up from the other side of the ridge started to set up his gun in another direction. The 4 of them didn't say a word of nonsense, and they had already mastered the coordinated operations and cooperated tacitly. If you want to know the reason, I guess all 3 of them were in tears. Didn't they do the cleaning work during training? Falling down from various poisons, being blown up by the skyfire. In this case, other teammates are needed to help cover the gun line. I guess now this has become an instinctive reaction for several people whenever someone in the team falls down around them. Chapter 664 Comfortable Hee. At a distance of 300 meters, the rabbit rode a motorcycle and disappeared in a flash. Chu Xing looked at the rabbit rushing over. If it were him, he would probably be able to perform a trick at this time. It was a pity that he came to the top of the mountain early to obtain information and set up guns for his teammates, and lost an opportunity to beat General G Black into autism. It's okay. Anyway, with the FPP mode, there are still 6 games. There will always be another opportunity. If the players of General G Black knew Chu Xing's thoughts, they would probably scream with horror, "You are a devil." Being targeted by Chu Xing would definitely not end well, and it would even be more uncomfortable than being targeted by the bombing zone. Rabbit didn't drive up directly. He still played steady, although the opponent couldn't rescue the person in just a few seconds. If he didn't fight with the opponent, his teammates might not be able to rescue him. After parking the car next to a rock, Rabbit took out a Molotov cocktail and threw it down the slope, and then immediately added a stun grenade. That's not all. Rabbit took out a grenade and threw it over. The 3 people holding the gun saw this scene. It is said that Rabbit threw almost everything he could throw except the smoke bomb. I feel sorry for the entire General G Black team, who were taken care of in various ways. The player lying on the ground couldn't run away from the spreading fire. As the flames on the grass spread, they burned directly to their buttocks and were burned into 2 boxes alive. Rabbit successfully killed 2 people, and the words double kill popped up on Chu Xing's side. As the fragmentation grenade exploded, the last player of General G Black was also killed by Rabbit's grenade, and all players were eliminated, and they got a chicken buttocks. This player was indeed saving people, but after hearing the infinitely approaching motorcycle, he immediately gave up the treatment, holding a gun and carefully guarding, ready to fight to the death with the player who was killing him. But Rabbit was too steady. Even though there were 3 teammates behind him to help him hold the gun, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he hid behind the rock and acted as a grenade thrower. The first Molotov cocktail was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The 3 members of the black team thought that the first one would be a grenade. But when the bottle broke, the 2 people who fell to the ground became roasted suckling pigs. Then, they didn't expect that the second one would be a stun bomb. By the time they reacted, they were blinded by the flash. But they didn't dare to move, for fear of stepping into the fire. When the third grenade was thrown, the clanging sound of the grenade was completely covered by the buzzing of the stun bomb, giving the enemy no chance to react. The captain of General G Black was also in a very bad situation. If he was hit by another smoke bomb, he could be hit by a full set of throwing objects. Rabbit, pick up more supplies and bring them back. If they can't fit, I'll let Xiaojue go over. Although Chu Xing couldn't see the 3 boxes, Just thinking about it made him excited. It was difficult for him to go down the mountain at the moment, so he could only ask Rabbit to bring the things over. This team still has a lot of stuff. I can't carry it all by myself. As soon as Rabbit finished speaking, Shujua had already put away his gun and ran towards a distance. As expected of Shujua, he was really self-conscious. The sound of gunfire came from the mountain, and with the 14 Malawian kwaches displayed on the information bar, the team that ran out of the hospital and prepared to go up the mountain to pick up the airdrop immediately turned around and rushed back to the hospital without saying a word. Excuse me. Excuse me. How can I be accepted by Chusheng as a sister con? If I rush up, won't I be given points to go to the mountains and the countryside? The first poison circle also began to shrink. As it shrank, Rabbit and Shujua also brought supplies and drove their motorcycles all the way up the mountain. Chusheng replenished a little more bullets and brought a first aid kit on his body. He couldn't carry more things. After all, without a backpack, he could only carry these things with the capacity of a waist bag and a bulletproof vest. After the remaining supplies were divided, Chusheng's share was neatly placed on the ground next to the airdrop, giving a sense of self-service. Just pick it up from the ground after using it. This team is all weird. Seeing Chusheng's use, all the audience smiled knowingly. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion didn't play like this before, but I didn't expect it to be completely different now. It's really a cowardly soldier. A cowardly general. Chusheng has brought all three of them up. Now we just have to wait for the next safe zone. Port G is dead and boring, and there's no fun at all. On the big map, the 4M team led by Wei Jiang came out of the airport contentedly, drove along the coastal highway, and moved towards Port G. On the other side, the F team of the nuclear power plant directly crossed the entire continent, as if entering a no-man's land. When passing by places like schools and our city, they even slowed down to search and replenish medical supplies. Captain, do you want to drive down on your motorcycle to pick up a bag? Xiao Ju looked at Chusheng's shabby appearance of not having a backpack and putting his things neatly next to the airdrop box, and couldn't help but make a suggestion. Chusheng was somewhat tempted, but looking at the current section of the road, he thought for a moment and said, forget it. I'm too lazy to run down. I'd better wait for a wave of airdrops to send me a level 3 bag. As soon as Chusheng finished speaking, the remaining 3 people all burst out laughing. 1 airdrop is already a great honor, and 2 airdrops in the same place. This airdrop plane is not operated by Douyu TV. It comes as it pleases. What do you mean? You 3. You don't believe it? Chusheng just finished speaking, and then he thought about it and stabbed himself, to be honest. I don't believe it either. The 3 people's desire to survive broke out, and they were about to say please allow me to quibble. But Chusheng stabbed himself, causing the 3 people to laugh. The first team to be completely eliminated, General G Black, saw the 4 Douyu team members with smiles on their faces, clenched their fists to the color of pig liver, and almost bit their silver teeth in their mouths. These guys were laughing so happily. They must be laughing at how stupid they were, being the first to be eliminated. General G Black was completely unlucky, and the experience of these 2 games was close to nothing, especially the player who was repeatedly fooled by Chusheng. They all belonged to the extremely rare abnormal death in the game, which is estimated to become a unique landscape of this invitational tournament. He was beaten by Chusheng to autism and remained silent. Even some viewers were joking at the opening, guessing who would be the target of Chusheng's abnormal death in the next game, and who would be the first team to win the game in reverse. The originally tense professional competition actually gave the Douyu team the atmosphere of a happy online competition with water friends, which was totally unexpected. The poison circle shrank in place, and the new save zone was refreshed again. This time the save zone was much smaller. It simply surrounded Port G and Nanshan, and excluded all other places, which made all the teams brighten their eyes, and they could survive for another 3 or 4 minutes. Chusheng's bad luck in the last game was transferred in 2 or 3 minutes. With the poison circle in place, the airdrop supplies plane flew over again. This time the route was to fly up from below, passing Nanshan and the container. The moment he saw the airdrop, the director also knew how to switch the camera to Chusheng again. Chapter 665. We request a pause. Chusheng lived up to expectations, and directly cut off his sister control, and replaced it with VSES. Is this guy going to shoot down the plane and drop the airdrop again? Once is enough. But he has to do it twice. Is that too much? If he drops the airdrop again this time, I believe it is a conspiracy of the developer. who wants to use Chu Sheng to attack other professional players. Foreign netizens don't understand metaphysics. Seeing Chu Sheng take out VSS again, they think this guy is going to shoot down the airdrop again. I don't know when this thing suddenly became popular. At least there is no tradition of shooting down planes abroad. Is Chu Sheng, the son of bad luck, going to become the son of destiny and the son of the plane today? Where is the bad luck? The crappy anchor is making false propaganda. Are we watching the International Invitational to see Chu Sheng show off? We are clearly watching him suffer. Director, check if you got the wrong script. Today everyone has become a supporting role for the Douyu team. The airdrop will not be dropped in the poison circle. Now Nanshan is in the safe zone. And it is also the first place where the plane enters the safe zone. Whether the plane will fall again, according to the script, this time, has become the focus of everyone's attention. The plane broke through the Azure power grid and flew towards Chu Sheng. The VSS has been deployed. And even Rabbit, Little Lion and Little Duke are all looking at the airdrop eagerly. After all, Chu Sheng had just made a bold statement that this airdrop would definitely land at his feet and produce a level 3 package. The captain was still very smart. After all, when he said to be careful of the skyfire, someone in the team would definitely be blown down by the bombing zone. When he said he saw a vehicle, then the vehicle must have insufficient fuel. The roar of the plane was deafening, and the sound could be heard everywhere in Port G. Everyone's eyes were locked on this airdrop. When the plane was about to fly over Chu Sheng's head, the 10 bullets of the VSS were like a squirting gun, firing a series of 9mm bullets. 10 bullets were fired in succession, forming a series of light spots. Then the plane dropped an airdrop, which was exactly the same as the first one. WTF. Are you kidding me? Developer? I strongly protest. There is something wrong with this game. Despicable South Koreans. The players of other teams all cursed. And the red airdrop fell on the ridge again. Except for the different flight routes of the plane. All other scripts were the same. Foreign audiences were also confused. And they couldn't help wondering, did Chu Sheng find a bug in the game? As long as you shoot the plane with VSS, an airdrop will definitely fall. You must try it after watching the game. This operation is really terrible. 80% of the teams gathered in Port G. And when they heard the deafening sound of the plane, their eyes were all focused on the direction where the plane was flying. And they all saw an unacceptable scene. If shooting and missing an airdrop once can be attributed to accident and luck, but the same operation twice in a row, still in the same position, is unacceptable to everyone, including another surviving South Korean team, General G Gold. Because many professional players protested at the same time, the official staff in the background chose to suspend the game immediately after emergency consultations, and first check the background data to see if there is really a suspicion of cheating or using bugs to make profits. Just as Chu Sheng was watching the airdrop falling, the screen suddenly turned gray and the game was paused. Pause the game. What's going on? As the captain, Chu Sheng immediately took off his headphones and communicated with the referee behind him. Referee, why did you suddenly pause the game? The referee bowed slightly. He saw everything clearly from behind and did not find that Chu Sheng used plugins to cheat. In addition, except for the external keyboard and mouse, the host equipment was all officially provided, and there was no suspicion that Chu Sheng injected plugins. However, he watched the 4 people from behind the whole process, and he was still gasping for air until now. This unbridled play style did not look like a professional team at all. Even a good game was turned into an online entertainment game by 4 people, jumping into S-City alone. The only vehicle blocking the air raid shelter, the steel torrent blocking the bridge. What else can't this temporary team do? And shooting at the airdrop is really metaphysical. The first time he was behind him, he was already tingling. He also inadvertently walked to the side of Chu Sheng and took a look, and found that this guy had a calm expression without any joy or surprise, which also showed that he was confident and determined to shoot down this airdrop. The second time was still the same, even expressionless. So it's not a plugin, but it's really possible that it's a random mechanism of the aircraft triggered by a bug. Well, multiple teams have reported that they suspect that the bug mechanism in the game has been accidentally triggered, and request the official on-site inspection. The referee's words were very tactful, but Chu Sheng understood them immediately and said with a smile, "They are suspecting that I am using cheats to play the airdrop." Right? The referee didn't expect Chu Sheng to be so smart, and he immediately understood the hidden meaning of his words and smiled awkwardly. It is impossible to use cheats. I have been monitoring from behind, and have not found any traces of cheats. So the official technicians need to determine whether the game is abnormal because of the triggering of a bug. Chu Sheng shrugged his shoulders. If they want to check, then check. Anyway, the airdrop has already landed, and the last bit of his bad luck transfer has been used up. There is nothing that cannot be checked. It would be strange if the developer could find out luck. Chu Sheng raised his hand, glanced at the other teams present, and said to the referee beside him, "But it's totally fine to check. I fully cooperate with the official, which can also be regarded as clearing my suspicion. But I need to know the list of teams that just requested a pause. I wonder if you can provide it." The referee's scalp tingled, and he almost guessed what Chu Sheng meant, and took a breath. This guy is really a monster, actually asking for this list. But this is not something that cannot be disclosed. After all, the request for a pause also needs to be officially recorded and registered, and everyone can see this public information after the game. It's just that Chu Sheng wanted this list, obviously to target those teams that had malice towards him. The referee has now determined with a high probability that Chu Sheng should not be suspected. But it's hard for these requesting teams, who may have to face Chu Sheng's revenge in the future. Absolutely. I will provide you with this list when the technicians check it later. Chu Sheng nodded in thanks, and the other three people's eyes were as big as copper bells, and they obviously guessed the captain's intention. The commentator Xiaoyu also received the official reason for the suspension as soon as possible, and immediately explained the situation to the audience in the live broadcast room. Although Xiaoyu had said it very tactfully, the audience was not stupid and immediately understood the real reason. Why are you suspending it? How could Chu Sheng use external plugins? Chapter 666, The Last Grenade. I guess Chu Sheng will slap the official again today. Chu Sheng is the king of face slapping. He first slapped all the foreign teams, and now he has broken free from the dimensional wall and started to slap the developers. Turtle. This is too good. The official live broadcast detected the plugin. Chu Sheng is also the only one who has the honor. The fans and the big guys of Bilibili failed to beat Chu Sheng to death, just by requesting a joint suspension and official on-site inspection. They still want to beat Chu Sheng to death. It's just a pipe dream. The brother above is very good at playing this joke. 1 black 3 black. The official technology is urgently checking the code content to see if the bug is triggered by accidental operation. The referee also sent the list of suspended requests to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng glanced at it, and there was no need to count. After 4 minutes and if Liquid and Phase plus Douyu, the remaining 11 teams raised objections. Isn't this funny? All the members of General G Black were eliminated. What reason do they have to raise questions? Shuju elbowed his head and glanced at the team they eliminated, and he was indignant. Sorry. Although it is unreasonable, according to the official settings, they have the reason and right to raise objections. The referee was speechless. These guys died, and they didn't see anything after that. They even complained. It was really rare. Chu Sheng didn't need to remember. These teams couldn't win on the surface, so they all started to use tricks. There were still 3 days and 14 games to go. He would not bypass any of these teams and would seek justice bit by bit. The official technicians began to investigate urgently, but they searched the data of the Douyu team from the beginning of the game to the present, and did not find any abnormalities, including the random parameters of the airdrop dropped by the plane. There was no conflict with the VSS gun data. The two were completely unrelated. The height of the airdrop plane is the same as the height of the plane that transports the players. This height is beyond the reach of any bullet. The two data do not overlap, so there is no confusion. Because it is an international invitational tournament, there is a lot of pressure on the table. All 11 teams have raised objections and questions. The technicians had checked several times in succession, but still did not find any bugs or traces of cheating. In particular, 3 technicians cross-checked and found no problems. The final conclusion is that the 2 airdrops fell in the same place in succession, which is just a coincidence with a small probability. There is no trace of cheating in the game data, and there are no bugs. When the host read out the final inspection results of the 3 technicians, all the players of the 11 teams on the field stood up. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy looks so confident. There must be something wrong. Chu Sheng looked at these guys pretending to be so, and found them very funny after trying to find out the reasons. He sneered. Since these guys are so shameless, there is only one word for this kind of shameless people: hit. Chu Sheng stretched out his hand and asked the referee for a microphone. He gently tapped the microphone, and there was a bang-bang sound from the speakers on all sides. Then he put the microphone close to his mouth and glanced at the professional players with a sharp look. He faced many people, and the other party's eyes were all afraid to avoid him, and they dared not look directly at him. Obviously, they had something to hide. 3 professional technicians from the developer reviewed it many times. They knew that the result was true, but they were still unwilling to accept this fact in their hearts. If you want to mess with me, you can show your true colors in the game. You are not good at technology, and you have a lot of B things. You can't be on the stage like this. Then he added, ugly people are more likely to do bad things. This remark instantly stirred up 1,000 waves, and another wave of ridicule surged violently. The translator didn't dare to raise the microphone to translate these words, and the scene suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, he handed the microphone to the embarrassed host, who didn't know what to do. When returning the microphone, Chu Sheng whispered to the host and said sorry. This is probably the most unforgettable hosting in the careers of these 3 hosts. Frequent situations, coupled with undisguised hostility. If there were no rules to restrict them, I'm afraid it would be a direct real-life PK. Although these teams didn't understand Chu Sheng's words, they could understand from his words and expressions that it must be another round of ridicule. And they could see the disdain on Chu Sheng's face. Chu Sheng, don't go too far. This is a live broadcast. You have to know what you are saying and be responsible for your own words. Some teams mumbled incomprehensible words, and even stood up from their seats, pointing at Chu Sheng and scolding him. Chu Sheng frowned and glanced at the other team's name HB and Honey Badger. Commentator Xiaoyu saw all this in the broadcast room at the top of the venue. But these pictures were not broadcast to the domestic audience. They couldn't see what was happening now, and they were all wondering in the live broadcast room why the game hadn't been restarted. Xiaoyu couldn't tell the audience everything she saw. After all, this was an accident during the broadcast, especially since the scene below the venue was so intense. She was worried. There were other team members who wanted to say something, but the project manager sent by the developer to be in charge of this event immediately stood up and said with a microphone, since we have verified that there are no plugins and bugs, and all the data in the game is normal, we need to restart the game immediately. Please prepare yourself. The project manager's words were already very serious and his eyes became sharp. It's time to end this farce. If it continues, who knows what will happen? Withdraw from the game? The players were all suppressed because the game paused and the screen turned from gray to color again. The intense game left them no time to criticize Chu Sheng, so they had to suppress their anger and throw themselves into the game. The airdrop fell again, and the position was exactly the same as the first one. When this airdrop fell, it even overlapped the previous airdrop box. Chu Sheng tried it closer and found that the airdrop box was a bit high. He couldn't lick the box when he stood below. The other 3 people smiled knowingly when they saw the scene. This airdrop was really mysterious. The position was exactly the same, and it even overlapped. The netizens who reconnected online were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Looking at the position where the airdrop fell, it was no different from the previous one. But no one expected that it would cover the previous box exactly. Chu Sheng was scratching his head around the airdrop box. And finally the 4 of them gathered together and finally came up with a fragmentation grenade. There were a lot of smoke bombs, but there was only one grenade. Bomb! Chu Sheng threw a grenade directly next to the airdrop box and blew it down. The box was blown away by the recoil of the grenade, rolled on the edge of the mountain top, and actually slid down the slope. Chapter 667 Full Score Airdrop. Chu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. He originally wanted to blow up the airdrop box so that he could pick it up, but he didn't think of blowing the airdrop down from the mountain directly. The 3 rabbits reacted immediately. Captain, we will help you set up the gun. As soon as the 3 finished speaking, Chu Sheng had already mounted the motorcycle and rushed down in a dusty manner. Everyone was stunned. In terms of speed, Chu Sheng was really not to be underestimated, rushing down the slope of 60 to 70 degrees. If it were someone else, they would definitely slide sideways to avoid the uneven ground. But Chu Sheng didn't care so much. The motorcycle was just like his own brother to him, and he would never murder him. Before Chu Sheng could feel proud of himself, the front wheel suddenly fell into a small hole. And then the strong inertia directly lifted the motorcycle off and made a big spin in the air. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he was panicked. After turning a circle in the air, he fell headfirst to the ground. Chu Sheng lost half of his blood. Then, he took advantage of the crazy rolling of the motorcycle and jumped off it. The motorcycle was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and it smashed directly into the airdrop box. Chu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was still immersed in the atmosphere of the spring breeze is full of joy, and the horses are galloping. And all the flowers in Chongqing can be seen in one day. But the motorcycle came to give him a fatal blow. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have probably kneeled in front of the airdrop box. He never expected that the person who hurt him the most was the vehicle he least guarded against. The audience in the live broadcast room all laughed their asses off. Chu Sheng was so high-spirited before, but he fell flat on his face just after coming down the mountain. It turns out that one should not be too pretentious. The audience likes to watch this kind of small episode that does not affect the overall situation. Seeing Chu Sheng being defeated, the audience was jubilant, and it was like celebrating the new year happily. After this collision, the motorcycle began to emit black smoke. Chu Sheng ignored it and went directly to the airdrop box, and his eyes lit up. Level 3 bag, 97.62mm bullets, a medical kit, and adrenaline, and a groza. Without saying a word, he threw away his VSS. Then Chu Sheng changed into a groza and took out everything in the airdrop box. This airdrop can be said to be of very poor quality, but for Chu Sheng, it is a perfect airdrop. First of all, he didn't have a backpack. The appearance of this airdrop directly made Chu Sheng's level 3 set complete. Secondly, he lacked 7.62mm bullets. Groza is the firearm that can produce the most such bullets in the airdrop. After all, there was only one 7.62 assault rifle in the airdrop. Groza. Chu Sheng had said before that medical resources were relatively scarce. But now, the medical kit and adrenaline are both top-notch medical supplies. It's really hard to explain. The probability of airdrops overlapping and landing in the same place is staggering. The contents of the airdrops are a perfect match for Chu Sheng's needs. The commentator Xiao Yu shook his head. This really couldn't be explained in words. Even in terms of probability, this low probability event was surprising enough. Foreign commentators explained that it was a miracle. Official staff had personally checked that Chu Sheng did not cheat or trigger any bugs, which surprised them even more. After putting on all the equipment, Chu Sheng picked up the motorcycle and fought his way back to the mountain. With a mechanical sight groza for close range and an 8-fold scope for a sister control for distance, and a level 3 War God suit, Chu Sheng can be said to have graduated perfectly. As the countdown to the safe zone ended, a new safe zone was refreshed. This time, the safe zone did not favor Chu Sheng, and it was directly refreshed in a piece connecting the upper city and the lower city. The lower city and the sea view room, the connecting bridge, and the puzzle building in the upper city are all within the safe zone. This circle was refreshed a little far, and everyone's eyes lit up, especially the players stationed in the safe zone. The first reaction was that this wave could stop Chu Sheng. Beautiful. This circle is so refreshing. No more talking. No need to defend other positions. Just focus on sniping Chu Sheng. Everyone understood that now was a good time to snipe Chu Sheng. If they wanted to enter the circle, they had to pass through the residential area in the lower city. At this moment, a large number of enemies gathered in the residential area. Seeing the safe area, they all turned south and stared at the mountain. The effect of the bad luck transfer has disappeared, and Chu Sheng has returned to his normal state. Seeing the safe area, a smoking motorcycle can't allow 4 people to transfer safely. Chu Sheng looked at the map and thought deeply. You find a way to transfer from the right bridge. There is no residential area there, so there will be relatively fewer sniping enemies. Find a way to get behind the puzzle building in the upper city. It is very safe here, and the next safe area should be near the upper city. You go over and hide. Chu Sheng marked a point behind the puzzle building. The motorcycle was extremely fast and had about half of its durability left. It shouldn't be a problem to send 2 people there. What about you, Captain? Little Lion asked, looking at Chu Sheng's arrangement. He felt like he was leaving things to do. I'm going to mess up the lower city. Haven't you figured it out yet? The new safe zone has been refreshed. Now all the teams in the lower city are basically targeting me. I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. If you go with me, it will be more dangerous. But there's no reason to leave you alone. We're a team, Little Ju said with a frown. It is precisely because we are a team that I give you such an important task. It is absolutely right to follow my plan. At this time, The rabbit also stood up and said, "The captain wants us to ambush him first. And when he reaches the bridge, we will attack him from both sides." "Okay. Let's go!" Sure enough, the rabbit is more experienced and quickly understands the intention of Chu Sheng's tactics. Although he understands it, the problems encountered in implementation are quite tricky. However, Chu Sheng's words are correct. It is precisely because they are a team that he needs to take the lead in such things. Since it is a team and a competition, the fundamental condition for victory is not that Chu Sheng survives to the end, but that the entire team survives to the end. Shujia and Xiaxizi drove the car, and Rabbit covered the rear. Chu Sheng had already slowly come down from the top of the mountain. He had to find a way to get into the safe zone from the opposite direction. That is, the beach of the coastal highway. This road was great. The only thing to worry about was the slums in the lower city. There were several housing areas here that could directly attack Chu Sheng. After all, it was a challenge for Chu Sheng to cross the highway and pass through the beach with few shelters. The first challenge Chu Sheng faced was to clear out the people in the hospital to avoid being out of control. Using trees and boulders as cover, Chu Sheng had already reached the edge of the hospital. Because it was on the side of the hospital, the enemy couldn't see Chu Sheng without a window. So Chu Sheng couldn't see the enemy either. He bit over and accelerated, and directly climbed over the fence, stuck to the bottom of the hospital building, and took out Groza. Both the audience and the commentator were dumbfounded at this moment. What did Chu Sheng mean by this heroic charge? Was he going to rush into the hospital and fight 4 people alone? Chapter 668, Step by Step. Step by step to win. Is Chu Sheng crazy? If there is a high-powered scope, he can just fight from a distance. Isn't it a bit too arrogant for one person to rush in and fight 4 people? It feels like a wave of suicide. The 3rd-level suit and 2 airdrop weapons are going to be given away, no matter how strong Chu Sheng is. In such a small area, it is impossible for him to fight 4 alone? These professional players are not made of paper. After saying this, the audience thought for a while and added, of course, General G Team and Refund are not included. With this addition, the words are more rigorous. Unless the opponent kills Chu Sheng with an AWM and a shotgun, they can't do anything to him. Chu Sheng is wearing a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor, and he is holding an assault rifle with the highest DPS. For this kind of battle inside a building, the distance is controlled within 20 meters, and the Groza gun is basically invincible. This is also the reason why Chu Sheng chose to kill in without hesitation instead of shooting from a distance outside. The 14 Malawang Quach's gun, after all, is not lethal enough and cannot kill people instantly. And it is too far away, giving the enemy a chance to rescue people, which is what Chu Sheng is most worried about. Unable to rush to make up for it, they could only fight endlessly, wasting time. Rabbit, help me attract fire from a distance. Rabbit had not left the rear guard yet. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, he stood on the ridge and fired at the hospital. The enemy hiding at the bottom of the window was startled and immediately locked the rabbit on the ridge with a scope and fired back. The two sides fought back and forth. Chu Sheng also knew the approximate location of the enemy based on the sound of gunfire, and sneaked into the hospital building. The hospital was not in the safe zone either, so they also needed to be transferred. This was exactly why Chu Sheng was confident. No matter how much the enemy wants to snipe Chu Sheng, his team still has to enter the circle. This safe zone can be said to be the worst case, because the land area is very small, and most of it is sea, which also caused a lot of trouble for the next battle. The area is very small, but the population density is very high. It is self-evident what the outcome will be. Killing Chu Sheng is one thing, but entering the circle and surviving to the end is another thing. In the end, the only 2 teams that really want to vent their anger on Chu Sheng are General G Gold and Refund. 1 grenade for boxes has become a measurement term to measure the grenade strength of PUBG players. Other teams wanted to get rid of Chu Sheng as soon as possible, but they also wanted to occupy the sea view room and the bridge. Chu Sheng could not hide their tricks and little thoughts. This is why Chu Sheng can make the most correct judgment and often dare to take risks. Many people are just seeing things in the fog, or can guess 1 or 2 moves of the enemy first. But when Chu Sheng was on the ridge, he was not just looking at the scenery. The players in the container guarded the east and west of the map. No matter whether the safe zone was in the upper city or the lower city, they could reach it from the small bridge behind them. This is a passage that concerns their lifeline. In the squad column on the lower left corner, Shujua and Xiaoshu rushed across the bridge at lightning speed and were attacked fiercely by the container team. Unfortunately, the motorcycle was too fast and the bridge was very short. The motorcycle could kill directly in 2 seconds. After crossing the bridge, there was a garage room at the bridge head, which immediately formed a barrier for Shujua and Xiaoshu. Avoiding the enemy's pursuit, Chu Sheng had already quietly walked to the 3rd floor. He had heard 3 gunshots, and there was still a guy who had not shown up. Rabbit, you should leave quickly too. I already know their location. Chu Sheng glanced at the time. There was less than a minute left before the poison circle contracted. If Rabbit didn't leave, it might be too late later. There is still one person who has not been found. Are you sure you can handle it if I leave now? Rabbit asked. But he had already put away his gun. He knew Chu Sheng's confidence, his ability, and his character, and he would not let him stay any longer. Who am I? I am Zhuge Chu Sheng. The 4 great devils in North America are not my opponents, let alone this team. Anyway, it was an internal voice, and Chu Sheng was just joking and making harsh remarks. Jingbu had already touched a small partition, leaned against the door, and blocked it with his vision, waiting for the people inside to come out. Rabbit's withdrawal from the mountain was also part of his plan. When the people in the hospital saw Chu Sheng and his group withdrawing from the ridge, they would not stay in this place, but would also find a way to get into the circle. At that time, it would be Chu Sheng's highlight moment. Seeing Chu Sheng's perspective, all the audience gasped. This is a third-person game, not a first-person game. Chu Shengka was at the door of this partition room, and all the sounds came from the room inside. If you want to go downstairs, you can either choose to jump directly from the 3rd floor, or go back and come out of the room. Basically in professional competitions, except for those who are skilled and brave like Chu Sheng, few people will choose to jump from the 3rd floor. This is a deeper routine. Under normal circumstances, some people will choose to jump from the 3rd floor. But with the current population density of G-Port, this team only searched the hospital. Jumping down directly like this is equivalent to consuming a bottle of energy drink for nothing. In the case of a shortage of supplies, no one would do this. These factors are linked together, and the audience and the commentator have not seen so far and have not discovered it. Chu Sheng put himself in an extremely favorable situation from the beginning, and all the decisions he made were the most reasonable and most beneficial to himself. Let the rabbit attract firepower. First, to know the enemy's position. Second, the gunshot can cover up some footsteps. And third, to successfully attract the 4 people in the hospital to the 3rd floor. Only by standing high can you see the rabbit shooting on the mountainside. Since the 4 wanted to fight back and attack the rabbit from a distance, they have been caught in a huge conspiracy buried by Chu Sheng, grasping the enemy's mentality, occupying the most advantageous terrain, and having the strongest DPS assault rifle, plus Chu Sheng's strength. They can naturally get the most desired answer, watching the rabbit withdraw from the mountain with their own eyes. The team of the hospital wanted to eat Chu Sheng, but the opponent had already gone down the mountain from the other side of the ridge and lost the opportunity. Now all they think about is how to get into the circle instead of killing Chu Sheng. Going through the city is a complete dream. Even if Chu Sheng himself fires at full power, he can't do it. If you go in directly with the wall-penetrating plug-in, you will probably be killed by these professional players. Dong dong dong. The footsteps have been heard, and they are very mixed. Chu Sheng's heart moved, and he slightly moved Groza's gun line. But in the eyes of the audience, the Ghost team members are already dead. Under the operation of the director, the audience saw that the 3 members of Ghost all put away their guns and turned around to run out of the house. In this case, as long as the 3 people go out, they will inevitably face Chu Sheng's overwhelming attack. At the same time, this will also be the 3rd full-strength team that Chu Sheng has defeated alone. Chapter 669 Madman. When the first person came out, Chu Sheng was delighted to see that this guy didn't have a gun in his hand. The 2nd and 3rd people came out the same way. They put away their guns and ran away in the hospital. These guys were very confident in this place, and were not on guard at all. When the first person was 2 meters away from him, Chu Sheng suddenly flashed half of his body. Groza's super explosive power and abnormal stability in the first 5 shots allowed Chu Sheng to shoot 2 shots directly on the head, knocking down the leader in an instant. With just a flick of his finger, the first person fell to the ground. When the second person heard the gunshot, he didn't have time to react. So he followed the previous person and knelt on the ground. Only the third player reacted quickly. But when he wanted to hide, he was already shot twice. As he ran into the partition, he was shot several times in his hands and feet, and fell directly into the partition. Where did this guy come from? Chu Sheng? How did he get into the hospital? Didn't the people on the ridge run away from the other side? That's impossible. The three players were still in a daze, so Chu Sheng just held Groza and shot them. Chu Sheng didn't take it lightly. After all, the last guy who fell was also knocked down, which meant that the opponent still had a player. The ghost team killed 3 people in a row, the last player hiding on the other side of the I-shaped building. After seeing that it was Chu Sheng who got close to kill 3 teammates, his first reaction was not revenge, but escape. But in this awkward position of the hospital, there are enemies in the residential area of the lower city waiting in front of him, and Chu Sheng is chasing and blocking him from behind. If he runs down now, he will definitely be targeted by the enemies in the lower city. Brothers, what should I do now? The only remaining contestant of Ghost has been thrown into disarray by Chu Sheng's killing power. Not only him, but also the other 3 contestants, after madly cursing, are also a little confused. Being able to reach the 3rd floor of the hospital silently is a skill in itself. The reason why he cursed Chu Sheng before was that this guy jumped out unexpectedly and killed all 3 of them before they could react, especially the player who was running in the front. After being knocked down by a headshot, his whole body trembled violently, and he was scared out of his wits. My suggestion is to run. Don't ask why. I think we should run too. If we give Chu Sheng another head, we will become the 3rd team to be wiped out by Chu Sheng after Refund and General G Gold. I don't think anyone wants to be the pillar of shame. Don't you believe in my ability? Maybe I can win if I fight? The only remaining player couldn't help complaining after hearing his teammates say this. He thought that someone should support him to fight and break through himself. But reality slapped him in the face. No. You have to understand. That guy has a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor. And he has a Groza in his hand. He can smash your dog head in 1 second. What can you use to fight him head on? Rely on your face? Forget it. I'm leaving. The only remaining team member, listening to his teammates' sharp complaints, covered his face and cried. He didn't even dare to leave the building, for fear that the ghost-like Chu Sheng was hiding somewhere to trick him again. He broke the window and jumped down. The sound of the glass snapping could be heard clearly even outside the hospital. There was a long downhill slope after leaving the hospital, followed by a sculpture and 2 scattered houses next to it. After landing, the ghost player had no time to recover his health and threw all the few smoke bombs he had left. After Chu Sheng heard the sound of jumping out of the window, he had already locked the opponent's position. Ghost only had 1 player left, and Chu Sheng had to take him down no matter what. According to Chu Sheng, this is called stamp collecting. The 3rd team to be wiped out by Chu Sheng. This name sounds good. The last member of Ghost mixed into the smoke, and there were sounds of bullets all around, hitting him. The sound of bullets was endless, but the landing points were far away, not enough to be used as evidence. As long as he successfully approaches the housing area, he can hide inside. Chu Sheng would not dare to chase him down from the hospital directly. Facing so many enemies' encirclement and suppression, he would forcibly kill him. Right? Chu Sheng went directly to the roof of the hospital building, and saw gunfire coming out of the windows around him, and instantly lay on the rooftop. Do you think I won't dare to hit you if you run to a crowded place? Chu Sheng sneered. This player had a good idea. Sneaking into the downtown area and taking cover from the enemy's change of direction. If Chu Sheng raised his head and shot, he would inevitably be exposed to the vision of other players and be targeted. This ghost player was gambling. Gambling that Chu Sheng would not dare to show his head to snipe. Gambling that Chu Sheng felt that his life was more important. However, the reason why Chu Sheng is because of his audacity and unexpectedness. He thought Chu Sheng would not do this. And even the commentator and host thought that Chu Sheng would definitely not be able to deal with this enemy. The foreign commentator naturally breathed a sigh of relief and felt fortunate. This anchor from Country C almost got the 3rd team wipe in the 2 games today. The previous team wipe engine was just a joke from the audience, mocking the 2 teams that were killed by Chu Sheng alone. But this time it is not just a joke. If he has a 3rd team that is wiped out, then this engine made in Country C deserves it. And it's terrifying to think about it. In just 2 games, 3 teams have been eliminated by Chu Sheng. There will be many more games to come, and the number of team wipes will not stop at 3. Domestic commentators, that is, Xiaoyu and another commentator sighed. What a pity. If Chu Sheng had rushed over just now, he could have successfully achieved the achievement of 3 team wipes. Now let this guy run over in the smoke. Then Chu Sheng basically has no chance to achieve a team wipe. Didn't you see that in the housing area of the lower city? At least 3 teams were shooting in the smoke, trying to grab this head. If Chu Sheng showed his head now, he would become the first target of these 3 teams in an instant. That ghost guy could naturally hide safely in the room. So in this chase, although Chu Sheng killed 3 ghost players, he still let 1 escape and failed to achieve the team wipe achievement. Because of Chu Sheng's strength, the audience's expectations of him have also increased a lot. But if everyone guessed it, how can the mystery of the master be maintained? Just lying down and observing for a moment, locking the position of the other 3 teams' room areas, Chu Sheng immediately turned over and stood up. When this action appeared, everyone was shocked. What is Chu Sheng going to do? He stood up. Chu Sheng stood up. At this moment, he inherited the excellent. This guy is crazy. He is a lunatic. The foreign commentator shouted. Chapter 670. Don't commit suicide. You won't die. Crazy. Crazy. The foreign commentator only had this word at this moment. Crazy. Chu Sheng was completely crazy. In order to get a team wipe and quad kill, he didn't even care about his own life, and directly stuck his head out to attack. The director's screen had already switched to Chu Sheng in time. After this invitational tournament, this director will definitely be praised by everyone for his keen sense of smell and excellent camera switching. However, the director certainly didn't think much of this. What experience and sense of smell? As long as he paid attention to Chu Sheng most of the time, anyone could do it. The director still prefers such players who like to make trouble, so that the beginning of the game is not so boring. If it were any other match, maybe the first 10 minutes would have been cut back and forth, and there would have been nothing to watch. Chu Sheng suddenly stood up and shot with his 14mm quatches with an 8-fold scope. But the lens was not aimed at the smoke, but at the enemy in the house area next to the lower city. What is Chu Sheng going to do? Take the initiative to attack? Seeing this scene, everyone took a breath at the same time. Did Chu Sheng give up chasing the last member of Ghost and start to attack the enemies in the lower city? There were still 30 seconds left before the circle was closed. If he fired the shot, it would immediately attract the other 2 enemies. If he waited for the ghost member to hide in the house area, he would have to face fire from all sides at the same time. If Chu Sheng attacked like this, what would he be like if he wasn't crazy? Bang! The 14mm quatches is a little more powerful than the SKS, and has less recoil. Chu Sheng's 2 bullets hit the enemy's head accurately and fiercely, knocking the enemy at the window to the ground in an instant. Then without any pause, the camera turned sharply and moved to the window of another house in almost an instant, and fired 2 more shots. The bullet penetrated the glass and hit the enemy's head directly. The wonderful, decisive and quick gun pull made everyone pause. It's so beautiful. This gun pull is so crisp. This gun pull is so beautiful. Awesome. Chu Sheng's actions are always unexpected. The audience has been full of praise, because Chu Sheng's shots are really too spectacular. In the eyes of the audience, even the sniper muzzle can be kept stable, which is already a sign of strong skills. Like Chu Sheng knocking down 1 person with a headshot. The picture immediately turns blurry and immediately switches the gun to the second person. This feeling gives people a sense of unlocking the head and aiming automatically, and automatically locking another person after knocking down 1 person. Even in terms of smoothness, it looks more terrifying than the plugin. This kind of gun pulling is a complete aesthetic enjoyment. In just a moment, Chu Sheng knocked down 2 enemies from different teams in the room area. At this time, everyone had already discovered Chu Sheng, who was shooting on the roof of the hospital, and also saw his ID. Chu Sheng. This guy is Chu Sheng. The knockdown players shouted one after another. They jumped to G-port because of Chu Sheng. And now this guy finally appeared, right in front of them. Because Chu Sheng knocked down 2 players, the pressure on Ghost's only remaining fire player was greatly reduced, and he finally ran into the house area with smoke bombs. All the bullets poured towards the hospital where Chu Sheng was, and other players were rescuing their teammates. Chu Sheng was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. The ghost player hiding in the house area also saw Chu Sheng's miserable situation. Chu Sheng didn't have any chance to attack now. It was okay to escape from the hospital, but it was impossible to attack him. And although his position was not in the safe zone, it was very safe. The houses in the lower city were all in the back, and his house was facing the lower city. He could only hear the sound of gunfire behind him, but he couldn't be hit at all, which was extremely comfortable. Anyway, there was only one person left, and his goal was not to be defeated by Chu Sheng, to become the third team to be wiped out by Chu Sheng, and then find a way to keep a ranking. But escaping from Chu Sheng's hands felt like escaping from a tiger's mouth. A life and death race with adrenaline rushing. So, this ghost player actually started to provoke at the door of the house. He knew that Chu Sheng was being held by three forces, and as long as he stuck his head out, he would be targeted. In this situation, he had no chance to stand up, so he didn't need to raise his hand. With this knowledge as his trump card, he excitedly said, "Brothers, I want to taunt Chu Sheng." As he said this, he started to jump love at the door. The other three teammates were also sure that Chu Sheng didn't dare to raise his head. If he raised his head and shot, he might not be able to kill the last surviving player. But Chu Sheng would be exposed to the guns of the three forces, and would definitely be shot in the head. No one would make such a stupid decision to sacrifice their own life to kill a person who might not succeed. Jump. Jump well. Chu Sheng must be watching you now. It's refreshing to think of him gritting his teeth, but helpless. The remaining three ghost players also smiled. They had already regarded Chu Sheng as a great figure. At this moment, the whole team could keep a little fire and not be defeated by him, which had become something they were proud of. Unknowingly, the arrogant Chu Sheng had turned into a big devil, and the oppression he brought was greater than that of everyone else. The provocation of the ghost team members was naturally recorded by the director. It caused an uproar on the internet. Is this guy crazy? He was dancing at the door. Is this a provocation? Poor. Pathetic. He actually regarded escaping from Chu Sheng's hands as a badge of honor. Is this the so-called big heart of a professional player? Isn't this a disguised recognition of Chu Sheng's strength? Even the audience watching the live broadcast realized this problem. But the players were in the mountains, and couldn't see the true face of Lushan. Humph. Do you think I won't dare to shoot because there are other enemies guarding you? Chu Sheng murmured to himself, with a smile on his face. Chu Sheng began to move slowly to the side, looking for the best angle of view. With everything in the lower city in sight, Chu Sheng needed to enter the circle in time and occupy what he thought was an advantageous position. But before that he had to take down this guy who jumped so hard. There was a small stone pillar on the rooftop of the hospital, just the right size for Chu Sheng's waist. At this height, it would just reach the head after squatting. But the stone pillar was very thin, probably only the thickness of 2 arms. Rather than a stone pillar, it was better to say it was a relatively wide stone pillar. It was impossible to completely cover the figure. But Chu Sheng was just gambling. He was betting that his marksmanship could kill this guy in an instant, and that this stone pillar could do meritorious service. Chu Sheng suddenly stood up from the ground. But because Chu Sheng stood up from the corner of the hospital roof, the enemies with guns in the 3 rooms paused for 0.5 seconds. And for a moment, they lost Chu Sheng's position and started to pull the gun. At this time, the 8x scope was already turned on the moment he stood up. When a black flashed by, the camera did not move to find someone, and the enemy figure that was still jumping appeared directly. At this moment, a sentence floated through the minds of all the audience. Don't seek death, or you will die. Chapter 671 Online Water Army. Ghost player also saw Chu Sheng stand up. But before he could hide, the first bullet had already penetrated his skull. The player began to run. Chu Sheng's crosshairs seemed to be fixed, tightly attached to his head, and ran with him. All the audience who saw this scene couldn't help but have a weird idea in their minds. Maybe Chu Sheng's strength is even better than those plugins. Ghost's reaction speed is also very fast. But no matter how he dodges, he still can't get rid of the deathlock. Finally, he fell on the way to rush into the house. But at the same time, Chu Sheng was also hit by the enemy in the lower city, and the first bullet hit his head. Fortunately, this was a level 3 helmet, and the bullet that hit his head was also a 5.56mm assault rifle bullet, which was not fatal. After killing the last ghost enemy, Chu Sheng chose to lie down immediately. Bang! A ball of blood appeared on his body again, and this time the bullet hit Chu Sheng's shoulder. Because the stone pillar could not completely block Chu Sheng's body, the bullet fell on Chu Sheng's arrow, spurting out a ball of blood, and his blood volume was also suppressed to the extreme. He only needed to hit it with one more shot, and Chu Sheng would die no matter where he was hit. Shuju and Zayashizi had already reached the villa in the upper city, and the rabbit had already swam around the bridge from a distance. There was no chance for Chu Sheng to be rescued. Just when everyone thought Chu Sheng was dead, there were 2 consecutive crisp bang-bang sounds, and bullets hit the pillars, which immediately made everyone's brains clear. As Chu Sheng fell to the ground, bullets kept falling on the stone pillars, but no one fell on Chu Sheng. Survived? Everyone watched Chu Sheng crawling towards the edge of the rooftop little by little, and then stood up in the center and started packing. This position is far back, and there are bunkers to block it. In addition, the hospital itself is on a high ground, and it is out of the attack range of the lower city. How can Chu Sheng survive like this? All the audience couldn't believe it, and even the 3 teams that attacked at the same time couldn't accept such a fact. 3 teams attacked at the same time, but they couldn't save Chu Sheng. This is absolutely a shame. 1 shot. Just 1 shot, and I can knock Chu Sheng down, the sniper of the HBN Honey Badger team said angrily. If he had an SKS instead of a Mini 14, Chu Sheng might have fallen down at this time. This sniper rifle was stolen from the next room by his teammates at the risk of their lives, and he was almost knocked to the ground by the angry bullets of the enemy. So he also tried his best. After all, the 2 shots that hit Chu Sheng came from the Mini 14 in his hand. The bullets of the 2 people in the other team all hit the pillar. If there was no stone pillar, Chu Sheng would have been dead. This guy is really lucky. But from the director's God's perspective, everyone saw Chu Sheng's initial transfer, combined with a bullet hitting the stone pillar just now. He reacted immediately. This is not a matter of luck. Chu Sheng has been fully prepared since he chose this position to stand up. This stone pillar is a choice to reduce the surface of his own injuries when squatting. Chu Sheng has figured this out. Just when the audience was still curious, Chu Sheng had already jumped from the rooftop to the I-shaped corridor and slipped out of the school. All the audience were amazed that he could survive this time with the cooperation of 3 professional teams. I am really impressed. Chu Sheng is not only lucky, but every step he takes is completely calculated. It's too deep. This is not just a routine. Just when everyone thought he would never take action, he broke the inherent cognition with his own actions. Even if 3 teams are holding him, what does it matter? Dare to jump in front of me, Chu Sheng. Even if there are thousands of troops in front of me, I will take your head. A domineering sentence for Chu Sheng. Also a sentence for the player Ghost. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. There is no need to say more. This wave of Ghost's provocation and Chu Sheng's 3 ins and 3 outs will definitely become a wonderful scene in this game. The dead Ghost player was still stuck on the gray settlement screen, his face red and blue. Ashamed. Not only him, but everyone in the Ghost team didn't think that Chu Sheng would really dare to stick his head out and take a huge risk to kill. What's more, they didn't expect that the 3 teams in the lower city area couldn't defeat Chu Sheng even if they joined forces. Ghost believed that his ugly behavior had been completely recorded by the director. After all, where Chu Sheng was, thousands of people would focus on him. It was not just as simple as being wiped out by Chu Sheng. He had clearly escaped, but he still wanted to provoke others. As a result, he failed to show off and was defeated. Chu Sheng took the head of the general in the crowd. This classic scene will definitely be preserved. Just thinking about being nailed to the pillar of shame, Ghost felt hopeless. He did not hide it and leaned on the chair with his face covered. Regretting it, the other 3 players also rubbed their temples in annoyance, fearing that they would be angry. The 3 of them also participated in the provocative behavior just now. This time, not only their companions became famous, but they also became the 3rd team to be nailed to the pillar of shame by Chu Sheng. The 3rd start of the team-killing engine still took away an entire team. And this time, it was even more exciting. Under the sniping of the 3 teams, Chu Sheng still took the head and escaped unscathed. After seeing Chu Sheng's wonderful performance, Xiao Yu directly used a poem to describe Chu Sheng's bravery just now. Kill 1 person every 10 steps, and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. After the task is completed, leave with a brush, and hide your merits and fame. After clearing the obstacles in the hospital, Chu Sheng then went directly along the road and killed to the beach under the cover of the terrain. His route also aroused the curiosity of many viewers and commentators. With such a road, the final destination is only the cliff beside the bridge. This road is very tricky, but the difficulties encountered are also invincible. It is adjacent to the bridge connecting the upper and lower urban areas, and the bridge is in the center of the safe zone. If Chusheng occupies this position, he will be enemies with all the enemies in the lower urban area behind him. At the same time, the puzzle building in the upper urban area across the sea can also fully spy on Chusheng's movements. This is a key road to guard the bridge, but it is also a chicken rib. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to abandon it. Even a full-scale team may not be able to defend it, let alone Chusheng alone. Moreover, the poison circle began to shrink, and other teams in the upper and lower city areas were also looking for their own opportunities. The war was about to break out, and as the first shot was fired, the entire G-port was in chaos, especially the 4M team that rushed to the bridge and the F team that forcefully entered the upper city area from the side, which added fuel to the fire. Without a vehicle, Chusheng was poisoned for about 40 seconds before he moved from the beach to the bottom of the reverse slope. When he arrived at the designated location, he was stunned, because he only glanced over and saw at least a dozen people floating in the sea. Chapter 672 Halftime. Even Chusheng, who had seen a lot, couldn't help rubbing his eyes at this moment, thinking that he was dazzled. When the enemy was fighting in the lower city, 4M drove boldly into the middle of the bridge and stood in the center of the safe zone. None of the teams fighting in the lower city could withstand 4M's firepower network. 4M searched out from the airport and passed many supply points along the way. It can be said that it was full of supplies. All of them had high-powered 98K scopes and abundant supplies. Compared with them, these teams in the lower city were tight, and those who had a first aid kit on them could be considered rich. People like 4M, who are so rich that they are gushing with money, are already the local gentry that everyone wants to beat. But everyone wants to beat local gentry, because after beating them, they will have a lot of weapons and supplies. However, this group of people are not united, and they still want to fight each other to earn pitiful points. In the end, they are all driven into the water by 4M, and no one even shows up. Although it is embarrassing to hide in the water, the enemies on the bridge cannot hit them underwater at all, which can save their lives. As long as the next safe zone is on the bridge, they can rank in the front and earn a lot of points for the team. Compared with the 15 points for a kill, the ranking points are obviously more important. Just when everyone thought it was safe to stay underwater, a guy wearing a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor suddenly appeared on the beach and the cliff, which stunned them. This was completely different from their expectations. They didn't expect that there were still enemies who hadn't entered the circle. Chusheng hadn't reacted yet, but his body was very honest. He had already taken out the 14 Malawang quatches in his hand. He approached the bottom of the cliff carefully to avoid being sniped by the enemies in the puzzle building in the city on the opposite bank. Then Chusheng accepted these heads with a smile under the bridge. Some people saw that it was Chusheng. Their faces changed wildly, and they would rather suffocate to death in the water than stick their heads out. Giving him some points. TSK. 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 Too stubborn. Not even willing to give 15 points. So stingy. Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion all laughed so hard when they heard this. These professional players are not fools. After knowing that the person on the shore is Chusheng, they would rather drown themselves than give Chusheng another kill. If Chusheng gets a lot of kills this time, the points gap will be further widened, and the subsequent TPP games will not be played. The subsequent safe zone really shrunk to the bridge, but the underwater enemies had been cleared by Chusheng. The enemies in the puzzle room launched a fierce attack on the 4M on the bridge, and the F team also kept shooting from the side. Chusheng squatted along the cliff at the bridge head, watching from the sidelines. 4M in the middle of the bridge became the target of concentrated fire, and was finally surrounded by the F team, who was waiting behind. Just when the F team was ready to enjoy the fruits of victory and rush to the bridge, the 3-member surprise team that Chusheng had buried in advance came up from the apartment building behind, and together with Chusheng, they finally wiped out the F team and won the game. It's the Douyu team again. All the professional players had black faces, except for the 3 teams from Country C, although the 4M and F teams killed each other in the final stage. For the domestic audience, as long as they were domestic teams, everyone could accept who won the first place, and the game was exciting. As expected, the Douyu team, who held back at the end, won the final victory. When the points were counted after the game, the Douyu team once again ranked first in the points list with 18 total eliminations. A game scored 770 points. The 4M team and the F team really benefited from Chusheng this time, because his poisonous roar made all other professional teams gather in G-port. providing them with precious development time without harassment, so that they could survive to the end with abundant supplies and excellent weapons. So both teams scored a lot in this game, ranking third and fourth. The second place was won by the FaZe team, which had been hiding in the puzzle building. As for Team Liquid, which performed well in the previous game, because they did not pick up any supplies after landing in this game. The best weapon of the four people was a micro-submachine gun Uzi, which led to poor data and early death, and did not get a good ranking. At the last moment, Chu Xing thought there were other lone wolves, but he ended up fighting against the full-strength IT team. As a team from Country C, Chu Xing didn't feel comfortable throwing the bad luck transfer effect to his big brother, and he held it in his hands until the end of the game. After 2 games, the accumulated points had opened up a big gap with the second place. Even if they couldn't win the chicken this time, they could still establish the top position in the standings. Chu Xing was originally waiting for the host to come and interview him after the game, and he would brew a few amazing words to pull the hatred of these professional players. Unexpectedly, the 3 hosts held the microphone, did not come to the victorious DouYu team, but stood directly in the middle of the field, announced that the halftime break would last half an hour, and brought energetic songs and dances to relieve the tense atmosphere of the game. Chu Xing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he could rest for half an hour this time. In the 2 fierce games just now, the DouYu team was the final winner. Playing the entire game was also a great consumption of energy. Chu Xing didn't sleep well yesterday. When he heard that he could rest for half an hour, all his previous worries were thrown out of his mind. He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. He fell asleep as soon as he said he would. The 3 people on the side were amazed. He took off his headphones and whispered, "The captain was clearly in the manor last night. How could he be so tired?" And he went back to rest in the afternoon. "Why is he so listless today? Do you think the captain sneaked out alone after resting up in the middle of the night? You know, the nightlife in Cologne is very open." Shujua didn't finish his words, but his eyes said it all. The other 2 understood and looked at the captain with a haggard face, feeling that they seemed to have grasped the truth. A large stage was vacated in the middle, and then the lights were in place, and the atmosphere immediately became agitated. The autistic player, who had been beaten by Chu Xing to the point of being unable to take care of himself, before diverted his mind, and seemed to have forgotten all the unpleasantness of the previous 2 games. Then, there was a burst of ghostly cheers and whistles. Even Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion couldn't help but exclaim, "Angel face. Devil figure." These 8 words perfectly described the 4 girls who appeared on stage. They all have Asian faces and are wearing exquisite clothes, giving people the feeling of coming to a live performance. Is this a certain group? It should be the developer who invited them from Seoul to perform at halftime. I didn't expect to come to the game and witness the performance of a girl group with my own eyes. This wave is worth it, the 3 whispered. As the music sounded, the lights flickered and changed, and the rhythm of the beat spread to the main venue. When this music appeared, Chu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and even the group of pigs in Chu Xing's live broadcast room were all stunned. This song is so familiar. Chapter 673 Beauty. Can you sign an autograph? Chu Xing was taking a nap with his eyes closed, but when he heard the song, he opened his eyes immediately with a surprised expression. Since Chu Xing officially started the competition, he did not show any shock even in the face of any crisis. But just hearing this song, the whole person seemed to come alive, and the previous fatigue was swept away. Chu Xing's drastic change of mood surprised the other contestants, who were enjoying the singing and dancing. They showed expressions of "I see." Chu Xing, who was domineering in the arena, actually liked South Korean girl groups. However, which man would not like the beauty of the long legs? It's just that Chu Xing's reaction was a bit too intense, which was very different from his previous image. Even the 4 girls performing on the stage glanced at Chu Xing unconsciously. "Captain, even if it's a girl group, you don't have to react so strongly, right?" Xiaoju blushed slightly, not sure if it was because he was shy because of the beautiful woman, or because of Chu Xing's behavior just now, which made him feel ashamed. It's strange to say that the captain is surrounded by girls who are no less than the girls on the stage, but he still lost his composure like this, which is really incomprehensible. Little Lion has covered his face and dared not watch. They played very well in the 2 games, and they should have held their heads high to look at others. But Chu Xing made such a scene, and their momentum fell instantly, and they felt inferior. Rabbit put his hand on Chu Xing's shoulder, signaling him to be more restrained. Chu Sheng stretched his neck and looked hard. Chu Sheng didn't know many songs, but this one must be one of them, because it was a new song of the Xingchen girl group. Xiaoan played it many times when they were in a duo. It was that time when Chu Sheng played the new map that made this song resound throughout the new map, and also caused trouble for many ordinary players. Chu Sheng stared at the four people in a daze, and the camera also faithfully recorded the scene. Su Xiaomu and Xiao Bai also sat in front of the computer to watch the live broadcast and cheer for Chu Sheng. The cameraman's move made Xiao Bai frown slightly. Chu Sheng's eyes were clearly focused on the group of girls in the girl group. Su Xiaomu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her body was slightly stiff. She tried to explain, "Don't worry, Sister Xiao Bai. Maybe there is something else going on? Don't you know what kind of person my brother is?" Su Xiaomu's words made Xiao Bai calm down for a moment. And then she was surprised. What happened to her? Compared with the four female group members on the stage, Xiao Bai felt that she was not bad at all. Chu Sheng didn't lose his composure when facing her. Xiao Bai suddenly thought of the scene when she went to Chu Sheng's house before, and this guy came out of the shower and opened the door. And then the bath towel suddenly fell off. It seemed that he lost his composure more than in the live broadcast just now. Poochie! Xiao Bai suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, scaring Su Xiaomu next to her. She quickly moved away, thinking that this woman in love is really scary, angry and laughing at the same time. I suddenly have an idea. Xiao Bai looked at Chu Sheng in the live broadcast and turned to Su Xiaomu. Su Xiaomu held the pink pig doll in front of her with both hands, looking alert, afraid that Xiao Bai would get angry with her as a sister because Chu Sheng was not around. Chu Sheng's expression gradually recovered from shock, and there was even a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that the partners in the game could meet in reality, and on another continent. Looking back at the past, Chu Sheng had figured everything out. The girl group performing on the stage was the Xingchen girl group invited by the developer to perform. So the practice and overseas commercial performances that Xiaoan mentioned some time ago were referring to the developer's performances. Chu Sheng suddenly realized that when he knew Xiaoan's identity and heard that she was going abroad for commercial performances, why didn't he think of it? Chu Sheng thought of another interesting thing. It seems that Xiaoan has never known that she is an anchor, let alone that this anchor has participated in the Cologne Invitational. Anyway, there is a half-hour break in the middle. When the performance is over, he can go up and chat with her, and then recognize her. It must be very interesting to see Xiaoan's surprised expression. Chu Sheng's eyes were shining, and he looked completely different from his previous listless look. According to Xiao Ju, this was the look of a weasel seeing a chicken, with his eyes flashing outward. Xingchen band sang 3 songs in total. The first song was the title song of the new album, and the next 2 songs were songs from the previous album. Catchy and fast-paced. The contestants quickly immersed themselves in the 10-minute song and dance, and many people stood up and swayed along. After 3 songs, the 4 beautiful girls left the stage, and the warm atmosphere in the venue could not dissipate for a long time. When the 4 people left along the aisle, Chu Sheng also stood up and followed them carelessly. Of course, Chu Sheng told his teammates that he was going to the toilet, but the 3 looked at him with disdain and saw through Chu Sheng's trick. The toilet and the captain's way are not in the same direction. It's enough for everyone to know it in their hearts. Don't say it out loud. No. I'm worried about the camera. The captain looked like a pig just now. I saw the camera pointed at him several times. Do you think Xiao Bai was watching the live broadcast to support Chu Sheng? As soon as the little lion asked this question, the 3 shuddered when they thought of Xiao Bai's cold look. Well, let the captain go. Maybe this is the last happiness in his life. I'm afraid I'll have to help him with his funeral when I return home. Xiao Ju's words were nodded by the other 2. That was right. Chu Sheng walked along the corridor and borrowed paper and pen from the staff. Because of Chu Sheng's wonderful performance in the first 2 games, the staff thought that Chu Sheng was no less than some big stars. Although this game has not yet ended, it is a foregone conclusion that Chu Sheng will become famous overnight and soar to the sky. With paper and pen, Chu Sheng walked all the way to the door of the room with the word Xingchen Girl Group Lounge on it. For this kind of 18th tier girl group, being able to perform overseas is already a rare experience. Just outside the door, Chu Sheng could hear the excited chattering of the 4 women inside. Knock. 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 Chu Sheng knocked on the door gently, and the cheerful and noisy voice inside stopped abruptly. After a while, the door of the lounge was carefully pushed open a little, and a little head poked out from inside. Chu Sheng knew this member. Her name was Minchi. Her eyes were pure and clear, and she had a pitiful childlike face. But her figure was top-notch. That very classic saying is childlike face. Big? Although it's not big. It's amazing that such a petite figure can have such a proud bust. Hello. I'm your fan. Can you help me sign an autograph? Chu Sheng spoke in Chinese. Although Minchi didn't understand Chinese, Xiaoan and the team had taught them some Chinese. Although she couldn't speak it, she knew it was Chinese as soon as she heard it. Chapter 674 Fan Signature. Minchi's big eyes blinked. And after a while, she suddenly turned back and said a string of Korean that Chu Sheng couldn't understand. Then Chu Sheng heard the sound of high heels tapping, and a beautiful woman with long hair appeared. Chu Sheng searched for photos online, and this person was Xiaoan. Chu Sheng found that Xiaoan was more beautiful and elegant in person than in the photos, and she was more attractive in person. Hello. Are you our fan? He blurted out in fluent standard Chinese, with joy and caution on his face. I was happy that I didn't expect to meet fans of my group in Germany, but I was careful that these fans were hard-won and should be cherished. Are you a fan from country C? Li Hyoun asked, which surprised her. At first, she thought it would be 2 teams from South Korea, because their group was active in country H. Although it was an 18th tier group, they might meet fans. But fans from their hometown really made Li Hyoun flattered. Chu Sheng nodded and said, I am a real fan. Twinkle Chu Sheng was welcomed in by Hyoun. When he said twinkle, the 4 girls' eyes lit up, and they were flattered. It turned out that this person was really their fan. Otherwise, they would not know their fan nicknames. The stars shine because of Twinkle. This is the slogan of the Xingchen group, which means that the 4 members of Xingchen can shine because of these fans, knowing that they are real fans. The other 3 also have bright smiles on their faces. Nothing makes people happier than getting support from fans. The 3 of them used stiff pronunciation and bowed to Chu Sheng in Chinese to thank him. It has to be said that these idol groups in South Korea have really worked hard on etiquette, and their business capabilities are also quite strong. The 3 of them treated the notebook signed by Chu Sheng as a treasure, which made Chu Sheng embarrassed. Chu Sheng was wearing Doyu's uniform today. He looked gentle and handsome with glasses, which made the 3 girls look at Chu Sheng, a high-quality fan, inadvertently while signing autographs. The 3 girls spoke in Korean, but Chu Sheng didn't understand what they were saying. He kept a polite smile on his face and looked at Li Xiaoan casually. Xiaoan was very beautiful, and with the slim-fitting clothes she wore for singing and dancing today, her good figure was fully displayed. Her lower abdomen was smooth and flat, and even her waistline was clearly visible. Li Xiaoan looked a little embarrassed. Her 3 teammates were actually joking in Korean, saying that the fan of this professional player was a little handsome, and wondered if he had a boyfriend or something. After all, it is a small company's planning group, so the ban on idol dating is not so strict. It is a small, broken group on the 18th line, and even if they are in love, the news will not cause any shock. Even in daily life, they don't need to wear masks when going out. Anyway, they just stare at her for a few more times and think that the girl is really beautiful. They will definitely not think of her as a celebrity. And even if they think of her, they will not recognize her. By the way, they asked what your name is, and wanted to write a message in addition to signing. As the only C national in the team, Li Xiaoan naturally took on the role of translation. As for the questions asked by the sisters, such as whether you are single, and whether you mind having a foreign girlfriend, she automatically omitted them all. My name is Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng also said his name, but his eyes were fixed on Li Xiaoan, wanting to see her reaction. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Sheng's name, Li Xiaoan's pupils slightly dilated, and she was stunned. Her 3 teammates heard Chu Sheng speak, but they didn't understand what Chu Sheng said, and they all whispered to Xiaoan to translate it into Korean quickly. Are you the Chu Sheng who defeated the 4 North American demons, made the developer admit defeat, and got the exclusive costume? Xiaoan's tone of voice became very fast, full of excitement and excitement. Chu Sheng nodded, indicating that he was the Chu Sheng mentioned by Xiaoan. Poor other 3 girls. They were still waiting for Xiaoan to translate. In the end, the translation didn't come, and the 2 of them started chatting instead. Xiaoan is really not nice. He looks like a handsome guy from China, but he wants to eat alone. What should we do now? They are chatting, and we can't understand a word. Look at Xiaoan's excitement. They must have found a topic. Crying? If I had known, I would have studied Chinese well before. And now I can only say hello and thank you. Have you eaten? Then Xiaoan expressed her admiration and respect for Chu Sheng. And Chu Sheng accepted all of it with a smile, looking forward to Xiaoan's surprised expression after revealing her true identity later. Then Xiaoan told Chu Sheng's name in Korean to several companions, but they complained that Xiaoan wanted to eat alone. Xiaoan held her forehead. What are these guys thinking about all day? The three girls signed and wrote a message for Chu Sheng. And Xiaoan took it in her hand and asked her to sign it, and explained to Chu Sheng the meaning of the three sisters' message. They wrote that they wish you can get the first place in this competition. Xiaoan was about to write, but Chu Sheng raised his hand to stop her. Can you use Chinese for your signature and message? Xiaoan smiled and nodded, signed her name, and wrote a blessing for Chu Sheng to achieve his wish. Can you sign another one for me? Xiaoan looked at Chu Sheng in confusion, not knowing why he wanted another autograph. I have a friend who is also a fan of yours. She recommended your group to me, so I'm going to ask for her autograph as well. Hearing the explanation, Xiaoan's eyes lit up. Chu Sheng alone was their fan, which was exciting enough. She didn't expect that his friend was also a fan, and the one who introduced Chu Sheng to the group. So the autograph was a must. And she even had to thank him for recommending their 18th tier girl group to everyone. Then may I ask what your friend's name is? I'll write her a thank you letter. Xiaoan looked up, her eyes full of hope. It was the touch and support brought to them by these scattered fans that made them persist in pursuing their dreams for so long without giving up. Chu Sheng raised a deep smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiaoan, who was lowering her head and writing, waiting for him to start writing. Her name is very similar to yours. I usually call her Xiaoan. Xiaoan's pen tip trembled slightly, and then she looked up at Chu Sheng in surprise, trying to find the answer from Chu Sheng's eyes. It's Xiaoan big and small, and the word N is the same as yours. Chu Sheng looked directly at Xiaoan. His eyes did not retreat at all, and he would not let Xiaoan see any clues. What a coincidence. Xiaoan was stunned for a long time and felt a little rude. She quickly tied her hair and lowered her head to write the two words Xiaoan. Yes, it's very similar to your name. Chu Sheng did not shy away from it. The more he avoided such things, the easier it would be to reveal his tracks. Chapter 675 Small World. Xiaoan looked at Chu Sheng's clear eyes and lowered her head in shame. After all, the name Xiaoan is quite common in China. But this name reminds Xiaoan of the time when she went back to her room to play games after hard training. That person also called her Xiaoan. When Xiaoan thought of the guy in the game, she felt that Chu Sheng's voice was very similar to that person in her impression. And she looked up involuntarily, seeing the doubt, confusion, and surprise in Xiaoan's eyes, and finally lowering her head suspiciously. Chu Sheng almost got caught and laughed out loud. What? Xiaoan hurriedly shook her head and said, Nothing. Nothing. Xiaoan shook her head to herself. How could Chu Sheng be the one playing games with her? She must have thought too much. Chu Sheng saw Xiaoan lowering her head in panic, and could not hide his embarrassment. The three teammates on the side were whispering again. Do you have a partner? I don't. What about you? Me neither. How about? Too fast. Too fast. The three quirky girls, because they couldn't understand the Chinese content of the two people, gathered together to dub the two people according to their own understanding. And it seemed that the content was quite in line with the situation of the two people. Sure enough, Xiaoan took advantage of her Chinese skills to hook up with the little brother first. We are doomed, QAQ. Badin. Give me my little brother back. The friendship has been shattered. Woo woo. Chu Sheng ignored the whispers of the three girls, because he didn't understand Korean at all. Xiaoan was so worried that she blocked out the three voices coming from the side. Chu Sheng looked at Xiaoan, who was confused and lost, and continued, That's Xiaoan. I met her when I was playing games. What she likes to do most is to recommend your group's songs, whether it is new or old songs. She can sing them easily, and she is not inferior to you professional idols at all. Xiaoan looked up, staring at Chu Sheng with eyes wide open in disbelief. Unable to say a word, Chu Sheng continued. By the way, I also jokingly called her a South Korean worker. Working there is very tiring. She often comes back at 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. Her only hobby is to play a few games of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds when she comes back to rest. Li Xiaoan opened her mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. Everything seemed like a dream. She was sure that Chu Sheng in front of her was the master who played games with her. This was all too coincidental. So coincidental that people couldn't believe it was true. I remember some time ago, she came back very late every day and said that she would go abroad in a while. I think a girl who works so hard to pursue her dream should be successful. What do you think? Chu Sheng said and looked at Li Xian and stopped talking. The three girls next to him looked gossipy and crowded together to watch the fun. The atmosphere between Chu Sheng and Xiaoan was very wrong, and both of them had strange expressions. Li Xian looked surprised, with tears and crystal in her eyes. This handsome contestant who came to ask for an autograph had a bad smile on his face, which made him feel like he was cornering you and beating you up against a bad boy in school. Li Xian's fair cheeks gradually turned red, and her cheeks were flushed, and she was about to cry. The three of them didn't dare to move, not knowing what was going on. Normal groups have assistants, but for an 18th tier girl group like Xingchen, the small company naturally has no money to hire an assistant, and they run all the notices by themselves. The same is true for this trip to Germany. The performance fee is just enough for the round-trip air tickets for 4 people. If an assistant is added, this trip abroad will be a direct loss. So the company is also relieved to let the 4 girls go out by themselves. Even the makeup before going on stage is done by the 4 girls themselves. They have long been trained to put on their own makeup, run their own performances, and even go to shopping malls to promote themselves and take commercial performances. Faced with this emergency, there was no assistant to solve it, and they had to rely on themselves. What is going on now? Why do I feel that Xiaoan is about to cry? This person is not a black fan. Right? The youngest member of the team, Yuli, curled up and hid in the arms of the leader Jiaying. Silly. We don't even have many fans. Who has the time to be our black fan? Jiaying rubbed Yuli's hair, and it was a bit sad to say it. He didn't make any excessive requests and offend Xiaoan. Did he? Minchi, who had a baby face and big breasts, couldn't help but think of an answer that fits the current situation. Only such an impolite request would make Xiaoan at a loss. Even with mist in her eyes, without an assistant or an agent, no one would hear her even if she shouted in the room. They were like helpless lambs. Minchi's hands tightly grasped the legs of the stool. If Chu Sheng did anything excessive, she would just pick up the stool and smash it. In short, Xiaoan must not be hurt. But the scene that happened next stunned all 3 of them, and they froze in place. Li Xiaoan raised her pink fist and smashed it directly at Chu Sheng, saying as she smashed it, "You knew it a long time ago, didn't you? Did you come here to play tricks on me?" Hiss. You really can't say it. Although Li Xiaoan looks thin and weak, she is worthy of dancing and practicing in the practice room every day. This punch really hurts. Chu Sheng was not stupid enough to let her continue to bombard him. It would be enough to hit her once to vent her anger. Have you ever seen netizens meet in person and throw fists as soon as they meet? Your punch is really ruthless. Although I knew you were a member of the Xingchen girl group before, I didn't expect to meet you in Cologne this time. Xiaoan had only said that she had to go abroad for something, but she didn't reveal where she was going. So Chu Sheng really didn't know. It wasn't until the song sounded during the intermission today that he realized that the world is so big that he could match Xiaoan among tens of millions of players. I didn't expect the world to be so small that I could meet Xiaoan at the main venue in Cologne. You deserve it. Who told you not to identify yourself when you came in? Xiaoan's crying face showed a hint of arrogance. Chu Sheng rubbed his chest and said, "It's obviously your own fault. When I was playing the new map in the test server, I was already wearing the red messenger. Others recognized me, but you didn't. I was busy training and performing every day. I didn't have time to pay attention to such detailed news. You just deliberately hid it from me. Ahem. You better take a look at your 3 teammates. They seem to be a little bit abnormal." Chu Sheng lowered his voice. But when he thought about these 3 girls, they didn't seem to understand Chinese. What was he afraid of? Chapter 676. I'm watching you. Watching you intently. Xiaoan turned her head and saw 3 pairs of gossipy eyes, wishing they could see through Chu Sheng and Xiaoan. At this time, Xiaoan understood the word, which was so appropriate. What are you thinking about? Chu Sheng is the master who played games with me last night. I told you before. Xiaoan explained in Korean. Oh. The 3 of them all made meaningful noises, which made the atmosphere even more charming. Even if Chu Sheng didn't understand Korean, she could understand the meaning of this exclamation. It was obvious that her teammates were all making trouble and thinking wrongly. I didn't expect that Xiaoan would meet him in person just by playing a game at night. How romantic. When I go back, I will definitely not play TikTok at night. I also want to play games. Maybe I can meet a handsome professional player. This plot is exactly like a TV series. Cinderella met her Prince Charming by accident. Oh my god. The three of them immediately became crazy about him, which made Xiaoan embarrassed and annoyed. Ah. You guys have done enough. Xiaoan stamped her feet in anger. But she couldn't show it too obviously in front of Chu Sheng. Otherwise anyone who saw this situation, the tone and atmosphere, could guess it almost exactly. What's wrong with him? Chu Sheng had never seen such an idol who didn't pay attention to facial expression management. And he stepped back in fear. They are fooling around. Don't pay attention to them, Xiaoan said immediately, pulling Chu Sheng's attention back. As a result, just as he was about to say something, the host's voice outside rang again. And even the TV screen in this lounge could hear the voice clearly. All contestants, please take your positions. The third game will start soon. This sentence was said in English and Chinese. Chu Sheng heard this, and saw that all the contestants on the broadcast TV returned to their seats, and put on headphones. That game has started. I have to go there immediately. Xiaoan nodded immediately. She was so anxious that she couldn't find her phone, and couldn't exchange contact information. When she took out her phone from her bag, Chu Sheng had already run out of the door. Xiaoan stared at the open door in a daze. At a loss for a moment. Everyone is gone. Why are you still looking at it? TSK. Just met once. And our Hua Mulan has become a stone waiting for her husband. I don't know what magic this person has. Isn't he just gentle and handsome? Good at playing games? Gentle and considerate to people. And he is also our fan. How come Xiaoan is so obsessed with him? Hearing what you said, even I am obsessed with him. Chu Sheng left. And the three sisters all came up to him, chattering around Li Xuan, like a flock of orioles. Xuan, if you confess, you will be treated leniently. But if you resist, you will be treated severely. Tell the truth. You hit it well. You only talked about playing games before. Your writing style is really good. People's hearts are scattered. And it's hard to lead the team. They have learned to hide good men. Li Xiaoan was teased and squeezed by the three people. Her face was flushed and she begged for mercy. Chu Sheng rushed back to his seat with a smile on his face. Because he was the last contestant to sit down. He was once again the focus of everyone's attention. Captain, you took a long time to go to the toilet. Is your kidney function not good? Xu Jue knew that Chu Sheng was going to flirt with girls. So he dared to joke boldly, looking at the captain's smile that was inadvertently revealed on his lips. It was clear that there was something going on. The little lion and the rabbit were completely stunned. The captain was too powerful. He could even flirt with the idols of the girl group in a minute. The admiration of the three friends of Sui Han for Chu Sheng was like the surging waters of the Yellow River, continuous and unstoppable. Chu Sheng glanced at Xu Jue and said seriously, I think your performance in today's game was not very stable. It seems that it is because of insufficient contact. Upon hearing this, Xu Jue's face changed drastically. And he quickly changed his words. The captain is vigorous and powerful. He can seduce 10 women in one night. And his valor is still there. But this sounded a little strange. As all the players were in place, the game officially began. As the black PUBG loading interface ended, the screen lit up and entered the island map again. Why is it the island map again? Didn't we agree that the new and old maps would be random? Some players began to whisper. They had fully prepared the new map as the trump card for this game. But they didn't expect the probability of being randomly selected to be the new map was so low. They even suspected that the new map would not be randomly selected in this game. And the developer's statement was just a cover for the hype of the new map. After all, those who know this small workshop company should know that this guy has not fixed the bugs of the old map for more than half a year. Let alone the new desert map that has been released for less than a month. Captain, where should we jump this time? Xu Jue asked. As a loyal wind-eating boy, Xiu Jue adheres to the firm idea of following Chu Sheng to eat meat. Let me go east and never go west. There was no bad luck transfer in this game. And Chu Sheng didn't even receive many complaints. Perhaps the energetic singing and dancing during the break diverted the attention of all the professional players. After entering the quality square for half a day, Chu Sheng only received less than 10 complaints. We'll still follow the original plan for this game. Seaside Farm? After Chu Sheng said that, he calculated the points. The points in the previous 2 games were already far ahead of the second place. As long as they don't win the game in reverse, it will be difficult for the latter to surpass them. With the current points gap, if the second place wants to surpass DouYu team, they must win the game successfully and have more than 18 kills to catch up with the current points of DouYu team. For FaZe team, 8 kills may be a good thing, but winning the game is still a bit difficult. After all, in addition to DouYu team, there are also strong teams such as Team Liquid, Na'Vi and Pittsburgh Knights. And everyone believes that the DouYu team will not fail to gain anything this time. Jumping to the seaside farm? Xiujue glanced at Chu Sheng and couldn't help asking, Captain, what does your smile mean? Are you going to make trouble again this time? Or haven't you recovered from the joy of hooking up with your idol? How can you talk like that? Brat? You even dare to make fun of me? Chu Sheng's face turned down. No. Don't we need to choose the mode and play style according to the captain's status? Xiujue shrank his neck, feeling that his words just now had the effect of a fatal blow. I'm smiling like this. Of course I'm going to make trouble. At the same time, in the lounge of the Xingchen group backstage, the other 3 had packed up, changed into their usual light clothes, and prepared to go back to the hotel to rest. They will have one more performance at the entertainment competition the day after tomorrow. And then, they can officially go home. Today's performance has ended. But Xiaoyan did not change her clothes. She sat on the chair and watched the broadcast on the screen. Xiaoyan, we should go back. Captain Jiaying waved in front of Xiaoyan, trying to get her attention back. You go back first. I will go back later. Captain Jiaying glanced at the TV, and the picture inside just gave a close-up of Chu Sheng's serious face. Xiaoyan, don't do anything stupid. Although you have known each other for a long time, this is the first time you meet. Chapter 677 Chu Sheng, born to be extraordinary. Xiaoyan's face flushed, and she showed her strength. What are you guys thinking about? I just want to wait for him to finish the game. I didn't finish talking just now. That's all. Xiaoyan really didn't think about other directions. All these bad girls were talking about it. Okay. You know what you think. Looking at the current situation, we don't have to wait for you for lunch. Captain Jiaying walked to the door with Yuli and Minxi. Minxi, who had a baby face and big breasts, blinked and continued Jiaying's words. I think we don't have to wait for dinner. Sister Xiaoyan, do I not have to hold the door open for you at night? The youngest member Yuri also had a sly smile on her face. Before Xiaoyan could raise her hand to hit them, the 3 of them had already run away shouting, leaving the angrily Xiaoyan stomping her feet in anger. As the plane appeared on the sea, according to the outline of the continental plate, everyone realized that the plane appeared in the sea area in the upper right corner. The route of this flight also quickly appeared in everyone's mind. From the location of the holy mountain Guangmingding to the P port in the lower left corner of the map. This route is very good for most teams. No matter where the starting point is, they can basically fly directly to it, eliminating the pain of fighting for the car. Without the bonus of good luck, Chu Sheng is still thinking about making trouble. Chu Sheng has a general understanding of the strength of these professional players. If there is no bonus of entropy reversal, Chu Sheng's own strength can be ranked at the level of the second-tier team. But now Chu Sheng has integrated all the thinking of the gun gods and made it his own thing. He has formed his distinct personality in decision-making, and he has made every step carefully. If it is judged from the perspective of personal strength, Chu Sheng will have no problem making it into the top 3. Captain, where are you going to jump this time? Knowing that Chu Sheng is going to make trouble, Xiaoju must first find out Chu Sheng's range of activities, so as to decide the direction of the 3 of them after searching the seaside farm. After you finish searching, try to get closer to Port P, but make sure not to clash with Na'Vi. This CIS team is very strong and tough, and is a traditional strong team. Chu Sheng didn't distrust the strength of the 3 members of Rabbit, but he had worked so hard to create an early advantage, so there was no need to fight and give other teams a free advantage. Okay, I'll adapt to the situation when the time comes. As the deputy commander, Rabbit was responsible for taking over the command of the team when Chu Sheng went out to surf. When the plane just came over the land, Chu Sheng jumped directly and headed straight to the beach. There was a team on the holy mountain Guangmingding, but the HQ team did not land directly on the top of the mountain, but on the coastal highway. Finding a vehicle in advance before going up the mountain, Refund jumped to S City as expected, and Liquid jumped to Y City unchanged for thousands of years, because there were not many people jumping this time. Chu Sheng's ID was seen by all the audience at a glance. Even the director realized that this guy was going to start making trouble again after seeing Chu Sheng's name. The other people from the Douyu team did not jump down. There were 4 people from HQ next to Chu Sheng. All of them lowered their heads and rushed towards the highway. When the 4 people from HQ saw that there was another lone wolf landing with them, they were all shocked, looking at the direction where this person landed without hesitation. It was obvious that he had the same idea as them, all to steal the car. As the road became clearer, the situation on the road could also be seen clearly. There was indeed a 3-wheeled motorcycle on the coastal highway. Looking west along the coastal highway, there were no other vehicles on the road. Because Chu Sheng jumped out of the sky very early, his speed was a little faster than HQ. The director did not pay attention to where the others jumped, but directly focused the screen on Chu Sheng, waiting for this car-stealing battle. Sure enough, Chu Sheng is going to steal a car again this time? Chu Sheng has switched to the talent of stealing Gawara and started stealing cars to support his family. According to the speed of landing, the car is already in Chu Sheng's pocket. The 4 members of the HQ team are in danger. When domestic fans saw this scene, they had already sentenced HQ to death in their minds. After all, motorcycle, Chu Sheng. These words together will produce a chemical reaction called modern killer. Chu Sheng landed first, and the 4 players of HQ were half heartbroken when they saw this. They immediately fled in all directions, fearing that Chu Sheng would drive the car and hit them. The audience and the commentator also thought so. Driving a 3-wheeled motorcycle, he directly hit people and killed 4 people when he landed, completing the 4th team wipe. After all, the terrain is flat, and there is no cover near the seaside. The only way for the 4 people to escape is to run up the mountain. Chu Sheng got on the motorcycle driver's seat directly after landing, but he did not turn around and cause an accident after stepping on the accelerator. Instead, he drove the 3-wheeled motorcycle directly to the beach. After the 4 HQ people landed, they all looked at the direction where Chu Sheng left with a dull look on their faces. They were all dumbfounded and did not understand what happened. The commentator, who was eloquent just now, was already celebrating the 4th kill of Team Kill Engine. But Chu Sheng slapped everyone in the face in a blink of an eye. Amidst doubts and confusion, he drove the 3-wheeled motorcycle directly into the sea. What is Chu Sheng doing? He drove the tricycle into the sea. Could it be that there is something wrong with his machine, and it is out of control? Everyone's first reaction is that there is something wrong with Chu Sheng's machine. He was going to reverse and hit someone, but he lost control after accelerating and drove directly into the sea. The director also cut the screen to a close-up of Chu Sheng at the right time. There was no panic or doubt on his face. Obviously, all this was within his plan. It was not out of control, nor was it a problem with the machine. The tricycle plunged into the water along the beach, and inertia made it continue to move forward, sliding all the way to the deep end of the beach before stopping. Chu Sheng emerged from the water and swam towards the speedboat. Chu Sheng wants to get on this speedboat. Both the audience and the commentator understood Chu Sheng's purpose at this moment. He wanted to use the speedboat as a vehicle to transfer. But even so, after Chu Sheng seized the tricycle, he had time to run over people and then transfer to the beach. But Chu Sheng turned a blind eye. Even the 4 players of HQ were puzzled. If they were in the same situation, they would definitely not just walk away. This is a free kill and 60 points. Just give it up for nothing? Isn't Chu Sheng doing this for cross-strait friendship? Both sides of the Taiwan Strait are one family. This reason is awesome. As we all know, the HQ team is from the TWHQ club, and is a subordinate of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds division. But that's not right. Chu Sheng can't see the name of this team. And the choice of Holy Mountain this time was also a temporary decision by HQ. Just when everyone was full of doubts, Chu Sheng was already driving a speedboat, galloping on the sea, and it seemed that he was going to bypass the Holy Mountain in the upper right corner and move to the east side of the map. Chapter 678. No one has ever done this before. But where should Chu Sheng move from here? The L city in the east of the map has already been booked by a team, and the location of the nuclear power plant is the base camp of the IF team. The places on the coastline have been divided or booked, leaving no extra territory for Chu Sheng. Is Chu Sheng going to the nuclear power plant to stage a derby battle? No civil war. Don't fight your own people. The domestic audience all prayed, hoping that this scene would not really happen. Go to K-Town. There is no one in K-Town, and you can search a lot here by yourself. The audience all hoped that Chu Sheng could go to K-Town. and they wanted to convey their thoughts to Chu Sheng across thousands of mountains and rivers, so that he could know everyone's thoughts. Chu Sheng should go to K-Town this time. After all, it's a bit difficult to drive a boat to El City or the nuclear power plant. The commentator Xiaoyu also made his own judgment. But when Chu Sheng arrived at the Cape of Good Hope in the upper left corner of the map, he did not turn south and land on the beach, but rushed to the northeast, which stunned everyone. Chu Sheng. What on earth is Chu Sheng going to do in this direction? He doesn't want to. This is the International Invitational. But he actually made it feel like an online game. The direction Chu Sheng was driving was the small piece of land in the upper right corner of the map. The Birth Island. This is the place where all players wait for the game to start countdown as soon as the island map enters the game. The Birth Island is also called the Quality Square. The Birth Island is not big, about the size of S City, and Chu Sheng has never been to this place before. Not only Chu Sheng, but many players have never been here. Only a very small number of players who are bored drive speedboats to come here for sightseeing. And the Birth Island is not a rich place, but it is concentrated in things, without many complicated rooms, opening and closing doors, etc. However, it was the first time that professional players came to this place for offline competitions. The commentators in the broadcast room didn't know how to explain it. They opened their mouths and the wind was pouring back, and they couldn't say a word. All the viewers who watched this event were also confused. The choice of going to the Birth Island was too willful. Even Shroud, who was watching the game, shrugged helplessly. In the first two games, Chu Sheng was highly praised. After all, he was stronger than him. This time, C9 also participated in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational. But he was the captain of the CS::GO division, and retired a few days before the developer sent out the invitation. So he happened to miss this event. Otherwise, he might have competed with Chu Sheng. Although it was a pity. Shroud was also watching the whole process on Twitch and praised Chu Sheng generously. But seeing Chu Sheng's choice, Shroud didn't understand the meaning of Chu Sheng's choice to go to the Birth Island. I really don't understand why he didn't go to K-Town, but went to the Birth Island in the upper right corner of the map. The save zone will never refresh here, and it takes too much time to go back and forth, and the supplies are not very rich. Unless he has never been to this place before, and suddenly wants to go there to take a look. But this is a game. Shroud leaned weakly on the chair, holding his chin with one hand in a daze. He originally thought that even if there was a gap between him and Chu Sheng, it should not be much. According to the different combat environments, the strength of the two should be on par. In this realm, even if the two people's thoughts, ideas, and consciousness cannot be fully understood, they can be guessed a little. After all, they are at the same level. But this time Shroud was very discouraged. He didn't understand the meaning of Chu Sheng's actions at all, which made him feel frustrated. At this moment, almost everyone was asking a question. What was Chu Sheng doing? What was he going to do? Even the three friends of Sui Han were all surprised when they saw the direction Chu Sheng was moving. Chu Sheng, are you not going to come back? Rabbit, as the deputy commander, was surprised to see Chu Sheng almost reaching the Birth Island. I haven't been to this place, so I went to take a look, Chu Sheng said, and saw that his Tutso value had been steadily increasing, and it increased by 10 points, all from 3 teammates. Captain, really? You are too wanton, Little Lion said with a smile. And the only one who dared to play like this in a professional game was Chu Sheng. And there was only Chu Sheng. Xiaoju compared it, and found that according to Chu Sheng's play, the center of the first save zone would be directly refreshed to be Port Beach Sansang. And P-Port was the final territory to be fought for. The only thing he was worried about now was the captain's bad luck. If the save zone was refreshed to the Holy Mountain in the upper right corner, it would be a pain in the ass. The three of them just complained a little, and their mentality was really good. After all, they were ahead by a large margin in 2 games. Even if the second place kills and eats chicken, it may not be able to surpass them in the standings. Chu Sheng's speedboat only had a quarter of the fuel left. He didn't press the acceleration button when he came here just now. This amount of fuel can barely send him back to land. The speedboat stopped next to the reef, and Chu Sheng jumped into the sea and climbed onto the Birth Island. The Birth Island in the game is a little different from the Birth Island waiting for the countdown. The rows of small wooden tables in the quality square were filled with various guns and bullets for players to practice during the countdown. But in the game, After a row of tables, Chu Sheng only found a P1911 pistol and a shotgun. The plane that was broken into 2 pieces was no different. Then Chu Sheng found a cave. But he was also very poor. He searched for a green helmet and a level 1 bag, and also picked up 2 barrels of oil on 2 large containers where players often jumped. It's over. I spent so much energy to come to this place. But I only found such a little thing. All my time was wasted. No matter how poor K-Town is, it has a large warehouse. It must be richer than this Birth Island. No way. This is called being rich and willful. With a lot of points, you can do whatever you want. As Chu Sheng arrived at the Birth Island, all the players landed from the plane. After Chu Sheng searched a large area of the Birth Island, the long-awaited safe zone was refreshed. The location was just as Xiao Ju expected, near Sansong in Port P. In this way, most of the safe zones are in the sea, and the truly safe land area is about the same size as the second safe zone at ordinary times. There is a boat here at the seaside farm. We can kill directly after searching. After searching the seaside farm, the little lion saw the safe zone and ran to the coastline without saying a word. No! You go now. Drive away all the ships on both sides of the strait. If you can't drive away, find a way to strand them. After searching the Birth Island and running to the speedboat, Chu Sheng suddenly interrupted. But the content made the 3 people shudder. Chapter 679, The Pirate King of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Half of the safe zones are in the sea. If they control all the vehicles, wouldn't it mean that they can become the overlord of the sea? In this safe zone, players from other places rarely use vehicles such as speedboats when they enter the circle. You should know that the coastline near Port P is very wide, and the entire Port P Peninsula can be said to be a landing point. But the fatal point is that these landing points have no shelters, but bare beaches. After searching the Zodiac, Rabbit and Shuju had jumped directly from the cliff into the water. And then Little Lion drove a speedboat to pick up the 2 people, and immediately set up a speedboat for each person on the beach. Then, they stranded all the speedboats on the other side of the airport on the beach, and then detonated them with grenades or bullets. They didn't even give the enemy a chance to knock the boats into the water with a jeep. Xiaojua drove a low-fuel speedboat, consumed the last bit of fuel, parked the speedboat in the middle of the strait, and then each of them got away with the speedboat. Seeing the actions of the 3 members of the Douyu team, all the audience took a breath of cold air. If you encounter such an enemy in a normal match, you have to comfort the family. This group of people is really too mean. It wasn't like this before. What's wrong with you? Rabbit, why did you become like this? Even the people from OMG's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds division looked at each other in bewilderment after seeing Little Lion doing the same thing. How did our OMG's 3 good students become all villains? When they returned to the team after the game, I'm afraid even we can't suppress them. This kid is a bad boy. He just follows Chu Sheng to learn some tricks. Both Chinese and foreign audiences are now madly complaining about the Douyu team because their behavior is too mean. 2333 even Wei Jiang was affected and hurt. When they come over later and find that all the boats are stranded on the shore and all blown up, they will probably be furious. Don't even mention Wei Chan. I don't think it will be safe in the near future. All the fans couldn't laugh anymore. Chu Sheng would definitely go south from the coastline. By then, the vehicles along the coast would not be able to escape his clutches. The land in the first safe zone only included the quarry and P port. The space left for everyone was very limited. When the other professional players saw the safe zone, they were all furious. None of the 3 games today were normal. The first game was a complete airport circle. The second game had dozens of people jumping to G-port. And the last safe zone was on the bridge. In the third game, half of the safe zone was in the sea. What the hell? Even the official staff of the developer were not very satisfied with this kind of safe zone. The randomness is too high, and the positions at the end are awkward. If you occupy the advantageous terrain in advance, you can basically get a high score, which has caused dissatisfaction among many professional players. However, because of the third-person TPP mode, many teams did not use their full strength. After all, European and American teams play this mode less, and they are more powerful in FPP mode. However, this random circle mechanism is the same regardless of the mode. During the mid-game just now, they made a lot of suggestions, and the developers are also summarizing and considering it. The previous play method was that many teams would carry the poison and search for a while, and then enter the circle while stuck in the poison. But this time, the safe zone only has half of its land area, which is equivalent to the land area of the third safe zone at ordinary times. With the increase in population density, the battle will naturally become more intense. At this time, if you occupy the favorable terrain in advance, you can directly turn it into an advantage in the TPP mode. Other teams also have analysts, and they naturally know that if nothing unexpected happens, P-Port is Navi's world. But in order to win the chicken and for points, even the CIS Tigers have to say sorry. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, 3 speedboats shuttled through the strait, dragging out 3 white streamers, which looked quite spectacular. What's even more despicable is that the 3 of them didn't even spare the vehicles at the fishing village dock. When they passed by, they cut seats and threw a grenade over to blow them up directly. They were so reckless and arrogant. It didn't look like a tense and fierce professional game at all. Outlaws. All villains. The audience didn't know how to describe this group of people. In the end, the blame naturally fell on our scapegoat Chu Sheng. Rabbit, Shujua and Xiaoxia were not of this style before, since they followed Chu Sheng. In just 1 month, everything has changed. This kind of thing that hurts others and does not benefit oneself is done in a very good manner, and even draws inferences from one example. The most terrifying thing is that when the 3 of them were doing this, they actually found the fun in it. Destroy all the vehicles along the coast. And then the 3 of them moved towards the direction of San Song on the seashore. The 3 of them communicated and decided not to go ashore first, and see where Chu Sheng would move in a while before making a decision. The first poison circle has begun to shrink, and Chu Sheng only has a first aid kit and 30 bandages. Not even a bottle of drink. There is no way. After all, the birth island is too poor, and Chu Sheng looted it, carrying a crossbow and a shotgun on his back, a P1911 pistol on his waist, and wearing a green helmet. He was blowing the waves on the sea. Such a scene reminded the audience of a saying: Chu Sheng rowed a boat not by oars, but by waves. Chu Sheng's only consolation was that this trip to the birth island was not in vain. What he picked up on the island was not important, and it was not valuable, except for these 2 barrels of gasoline, which was completely life-saving. Just going back and forth to the birth island had already used up all the fuel. In addition, Chu Sheng had to sail across the map clockwise from the upper right corner to the lower left corner. If he didn't have 2 barrels of oil, he would have died halfway with only these medicines. When Chu Sheng sailed past El City, there was no vehicle on the shore, which made Chu Sheng wonder if it had been driven away or if none of them had been refreshed. The electric net passed by Chu Sheng and began to lose blood. Because Chu Sheng was far away, the poison circle shrank very quickly, and it was impossible to catch up by water. When passing the beach of the nuclear power plant again, there was no trace of the vehicle. You 3 didn't go ashore? Chu Sheng glanced at the map, and the positions of the 3 rabbits were displayed on the sea. These 3 people were also extremely wretched. At least 400 or 500 meters away from the 3 warehouses of P-Port. Even if someone stood at the position of the 3 warehouses and shot, they would not be able to hit them. What's more, Shujua actually stole the 2 speedboats of P-Port and drove them all back to the sea 500 meters away. 5 speedboats were lined up in a neat row on the sea, looking majestic and solemn, like a troop undergoing a review. Excuse me, this group of people is not playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They are playing GTA. I don't have the face to support the Douyu team anymore. This is a gang of thieves who are roaming around and committing crimes. The Douyu team is trying to be the pirate king of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, monopolizing the only remaining ships on the entire map. Chapter 680. See the power of Douyu Navy. The 3 rabbits were also quite cowardly. They were afraid that the Navi in Port P would snipe them, so they all soaked in the sea and hid behind the speedboat, the steel torrent defense line formed by the 5 speedboats. Even if Navi saw it, unless all 4 people were deployed to keep an eye on them at all times, they would not be able to stop them from moving. At a distance of more than 500 meters, even if they fired, the possibility of hitting them was not great. These 5 speedboats swung sideways and immediately persuaded the 4 Navi to retreat. If all the troops were deployed to defend against the people on the sea, then Port P would definitely be invaded. Let them go. They will come up from the beach, and there will be no cover. We don't need to target them. Someone will take their heads naturally. Navi's commander still chose to focus most of his attention on the 3 entrances to the city. After all, most players also chose to move by ground vehicles. They now occupied the garage in the center of Port P and blocked the staircase with cars, which was as solid as a rock. There was also a person in the apartment next to him, who helped and also blocked the staircase with a motorcycle, preventing the enemy from getting close. The two sides helped each other, and formed a firepower network that supported each other. When the director gave the camera to the three of Rabbit, everyone laughed. Even the director couldn't help laughing. It was so disgusting. Hiding behind the iron curtain built by the speedboat. Taking a bath in the sea without fighting with the world. This kind of play and tactics are completely unbearable. And there is no need to worry that there will be others to hinder them. After all, the sea vehicles along the way have been destroyed by them. The only team with a chance, G-Port, did not choose the speedboat, but drove along the coastal highway to kill in. Only the Doyu team had all the sea vehicles. And Chu Sheng was the pirate king, sailing all the way from the birth island, and going around the map half a circle clockwise. This kind of weird behavior is rarely seen in ordinary online matches, let alone the Grand International Invitational Tournament. Chu Sheng brought out all the wild tricks that his online friends usually use. And the combination of punches made these professional players stunned. This is also the reason why the audience wants to support Chu Sheng when they see him. Because these small routines he brought out are all creative collections of ordinary online players, which can be carried forward and reproduced in Chu Sheng's hands, and make these professional players suffer, giving them a strong sense of substitution. It's as if they are in the game. And Chu Sheng is the lace. There is also the opposition of identity. Chu Sheng is a representative anchor, and the distance between him and the audience is naturally closer. This team has completely monopolized the sea vehicles in the whole map. They are worthy of being the anchors from Doyu. Chu Sheng is going to form a Doyu navy. When he comes over later, there will be 6 speedboats, which will be placed horizontally on the sea. It's so impressive. I'm afraid that other teams coming over the mountain can also see the row of ships on the sea at a glance. Chu Sheng has just arrived at the strait at the bend of Port Inn, hiding behind a huge reef to wrap up the bandage. The first poison circle is about to shrink to the edge. Although the first level of poison is not very harmful, Chu Sheng has been in the poison for a long time, and the speedboat dare not accelerate at full speed. The speedboat that suddenly accelerated was a complete fuel killer. Even if Chu Sheng still had a tank of fuel, it could not stop the speed of burning oil. The speedboat was running at a speed of 60 or 70 all the way. Fortunately, Chu Sheng picked up enough bandages to allow him to hold on for a while. As Chu Sheng's blood volume returned to the safety line, the first poison circle also shrank to the right position. And then the second safe zone appeared, directly in the western half of P-Port. There were mostly empty beaches and grasslands here, and it was also the area with the least house shelters on the P-Port Peninsula. The sea area where Rabbit and his friends were located was still in the safe zone, but it was at the edge of the safe zone. When all the players saw the safe zone, their faces were not very good. Navi was in the garage in the center of P-Port, but this safe zone did not spawn in the center of P-Port, and they were also on the edge of the safe zone. The only good news was that they could continue to hold here for up to 6 minutes. And any enemy who wanted to occupy the townhouses on both sides of the road was also within their firepower coverage. The teams that were moving all stopped. Originally, they wanted to rush into P-Port and were ready for the city battle. But when this safe zone was spawned, everyone gave up the idea. Vehicles became the most important life-saving tool. After all, there were only 5 or 6 houses in the new safe zone, and the rest was the open beach and grass, without even a stone to cover. Seeing this safe zone, many remote teams have already prepared to eat poison and enter the circle. The hillside in the north of the safe zone has become a must-fight place. This place has the best view of the entire map, overlooking the entire P-Port, and the large open area behind it can also be seen clearly. Even if it is poisoned, you have to occupy this place. In TPP mode, the angle of dive attack is almost invincible. Chu Sheng controlled the speedboat to rush to his teammates, and the teams outside P-Port had already started to fight in advance. Wei Jiang originally wanted to lead the 4M team to sail and land on the beach, but when they arrived at the coastline, they found that all the vehicles were stranded on the beach. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but they actually blew up all the vehicles and wiped out the whole family. There is no way. Let's drive in. Wei Jiang sighed, still a little unsure. When he was parachuting, he saw that only 3 people jumped along the coast, and the safe zone also proved that Chu Sheng was in the north of the map. Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion are all professional players, and they should not do such things that harm others and benefit themselves. However, The only team that can destroy all the sea vehicles on the coast in a shrinking circle without attracting the attention of the enemy is the Doyu team. One is because they have plenty of time, and the other is because they have a motive for committing the crime. But Wei Jiang still can't believe it. If Chu Sheng is here, he must bear the blame. But now it's Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion. Wei Jiang thought about the harmless faces of the three people, especially the maturity of the Rabbit and the well-behaved Little Lion, and couldn't help shaking his head. It shouldn't be them. The battle outside has already started, especially on the top of the mountain. Even the three people bathing in the sea can see the flames coming out of the top of the mountain, and the curling smoke rising from the vehicles being blown up. Chu Sheng's first aid kit was also used up on the way. When there were only 3 bandages left, he finally made it into the safe zone and successfully joined the 3 team members. The director's camera was pulled high in the sky, witnessing the scene of the great meeting. When Chu Sheng saw the 5 speedboats in front of him, he was stunned. These guys are really getting more and more capable of making trouble. Chapter 681 Weapon Master. Where do you get so many ships? Even though Chu Sheng likes to stir up trouble, he was stunned when he saw this scene. And he did see the stranded and charred vehicles on both sides of the strait after killing his way through the strait. He was still thinking that the 3 rabbits had successfully implemented his evil plan, but he didn't expect that he was still too young. These 3 guys not only learned his form, but also learned a lot of his spirit. Such an invincible navy can be regarded as a real pirate king, not the kind of one who used to drive 1 or 2 speedboats to show off his status on the sea. Chu Sheng observed for a while, and then jumped into the sea to take a bath. The second safe zone will continue to shrink for a while, and the only thing they have to do now is to wait. The director had hoped that Chu Sheng could lead the team to do something amazing, but he didn't expect Chu Sheng to degenerate and become a bathing king in the sea. He had to switch the screen to another place listlessly. The audience watching the live broadcast laughed their asses off. I'm not afraid of hooligans making trouble. I'm afraid of hooligans being educated. Chu Sheng didn't move at all this time, just waiting for the circle to be refreshed. The battle inside the circle is very fierce, while these 4 people are like outsiders, indifferent. When the safe zone is gone, how will Chu Sheng get to the shore? Brother, think about it carefully. If 4 speedboats go directly to the shore, the enclosed area can form a fortress. Chu Sheng is indeed in no hurry to go ashore. The next safe zone has not been determined yet, so he is not in a hurry at all. You should know that there are still more than 50 people alive, and the density is comparable to that of Port G. More importantly, whoever goes to the center of the safe zone will die. Even if there are vehicles surrounding a steel fortress, they will be beaten by the enemies on the mountain. Chu Sheng has long expected that most teams will have to fight a protracted war and a stalemate, stand firm at the edge of the poison circle, and hit the enemies in the safe zone hard, no matter how rich they were before, as long as they stayed outside the safe zone. Even if they did not participate in the battle, they would continue to consume supplies. The increase in density will also cause one thing. That is, they cannot loot after the battle, and other teams will not give this opportunity. Although the damage of the poison circle is not high, the cumulative impact of this series of factors is huge. If Chu Sheng and his team wait 1 more minute now, it is equivalent to the enemy weakening its own strength. Captain, what are you carrying? Do I need to give you a rifle? Shujua saw Chu Sheng taking a bath, with a shotgun with a gun handle wrapped in a shotgun bag and a huge crossbow handle behind him, and couldn't help asking. The place where they were born was poor, and it was rare for Chu Sheng to sail here alive. As for weapons and supplies, let's not talk about them. Weapons are not needed. I'll find a way to get them from the enemy later. If you have bandages and drinks, just give me some. Chu Sheng asked for some bandages and drinks, then drank a bottle of painkillers on the boat and jumped into the sea again. Chu Sheng's S686 is extraordinary. It has a shotgun bag and a choke. It is a fully equipped shotgun. According to Chu Sheng's expectation, they will only go ashore from the seaside later, and it is very likely that they will be suppressed by someone at a close distance. After all, when the 4 of them charge into the circle, the battle outside the safe zone should come to an end. The remaining teams, bold and powerful, will directly occupy the center of the safe zone, and the remaining teams will use various means to seize positions and the few shelters. At that time, it will basically be medium and short-range combat, and the spray gun and crossbow can be used as surprise troops. The development of the battle has been deduced in Chu Sheng's mind more than a dozen times, and he has analyzed various different situations. Now the only thing to do is to wait. The battle is quite fierce, and the houses along the street of P-Port have all been occupied. There are many teams that want to capture the high points on the mountain, but the C9 team firmly holds the top of the mountain, not giving the flanks and the teams behind them a chance to rush up. All the teams were fighting. The 4M and F teams, who came from afar, were sniped by WTSG in the housing area next to the highway to P-Port, and were driven into the mountains and forests to flee in panic. Wei Jiang was even shot in the head with an AKM as soon as he met, and the remaining 3 people drove into the mountains and forests to avoid being chased under AKA's quick decision. The subsequent F team was the same, and they rushed out of the nuclear power plant in a dusty manner, but were charged a toll. They were not as lucky as 4M. They were poisoned along the way. The health of the 4 team members was suppressed very low, and the vehicles along the way had been snatched away by other teams. As a result, a car was directly blown up, and everyone turned into a sea of fire with the explosion, becoming the 3rd team to be eliminated. This wave was very damaging to the F team. They had originally hoped that this game would help them rank higher, but it actually dragged them down, and they couldn't even keep their current ranking. There were gunshots everywhere in P-Port, and airdrops landed directly on the beach next to Sansong, with red smoke rising. But no one dared to pick up the airdrops here. Even Navi, who had previously occupied P-Port, had a hard time. Just now, the enemy threw a few smoke bombs in their faces, blocking their vision directly, and eating up their teammates in the apartment building alone, occupying the townhouse. It was like a big hand was pinching their necks, strangling their throats. If a corner circle is created later, it will be fine. But if a safe zone is created farther away, it will be difficult for the remaining 3 people in Navi to move. The townhouse is occupied by people, like an iron wall, making it difficult for them to move. But not everyone is Chu Sheng, who can create 3 or 4 corner circles in a row. When a new safe zone is created, Navi suddenly shouts and curses. In the Douyu team, they finally moved. One person drove a speedboat and rushed directly to the beach at the edge of the safe zone. This safe zone has a yin-yang circle, half of which is the beach and the other half is on the sea, leaving very little land area. Chu Sheng made a prompt decision and immediately occupied the advantageous terrain along the beach. For other teams, the beach has no defenses, so they would not choose this place unless they had no other choice. But for the Douyu team, which was protected by the Iron Curtain, this position was perfect. The 4 of them went straight to the beach, and Chu Sheng was still making arrangements. I will come to guard the beach later, and you 2 can go and bring the remaining 2 ships over. Chu Sheng wanted all 6 ships to dock on the beach to expand the defense area. Captain, are you guarding it alone? Xiao Ju couldn't help but ask. If they wanted to transport the remaining 2 ships parked on the sea, they really needed 3 people to go over, leaving Chu Sheng alone on the beach. If someone attacks them, won't the Iron Curtain they built be handed over to someone else? Don't you believe me? Captain, I do believe you. But you only have a crossbow and a shotgun now. Then watch out today. I'll show you what a weapon master is. Chapter 682 Charge. Chu Sheng's calm words made Xiao Ju's scalp numb, and even a chill ran down his spine from the top of his head to his coccyx. Since Chu Sheng was so sure, the 3 naturally believed that Chu Sheng could do it. Xiao Ju's speedboat did not rush directly to the shore, and the other 3 directly rushed the speedboat diagonally to the beach. Then Rabbit and Little Lion got on Xiao Ju's speedboat, and the 3 went back to get the boat, leaving Chu Sheng alone to guard the coastline. C9, who was firmly guarding the top of the mountain, saw the speedboat on the beach, but the enemies under their feet were full of malice. As long as they had a slight flaw, they would turn into tigers, bite their weakest points tightly, tear open a hole, or even devour them completely. But the other teams were delighted when they saw the Iron Curtain fence on the beach. They couldn't take the hilltop, but they could take the beach. In the TPP mode on the hilltop, it's impossible to attack from high to low. The top of the hill has a unique visual advantage, and can be the first to find the enemy's traces below. So it's quite difficult to attack the hilltop. Instead of spending time here, it's better to go to the beach to find an opportunity. I just saw the speedboat parked on the beach, and then the remaining 3 people drove away in the speedboat. Although I don't know what tricks this team is playing, there is only 1 enemy player left behind the bunker built by the speedboat, which is obviously easier to take than the hilltop occupied by C9. There was no cover on the beach originally, so no team dared to rush to the beach. Otherwise they would become the target of public attack. However, the cover formed by 3 speedboats is comparable to 4 or 5 cars connected end to end, and it is located in the center of the safe zone, with an endless ocean behind it. There is no need to worry about the enemy's sneak attack. It is an excellent defense location. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? The opportunity is fleeting, and more than one team has set its sights on this location. Chu Sheng, who is defending alone, seemed to be at the mercy of others. Now a group of hungry wolves and tigers want to occupy this place. General G Black rushed the fastest, and all the members got on the car and rushed over directly. The artillery fire of other teams all chased and hit, because Chu Sheng's true identity is still unclear. In the minds of other teams, Chu Sheng is just a harmless sheep. Even if he has attack power, he cannot be compared with other teams. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. So more teams join the fight. Fight hard, and the motorcycle will become a car. If you can really take this place, you can rest assured before the 5th safe zone. And this place is easy to defend. The defense area of the speedboat is much larger than that of the car, enough to accommodate an entire team. Even if you attack with projectiles, you can retreat to the water and wait for the explosion to end before counterattacking. The battle was about to start, and the durability of General G Black's vehicles dropped rapidly. The jeep directly hit the speedboat, turning the speedboats that were originally arranged in a row into a lambda / shape. He was not idle even when hiding behind the speedboat. 3 smoke bombs were thrown out, covering the speedboat in smoke. With a deafening explosion of the jeep, Chu Sheng saw the information that 3 players were knocked down in the upper right corner. All of them were General G Black players. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. We meet again. Chu Sheng saw that it was General G Black, and a smile appeared on his lips, because the smoke bomb blocked the view. The enemy team in the distance all opened fire. Bullets fell on the speedboat like dense raindrops, making a sound of metal clashing. Chu Sheng cut out a full-equipped spray gun, and bullets rained down like a forest. The last person standing in the General G Black team did not dare to save people in the rain of bullets at this moment. So he had to choose to abandon his teammates first, rush behind the bunker, and remove the thorn in the eyes behind the speedboat. If the teammates are lucky, they can crawl to the back under the cover of the smoke. If they are unlucky, they will be hit by the stray bullets. Chu Sheng heard the rustling footsteps approaching, and before the player could stick his head out of the smoke, he fired 2 shots into the smoke and took the guy away directly. In an instant, all 4 members of General G Black lay on the ground and turned into boxes. The player also aimed at the gun line and prepared to slowly move out. But before he could show his head, he was taken away by Chu Sheng's 2 sprays. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Chu Sheng's ID and his face suddenly fell. The audience saw it clearly from the director's God's perspective. General G Black plunged into the seaside defense line where Chu Sheng was. It really fulfilled the saying that enemies will always meet. Originally, everyone was still worried about how Chu Sheng could defend against 4 people alone. These 4 people surrounded him from both sides, and Chu Sheng couldn't defend at all with his equipment. As a result, the team behind him made a contribution and directly blew down 3 people, and it instantly became a one-on-one situation. The team that took action was the powerful FaZe. Chu Sheng heard the footsteps of the enemy this time, and shot him directly before he showed his head. It can be said that he was very bold. He didn't shoot with an assault rifle, but shot 2 bullets directly with a shotgun, leaving no room for himself. This is an extremely strong confidence in his own judgment. The other team members were also stunned when they saw the kill information pop up in the upper right corner. Chu Sheng used a spray gun to kill the last member of General G Black. Moreover, this member was an old acquaintance of Chu Sheng, the one who was beaten into autism by Chu Sheng. In the first round, he was blocked in the air raid shelter. In the second round, he was beaten to death by Chu Sheng's fist. In this round, he was hit in Chu Sheng's face and was sprayed into pieces by the spray gun. Originally, General G Black played well in this round, and the search from G-Port was also full. The emotion of being beaten into autism before was gradually eased, and he wanted to show his skills in this round. General G Black's ambition is to attack the coastline, but unfortunately they met Chu Sheng here. WTF. Why is it this guy again? The originally normal face was now overcast, and the player simply shrunk into the chair, away from the mouse and keyboard. Looking at this melancholy look, whether the 4th game can be played normally is still a question. In a flash, All the teams that wanted to occupy this place hesitated. It was Chu Sheng who was guarding this place. And he was holding an invincible close combat spray gun. This made people feel uncomfortable. You know, there is no cover on the beach. Even if you throw a grenade, you have to consider other teams behind you. The only way is to rush over like General G. Black just did, and take down the Iron Curtain bunker as quickly as possible. Go! This is the best opportunity. If we wait for the rest of the Douyu team to come, it will be even harder to fight. WTSG team and Liquid team, including the Fearless Phase team, all decided to rush over directly. No matter how strong Chu Sheng is, he can't take care of both sides, even if he has proved his strength with his record. The other teams have no way to go at this moment. The roar of the car came, and the three teams drove to the seaside together. 6 vehicles rushed together, dispersing a lot of bullets. Chu Sheng saw the scene, and his scalp was also numb. He quietly cut out the grenade and held it tightly in his palm. Chapter 683, 1 Dragon and 2 Tigers. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Chu Sheng held a bolt-pulled grenade tightly in his hand. Time seemed to pass very slowly. So slowly that the audience in front of the screen were worried whether this grenade would explode in Chu Sheng's hand. Isn't this guy's grenade going to explode yet? If he doesn't, it will probably explode. The foreign commentator couldn't help but wonder at this moment. Is this a mistake? Xiao Yu clenched her hands tightly, not knowing what Chu Sheng was thinking. And her heart was full of mixed feelings. All her worries were summed up in 3 words. Throw it out. The sound of cars around was already very clear. And Chu Sheng threw the grenade directly from his hand at a low throw, and threw it in the direction of the bow of the speedboat. Chu Sheng retreated immediately after the grenade was thrown out. At the moment when the grenade was thrown out, a red car with a whirring sound appeared in front of Chu Sheng with a sudden brake drift. 2 people leaned out from the back seat of the car on each side, holding assault rifles in their hands, trying to take Chu Sheng away directly. Boom! The 2 just locked Chu Sheng and wanted to shoot. But as the grenade exploded, all 4 people in the car were killed by Chu Sheng. A bright red 5 kills appeared on Chu Sheng's screen. The ambitious WTSG originally wanted to seek revenge on Chu Sheng. They were 4 against 1. The 2 players in the back seat had already leaned out in advance, waiting to lock Chu Sheng as soon as possible after drifting. The 2 shot and killed Chu Sheng with lightning speed, then got out of the car to occupy this place, and counterattack Liquid and FaZe who followed. But Chu Sheng's hearing was so good that he used his extraordinary hearing to throw a grenade at the right time during the entire movement of WTSG and completed a harvest. Poor WTSG not only failed to take revenge, but also once again fulfilled Chu Sheng and his reputation as the group-destroying engine, because Chu Sheng was close to the back of the speedboat, and he was paying attention to the enemies coming from behind. So his judgment of WTSG was entirely based on his hearing. This time the director happened to switch to Chu Sheng's perspective, allowing everyone to see Chu Sheng's superb and impeccable strength. If there is a 6-pointed star ability chart, I think Chu Sheng should get full marks. As expected of a tough guy from the mysterious East, he has impressed everyone in just the first day of the game. Foreign commentators also praised Chu Sheng generously. They knew that other teams were strong, but in these 3 games, Chu Sheng's strength and brilliance shocked everyone. There were also many Chinese watching the live broadcast on Twitch, and they felt proud when they heard the commentator praise Chu Sheng so much. This is a game field that few Asian faces have entered. You say MOBA, or even real-time strategy. Yellow people may shine, but in the field of shooting games, there are few who can impress players all over the world. Obviously, Chu Sheng did it today. Even Shroud, who was broadcasting live, applauded Chu Sheng for the timing he had just grasped. It's really great. He is indeed the guy I am optimistic about. Shroud's expression was happier than when he defeated the team. After all, as one of the 4 anchors who sniped Chu Sheng, only he and God G personally expressed their recognition and optimism of Chu Sheng's strength. Now that Chu Sheng has proved himself with the results, doesn't it also prove that what he said is true, and that he has a good eye for people? Chu Sheng let go of the grenade and ran in the opposite direction without looking back. At the same time, he cut out another grenade in his hand, and threw it towards the iron wall built by the speedboat not far away. But this time Chu Sheng was facing Liquid, not WTSG, who rushed at Chu Sheng with red eyes. The grenade exploded out of thin air, but did not hit anyone. The 4 members of Liquid used 2 vehicles to build a temporary shelter on the back of the speedboat. Instead of killing Chu Sheng directly, they attacked FaZe who were following behind. The attack was well organized. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng had used up all his throwing objects, and there were no extra ones. Otherwise he could have fired at the back of the speedboat. Two people from Liquid were fighting against each other, and the remaining two threw various throwing objects at Chu Sheng, forcing him back into the water. Even if Chu Sheng is as strong as he is, he can't just rush in now. The battle has already begun here. The other three members of the Douyu team have just reached the edge of the previous poison circle. One of them drives the speedboat and starts to rush back. "Captain, can you hold on?" Xiaoju asked. Because Liquid's grenade was tricky just now. Chu Sheng was still splashed when he hid back in the water, and lost about 1/3 of his blood. "It should be fine. Come here as soon as possible." Chu Sheng took a look at the rapidly changing situation. What he hoped now was that Liquid and FaZe would fight to a draw, and then he would deal with the remaining enemies. But FaZe was no pushover. The first player slowed down and jumped out of the car, switching seats. The car, which was about to lose durability, crashed directly into Liquid's defense line. Then several people followed up with a follow-up shot, and detonated the vehicle at the moment of the collision. The aftermath pushed Liquid's vehicle a little, just knocking down one of them. FaZe seized the opportunity and rushed directly towards Liquid. The two teams have always been rivals in the European division. In all the big and small competitions in the European division, either Liquid or FaZe won the championship. This time, they had the opportunity to face off head-on. Both teams simply ignored Chu Sheng and saw if they could chew off the other's hard bone. Chu Sheng heard the gunshots and rushed out of the water. From the sound, the two teams had obviously started fighting first, and had no time to pay attention to him. This was a good opportunity for him to take action. Chu Sheng was never a person who would sit and wait for death. Now he took advantage of the rebellion of the two teams to reap the benefits. If he waited for the battle to end, it was still unclear whether he could withstand the attack. Chu Sheng was like a sharp blade. When both sides had no time to pay attention, he struck a fatal blow. With rustling footsteps, Liquid had realized that Chu Sheng was behind them and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. But they had no time to pay attention now. C9 on the hill also shot coldly at Liquid and FaZe, making them unable to concentrate. Chu Sheng touched the edge of the speedboat, and could already see Liquid hiding in front of him through the speedboat, and FaZe hiding behind the vehicle not far away and attacking from all directions. Chu Sheng thought about it and switched to a crossbow, which made all the commentators and the audience gasp. In this situation, he chose to use a crossbow as a weapon, which was an extremely bold idea. How can I stick my head out and kill both teams with a crossbow? What is Chu Sheng going to do? It's better to use a shotgun. But before everyone could think about it, Chu Sheng directly got on the seat from the edge of the speedboat with the F key, and the crossbow was locked with a hip shot at the same time. Whoosh! With a light sound of breaking through the air, he immediately killed the Liquid player who had just been knocked to the ground. Before everyone could react, Chu Sheng had already got off the boat again and hid behind the speedboat. Chapter 684 Chu Sheng's unique performance. Others did not react, but the director's camera was on Chu Sheng, and he saw his operation in an instant. All the audience also saw Chu Sheng's wonderful moment. Choose the F key to get on the car, and then use the crossbow to kill directly. This move directly offended both Liquid and FaZe. If Chu Sheng used the crossbow to shoot the player who was saving people, then Liquid would have 2 people down, and FaZe would become 2 against 4, with an absolute advantage. But Chu Sheng used the crossbow to kill the one that FaZe had just knocked down, and snatched the opponent's head. The situation was 3 against 4, and Liquid still had a chance to fight. Chu Sheng's choice is the best choice of balance. Chu Sheng jumped off the stranded speedboat and immediately began to load the crossbow. Fists, crossbows, shotguns. Chu Sheng proved with his own strength that even without an assault rifle, he could still kill people calmly. Xiaoju, who came back from the boat, was also stunned. The captain really killed the offending enemy with a shotgun and a crossbow. Weapon master. It's really not just talk. Thinking carefully, in the previous online game, killing people with crossbows and shotguns was not something Chu Sheng was accustomed to. It's just that I didn't expect that this skill would still have spare power after playing against professional players. After reloading, Chu Sheng focused all his attention on Team FaZe, because his teammates were killed. And Chu Sheng's unexpected appearance made Liquid completely panic. They couldn't have been on guard when fighting with FaZe. As long as there was a slight negligence, Chu Sheng would seize the opportunity to give them a fatal blow. The information was already very complete. Chu Sheng's weapons were a spray gun plus a crossbow. This kind of equipment could actually drive Liquid crazy. If this was set outside, he would really be regarded as a mental patient. But in Chu Sheng's opinion, there is no difference between strong and weak weapons. Only the right time. In this kind of close-quarters battle, the shotgun and crossbow can kill people instantly. The shotgun and crossbow that everyone usually discarded have now caused such great difficulties for the two top European clubs. No matter what the outcome of this game is, I am afraid that both teams will remember the pain of being threatened by Chu Sheng alone. After reloading, Chu Sheng tilted his head and looked out. As a result, as soon as he stretched his head out, Fitz's sniper rifle bullets, which were hiding behind the bunker, hit the speedboat with a clang and a burst of fire. If Chu Sheng had not dodged quickly, he would have been shot in the forehead. You know, Chu Sheng has not even had a bulletproof vest on him since this game. If the bullet hits him, 2 shots will teach him a lesson. If it were any other player in this situation, they would have been trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. How could anyone be like him? Teasing Liquid on the left and hitting Fizz's Autumn Wind on the right. Playing a two-sided game. I have to say that Chu Sheng has a big heart. It's like a dancer dancing ballet on a tightrope. Beauty, enjoyment, and tension coexist. Foreign commentators did not hesitate to praise Chu Sheng. After these 3 games, he has established his position as the #1 devil in the Invitational Tournament. Doing things that others dare not do. Always doing unexpected things. Which is amazing. Just like a poisonous poppy. You never know what new ideas he will bring to you next. And you are firmly attracted and controlled by him. Such players are unique in professional competitions. You can say that a certain player has exquisite shooting skills. Command is like a god. And has a broad view of the overall situation. But there is only one such complex as Chu Sheng. The players of Team Fizz are also keeping an eye on both sides at the same time. Team Liquid is already buried in the smoke. But they have not given up the prize. Chu Sheng's crossbow is ready and waiting for the next opportunity. Team Fizz has no grenades. Otherwise, they would have greeted Liquid at the first time. This is the consumption of the previous poisonous edge. Otherwise, they would not choose to occupy this place at the risk of their lives. If there were sufficient supplies, they could continue to fight with C9 on the hillside until they ate C9 and occupied the commanding heights. But too many strategic supplies were consumed just now. So Fizz was determined to snatch this excellent position from Liquid and WTSG. Captain, I only have 1 Molotov cocktail left, Fizz's player said. And he had already switched to holding it in his hand. It depends on this Molotov cocktail. While Liquid is in the smoke and has a bad view, throw it directly. Fizz's Captain Jimby made a prompt decision. The protective layer built by Liquid's car was very powerful. The 2 cars formed an inverted V, which was almost airtight. But throwing this Molotov cocktail in would also become their nightmare. To avoid the effect of the Molotov cocktail, they had to run out of the smoke. But there was no cover after they came out. So whether they ran or not, they would only die. With the Molotov cocktail in hand, the lighter had already ignited the cloth strip soaked in the bottle mouth, and made a throwing motion. Chu Sheng saw a faint glow of fire at the bottle mouth, and his expression was stern. He knew that if Liquid took this Molotov cocktail, the remaining 3 would definitely be wiped out. While he was thinking, the Molotov cocktail had been thrown out, because there was no pop sound of a grenade pulling out the fuse. The Molotov cocktail was still quite secretive when it could not be seen. In addition, Fitz's bullets kept penetrating the fog, distracting Liquid's attention. With this Molotov cocktail, Liquid would definitely be annihilated. Even the Chinese and foreign commentators took a deep breath when they saw Fitz's actions. In the battle between the 2 major European giants, Fitz won a great victory this time. The Molotov cocktail was a great achievement. A great achievement. In a flash, Chu Sheng had made his own decision. He played the role of a balancer between the 2 teams. No matter which side had an overwhelming advantage, it would be a catastrophic blow to him. When one side was eliminated or had no power to fight, the other team would immediately shift its target to Chu Sheng. This is very disadvantageous for him. What Chu Sheng has to do now is to keep the 2 teams in balance. Wait for his teammates to return, and then blow the horn of counterattack. When Fitz's team members stood up to throw, Chu Sheng's crossbow had already aimed at the enemy's head in an instant. Almost at the same time, the crossbow arrow was released, and the Molotov cocktail fell out of his hand. After the crossbow arrow was shot out, Chu Sheng ignored it and directly cut out the shotgun. then cut into the speedboat, aimed at the Molotov cocktail flying in the air, and shot it up twice. At this time, the advantage of the shotgun was reflected. With a shotgun with a choke, the shotgun shells were more dense, and the Molotov cocktail was shattered in the sky in an instant. And then a burst of suspended flames fell directly on the ground, burning nothing, and gradually extinguished in less than a moment. At the same time, the information of the crossbow headshot knocking down also arrived as expected. For a while, all the brilliance of Fitz's Molotov cocktail was intercepted by Chu Sheng alone. Chapter 685, Honorable Death. The name of God of War. Chu Sheng's sudden success instantly drew Fitz's hatred. Fitz originally thought that Chu Sheng had been suppressed by firepower just now, and that he would be a little restrained in the face of two strong opponents. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng not only did not restrain himself, but played both sides, killed a member of Liquid, snatched 15 points from Fitz, and now simply shot and killed one of Fitz's members, and destroyed the Molotov cocktail they had high hopes for. Liquid, who was mixed in the smoke, was still unclear about what happened. He only saw in the upper right corner that Chu Sheng had knocked down one of Fitz's players with a crossbow headshot, followed by two deafening spray gun sounds. But no casualties were seen. Only the crisp sound of broken glass was heard. OMG! What on earth did he do? The audience didn't react at first to the significance of Chu Sheng's combo. He saved Liquid, destroyed Fizz's ultimate kill, and even reduced the opponent's combat power. After Chu Sheng finished the bombing, he jumped off the speedboat and hid behind the bunker to reload. The three teammates on the map were gradually approaching, and they were only 200 or 300 meters away from returning to the beach. The series of combo punches just now not only confused Fizz, but also Liquid mixed in the smoke didn't react to what happened. But as the smoke bomb dissipated, the three professional players saw the sporadic fire on the ground and reacted immediately. The fragmented information just now was all connected in an instant. It was Chu Sheng who knocked down Fitz's team members and smashed the Molotov cocktail thrown by the opponent in the air. Looking at the position of the flames on the ground, the Molotov cocktail was clearly thrown towards their position. Chu Sheng's move was undoubtedly to save them from the water and fire. The audience watching the live broadcast all had question marks, and they didn't understand what Chu Sheng meant just now. The commentators were also stunned for a long time. And finally a slightly more experienced male commentator came out to smooth things over. Chu Sheng's move seemed to save Liquid, but in fact, he also saved himself. Xiao Yu on the side didn't react. What do you mean? Think about it. If Chu Sheng didn't stop them, would the three members of Liquid survive this fire? After the male commentator asked, Xiao Yu fell into deep thought and began to analyze logically. If this Molotov cocktail is thrown down, Liquid will definitely not be able to see it in the smoke. When he finds the fire and escapes from the bunker, he will be shot down by Fizz, but if he chooses to defend, he will definitely be burned to death. The damage of the Molotov cocktail is very high. If this is thrown down, the subsequent damage will be completely unbearable. No matter what, the three members of Liquid will die. This is the answer Xiao Yu got after thinking. And all the audience also came to the same answer as Xiao Yu. Once Liquid dies, there will only be Fizz's team around. And it's a full-strength team of 4. Do you think Chu Sheng still has a chance? No matter how strong Chu Sheng is, he is just a human, not a god. Now he is holding a crossbow and a shotgun, facing 4 people rushing in. Chu Sheng. Xiao Yu was about to defend herself. But after thinking about it, even if the crossbow headshots one person, and the 2 shotguns take 1 person each, there is still one enemy that cannot be eliminated. The reloading speed of the crossbow and the shotgun is extremely slow. With Fizz's level, he will never miss Chu Sheng in 3 or 4 seconds and let the opponent kill him. Fizz is a European powerhouse, and he will never make such a mistake like the refund players, and can't hit even when standing. After a moment of silence, the commentator Xiao Yu said unwillingly, so Chu Sheng has only one way to go, which is death. The male commentator clapped his hands and said, that's right. This is why Chu Sheng wants to help Liquid. As long as Liquid is not dead, Chu Sheng will not be Fitz's first target. And naturally, he will not transfer his anger to Chu Sheng, so he can continue to fish in troubled waters. After the male commentator explained, Xiao Yu suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. Even the audience understood that only when Liquid and Fitz were of similar strength and did not have an overwhelming advantage, Chu Sheng would be safe. Once the balance was unbalanced, Chu Sheng would be the next one to face the anger. As expected of Chu Sheng, He was able to figure this out in a flash. And he was able to perform the ultimate operation, saving Liquid and himself. This is the truth of the lips and teeth being cold. But as long as we wait for the three of Rabbit to come back, the offensive and defensive situation will be different. And it will be time for Chu Sheng to show his skills. After a brief shock, Liquid and Fizz naturally understood this truth. Originally, the two teams thought that they would fight first and then take down Chu Sheng. But now, it seems that how can others sleep soundly beside my bed? Especially with such a fierce tiger like Chu Sheng. Fizz and other team members helped the knockdown teammates up. And the captain had made up his mind to eliminate Chu Sheng first. This guy is really amazing. Who knows what amazing move he will make next? He shot twice, killed a Liquid player, snatched 15 points from Fizz, and completely destroyed their proud lore. He killed one player and knocked down another. If he stayed, I'm afraid both teams would have to let him show off to death. The rescue player took medicine to recover health. But the crossbow arrow has a feature. If the health is not restored to 100 points, the crossbow arrow will remain stuck in the body. This arrow was shot at the forehead, so as long as he squatted on the ground, he could see a horizontal crossbow arrow through the car window. Which was very funny. Smoke bomb. Except for the captain. The other three took out smoke bombs at the command and threw them towards Liquid. 3 smoke bombs directly blocked one side of the speedboat. Like a long white silk, the 3 Liquids thought Fitz was going to attack. So they immediately huddled up to defend. And then the smoke bombs began to be deployed in the opposite direction. But Fitz's real intention was not Liquid, but Chu Sheng. Instead of wasting time with these 3 people, it is better to concentrate firepower first. And the 4 of them will kill Chu Sheng in a crushing manner. Occupy the most advantageous terrain. And let the 3 guys of Liquid act as watchdogs for them, guarding outside the iron wall of the speedboat and sniping the enemy. Chu Sheng had just loaded his crossbow and shotgun when he saw Fitz's 4 men rushing over aggressively, because the wheels of the vehicle had been blown up. The 4 men laid a smoke bomb under their feet and rushed over. This change caught Chu Sheng off guard. Although he had known Fitz's reckless tactics before, when he really saw it on the field, Chu Sheng still felt a sense of loss. Decisive. Too decisive. He stuck his head out and aimed at one person with the crossbow first. The first Fitz player, who came out of the smoke, fell to the ground. Then Chu Sheng's 2 shotguns hit directly in the smoke. The shotgun with a choke ring has an effective range of 50 meters. The dense bullets entered the smoke and another one jumped out and was knocked down. But at this moment, the bullets of EP641 had been used up, and the crossbow arrows had been fired. So Chu Sheng had no time to reload. He took out the P1911 and aimed the rough crosshairs of the pistol at the smoke. As the enemy appeared, the bullets hit the enemy's head quickly and steadily, directly blowing up the enemy's second-level helmet and knocking him down. When the last Fitz team member rushed out, 2 more shots hit his helmet. But this time, all 8 bullets were empty. And what awaited Chu Sheng was a burst of assault rifle fire, all of which hit. Chu Sheng was knocked to the ground in an instant. The lightning-fast assault. No one had reacted yet. Chapter 686. Become a god in one battle. The 3 rabbits in the distance also drove back in a speedboat, less than 100 meters away from the beach. The 3 saw Chu Sheng being knocked down by the enemy at the same time, and immediately switched positions and pointed their guns at the enemy. Captain Fitz saw the enemy appearing on the sea from the corner of his eye. At this moment, the smoke was about to dissipate. He could already hear footsteps 1 meter away. It was obvious that Liquid was going to launch a counterattack. The rifles in his hands continued to pour out, and all the bullets hit Chu Sheng. Heartbroken, Rabbit, Little Duke and Little Lion opened fire at the same time. And within a second, Fitz's last player also fell to the ground. The 4 players of Fitz who were fearless just now all turned into boxes, lying on the beach. Chu Sheng jumped to kill 3 more people. But at this time, because Fitz Captain Jimby risked his life to help, Chu Sheng fell to the ground and was shot twice. He was bleeding and was about to fall down soon. The 3 of them immediately accelerated in the speedboat and rushed to the shore. I think I can't save him here. Be careful when you get ashore. There is Liquid behind the wall. There are 3 other players, but they don't have any throwing objects. Remember to be careful. Chu Sheng was already explaining his funeral. Although Chu Sheng fell, he was bleeding very fast. The key is that he didn't have much blood to bleed. Jimby fired 2 more shots, one on the forehead and the other on the body. Chu Sheng could only hold on for less than 10 seconds. According to the speed of the three-person speedboat, it would take too long to drive to the shore, run aground, jump off the boat, run, and rescue. Moreover, Chu Sheng had heard the liquid behind him stirring. The liquid was very strong. In the smoke and panic just now, he heard the dense gunfire and saw what happened in the information bar in the upper right corner. The Fitz team had been annihilated, but Chu Sheng had also been knocked down. They became the biggest winner. Captain, you will definitely be fine. Xiaoju had directly blasted the speed of the speedboat to the maximum, and didn't care about building a fortress, and went straight to the place where Chu Sheng fell. The rabbit and the little lion did the same, wanting to form a fortress for Chu Sheng from the left and right, so that when they were treating him later, they wouldn't have to worry about the three people from Liquid rushing over. Chu Sheng only had a little bit left. When Shijua's speedboat rushed directly onto the beach, Shiju had jumped off the speedboat immediately and lost half a tube of blood. Similarly, the speedboat formed a barrier, completely sealing one side. After landing, Xiaoju ran 2 steps, and just as he squatted in front of Chu Sheng and prepared to attack, Chu Sheng fell to the ground and turned into a box. Just half a second slower, Shijua was stunned, and so were the rabbit and the little lion. Just now, watching Shijua's actions, they thought they could hold the captain at the last moment, but they didn't expect that there was still a little time. Rabbit and Little Lion also drove the speedboat directly to the shore, forming a complete steel fortress, leaving only the seawater behind them as an exit. Liquid saw the opponent's airtight defense and immediately lost interest in attacking. The two teams simply stalemate across the speedboat. Is Chu Sheng dead? Some netizens still feel dazed. After all, after watching these 3 games, Chu Sheng is strong and has many strange moves. He has become the representative of immortality in everyone's mind. Now seeing him really turn into a box, there is still a sense of unreality. This guy is finally dead. I almost lost my temper when I saw the end. I was afraid that he could kill all 4 of Fitz by himself. Some foreign viewers also expressed their joy. This guy's strength is really terrible. With such a weapon, he could almost wipe out Fitz and beat him to the ground. If Chu Sheng had been given a submachine gun or a rifle, the outcome would have been reversed. Although the attack by Fitz and the other 4 players just now had some flaws, we can see that Chu Sheng's series of performances in the response just now were extremely wonderful. And it was not just a textbook response. This is a complete manifestation of exerting oneself to the extreme. I don't even need to give him any assault rifles. As long as it was the P1911 with an extended magazine, the situation would be completely different at this moment. The foreign commentator did not hesitate to praise Chu Sheng, because it was so exciting. Few people use crossbows to kill people in professional competitions. Even if all professional competitions are counted, there are not many such examples. But today Chu Sheng showed everyone what the strongest cold weapon is. The crossbow killed 2 people in a row, giving the opponent no chance to react. You know, if the crossbow arrows are shot empty, the time to reload the crossbow arrows or switch weapons will definitely be solved by the opponent. There was only one chance to shoot, and Chu Sheng seized it firmly. This is the embodiment of a big heart. Then he used a shotgun to knock down a person in the smoke. In such a hasty situation, the footsteps could not be heard at all, and the shooting was completely based on instinct. And from the director's perspective, the outline could also be seen in the smoke. At that time, Chu Sheng's gun was completely aimed at the enemy, without any deviation. The distance was a little large, and it took 2 shots to hit one person. Just when everyone thought Chu Sheng was at the end of his rope, Chu Sheng's P1911 showed its power again. Crossbows and shotguns appeared in professional competitions, knocking down the top European teams, and now even pistols have appeared. Chu Sheng actually knocked down a player. If it weren't for the lack of bullets at the end, even Fitz's captain might have died. Fists, crossbows, shotguns, pistols. What else can't this guy do? Xiaoju was still a little dazed. At this moment, he thought of the weapon master the captain had mentioned before, and then he understood what he meant. It turned out that when the captain decided to guard the beach alone, he had already thought about what kind of situation he would face. Although Chu Sheng died in this fight, his operation shocked the Chinese and foreign audiences. Before, because of his eccentric operation, his true strength was not very clear. But this beach fight was a real fight. Chu Sheng's marksmanship and strength impressed all the audience, including Fizz, who was fighting against him. Such stable and amazing marksmanship can only make people feel deeply powerless. It is an honor to die and become a god in one battle. What team is Fizz from? It is the #1 favorite to win the championship this time. Chu Sheng used the most broken weapon in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and almost destroyed the team. After Chu Sheng died, the next game was more intense, and the save zone was finally refreshed on the mountain of C9. The 3 members of Rabbit won a tragic victory in the fight with Liquid. Only Shijue, who was left with half a tube of blood, escaped and finally fell on the road of charge, and only got the 4th place. However, because of this game, Douyu team had 10 kills, plus the ranking score of the 4th place. It also got a total of 350 points. Still far ahead. Chapter 687 You successfully attracted everyone's attention. Although the Douyu team failed to win the game, the C9 team, which won the final game, did not have a very good record in the first 2 games. There was no major change in the ranking of the top 3 teams, except that C9 suddenly moved from the 2nd tier to the 1st tier, pulling Fitz down 1 place. There was still a 10-minute break after this game. The most eye-catching part of the wonderful replay was the wonderful scene of Chu Sheng killing 3 people with a crossbow, a spray gun, and a small pistol. It was done in one go, and was extremely smooth. The decisiveness of the shot impressed the professional teams that had always been hostile to Chu Sheng. C9 won this game, so the host walked directly towards C9. Seeing this, Chu Sheng said to the 3 people, "I'm going to the bathroom." During the 30-minute break in the last game, Chu Sheng forgot to pee and went directly to meet Li Xiaoan. As a result, he had to hold it in for the whole game. Finally, he had a chance to pee and left. "Captain, didn't you go to the bathroom during the intermission in the last game? Why did you go again this time? Frequent urination is a disease. Don't take it lightly. Go to the hospital for a checkup when you go back," Xiaoju said earnestly, which made Chu Sheng turn around and glare at him. And he immediately shut up. The rabbit and the little lion tried to hold back their laughter. Everyone knew that Chu Sheng didn't go to the toilet just now, but to flirt with girls. Shijue, this idiot. Is he talking about something else? Chu Sheng just walked into the passage and met Li Xiaoan. What a coincidence. We meet again. Chu Sheng didn't expect that Xiaoan hadn't left yet and met here again. It was really fate. Xiaoan's beautiful eyes moved, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chu Sheng. What a coincidence. The teammates had already returned to the hotel to rest, but she had come here specially to wait for Chu Sheng during the break after the game. Xiaoan was about to speak, but Chu Sheng raised his hand to stop her. "I'll go to the bathroom first, and we'll talk later." After saying that, he ran away. Xiaoan was stunned at first, but after reacting, she immediately chased after him. Of course, Xiaoan was not a nympho, and she didn't chase Chu Sheng directly into the bathroom to block him. But she was afraid that this guy would slip away again. What Li Xiaoan, wanted to do, she never failed. Chu Sheng went to the bathroom to flush, and he relaxed. During the game, he was highly concentrated and consumed a lot of energy. Now he just wanted to finish the last game, and then go back to have a good rest and sleep until he was dizzy. Players from other teams also took the opportunity to go to the bathroom during the break, and as a result, they saw a beautiful and graceful beauty standing outside the men's bathroom. When he glanced at her, he felt a sense of déjà vu. He came to the restroom with doubts, and then he suddenly realized that the beauty at the door was the girl group idol who sang and danced on the court during the break before the game. That's why she was standing alone outside the men's restroom. Chu Sheng washed his hands and just walked out of the door. Li Xiaoan jumped out directly from the side. "Hey!" Chu Sheng was so scared that he leaned against the wall inside. This almost scared him to death. He was still thinking about something, but it happened suddenly, and he really couldn't stand it. Seeing that Chu Sheng was really scared, Li Xiaoan took a step back, stuck out her clove-like tongue, and apologized. "Hey, let's exchange contact information so we can play games together later." Li Xiaoan extended her hand generously and asked for Chu Sheng's phone. "We are in the middle of the competition, and the phones are all placed under the stage. Bring your phone with you. It is forbidden to bring any communication devices other than official ones to the stage, so the phones are kept backstage." Li Xiaoan tapped her little head. "So that's how it is." She took out her own phone, opened WeChat, and gave it to Chu Sheng. After Chu Sheng took the phone, he left his message and asked, "Are you coming to Germany for just one performance this time?" Li Xiaoan put her hands on her chest. And under her sweet appearance, she was capable and had a unique temperament. There will be another performance at the exhibition match the day after tomorrow. And then we will go back. After Li Xiaoan finished speaking, she looked up and glanced at Chu Sheng. Their eyes met, and they both dodged a little and separated immediately. You should be able to win the championship this time? I just saw that you are far ahead in points. Li Xiaoan is not her three gossipy teammates. She is also a PUBG enthusiast and knows a little about these competition points. Although they didn't win the third game just now, with the solid foundation of the first two games, the Douyu team is now as solid as a rock on the throne of the first place. And it is difficult to shake. It should be no problem to keep stable today. There are still 4 TPP games tomorrow. And it's hard to say. Chu Sheng didn't dare to guarantee anything. After all, in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, anything could happen. Just like the accident that happened just now. He was just a moment away from being rescued. If Chu Sheng didn't die in the last game, he would definitely have an advantage in the fight with Liquid. And maybe he could really overturn C9 on the mountain. However, there is no need to discuss if about what has happened. Just focus on the present and play the next game well. I believe you can definitely win the championship. Li Xiaoan looked serious and determined. Chu Sheng returned the phone to Li Xiaoan, and the ad message had been sent. It would be okay when he got the phone and agreed. Then I'll lend you my good words. Chu Sheng smiled. He glanced at the corridor and the closed door of the Xingchen lounge, and asked curiously, where are your 3 teammates? Xiaoan didn't expect Chu Sheng to bring this up. She twisted her hands together and thought for a long time. They had something to do, so they left first. So you came here specially to wait for me? After Chu Sheng and Xiaobai fell in love, his emotional intelligence increased. At least now this situation can still be distinguished. Xiaoan nodded simply. I didn't expect that the master who has been playing double row with me online is actually the famous Chu Sheng. Naturally, I have to hold on to my thighs. I will still count on you to help me score in the future. There was nothing that could not be told to outsiders about their communication. Especially Xiaoan's performance, which was open and frank. The two were like old friends, who had not seen each other for a long time, and suddenly met on the street, and stopped to chat. Anyway, with Chu Sheng, such a relationship and conversation were very comfortable, and there was no pressure. But the contestants who came in and out didn't think so. Xiaoan had just led the lively atmosphere on the stage. Even though she changed her clothes, as long as you think carefully, you can react that she was the idol who exuded charm on the stage just now. Just seeing the man laughing next to them made these contestants extremely unhappy. It's okay to be overshadowed by Chu Sheng in the game. But in reality, even when it comes to flirting with girls, this guy is one step faster than others. Obviously, everyone is a contestant today. Why can you chat with idle girls with a smile? Sorry, I'm targeting you. Chapter 688 Just Friends. Do your best. I will cheer for you in the lounge. Xiaoan also noticed the eyes coming and going, which made her uncomfortable. Looking at Xiaoan's back as she left, Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, let's have lunch together after the game. Xiaoan's teammates went back early and must have eaten early. It's rare that Xiaoan stayed alone to support Chu Sheng. You can't let the girl go back alone to find food at noon. Right? If you don't know the background, it's fine. Chu Sheng knows that Xiaoan and her friend's accommodation this time is covered by the developer. But the round-trip air tickets and meals are not included. Or maybe the company has paid for the 4 girls' meals. But they are reluctant to spend. So they just eat a few bites at random. After all, in Cologne, if one person eats a little, it will cost 50,000 or 60,000 won in Korean won. And it is not a small number for 3 meals a day. Xiaoan was stunned for a moment, turned back and looked at Chu Sheng, and nodded. The money earned from this foreign performance was not much. For other well-known groups, the appearance fee is very high, and they all require food and accommodation. And they all bring their own team, which is very expensive. Only these 18th tier girl groups are affordable, and there is not much bargaining. Xingchen is a relatively cost-effective company in the 18th tier. The most important thing is that after the developer contacted them, they agreed not to bring a team, which saved the developer a lot of expenses. And the company where Xingchen Girl Group is located also hopes to increase its popularity through this invitational tournament. For mutually beneficial things, the price given will naturally not be high. The 4 people didn't have much money in their pockets. Everyone brought a lot of instant noodles and other food in their suitcases. They felt that it didn't cost money if they could solve it themselves. So Chu Sheng thought about it, and decided to invite Xiaoyan to dinner at noon. Without any other complicated ideas. Xiaoyan can stick to such a difficult and tempting 18th tier girl group. She must not be the kind of White Lotus who knows nothing. Realizing that Chu Sheng wanted to help her in disguise, she didn't act pretentiously and directly agreed. If she didn't go with Chu Sheng to eat delicious food, she would go back and cook instant noodles for herself. Chu Sheng returned to his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. 4 games a day, excluding the exhibition game, he had to play for 3 consecutive days. It was indeed very intense. The 3 looked at Chu Sheng, and Xiao Ju said directly, "Captain, are you going to meet the girl again? It's just that the speed is a bit fast." Only 5 minutes have passed. The rabbit and the little lion all winked at Xiao Ju, indicating that some things are just to understand. Don't say too clearly. The captain has no face to say it so directly. Chu Sheng's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he was such an image in their minds. He even slandered him for 5 minutes. You guys are all devils even when you go to the toilet. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Ju had a look on his face that showed he knew everything, and smiled. "Captain, don't force yourself. We heard all the players from other teams talking." He took the opportunity to go to the toilet to have a tryst with a female star. "Wow, that's amazing. Don't worry. We will keep it a secret and won't tell Xiao Bai." Chu Sheng directly asked a black question mark. "You guys, can you still understand English?" Just after asking, Xiao Shitzi coughed twice and adjusted his collar. "Oh, I forgot there is a 211 college student here. Although he has stopped classes to play professionally. It's just a friend I played with in the game before. I just happened to meet him today. Don't think too much about it." Since the 3 of them already knew about it, Chu Sheng no longer concealed it. The 3 of them were not satisfied with this explanation. It was a far cry from the plot they had imagined. They would not admit it. "I won't go back for lunch." Chu Sheng then spoke, and the 3 of them changed their faces wildly, as if it was just as expected. This was the normal rhythm of development. Chu Sheng shook his head helplessly. These 3 drama boys were really hopeless. He was not going to explain anything. Anyway, he would not believe it no matter what he said. He would only judge according to his own thoughts. As the short break ended, everyone gathered in the custom room again and started a new game. The loading interface ended, and the screen changed from black to orange in an instant. All I could see was khaki, and I finally got a random desert map. There were 4 games today. The first 3 were island maps, and the last one was a desert map. And there was a lot of whispering on the field. The 4 members of the Douyu team were also very excited, and seemed to have forgotten the teasing of the captain just now. "Captain, where should we jump? The new map has a large land area and many places for supplies. All 64 professional players are scattered there, and the density is even smaller. When playing the desert map in the test server, even if 100 people are scattered, they may not encounter many enemies." Chu Sheng glanced at the map, thought for a moment, and marked a point in Picado, the center of the safe zone. Rabbit, Shujia, and Little Lion took a breath of cold air. Is it so tough to play the first desert map? Anyway, our points are already far ahead. If this map is refreshed with a circle of condemnation, it will be difficult to run the map at that time. Chu Sheng heard the 3 people gasping in the headset and began to explain. Picado is a place rich in resources and located in the center of the safe zone. So it is also very convenient to run the map. This kind of place is equivalent to a school or P-city in the island map, and it must be a place of contention. However, they are also lightly equipped. Even if they are eliminated first in this game, it is absolutely impossible for the teams behind to surpass their points. Just play a little bigger and fight with all your strength. They are already restrained during training. Now with this advantage, they may be able to create miracles if they play more freely. A minute passed quickly, and everyone at the prison birth point had already discussed countermeasures. Because the first 3 games were island maps, many people did not expect that a desert map would appear randomly today. Unexpectedly, a desert map really appeared, and the teams also urgently negotiated and discussed the location. After all, the mentality is different from that in the training match. During the training match, the teams never thought about their points falling behind, and all entered the situation with their most advantageous situation. But in fact, after 3 games, some teams have been at the bottom of the points. Some teams are in the middle second and third lines. And there are several teams in the first line except DouYu team. And the points are stalemate. Different mentality. When facing choices. Naturally also different. Some teams that had excellent points in the past now have pursuers in front and tigers behind in the points table. Every step must be taken carefully. So they dare not take risks. As the plane took off, the route flew from the mining town in the middle of the right side of the map to the left, cutting the desert map in half. The Picado point selected by Chu Sheng was right in the center of the route. Chapter 689, Mastering All Guns. This route is neither good nor bad. For Chu Sheng, it is definitely a great route. He does not need to stay for a long time. He can just start fighting as soon as he lands. Looking at the landing points of other teams. Mining Town, Port P, Crater of the Crash, Cemetery and Lion City. All have team choices. Especially the quarry that DouYu team had decided on before. There was actually a team going there, which made Rabbit frown. It is their business if they do not go. But if someone goes to occupy it, it will challenge the plan they have made. Chu Sheng also saw the team, and glanced at the three of them and said, "Don't panic. Fight first. And when we randomly get to the desert map later, let them roll away." The four jumped off the plane and immediately saw a team fighting with them for Picado. After all, it was the center of the desert map. Some teams, like the DouYu team, had high points in hand, and it would not affect their status even if they played a little. But there was also a team that ranked at the bottom of the points. Since there was no hope, it was better to fight hard, and maybe they could turn the tide. The DouYu team in the game did not know who they were fighting with. But the audience and commentator under the director's God's perspective could see all the teams. Before today's game, I was still a good boy who believed in science. But after watching today's game, I am sure there is such a thing as fate. Light candles for this miserable team in advance. I guess after today, this team will be depressed and become introverted. When they hear the names of Chu Sheng or DouYu, they will just become scared. The audience naturally watched the excitement and even found it very interesting. If it were any other team, there would never be such a wonderful contrast. In addition to Chu Sheng and his four players, the only team that jumped to Picado was General G Black, which has a deep connection with Chu Sheng, because they were madly targeted by Chu Sheng in the first few games. General G Black's ranking points were all in the double digits, and the number of kills in 3 games was also very few. Even Refund, who won the first game, had a little more points than them after playing in the next 2 games. This was the last game of the day. General G Black didn't have many points anyway, and was firmly in the last place. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be too bad. So they just came to Picado to gamble. Let's go to the high-rise building and give them the boxing gym. The two teams directly divided Picado. Chu Sheng went to the high-rise building. Xiao Ju went to the bungalow area behind the high-rise building. Rabbit landed directly on the roof of the casino. And Xiao Shitzi went to the L-shaped building of the school across the road. The 4 people divided half of Picado. As for General G Black, 2 people occupied the most prosperous boxing gym. One went to the red building, and the other went to the roadside across the road from the boxing gym. After landing on the roof of the high-rise building, Chu Sheng picked up an R-45 revolver. This revolver is also unique to the new map, replacing the R-1895 revolver in the island map. 6 bullets can be loaded in the revolver, using .45 caliber bullets. Chu Sheng glanced at the rooftop of the high-rise building and saw nothing else. So he went downstairs while reloading. When he turned into the 4th floor, he saw a Win-94. The audience, who had seen Chu Sheng's previous experience of the new map, were all boiling at this moment. Let Chu Sheng pick up a Win-94 at the beginning. It would be better to give him an AWM directly. At least the AWM has a bullet limit, which can be regarded as weakening Chu Sheng. But these .45 caliber bullets are everywhere on the ground, and Chu Sheng doesn't have to worry about ammunition at all. With the huge power of Win-94, the 4 players of General G Black are in trouble. Only domestic viewers understand this joke, including Xuan, who was hiding in the lounge watching the broadcast. When the new map was launched that day, Chu Sheng played a few games with her, seeing him pick up Win-94 as soon as he landed. She also stroked her chest and calmed down. However, foreign viewers and commentators did not understand Chu Sheng's weapon master joke. At this moment, foreign commentators saw Chu Sheng pick up these 2 new map exclusive weapons, and were still analyzing them in a serious manner. These 2 weapons are unique to the new map, and they are the ones that normal players would not choose when they see them. I don't know if Chu Sheng is familiar with these two weapons. He should just pick it up when he landed. He will definitely change it if he has an assault rifle later. There is no doubt about that. That's not necessarily true. In the last game, he used a crossbow, a shotgun and a pistol, and almost wiped out Fitz's entire team. No. You have to be sure of this before you have to have a premise. In the last game, when Chu Sheng came out of the birth island, the only weapons he had were a crossbow and a shotgun. He had no way to change guns. This does not mean that his special weapons are better than assault rifles. The two foreign commentators were also arguing. But at this time, Chu Sheng had already loaded 8 bullets of Win-94 and was guarding the window of the red building to observe the enemy's position. The player in the red building was very interesting. He landed directly on the roof of the billboard next to the red building, then jumped directly from the gap into the balcony on the second floor of the red building and began to search. The figure appeared and disappeared, and Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to attack. The longer he attacked when he was on a higher floor, the longer it would take for his teammates to help. Chu Sheng saw the player searching in the housing area beside the road in the distance, and flashed past him from behind, leaving Chu Sheng no chance to attack. Rabbit. Show a flaw on the roof later. Since the other enemies were out of sight, Chu Sheng could only focus all his attention on the enemies in the red building. As the player searched, he went up the stairs and flashed past the window, and his figure had already reached the 4th floor. Rabbit received Chu Sheng's signal and pretended not to notice the enemy in the red building, changing equipment on the roof. The General G Black player did not find Rabbit at first, but after reaching the 4th floor, he could easily see the entire roof of the casino from above. There was a man standing on the roof picking up something. The player searched 2 floors and picked up an M16. Although it only had a holographic sight, it was enough to sneak attack an unsuspecting enemy from behind. Although he also thought about knowing that someone was behind him, he dared to show his back openly. But perhaps it was just a fluke mentality. The player comforted himself. I was behind the billboard. He might not have seen me enter the red building and thought there was no one here. After all, for the bottom-ranked General G Black, a kill is worth 15 points. And this guy landed on the casino, and he could finish him off immediately after being knocked down. So there was no need for someone to help him up. Gamblers have this mentality. Taking a risk and getting a big reward. Quietly push open the balcony door. Squat on the balcony to see the enemy clearly. The player couldn't help it anymore. Chu Sheng saw everything, including this guy's level 1 helmet. The supplies in the red mansion are very poor. It can be said to be the poorest place in all of Picado. Even worse than the supplies in the row houses. From the moment he saw this guy's level 1 helmet, Chu Sheng had already been brewing this plan to lure him into a trap. As this player stood up, Chu Sheng's machine sight was already aimed. Rabbit. Get down. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, a crisp Win-94 bullet came out of the gun, and the enemy's M16 also fired bullets. The commentator and the audience in front of the screen all took a breath. Chapter 690, the worst team in history. Not being able to install a scope was not a big problem for Chu Sheng. The Win-94's machine sight was very useful, second only to the 98K machine sight. Even at a distance of 120 to 130 meters, it still successfully hit the enemy's head. Before the General G Black player could react, he was shot in the head by Chu Sheng. Because of Chu Sheng's command, Rabbit squatted down in advance and avoided the fatal blow, and was not hit by the bullet. Seeing Chu Sheng's headshot and knocking him down, he jumped down from the roof of the casino without saying a word, rushed across the road, turned over and killed the red building. When the player of General G Black saw that Chu Sheng had knocked him down with a Win-94 headshot, he was completely stunned. As he came to his senses, a feeling of resentment and irritability surged in his heart. Why did Chu Sheng choose Picado with him? Why jump to the middle of the map when there are no other places to jump? The audience and the commentator were amazed at Chu Sheng's skillful shooting skills. You know, this new map has only been added to the test server for 20 days. And Chu Sheng can actually practice the new gun to a terrifying level in such a short time. After all, in the new map, like these new guns, professional players will still use them a little bit, and have a general understanding of them. After all, no one knows under what circumstances they will be used. But this kind of spray gun, Win-94, will never spend time practicing. After all, a bolt sniper that cannot be equipped with a scope has a greatly reduced effective range. And there is no need to master it in detail. The drop rate of assault rifles has doubled, and it is easy to find assault rifles in the game. So there is no need to have a deep understanding of this weapon. If you pick it up in an online match, you can use it in the early stage. But in professional competitions, if you can't install a scope, it is equivalent to directly sentencing this gun to death. It is non-mainstream and okay to play on a small scale, but it is absolutely impossible to enter the professional arena. Just now, Chu Sheng was at the window of a high-rise building, aiming at the red building probe player 150 meters away. At this distance, the enemy's head is not as big as the baseline of the crosshairs in the naked eye, and Chu Sheng can complete the headshot with one shot. Such mature technology depends entirely on personal strength and understanding of firearms. You are worthy of being a weapon master. You even know this new gun. I want to know if there is any weapon that Chu Sheng can't master. The foreign commentator has now become Chu Chui. When 94 hit the target with one shot, without even testing the gun, which amazed everyone. Even experienced professional players find it difficult to get a headshot at such a distance. Chu Sheng relied entirely on his strength, without any water or luck, because he was sure that he could kill the opponent with one shot. So he let Rabbit stand out and sell. If you are not sure, let Rabbit stand and sell directly. If the first shot misses, then Rabbit will be knocked down and turned into a box. I'm afraid Chu Sheng has dabbled in several of the new weapons added to the new map, as the trump card of the new map. When 94 is rarely seen in the match, because it can't load the scope. Such a bold sniper is a nightmare for ordinary players, but it is useless for experts. The two foreign commentators also took this opportunity to popularize many small knowledge about the new map to the audience. The commentator Xiaoyu and another male commentator did the same. This is why the developer brought the test desert map to the competition this time. Through the personal demonstration of professional players, many viewers can understand the gameplay or some key points of the new map in advance. It is equivalent to the official strategy, so that when a large number of players come into contact with the new map, there will be no obstacles, and they will know what kind of resources are in which places, so as to avoid their lack of enthusiasm for the game because they cannot integrate into the new map. Killing two birds with one stone. Chu Sheng could no longer see anything. This General G Black player was also very interesting. After hiding in the balcony, he was afraid that the open balcony door would alert the enemy, so he closed it. As a result, after being knocked down, he couldn't escape into the house, so he had to frantically call his teammates. The other three saw their teammates being knocked down by Chu Sheng, and they couldn't complain. Is Chu Sheng a dogskin plaster? How come I bump into him every time? Do you see where he is? The teammate said as he came out of the boxing gym and rushed towards the red building. Losing a team member at the beginning was too costly, so he had to be rescued. One was on the roof of the casino, but he had already rushed in. The player was panicking and could even hear the undisguised sound of dong 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 going upstairs. I didn't find Chu Sheng's specific location. You guys be careful. The moment this guy was knocked down, Rabbit rushed directly to the red building, 5 or 6 seconds faster than the players of General G Black. I heard someone coming up through the window. Rabbit did not stop, nor did he think about suppressing the enemy halfway. His goal was to kill the enemy. After all, the enemy was closer, and when other players of General G Black rushed up later, he would be under more pressure. Not only did he not expand his advantage, but he put himself in danger and even at a disadvantage. As for the enemies who wanted to come up below, they naturally had to get past Chu Sheng first. Rabbit rushed directly to the 4th floor of the red building, kicked open the balcony door, and killed the enemy directly. From the first game, this player of General G Black was blocked in the air raid shelter by Chu Sheng, and then was beaten to death by random punches. At the beginning of this game, he was eliminated again, and his mentality was completely broken. Chu Sheng is the star of today's game, showing the best skills and abilities. Then this player from General G Black is the worst player among all the players. No doubt about it. He was targeted in every game, and it was Chu Sheng who targeted him alone. He could comfort himself with coincidence once or twice, but today, in 4 games, Chu Sheng was the only one who targeted him. Even the other players of General G Black looked at this teammate with a weird look, knowing that someone was jumping Picado together. Why didn't you pay more attention? This time, the conflict between teammates broke out completely. This player was completely shut down by Chu Sheng. Without any explanation, he sank into his chair, covered his face with a tissue, and refused to answer. Stop talking. Go up and kill the enemy. Don't let this happen again. The captain of General G Black had a dark face. If we were to say the best team in the 4 games today, it would be the Douyu team where Chu Sheng was. But if we were to find a team with the worst luck and performance, it would definitely be the General G Black team. Chu Sheng saw the enemy go up to the red building from the window on the 4th floor of the high-rise building, and flash past the window on the 2nd floor corridor stairs. The Win-94 machine aiming was on, and the machine aiming baseline was shaking something on the wall of the red building. The director had already turned the screen to Chu Sheng when he made the first kill. At this moment, seeing the movement trajectory of Chu Sheng's gun, all the audience and commentators were dumbfounded. Chapter 691: The Malice of the New Map. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Chu Sheng's gun trajectory from the first-person perspective, because it was the director's God's perspective. The positions and nameplates of other players could be seen through. In everyone's eyes, the player General G Black was like a magnet. As he slowly went upstairs to pull the gun line, Chu Sheng's gun was firmly locked on him without any error. Chu Sheng even predicted the time when the player was frozen on the stairs, and it was accurate to the second. OMG. Did this guy open the God's eye? Why can a player do this? Foreign commentators collectively lost their composure, stood up from their seats, and threw away their pens and analysis manuscripts. What else is there to analyze? What else needs to be analyzed? Did Chu Sheng really not use the perspective plugin? In the end, 2 commentators even lost their composure and asked a question that could be called a live broadcast accident. Chu Sheng's gun muzzle slightly raised, intersecting with the window position of the 3rd floor staircase of the red building. In an instant, the crisp sound of Win-94's gun sounded, and the muzzle was raised, emitting bursts of light smoke. At the same time, the enemy who counterattacked the rabbit was immediately suppressed to 1 point by Chu Sheng. The gray-white camouflage Desert Level 2 helmet blocked the fatal blow for him, but the blood volume was also cut off in an instant, leaving only a layer of blood skin. Click. The .45 caliber shell was ejected from the gun chamber and fell to the ground. Chu Sheng loaded a new bullet again and aimed it at the window at the staircase. The enemy was shot in the head by Chu Sheng and escaped with a little blood. He did not go far, but lay on the ground and started to spray medicine. This person is on the 3rd floor. Only 1 drop of blood is left. Chu Sheng's voice was without any emotion, cold as a ruthless death. Rabbit immediately understood the meaning of this, changed the magazine while running, and rushed from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor without stopping, not worrying that the enemy might get stuck at the staircase. There was no skill in this confrontation. The full-blooded rabbit faced the enemy with only 1 drop of blood left. From the moment Chu Sheng started, the rabbit had 6 seconds to kill. He went down the stairs directly. The sound of the rabbit's footsteps made the opponent panic. It was like a death knell, constantly approaching. Perhaps Chu Sheng's previous ID had cast an indelible shadow on General G Black. At this moment, they could no longer deal with this situation according to normal thinking. Fear overcame reason, and saving their lives became an instinct. There was no time to use the medical kit. The players squatted to avoid the window, then jumped down the stairs and rushed directly into the room on the 2nd floor. When Chu Sheng saw the players fleeing back through the window of the 2nd floor room, he immediately stopped Rabbit's pursuit. No need to chase. This guy jumped out of the window of the 2nd floor room. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, Rabbit heard the sound of footsteps landing nearby. At this moment, Shujua and Xiaoshi had searched their respective areas, and Chu Sheng also came down from the high building, start to concentrate and push forward. While going downstairs, Chu Sheng picked up another Thompson submachine gun. After seeing too many coincidences on Chu Sheng, this .45 caliber set can no longer surprise the audience. Picking up a set of the first-level God of War set on the 1st floor, Chu Sheng went straight up from behind the northern building complex. The little lion crawled from the L-shaped building to the gas station in front, then crossed the road and surrounded the boxing gym. After Shujua came out of the residential area, he walked along the casino and the corridor of the residential area and directly crawled to the red building. Jingbu hid in the window on the 1st floor, observing the situation in the boxing gym from a perspective. The player with 1 drop of blood fled directly back to the boxing gym from the back door to recover blood. Chu Sheng and the Douyu team were like a nightmare, lingering over their heads. They didn't feel anything when they didn't know. But since Chu Sheng shot and killed one of their team members, it was like a 10,000-ton rock falling on their hearts. Captain, what should we do now? The remaining 2 players were already at a loss. If it was the previous few games, they might still have the youthful spirit and want to fight Chu Sheng to the death. But after 3 games, they no longer have the heart to compete with Chu Sheng. If it was any team other than Douyu, even the European duo Liquid and Fizz, General G Black would dare to directly show their swords and fight the opponent. But when they saw Chu Sheng, their original burning fighting spirit and ambitions were completely extinguished as if they were poured with a basin of cold water. The captain of General G Black frowned. What did they come to Picado for? Wasn't it to stand here desperately and strive to gain some points in the last game of the first day? At least to get rid of the hat of the last place. But now they have directly encountered their nemesis. Their nightmare. What points? What blood? All became empty talk when facing Chu Sheng. What they want to do now is to escape. The farther the better. At this time, the first safe zone is refreshed. If the first safe zone is used as the standard, then this circle is very biased. The center of the safe zone is in the mining town. The crash crater, half of Lion City, and P Port are all in the safe zone. And the 3 small islands on the east side of the desert map are also all wrapped in the safe zone. Will the safe zone this time be refreshed on the small island? Commentator Xiaoyu couldn't help but have such an idea after seeing the safe zone. After all, the games with Chu Sheng are all weird. Xiaoyu, I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. You can't bear this blame. I always feel that Xiaoyu's cherry mouth has something. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she saw the barrage of the audience and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Don't let her really say it. You know, the first circle is far away from the center of the map, which is not a good sign. There are very few sea vehicles on the seashore near the mining town. If they really swipe to Shaosan Island, then Chu Sheng and his team will definitely not be able to get to the island. It's not her turn to speak up about things that are good for Chu Sheng. But if this situation really happens, someone will definitely be the scapegoat. And that must be Xiaoyu. After Xiaoyu came to her senses, she cried, I just said it casually. The probability of this happening is very small, and it shouldn't happen. No. It's absolutely impossible. Xiaoyu was even more certain. Just as Chu Sheng and his 4 men were about to surround the boxing gym with a net, 3 people from General G Black had already run out of the boxing gym without hesitation and rushed towards the pickup truck parked at the intersection. As long as they escaped from this place and survived, they would have hoped for points and ranking. There is no way out if we fight hard here. And this time, they have found a reason for themselves. The first safe zone is not in Picado. It is meaningless for us to occupy it. It is better to move to the safe zone as soon as possible. General G Black said this without changing his expression. If this was heard by the audience, they would be confused. It is meaningless for God to occupy this place. When did this team occupy Picado? Can anyone tell me? Chapter 692, Impressive. When the remaining 3 members of General G Black fled, they used smoke bombs all the way, which can be said to be their desire to survive to the extreme. All the viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. They didn't expect General G Black to be so cowardly. After finding out that it was the Douyu team, they ran away without saying a word, fearing that they would be left behind if they met the opponent. Even the commentator smiled speechlessly. If you are so cowardly, why do you want to jump to the place of Picado? The commentator's words have a hidden meaning. If you want to go all out, don't be afraid of your opponent. When parachuting, the 2 commentators still had some expectations for General G Black. At least the mentality they showed in this game was worthy of recognition. Thinking about what they had just said, the 2 commentators felt that this slap in the face came too quickly. I didn't expect General G Black to have such a bad fate. This time, they met the Douyu team again. However, this is the last game today. I believe that if General G Black gives it a try, they can show their own style and impress the enemy. These are the original words of the commentator. Looking at the 3 people who got on the car in the smoke, they felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to lower their heads in shame. Little Lion was the first to find the smoke bomb on the roadside and started shooting at the smoke. Oh no! They want to run. Then Rabbit and Little Duke quickly moved to a place with a wide field of vision and saw the smoke that stretched all the way from the boxing gym. Are these guys crazy? They are just running away. Is it necessary to make such a big scene? When Little Duke saw the smoke bomb, he was in a bad mood. I'm afraid that if he survived to the finals and forced to move, this would be the scene? The 3 people shot at the smoke, but it seemed to be ineffective. After a while, there was a roar of the engine starting sound, and the pickup truck directly burst out of the smoke and fled along the road towards the safe zone. When Chu Sheng ran over from the tall building, the pickup truck had already moved crookedly and ran 300 meters away. Chu Sheng raised the Win-94 in his hand and shot at the pickup truck. The Win-94 gun is small, and the bolt is pulled very quickly. When the pickup truck was circling around, all 8 bullets had been fired. Chu Sheng looked through the screen and saw a green blood mist bursting out from the pickup truck. The director's camera faithfully recorded the scene just now. After Chu Sheng's bullet was fired, it shot through the glass of the pickup truck and hit the enemy's arrowhead, and a ball of blood came out. The driver of General G Black did lose 1/3 of his blood. It's a bit scary that he can even hit the target. Chu Sheng's hand is really good today. He looks very tired. I wonder what kind of amazing power he will have when he is full of energy. The commentator Xiaoyu is also a Chu fan. Chu Sheng just shot based on his feeling without any careful aiming. Even so, he still hit him, although it was not fatal. It really scared the players of General G Black. They even trembled violently in front of the console. If Chu Sheng shot them in the head with a Win-94 at this distance, they really would not choose to escape. They would just surrender. There is no need to fight. After escaping without any danger, the 3 members of General G Black breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and heard each other's voice in the headphones. They were still in a state of fear. If they had not made a decisive decision to leave, the gun Win-94 would not have hit their shoulders, but would have hit their heads directly. After taking a look at the boxing gym and the roadside housing area, the players of General G Black were really locusts. Wherever they passed, no grass grew. They picked up everything and left nothing behind. After driving away General G Black, the 4 of them completely occupied Picado. But they were all unhappy, because when General G Black left, they stole the only car in the entire Picado. Although one of the other team died, it was very uncomfortable for Chu Sheng and his team to steal the car and run away. Although the safe zone is not very far away, daring to steal the Douyu team's vehicle is equivalent to touching the head of the Tai Sui and living a miserable life. In the past, when in the test server, there were also players who wanted to steal Chu Sheng's hard-earned vehicle. As a result, after being discovered by Chu Sheng, they chased him with guns for 5 kilometers and finally killed him. Rabbit, Shujua and Little Lion glanced at the captain and saw Chu Sheng's serious expression. They immediately knew that General G Black would not end well. You said this team. They mocked Chu Sheng at the beginning of the game, but they were favored by the goddess of luck. They had the opportunity to have close contact with Chu Sheng in every game, and they were almost beaten into autism. Now, not only did they not repent, but they also stole cars. This really touched Chu Sheng's reverse scale. Captain, Shijua said in a low voice, it's okay. Search the rest of the place quickly, and we will move as soon as possible. Chu Sheng glanced at the time, and there was 1 minute left before the circle closed. They also played many new maps in the test server. The difference between the desert map and the island map is that it is difficult to get stuck on the poisonous side. The old map can get stuck on the poisonous side. One, because the land is smaller, and the other is that there are not many obstacles on the road, which makes it easier to drive forward. But the desert map is different. The mountain roads are rugged and difficult to walk on. If you want to enter the circle by walking on the road, it is no different from going to die directly. Therefore, the tactic of blocking the poisonous edge does not work in the desert map. Only by occupying the center of the safe zone early and making continuous adjustments as the safe zone refreshes can you be stable. Chu Sheng then cleaned up all the vertical houses between the red building and the high-rise building, searched for a submachine gun silencer and expansion, and took out a fully equipped Thompson submachine gun. The other 3 also picked up a lot of .45 caliber bullets for Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's 3 guns all use this bullet, and the .45 caliber bullet is light. Chu Sheng loaded nearly 400 bullets in total, enough for Chu Sheng to play until the end of the game. The 4 of them packed up and started to walk, heading towards the safe zone along the road. When they passed the big factory on the road, there was an M16, but Chu Sheng did not choose the equipment. After all, it was a fully equipped Thompson submachine gun, and an M16 without accessories was not enough to attract Chu Sheng. What's more, there were only 60 bullets on the ground, which was not enough for Chu Sheng. Running along the road, they saw a cart, but when they got closer, they found that the 4 wheels of the cart had been removed. It must be the General G Black guys who did it. Xiao Ju was indignant and gnashed his teeth. After the three guys escaped, they probably removed all the tires along the way, just to take revenge on the Douyu team. Chu Sheng's face remained unchanged, and he continued to run forward with his gun. Don't worry. Someone will always send us vehicles. The poison circle has begun to shrink, and the road crosses from outside the Lion City. As the four people approached, they could hear the sound of gunfire from time to time inside the Lion City. Then, they saw a motorcycle, and both the front and rear tires were removed. The three people from General G Black had already killed their way to the gas station at the fork in the road. When they thought that Chu Sheng and his four people had rushed all the way here, and all the vehicles were destroyed, they felt a big sigh of relief. Chapter 693: A Risky Decision. This time, General G Black has taken a good position. The gas station at the fork in the road is a rare intersection on the map. It is adjacent to the mining town, and is also in the center of the safe zone. Although the terrain here is not high, it is located on a strategic road, and a lot of information can be collected. The mining town is in the center of the safe zone, and is definitely the focus of everyone's competition. It is easy to drive into the city, but it will be difficult to get out later. The layout of the city is more complicated, and the street fighting will last longer. If the safe zone is not refreshed in the city later, it will be even more difficult to get out. But if they were at the gas station, and spawned in the city, they would just drive in and find a house to grow. But if they spawned in other places, they would just drive to occupy the advantageous terrain in advance. Although they were scared by Chu Sheng at the beginning of the game, they were able to escape alive, and blow up all the vehicles on the road. This was the only advantage they had against Chu Sheng in the 3 games, which could slightly neutralize the emotions of losing teammates. When they reached the outer circle of Lion City, they had already entered the safe zone. When the 4 of them were running, they suddenly heard a burst of motorcycle sounds coming from Lion City. They immediately ambushed on the back slope, and when the enemy rushed along the road, they immediately took action to suppress it. Although it has no scope, the Thompson with 50 rounds of bullets is absolutely powerful when it comes to sweeping cars, second only to the M249. Moreover, this shot was not to sweep the car, but to go straight to the enemy on the motorcycle. The car flashed past his eyes, and the car flew away, but the man fell off. Without any consideration, Shujua put away his gun and went straight to the rolling motorcycle. And Chu Sheng killed the enemy casually. This player from Avanger was also miserable. He drove a 3-wheeled motorcycle to explore the way, but he didn't expect to collide with Chu Sheng and his team. You 3 go in the circle first. I'll go pick up the bodies. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he asked Shujua to drive the 3-wheeled motorcycle to take his teammates to the center of the safe zone first. Chu Sheng didn't collect much negative emotions this time. He had just fought with General G Black and Picado for a long time, but he only got less than 20 points of complaints, which made Chu Sheng quite depressed. Could it be that these guys were so scared that they didn't dare to complain in their hearts? The rabbit and the little lion saw this, and ran down the road directly, because it was a downhill slope. The 3-wheeled motorcycle rolled a little far. Fortunately, when they saw it just now, the 4 people were very careful, and the bullets were all aimed at people. The 3-wheeled motorcycle was not hit a few times, but it lost a little durability when it rolled down the slope. Since this is the vanguard sent by the other side, the main force should be outside the Lion City, and will catch up soon. Chu Sheng ran to the box, and did not change his gun. He collected all the throwing objects on the other side, and did not let go of any medical supplies, because .45 caliber bullets are light. They do not take up a backpack, so Chu Sheng can bring so many tactical resources. This is also his idea this time. Thompson Plus when 94 can deal with all battles within 200 meters. As for the rest of the focus, it is all on tactical throwing objects. The desert map is rugged and gullies are crisscrossed. Even in a 100-meter valley, you can find 3 or 4 small river slopes to hide. Unlike the island map, the plains are open. Even in the mountains and forests, you can only rely on boulders and trees. The terrain is clearly high and low, without too many twists and turns, so it is easy to find a target of 300 or 400 meters to attack. But it is different in the desert map. Although there are plain wheat fields, the players will hardly cross the wheat fields on foot. Most of them rely on the top of the mountain or the hillside to move. You find a way to go directly to the lighthouse. After picking up the things, Chu Sheng went up the hill along the half slope beside the road. With his current Tuso value, It is difficult to accumulate 100 points to open the blessing and disaster. So it is better to take this opportunity to arrange it for teammates. Chu Sheng marked a point on the smallest island and asked the three to go to the island. After opening the map and taking a look at the location, Xu Jue was dumbfounded and his eyes almost fell out. Captain, is this place really good? Xu Jue's voice was trembling. Going to such an island means abandoning the vehicle. If the safe zone is not on the island, you have to swim back later. Wouldn't you become a sitting duck? This is playing with fire. It's okay. Anyway, we have already established the first place in the standings today. So just relax. Rabbit suddenly interrupted. Since even the deputy commander said so, Xiaoshi and Xu Jue would naturally have no objection. What made Xu Jue strange was that Rabbit always chose the safest decision in the past. And many of Chu Sheng's bold decisions were officially implemented only after the two agreed. But this time Rabbit agreed with Chu Sheng's decision, but did not give any explanation, which made people feel a little bit amused. Rabbit, can you explain it? After all, Xu Jue and Little Lion were young, and they did not have as much experience in competitions as Rabbit, so they naturally needed to explain. Rabbit just gave an unspeakable mysterious smile, meaning that you can guess. Xu Jue drove the car directly down the slope and plunged into the water. The island with the lighthouse is the smallest of the three islands. Rather than an island, it is more like a large reef. The lighthouse is built on the top of the reef, with several rural houses below. You can reach the lighthouse by spiraling up along the dirt road. This lighthouse is in a good location, occupying a high point. You can see the mountains behind the mining town and the large safe area between Port P clearly. It feels like everyone is drunk, but I am sober and is independent from the world. Captain, now there is no car. You must control it well. Xu Jue and his three companions have already swam to the large reef, searched the houses below, and then rushed directly to the lighthouse. This is a spiral staircase, and it almost made the little lion vomit. The director's camera followed it all the time, and the developer staff also had a smile on their faces. I like this kind of team, and they don't even miss these small places, which provides more choices for ordinary players and also has the effect of popularization. Other teams are really fighting. Only Chu Sheng's team, like a tour group, came to this kind of place to play in the first game. But they also have the capital to play. After all, they are the first in the standings. Even if they lose this game and are eliminated in advance, it will be difficult to catch up. Chu Sheng has already touched the top of the mountain, and there is a violent sound coming from the car behind him, because there is no terrain difference in the island map, and there is a lack of shelter on the roadside. There are not many opportunities to block the road. But in a desert map, the road is either reversed or halfway up the mountain, and you can hide from people. It is too dangerous to pass by the road in a swagger. Chapter 694 Non-Mainstream Players. Chu Sheng lay on the ground, with the Thompson submachine gun in his hand ready. However, this time, the domestic audience did not want Chu Sheng to succeed in the ambush. No, we can't fight each other. We can't fight each other. We must point our guns at the outside. We are all flesh, and we will be sad if anyone dies. The audience was worried, and even the two domestic commentators were worried, hoping that the driver could take a detour. Chu Sheng originally thought that the enemy who drove over should be the other members of the Avenger team just now. But Chu Sheng forgot the role of the vanguard, which is to collect information and detect mines, and underestimated the deterrent power of his own Douyuchushin. When the remaining three members of Avenger saw that it was Chu Sheng who killed their teammates, they chose to go around from below Lion City, even if the road is longer and more difficult to walk, and there may be more enemies, as long as they can stay away from Chu Sheng, the Plague God. Everything is worth it. When the commentator and the audience saw this scene, they almost spit out blood. Have these guys become so despicable? Very strong. On the contrary, the 4M team, who knew nothing about this, also went around from the small road on the side of Lion City, and ran up the hill to rush into the center of the safe zone. As a result, they bumped into Chu Sheng in front of them. The domestic audience was naturally worried. Chu Sheng was ranked first in the standings, and 4M was ranked 6th. The audience did not want to see a derby battle. However, the foreign audience started to make a fuss. This was the same as the two teams of General G fighting together. It was a delight. Naturally, the harder the fight, the better. The place where Chu Sheng lay was still a small reverse slope. There was a clump of weeds in front of him. It was difficult for cars crossing the mountains to notice the situation here. The hopes of the crowd were useless. AK, who was directing the car, still went his own way and rushed to where Chu Sheng was. When the pickup truck approached, Chu Sheng glanced at it and saw 4 people sitting in it. Although the desert map is large, if you choose an ordinary point at the beginning, the chance of encountering a vehicle on the road is not high. It is not uncommon for a vehicle to carry 4 people. However, this time Chu Sheng was alone, and his Thompson bullets simply went straight to the window. 50 rounds of bullets cannot blow up a solid pickup truck. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Sheng stood up suddenly. The sound of the silenced Thompson gun was quite special. Even professional players could hardly distinguish it at first. At this time, the disadvantage of not having a scope was fully reflected. At a distance of 50 or 60 meters, the machine-aimed Thompson sight rapidly enlarged in the case of full automatic sweeping, and the baseline and the semicircular aiming ring next to it were expanding, making it difficult to hit the target. However, when this gun was produced, it was not a precision strike firearm. Usually, when the Italian mafia or the American gangs were fighting, they would wear a fine handmade custom windbreaker, a top hat, and a Cuban cigar in their mouths, standing in the middle to open the way or cover the rear to suppress firepower. Chu Sheng's accumulated TUSO value for this gun was only more than 30 points, and his strength bonus was not much. Even though he was not inferior to the star players of other teams at all, it was still difficult to control this extremely divergent submachine gun. Chu Sheng was already trying his best to control the crosshairs, and he was facing a high-speed moving vehicle, so the difficulty was imaginable. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for an assault rifle with a scope to sweep people off a vehicle, let alone this unyielding beast. The capacity of 50 rounds was large, although it only had 10 more bullets than an assault rifle with an expanded capacity. But often these 10 bullets could play a decisive role. The 4M player quickly found Chu Sheng's position and stood at the bottom of the slope and fired. No wonder he didn't notice it just now. It turned out to be below his knees, all covered by weeds and withered bushes, and the car passing by couldn't see it clearly at all. Run over. Wei Jiang stuck his head out without saying a word and fired a threatening shot. The pickup truck was already shaking a lot when going downhill, and he stuck his head out of the car to shoot. And the camera was jumping around like an unruly and mad wild horse. Bullets were scattered everywhere. And Zigua, a sniper on the other side, also stuck his head out and fired a single shot with his rifle. At a distance of 50 meters, accelerating downhill can be said to be a matter of seconds. Chu Sheng's bullets were still effective, and a ball of green blood appeared from time to time in the car. But it was a pity that the bullets were too scattered and did not focus on one person. Originally thought that these guys would just take a wave and run away, but unexpectedly they came directly to kill, which surprised Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng's output environment was not very good at this time. The pickup truck coming down the slope was like a wild bull, rushing straight at him. If Chu Sheng continued to output, he would definitely be hit to death by this pickup truck. But Chu Sheng didn't think about dodging left and right, because he knew that once he left his current position, the enemy would rush over and attack him back, and he would be in a relatively awkward position on the high slope. Why doesn't Chu Sheng dodge? Is he going to risk his life to change one? No. This game has just started. He should move a little. The bullet did not make Chu Sheng kneel down, but this pickup truck was likely to take the head of the top master. Although Chu Sheng tried his best to control the bullets from falling into the car window, many bullets still floated onto the car body, and the hood had thick smoke that could not be hidden. Everyone was worried, wondering if the invincible Chu Sheng would be hit and killed by the car? If so, Wei Jiang would probably laugh out loud when he found out it was Chu Sheng, and he would inevitably mock and tease him after the game. When the pickup truck was still 10 meters away, Chu Sheng suddenly bent down and lay directly on the ground. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. AK, who was driving, wanted to turn the car around, but it was too late to run him over sideways. The pickup truck flew directly over Chu Sheng's head and stumbled all the way to the road. The 4 looked back, and Chu Sheng, who was lying on the ground, stood up and began to reload. Go! The vehicle's durability was less than half, so it could be counterattacked. But Wei Jiang's order was very firm, and he didn't give his teammates any chance to counterattack. Logically speaking, there was no cover in that place, so as long as the 4 people got out of the car and counterattacked, there was still a great chance. After all, there was nothing to worry about when 4 people were fighting one. Wei Jiang, why didn't you counterattack just now? AK, who was driving, was a little puzzled. Even if he succeeded in reloading, they were confident that they could get rid of him before the other party blew up the car. Away from the scene, Wei Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Did you see his weapon clearly just now?" Ziguo thought for a while and said, "Thompson plus win 94. Do you think normal professional players would go out with this kind of equipment?" Wei Jiang's words stunned the other 3. Chapter 695 There is a purpose in the dark. AK and the other 2 are not fools. And they have said it very explicitly. Mainstream players will not choose this kind of firearms to fight against the enemy. Moreover, before they came, they noticed the kill information in the upper right corner. Chu Sheng killed a player with a Thompson submachine gun. This was because he didn't react for a moment just now. After all, there are not many opportunities to see things like silent submachine guns in professional competitions. Now thinking back, who else could it be but Chu Sheng who had the ingenuity to bring Thompson and win 94? Thinking of this, the 3 of them all broke out in cold sweat. Wei Jiang also glanced at his 3 teammates and swallowed his saliva carefully. He suddenly reacted and was also scared. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and let AK drive away. If someone couldn't help jumping out of the car to fight back, it would be a mess. "Captain, did you swallow your saliva just now?" the PPT who escaped asked. And Wei Jiang was like being electrocuted and immediately refuted. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and look at the road. Let's go to Okura." Wei Jiang immediately got angry and changed the subject quite sharply. The other few people saw through it but didn't say it. But they smiled. If they chose to get off the car and fight Chu Sheng just now, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Even if they could punish Chu Sheng, they would probably lose people, and even cause greater consequences. After all, the other 3 members of the Douyu team didn't come out, so it was hard to say who would win or lose. After the game, Chu Sheng must treat us to a meal. I was almost scared to death just now. The 4 of them set the goal of eating Chu Sheng out of money while complaining. When the 4 drove away, Chu Sheng received a string of complaints. Looking at the ID of the contributor, Chu Sheng guessed who the people in the car were. Wei Jiang and his group are too unkind. They actually want to hit me to death with a car? No. We must give 4M a bloodbath after the game. Otherwise this hatred will be hard to settle. Just as Chu Sheng finished complaining, the voices of 3 teammates rang out. "Captain, did you meet Wei Jiang and the others?" "Not only did I encounter them, I just fired a round of bullets and was almost run over by them." Although Chu Sheng was not happy, he was still very grateful in his heart. If the 4 people had gotten out of the car just now, he would definitely have died here. But the 4 people on the other side would not have been able to escape unscathed. It was a good fight with each side getting hit hard and without any danger. The most important thing was that if they attacked each other and caused damage to each other, the domestic live broadcast platform would have exploded directly. Chu Sheng took a look at the safe zone. Since he wanted to find a way to move the safe zone to the sea, he could just stand still at this position. He chose a very inconspicuous dilapidated wooden house on the roadside and lay on the ground to eat salted fish. The first poison circle will shrink in less than 20 seconds, and a new safe zone will appear at that time. The commentator Xiaoyu and another male commentator saw that Chu Sheng did not go to meet up with his teammates, but laid down in an inconspicuous house on the roadside. And they couldn't help whispering, "This is a very strange choice." 3 teammates ran to the reef. If the safe zone is not there, it will be difficult to come back later. Swimming ashore from the reef is a small matter. After landing, there is no vehicle. How to transfer on the slope with few shelters? It's just that the 2 commentators knew it in their hearts and stopped at the right time. But the foreign commentators didn't understand it at all. After looking at the information at hand, I was completely confused about the tactics and arrangements of the Douyu team. Why is this Douyu team playing the 3-in-1 tactics again? The so-called 3-in-1 tactics is a new term created by the 2 commentators based on the complaints of the audience in the live broadcast room, which is created for Chu Sheng and his Douyu team. Other teams have at most 1 current player who explores the way and then reunites at a safe point. But only the Douyu team has Chu Sheng in a completely free-range state. He can jump to different places from his teammates at the beginning, run circles from a distance of tens of thousands of miles, and still play well, and even destroy a team by himself. This tactic is really confusing. Not to mention the commentators. Even the analysts and operators of other teams are watching the broadcast attentively at this moment. Confused. In the past, some team analysts have considered this kind of play, but the result of trying is that they were defeated one by one. After all, the teammates are too scattered, and they rely not on team cooperation, but on pure personal ability. Players with outstanding personal abilities must be protected as trump cards, and resources must be used to create a killer weapon, and they dare not leave it out at will. This is a paradox in itself. Analysts from other teams kept shaking their heads and kept muttering crazy. Even if they mastered this tactic, they dared not really implement it because the risk was too great. However, some analysts saw something strange and frowned as they looked at the data from the first 3 games. Although their minds became clearer and clearer, the closer they got to the so-called truth, the more incredible it became. After analyzing the data from all the circles in the first 3 games, the analysts found that there was a 70% probability that the safe zone would be refreshed in the direction away from Chusheng. It was not just a normal distance, but the farthest extreme diagonal distance. But there was also a 20% probability that the safe zone would be refreshed directly in the center of Chusheng's face. The last 10% probability is a weird corner-cut circle, the kind that really cuts to the edge. These analyzed data seem to have nothing to do with each other. But when these data are paired with a timeline and the positions of other players of the Douyu team at the time, everything becomes clear. That is, no matter how Chusheng's position changes, the other 3 teammates are always in the safe zone. Even the best position in the safe zone. Could it be that this person can predict the location of the safe zone in advance? But once this idea comes into being, it will give people an extremely absurd feeling. You must know that the safe zone is randomly generated, and the specific location and form are not determined at all, and it has nothing to do with the density and position of the players in the safe zone. In the official program of the developer, this is a random variable with a shrinking radius. But now, in 3 consecutive games, each game ended at the 7th safe zone, and there were no less than 21 safe zones, summarizing the data of all Douyu teams. Such a bizarre result was obtained, which these analysts could not explain. Even analysts from the original hostile teams gathered together for the same question. Although absurd, it really exists. They call this mysterious Oriental witchcraft, although there is no evidence yet. Based on the analysis of the existing data, we have reason to believe that there is a connection between Chusheng and the safe zone, and he himself knows this connection. Chapter 696. Oh my god. I met a mad dog. Then the next safe zone must be between P-Port and Mining Town, on the seashore bordering the 3 islands? Several analysts sat together and came to a grand conclusion. You have to know that in the current competition, in the middle of 4 consecutive games, all decisions can only be made by the captain and players on the field, and the team's behind-the-scenes staff are prohibited from entering the backstage to make suggestions. Even if such a conclusion is reached now, it can only be told to them after all 4 games are over today. And now they have to do the last verification, which is to wait for the safe zone to appear. As time passed, several analysts stared at the screen. When the first poison circle shrank to the end, the next second a new safe zone appeared directly on the big map. The location was exactly the same as the one they had just determined. The reef became the center of the safe zone. This pattern immediately gave everyone a headache. A large amount of ocean wrapped, very little land, and it was a difficult water area to move. If it was on the coast, it would be fine. The worst case scenario was that the fight would be more intense. But if it was on the 3 islands, it would really make these professional players uncomfortable. You have to know that there are almost no vehicles on the coastline of the desert map. In addition to the speedboats that spawn in P-Port, there is only one place along the coast of the back mountain of the mining town where there is a chance of spawning speedboats or motorboats. There is no chance of spawning sea vehicles in other places. And even if there are, they are far away, basically concentrated in the southernmost area bordering the sea. Originally, it was thought that the safe zones of the desert map would spawn on land, and the ocean area is small and concentrated in the southeast. But unexpectedly, the first new map taught them how to be a man. Even in the usual training place, these 3 nameless islands were only visited once out of curiosity. After all, in the planning of the coaching team and analysts, the probability of the safe zone spawning on the sea is very small. So in just 20 days, they focused on the large area on land and did not pay attention to these places. Of course, this does not mean that they are not diligent in their training. but because the safe zone is really tricky and unexpected. If they are given enough time to train, they must have their own ways and tactics to deal with this rare situation. It's just that now, the test server has only been open for 20 days, and they have only practiced for 20 days. Time is short, and the tactics are not very complete. Unlike the Doyu team, they only have 2 tactics. Follow the captain to enjoy the good life. Sell out the captain to enjoy the good life. It's true. I don't know what ability this guy has. He can actually predict the location of the safe zone. The analysts became more and more excited. After all, according to normal logic, no one would go all out to seize a reef before the safe zone was refreshed. The Doyu team even abandoned the vehicle and drove with complete certainty that the safe zone would be here. Now that there is evidence, what else can be explained? Several analysts looked at each other. This kind of thing is really metaphysical. It is even unclear whether there is a shadow of a developer company behind it. After seeing the second safe zone, almost all the players started to curse. How should the safe zone be played next? Chu Xing's position is still in the safe zone. But in order to control the next safe zone, he had to find a way to move forward. Otherwise, the safe zone would not be on the big reef, but directly on the 2 nameless islands behind it. However, the house that Chu Xing chose again was a low-lying plain wheat field, and there were few shelters around it. It was not a big problem for Chu Xing to fight his way in, but even Chu Xing felt a little headache to fight his way out afterwards. No matter what, let's go first. Otherwise the 3 guys will be trapped on the reef. Chu Xing thought about it and made a decisive choice. If he didn't go, I'm afraid the 3 friends on the reef island would really be sold out by Chu Xing. Putting away the gun and running, the General G Black player at the fork in the road saw someone running, and without saying a word, he opened the scope and fired. Bullets flew past Chu Xing's ears. After hearing the gunshot, Chu Xing immediately cut out the smoke bomb and began to pave the way. At the same time, he locked the enemy's position by listening to the sound. The gas station at the fork in the road is an excellent location. Even Chu Xing thinks it's good, so it must be a good choice. It's a pity that he is now at a disadvantage, and it's hard to fight with one person's strength. First of all, the distance is too far. Even if he shoots, he can't completely kill the opponent. Secondly, the enemy had already spotted him at a distance of 300 meters, so there was no chance to get close. Chu Xing hadn't realized that this team was the General G Black team that had a deep hatred before. After the smoke bomb paved the way, Chu Xing's target became bigger. Before, they only heard gunshots nearby, but the smoke bomb expanded, and a white cloud appeared in front of everyone in the yellow earth-colored wheat waves, allowing more people to see the situation here. The enemy in the smoke bomb was not clear, but the fire from the gunshot at the gas station was extremely clear. When the General G Black player opened the quadruple scope to chase, he saw the conspicuous Win 94 and Thompson behind the enemy, and naturally recognized Chu Xing's identity at a glance. Now the 3 of them seemed to be injected with chicken blood, regardless of everything, all aiming at the direction of the smoke, seizing this opportunity to kill Chu Xing, because the back window of the gas station could not accommodate 3 people to attack at the same time. One player simply ran outside the gas station and shot into the smoke bomb without any cover to get the prize. The people in this team are so crazy. Are they crazy? They don't even care about their own lives, just to kill Chu Xing. How much hatred do they have? If we talk about hatred, it seems to be the revenge of killing my father. Chu Xing has been targeted for 4 consecutive games. It's really miserable. In the usual online match, the mentality will explode directly after 3 or 4 consecutive games. Not to mention the International Invitational, facing the pressure of tens of millions of viewers, and being targeted so madly. I am afraid that they can't wait to have a real PK with Chu Xing after the game. Even the commentator could see that General G Black was completely crazy, just like a mad dog that was sick. When they saw Chu Xing, they chased and bit him, and they didn't even know that they were exposed to the vision of other teams. However, everyone understood that if Chu Xing hadn't targeted them before, how could such a mature team make such a fatal mistake? Chu Xing was hiding in the smoke at this moment. He had just picked up a lot of tactical throwing objects. The smoke bombs to extend his life were sufficient, but the 3 people's guns and artillery were indeed dense. Chu Xing couldn't help but think, if everyone could vote a little more for the monthly ticket and recommendation ticket, maybe I could not only escape, but also have a chance to show off? Chapter 697, Losing both the wife and the army. Chu Sheng hid in the smoke bomb and heard the gunshots from other directions. According to the number and density of bullets flying around him, it was obviously not coming towards him. This is very nice. The enemy attacking him was also sniped by others. And now it has changed from a two-way confrontation to a joint action. Chu Sheng continued to lay smoke bombs and move forward. He knew that if he showed up at this moment, he would also become the target of the third-party predator. What made Chu Sheng extremely puzzled was that in this situation, the team of enemies at the gas station was still attacking him. Are these guys going to die? How much hatred do they have? They are actually under pressure from a third party and want to put me to death. Chu Sheng still left a small gap between the smoke bombs, which was a little trick. When the puffing sound of smoke was heard, Chu Sheng had already switched to Win-94 and rushed out directly. The narrow gap between the two piles of smoke was very small, and it could only accommodate one person. And this position was very particular. The third-party enemies in the distance could not see Chu Sheng's head because of the overlapping vision of the two smoke bombs. The only thing they could see was the team in the gas station who wanted to kill Chu Sheng. The guy who fired outside the gas station was knocked to the ground by the enemy, who inserted strongly from a distance. After Chu Sheng showed his head, Win-94 aimed at the gas station in an instant. He originally wanted to shoot at the rear window of the gas station, but he saw a person lying on the ground outside the gas station, struggling to crawl to the side. This position happened to be behind the wall of the gas station. After knocking down the enemy in the distance, the player quickly climbed behind the wall and entered a blind spot. But Chu Sheng did not expect to appear at this time, and he did not expect that Chu Sheng would dare to fight back under such fire suppression. Chu Sheng could no longer obtain useful information from the information column, because this battle was a mess, and many places were firing and exchanging fire. The result of the small land area was that everyone encountered it in advance. Bang! The low and crisp roar of Win-94 drifted far away under the breeze, blowing the wheat waves, with a faint sulfur and scorching acid mixed with the fragrant and mature wheat smell. Chu Sheng's shot accurately hit the enemy's buttocks. A stream of blood spurted out from the buttocks, which was very beautiful, and it was worthy of singing a song with a chrysanthemum. Moreover, this shot directly took this guy away, and he even jumped in the air in a dramatic way before falling down completely and turning into a box. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and he had never heard that hitting the chrysanthemum would also have bonus damage. Only after seeing the kill ID, Chu Sheng smiled, and all the mysteries were solved. It's not that there is a deep hatred. The General G Black team probably wants to rush up and kill Chu Sheng directly, but they didn't expect that they failed to kill Chu Sheng, and Chu Sheng took advantage of the opportunity to steal a kill. They really lost both the wife and the army. General G Black was too impulsive this time. Everyone can understand that they wanted to kill Chu Sheng, but they were blinded by hatred, and now Chu Sheng got a kill. Today is definitely the darkest day in the history of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in the Republic of Korea. We protest and strictly check the computers of the Doyu team. I don't believe that nothing can be found. We collectively report and request a rematch. After all, the developer is also a company in the Republic of Korea. If they don't side with us, we will put pressure on it and make it unable to survive. And the General G Black team, they embarrassed the Republic of Korea in the international arena, and they knelt down to apologize after they came back. The commentators and audiences of Country H were extremely excited. Today, the two teams that they were proud of and ambitious for, not only did not get good results, but became clowns on the field, embarrassing themselves again and again, making them unable to raise their heads. Chu Sheng immediately escaped into the smoke after killing one person. But in the moment when he was stagnant while firing, he was also shot in the head by the enemy at the window of the gas station. Although it was not fatal, it was very painful. 3 smoke bombs successfully slipped into the house. Fortunately, there were no enemies in this room. Otherwise Chu Sheng would really be in danger. After bandaging and recovering his health, Chu Sheng now had to wait. The Tutso value began to grow steadily and orderly. The players of General G Black complained to Chu Sheng one by one, and each wave of negative emotions was not low, with the lowest Tutso starting at 5 points. After a fierce battle, Chu Sheng and the third-party team only lost a little ammunition and health. Only General G Black, who took the initiative to attack, lost a player and became the only loser in this match. It became a laughing stock in the eyes of the audience. This H country team is too rubbish. They were the first to attack, but they couldn't kill the first player. and in the end one of them died. Really useless. Chu Sheng is always targeting him in every game. I'm the last in both the points list and the kill list. I can do it. Don't mention it. Even if I do it, I probably won't die so miserably. I was trapped in the air raid shelter, beaten to death by fists, and sniped by Win 94. The audience also joked crazily, and no one raised their hands to object to this wave of I can do it series. Chu Sheng blocked the door with a Thompson submachine gun, and fired a burst of bullets at anyone who opened the door. You should know that the damage of this gun is actually quite high, and if you get close to the face, it is even more powerful than the Car King EP9. EP9's basic damage is 35 points, and the shooting interval is 0.092 seconds. Thompson's basic damage is 38 points, and the shooting interval is 0.086 seconds. Whether it is basic damage or DPS, it is much higher than EP9, and it has the highest damage among submachine guns. The only drawback of this gun is that it cannot be equipped with a scope. Otherwise, what is the use of EP9? No one has come to this house, probably because it is in a wheat field and there is no cover around. Other teams dare not approach rashly, fearing that they will not be able to get out after entering. Only Chu Sheng, who is brave enough, dares to kill directly. As the countdown to the safe zone ended, the new poison circle began to shrink again. Chu Sheng's house was right on the edge of the safe zone. There were only 50 people left alive, which was still quite dense. Here you can clearly hear the gunshots coming from the mining town. As the poison circle shrank to the end, several analysts focused again and drew a circle on the tactical board. A new safe zone appeared, mainly located on reefs, and there were some small islands and reefs on the sea next to it, and part of the mainland coast. Sure enough, it's exactly what we thought. Once can be said to be a coincidence. What about twice? Chu Sheng made every decision so resolutely. He risked his life to get into a house on the edge of a safe zone. What was the purpose? Now they finally figured out what they were trying to do. It was to allow the next safe zone to be accurately refreshed on the island reef, creating an advantage for his teammates. This is really a mysterious power from the east. Chapter 698, Crossing the Mining Town. The safe zone is right above us. So cool. The most comfortable ones are the Douyu trio. When Shujua saw the safe zone, he couldn't help but shout out, and his voice could be heard even with headphones. It even alarmed the referee behind him, who came forward to remind Shujua not to make loud noises. In fact, the referee was also speechless. On such a large desert map, the safe zone couldn't be refreshed anywhere else but on the sea, and right in front of the three people. How many times has this happened today? Chu Sheng was wandering outside alone, and the three of them ran over to occupy the spot. This time, they were particularly excessive. They drove the car directly into the water and abandoned it. They didn't leave any way out for themselves and went directly to the island. Originally, he was going to see how the three of them would deal with it if the safe zone was refreshed in other places. Unexpectedly, the safe zone was refreshed right in front of him. Even he, the referee who was watching from behind, couldn't help but vomit blood. Really, this good luck is really unstoppable. You three should guard the reef lighthouse, and don't let the enemy get close. Chu Sheng looked at the safe zone and reminded the three of them. There was a hint of determination and explanation of the aftermath in these words, but they were heard by the three of them. Captain, don't do anything stupid. Little Lion quickly reminded him that it was not a big problem for the three of them to guard the reef. But Chu Sheng could not be killed by others. This was a matter of principle. I will definitely not do anything stupid. But it is a bit difficult to get into the safe zone with this route. Chu Sheng said it was a bit difficult. But for others, it was pure hell difficulty. Chu Sheng was at the edge of the blue circle. Now the center of the safe zone was the reef, surrounded by the sea. And there was only a small area on the coast of the mainland, which could not accommodate both teams. Chu Sheng had to cross the entire safe zone, swim to the reef, and then climb up the lighthouse, which was equivalent to fighting with almost 50 players in the safe zone. If Chu Sheng could still do this, he would probably change his name to Chu Zilong of the East China Sea. He fought his way in and out of the safe zone 7 times. But unfortunately, although Chu Sheng was strong, it was still an impossible task to compete with dozens of professional players. After all, a tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. If he wanted to cross the safe zone, it would mean that he would be blocked in front and pursued from behind, and he would be enemies with everyone. After taking a look at the map, It was basically impossible to enter the circle along the highway. It was even more dangerous to bypass Lion City and enter the circle from the direction of Port P. This road had 1045 returns. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and decided to take a risk and cross through the mining town. He remembered that there was a road in the mining town that could secretly lead to the back mountain. Behind the church on the high ground, there was a hillside that could be climbed over. After climbing over it, it was the back slope of the back mountain. Going down all the way, he could enter the waters. Although it sounds like this road will be difficult to walk. After all, judging from the gunshots in the mining town, there are at least 2 or 3 teams entrenched in it. It is difficult for Chu Sheng to cross the entire town alone. But this road is definitely much easier than the road that bypasses Lion City. It is precisely because there are already 3 teams fighting in the city that other teams are definitely unwilling to get involved. Otherwise they will be stuck in the quagmire and will not be able to leave later. Chu Sheng came out from the other side of the house. At this time, he could no longer be seen from the perspective of the gas station. So he could walk without worry. And there is a poison circle behind him. So basically no one will come in from here at this time. Carefully following the slope to the side of the road, Chu Sheng could already hear the fierce gunfire in the city and roughly locked the enemy's position. What made Chu Sheng feel difficult was that there were enemies guarding the bell tower in the direction of the church, attacking the enemies in the 3-story red office building. If that were the case, Chu Sheng could go around from the back. But there was actually a team guarding the factory group across the road from the mining town. A 3-legged situation was formed. In this way, no matter which road Chu Sheng chose, he would run into the enemy. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Sheng glanced at the 3 teammates on the reef and made up his mind. Anyway, with the 3 of them guarding the lighthouse, even if this game could not be won, the top few would definitely be won. Just this easy to defend and difficult to attack location, plus the safe zone, is worth more than 300 points. After observing for a while, Chu Sheng basically grasped the whereabouts of the guy on the church bell tower. With the enemy in the red office building restraining the front, Chu Sheng began to pull the gun line to the side. When this action appeared, several commentators all sentenced the player on the bell tower to death. If Chu Sheng targeted him at this distance, it would basically be a dead end. Originally, I thought the Win-94 gun was rubbish, and only some players who were too optimistic would use it. I even thought that the developer made it as a new fire stick this time. I didn't expect that in Chu Sheng's hands. It actually played the effect of 98K. I apologize for my previous speculation. This gun is not useless. In the hands of some powerful players, this gun is the easiest 98K to pick up. Foreign commentators had previously mocked that Chu Sheng was just a fire stick with this gun. But he was repeatedly slapped in the face. Due to the audience's attitude, he had to apologize for his previous remarks. But I still want to advise the players watching the live broadcast to cherish their lives and stay away from Win-94. Chu Sheng had already seen the back of the enemy in the bell tower. I don't know if the 2 sides had hit each other with guns just now. Chu Sheng shot the enemy in the head from behind and actually knocked him down. When the information of Chu Sheng Win-94's headshot knockdown appeared, all the enemies in the mining town became alert. Xuanji saw a man crossing the road and rushing towards the church. "Captain, should we shoot?" The C9 team members guarding the red office building couldn't help asking. Chu Sheng shot down a member of the HBN Honey Badger, completely disrupting their plan. You should know that there are 3 HBN Honey Badger members in the direction of the church. Now Chu Sheng knocked down 1, leaving 2. There are only 3 people left in their C9 now. And the factory across the road behind them is still full of Pittsburgh Cavaliers staring covetously. Chu Sheng shuttled among the buildings. His figure appeared and disappeared from time to time. If they focused their fire now, C9 could also suppress him. But now the captain didn't say anything, and the team members didn't know what to do. Should they sit and watch Chu Sheng and HBN fight to the death? Or should they first eliminate Chu Sheng, the unstable factor, and then compete with HBN Honey Badger? Chu Sheng's personal strength is very strong. In the last game, C9 stood on the high slope and saw it clearly. Fitz and his 4 people laid smoke bombs and rushed to kill Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng killed 3 of them in return. In the end, if they didn't have enough bullets, I'm afraid all 4 of them would have been killed. If they leave such strength, it would be a disaster. But if they open fire now, HBN will suppress them in return. Wouldn't they be the ones who suffer? Chapter 699 Walking the Dog. HBN mocked Chu Sheng before the game. Chu Sheng is a vengeful person, and will definitely not let them go. We sit on the mountain and watch the fight. C9 captain quickly made up his mind. Chu Sheng's current posture is obviously heading for the HP and honey badger in the church. If C9 intervenes now, it will inevitably attract Chu Sheng's attention and cause trouble. Besides, Chu Sheng and HBN fight. Whether they win or lose, it will be a good thing for us. The C9 captain's words are full of confidence. The fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. This is a proverb from the Far East. And today they are the fishermen. Captain, isn't this a bit? The team member didn't say it, but he already understood what it meant. You don't think Chu Sheng can deal with the 3 HP and honey badgers by himself? And then deal with the 3 of us? The C9 captain seemed to have heard a joke. If he could kill so many people by himself, he would not be an ordinary person. He should be called the God of War. Fuck. But before the C9 captain could finish, Chu Sheng had already kicked open the door of the church and rushed in. Then, there was a fierce banging sound, and 3 headshot kills flashed quickly in the upper right corner of the information bar. The HP and honey badger that had been in a stalemate with them for a long time was directly swept away by Chu Sheng alone, and was destroyed in an instant. The whole process was very simple. Chu Sheng threw a smoke bomb at the main entrance of the church, then rushed in with the smoke and killed 2 people with a Thompson submachine gun. Again, within a distance of less than 10 meters. The Thompson gun is invincible. The Chicago typewriter is not in vain. Except for the S12K with expansion. Chu Sheng's Thompson is not inferior to any weapon. Even the commentator was amazed at Chu Sheng's decisiveness in rushing into the room. And his shooting skills were even more crisp and neat. Is this guy really not invited by the developer to promote unpopular weapons? The commentator's words were also recognized by many viewers. From the crossbow, shotgun, P1911 at the beginning, to the Thompson and Win 94 now. Chu Sheng has tried almost all non-mainstream weapons on the map. Oh! By the way, he also beat a player of General G Black to death with fists, and killed the entire team of General G Gold with grenades. According to this trend, the next thing to appear is the frying pan kill and vehicle kill. Right? The commentator Xiao Yu was also curious, and after a while of thinking, he expressed his thoughts, which then attracted a lot of ridicule from the audience. Let Chu Sheng kill with a frying pan. To be honest, you are making things difficult for me. Chu Sheng. This person actually claims to be Chu Sheng's confidant. This sentence immediately proves it. Chu Sheng cried and shouted, I'm sorry. I can't do it. Xiao Yu looked at the barrage of comments from the audience and was dumbfounded. Why? Did she say something wrong? She looked at the male commentator and director beside her in astonishment. And all she got was a puzzled answer of shaking her head. Is there any taboo about frying pans? No. After the game today, I must ask. Xiao Yu made up her mind to find Chu Sheng at noon, treat him to a meal, and then get the secret out. Chu Sheng found a lot of .45 caliber bullets in the church. After all, this kind of bullet is something that no one would be interested in even if it was thrown on the ground. In a place as poor as a mining town, there is no shortage of .45 caliber and 9mm bullets. After all, if you don't brush these 2 bullets, you will have to brush 5.56mm and 7.62mm bullets. A little throwing objects were added to the 3 people, and the previous smoke bombs were almost used up. At this moment, the 3 people of C9 were a little panicked, especially the captain of C9. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Chu Sheng. I don't know if PUBG has a program like Hero Mike Crazy to play all the voices of all the teams. It must be very interesting at that time. Just after saying that Chu Sheng couldn't kill the 3 opponents without any damage, Chu Sheng slapped him in the face in less than 3 seconds. The C9 captain was embarrassed at the moment. His cheeks flushed, and he felt the eyes of the other 2 teammates looking at him, and his face was burning. Keep an eye on the church. Don't let Chu Sheng run out, the captain hurriedly ordered, and he and his teammates guarded it tightly. Another team member was still at the other end of the room, staring at the Pittsburgh Cavaliers in the factory, being attacked from both sides. C9's situation suddenly became embarrassing. The entire mining town was no longer within the safe zone, and there were only 40 seconds left before the circle was refreshed, so they needed to move quickly. Chu Sheng hid in the church, and could hear the fierce fighting behind the mountain behind the church. The number of survivors dropped off like crazy. Players were being eliminated every second, and the information bar was refreshed so fast that it was impossible to tell who was eliminating whom. TSK. It was really fierce. Fortunately, we came here in advance. Otherwise we would have died on the shore. Xiao Ju lay on the lighthouse, watching the fierce battle on the shore. Smoke bombs were everywhere. At least 5 or 6 teams were fighting with the naked eye. Now he finally understood the meaning of coming to this place. Not to mention giving up the vehicle. Even giving up a rifle and medical supplies was worth it. It smells so good. Now they are like gods in the sky, looking down at the fights and killings of the people in the lower world. It feels very intense just by watching. But they themselves will never want to participate in it. Captain, can you still come over? Xu Jue saw that Chu Sheng was still in the mining town and had not come out. And he couldn't help but worry. Although the 4th poison circle does not cause much damage, it is very difficult to enter the circle after being trapped. You just need to guard the lighthouse. If you can't even defend this place, you 3 can treat me when you go back. Chu Sheng also told a joke to make everyone less nervous. Chu Sheng threw 4 smoke bombs at the side door of the church, which stretched directly to the house area in the north. The smoke bombs were connected together to form an invisible secret passage. One of the 2 C9s who were staring at him opened fire, and the other threw a grenade into the smoke, trying to snipe Chu Sheng. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng threw the smoke bombs to pretend to escape, and immediately moved to the top of the bell tower, and saw the exposed enemy. It was a headache to have a level 2 helmet, and it was impossible to kill in one shot. But Chu Sheng still showed his head. At this moment, the C9 captain who was originally shooting in the smoke bomb also found a figure on the bell tower, and immediately pulled the gun line. Bang! Less than 100 meters away, when 94 hit the head accurately, and a ball of green blood burst out. But the captain of C9 did not lie down directly, but continued to defend, because he knew that the opponent's Win 94 could not knock him down with a headshot, until another teammate reacted and turned the gun to guard the bell tower. The captain of C9 fell to the ground and started packing. Be careful. This guy's Win 94 is very accurate. Don't get hit in the head. But at this moment Chu Sheng had achieved his goal. Jumped down from the bell tower, and killed back to the side of the church. Chapter 700 really awesome. Another C9 player was still staring at the location of the bell tower. Chu Sheng could already see the player from the side, but due to the angle, he could just see half of his body. But his head was blocked by the bricks in the corner. When 94 hitting the body is useless. Only headshots will work. Although there is a level 2 helmet that can resist death, the durability will still explode. Moreover, after suppressing the bloodline, the blood can only be restored to 75 points. Even if energy drinks are used, it will not be restored to full value in a short time. At this time, if you get shot, you will fall to the ground. It takes 6 seconds to help someone who falls less than 30 meters away. No one knows what this means better than these professional players. The 2 C9 players were nervous. And at this moment, the players guarding the other side of the room also reminded, Captain, the Pittsburgh Knights are also coming from the road? After all, the circle is about to be refreshed, and everyone is staring at the road up the mountain. As long as they bypass this mountain, the next step is to go downhill as if walking on flat ground, and they can enter the safe zone by diving into the water. The Pittsburgh Knights don't know what the situation is in the city. After all, they have never knocked down the enemy, and don't know the identity of the enemy. But when they heard the sound of gunfire, they immediately chose to kill. This team has strong shooting skills and tough tactics, and is not afraid of gunfire at all. Chu Sheng jumped out from the corner, and he had already opened the scope while in the air. The baseline of Win 94 instantly locked the profile of the C9 player. As Chu Sheng jumped sideways, more vision appeared, and the enemy's head gradually appeared. The C9 player also reacted quickly. He felt a black shadow flashing on the outermost side of the screen, and subconsciously pulled the gun, and even started shooting in advance. When the camera locked on Chu Sheng, he saw that the other party was holding a Win 94 in his hand. At that moment, the C9 players felt cold all over, and there was only one thought in their minds for no reason. It's over. Bang! It was the familiar sound of Win 94 again, and the player's health was instantly suppressed only a little. When fighting against the HB and Honey Badger before, the second level helmet had been hit once. This time, after Win 94's headshot, there was a crisp bang sound, and the second level helmet was directly blown away, without the protection of the helmet. After seeing the opponent's desert camouflage second level helmet being broken, Chu Sheng switched to a Thompson submachine gun without saying a word and rushed towards the red building. You recover quickly. I'll guard the stairs. The captain of C9 had just recovered his blood after taking medicine, and heard a crisp gunshot. And then his companion's bloodline was directly suppressed, and turned into a black blood state that was even more terrifying than residual blood. Another teammate was also urgently recalled. The two of them were in 2 rooms on the left and right, blocking the view of the stairs. If Chu Sheng dared to come up, he would have to face the instant anger of the two. Chu Sheng was also stuck at the entrance of the stairs, and did not show up. He rummaged in his pocket for a while, and took out a stun grenade, and held it in his hand. The stun grenade did not have a ring. As Chu Sheng threw it out, the 2 people stuck at the door saw that the screen was already pale. Then there was a noisy gunshot, and the Thompson submachine gun, with an expanded capacity, fired directly at the building. Before the 3 of them could figure out what was going on, they were all knocked to the ground by Chu Sheng. However, Chu Sheng was not unscathed. After the 2 guys were blinded by the blast bomb, they shot blindly, and actually hit Chu Sheng. There was more than one shot. This was a bit mysterious. Chu Sheng was so scared that he took a breath. He squatted on the ground and began to recover blood and take medicine. The Pittsburgh Cavaliers, who came from across the street, were already close. It's Chu Sheng. The person in the building is Chu Sheng. Before, I didn't understand what was going on in the red office building. But now the Pittsburgh Cavaliers have fully reacted. The person in the building is Chu Sheng. The Chu Sheng they hated at the beginning. Just now, a mute Thompson-specific typewriter sound came from the building. And then the information bar in the upper right corner showed Chu Sheng's triple kill data, which explained everything. The Pittsburgh Knights have always been dissatisfied with the DouYu team's first place. Such a yellow-skinned Asian can actually stand out in the TPP mode and even kill so many people. Those teams are really weak. When they despised Chu Sheng and requested for inspection before, the Pittsburgh Knights had been actively involved. They have always believed that the reason why Chu Sheng is so at large is because he has not met them. The other teams are weak, so Chu Sheng's show is turbulent. If they meet them, they will beat the shit out of this guy. Now that they know that Chu Sheng is in the red building in front, the Pittsburgh Knights with a full team are like taking drugs, rushing over with bloodshot eyes, and wanting to cut Chu Sheng into pieces. It's very difficult to play against Chu Sheng now. He wiped out HB and Honey Badger and C9 in one fell swoop. The Pittsburgh Knights, who are now fully staffed, seem to have discovered that the player here is Chu Sheng. They did not choose to enter the circle, but rushed up like a wolf and a tiger. The domestic commentators were naturally very worried. Xiaoyu was so nervous that she couldn't speak. It was the male commentator next to her who maintained the proper quality and described the situation on the field. The audience was also very nervous. Chu Sheng was so heroic just now that he killed 6 people in a row, like a god descending from heaven. Now the Pittsburgh Knights took advantage of Chu Sheng's recovery time to kill him directly. It's despicable. This team is too shameless. They actually took advantage of Chu Sheng's blood recovery to kill him directly. It was so disgusting just now. I remember that it was this team that started the trouble in the speech stage before the game. Chu Sheng, you can't die at the hands of these bastards. Don't give yourself a head. The audience spoke fiercely. When Chu Sheng was taking medicine, he heard the complicated and chaotic footsteps downstairs. It sounded like a full team. They are coming to kill us. Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air. It must be said that the Pittsburgh Cavaliers are still quite capable. The time they are stuck now is just Chu Sheng's weak spot. They just caught Chu Sheng's weak spot. The 3 teammates on the Reef Lighthouse cheered collectively after seeing Chu Sheng kill C9 with great ease. Xiaoju also shouted excitedly, "Captain, you are really awesome. We can enter the circle now. The fight here is almost over." Little Lion also added, You guys better not wait for me. There is another full team coming. I am afraid I can't enter." Chu Sheng glanced at the time. The countdown was less than 15 seconds before the circle was refreshed, and Chu Sheng's scalp tingled when he thought about killing another full team. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, the 3 of them took a breath of cold air. Where did so many people come from in this fucking mining town? "Captain, show your momentum to wipe out the engine." Chu Sheng was speechless, and at this moment, he just wanted to throw the mouse and keyboard in front of Shijue, press his head and ask, "Come and try?" Chapter 701, The Old Trick. Chu Sheng was speechless after what Xiaojue said, but he didn't have time to talk at this time. After the medicine bag was ready, He immediately cut out a Molotov cocktail and threw it towards the corridor at the staircase. The wine bottle shattered, and the wine was spilled everywhere. It was immediately ignited by the burning cloth strips at the mouth of the bottle. The fire rose up in an instant and spread directly to the entire staircase. The Pittsburgh Knights players were about to come up when they were stopped by the fire at the staircase. They could only watch and wait for the fire to subside. You dare not step on this Molotov cocktail. The damage is extremely high. After contact, a burning dot effect will be hung on your body, losing 10 points of blood per second for several seconds. How can we fight when we force our way up and his HP is less than half? Well done. The Molotov cocktail successfully bought Chu Sheng a few seconds, preventing the enemy from making a full effort. The commentator was also very excited. Chu Sheng's thinking was very clear, and he could always make the most accurate choice at such a critical moment. It was like the most sophisticated instrument, operating strictly according to the program, and there would never be any mistakes. Chu Sheng walked quietly to the door, stuck in the same position as C9 just now, relying on his vision to observe the movement downstairs. The Pittsburgh Cavaliers also had a set of skills in attacking the building. The assaulter and the libero were responsible for rushing the building, and the remaining two were on guard around the downstairs. If the enemy wanted to escape, they would be under their close surveillance at any time, besieged on all sides. We can see that the Pittsburgh Knights are very organized. Facing such a four-man siege, Chu Sheng can be said to have no way to escape this time. Foreign commentators still highly praise the Pittsburgh Knights. This is a team with very brave tactics and skills. Especially the captain's command is quite sharp. Although they did not succeed in winning the chicken in the first 3 games, and there were no 2 eye-catching scenes. But if you look closely at the results, you will find that they have been closely following the second echelon, and now the points ranking has quietly reached 5th place. There is no need to say much about the outstanding kills, all thanks to the captain's excellent command and a large number of ranking points to rank among the top. From this, we can see that this is a team with extremely clear tactical thinking. With a full team, this wave has a great advantage. In the eyes of everyone, what Chu Sheng is doing now is just futile. At most it can buy him a little more time and involve the opponent. Thinking that the effect of the Molotov cocktail will end, Chu Sheng has already pinched a grenade in his hand. The moment the burning effect ends, the grenade is connected, and it is a flash bomb that has been counted in seconds. Boom! Dust flies, and the earth shakes. But there is no trace of the enemy where the grenade exploded. When the effect of the Molotov cocktail was about to end, the enemy did not stand still and prepare to rush up directly, but retreated quietly and ran outside the office building. As a result, Chu Sheng's subsequent seamless instant explosion was in vain. Chu Sheng probably knew what happened, but the audience in front of the screen saw it clearly. When they saw the Pittsburgh Cavaliers libero and attacker choose to leave the house, they all took a breath. The tactics of this team are so complete that they even guessed Chu Sheng's next move. What a terrible team! If it were a team like General G Black, they would have rushed up without saying a word. This team is quite awesome. It seems that Chu Sheng will have a hard time getting out. I'm so angry. This team is so arrogant. If Chu Sheng really loses to them, who knows how they will brag? Is Chu Sheng still going to use his own thunder at the critical moment? Although Chu Sheng didn't know the name of this team, he could vaguely guess the opponent's operation because the instant explosion thunder just now could not blow up. Chu Sheng took a breath and thought to himself, this team is something. They have such high tactical cultivation. Chu Sheng had also fought against other teams before, and he also had first impressions and feelings about these teams. In terms of tactical qualities, the top 3 in his mind are Doyu Team, Liquid, and the Pittsburgh Knights. Don't say that it's shameless to rank yourself first. If you really talk about command and tactics, Chu Sheng has integrated the ideas formed by 10 gun gods and combined them with his own insights. He can definitely beat all the players present. Why is there no Fizz ranked high? Because Fizz doesn't rely on any tactics at all. He relies on recklessness. If recklessness wins, everything will be fine. And if recklessness doesn't win, everyone will be in trouble. This is also the reason why the record is up and down. But this team's gun skills are really strong. So basically every time they recklessly succeed, other teams are also afraid to recklessly compete with them. So they just go around every time. Chu Sheng tried to throw a smoke bomb out of the window next to him to ask for directions. The sound of breaking glass was clear and loud. The enemies patrolling the periphery saw the smoke bomb thrown down at a glance, and immediately squatted under the smoke bomb, waiting for the enemy to jump down. Chu Sheng heard the rustling footsteps, and suddenly felt a headache. These guys guarded the office building tightly, and surrounded it like an iron barrel. It was difficult to move. Chu Sheng pulled up all his energy. And with the idea of wasting rather than helping the enemy, he tried to use up all the medical supplies on his body. Those that could not be used were also quietly hidden in the corner of the toilet that was difficult to find. Chu Sheng has already started hiding his supplies. It seems that he has no intention of escaping. The commentator also clenched his fists and looked worried. Chu Sheng was dying to show his determination. The poison circle has also begun to shrink. I believe it will cover the entire mining town in no time. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights have no intention of leaving. They are willing to surround Chu Sheng to death here even if they don't enter the circle. What is Chu Sheng waiting for? If he waits any longer, he won't be able to enter the circle. Don't let the Pittsburgh Knights kill you this time. If that happens, the prestige you established in the previous 3 games will be wasted. The most annoying thing is that the Pittsburgh Knights will definitely jump out and step on Chu Sheng again. I don't think Chu Sheng is waiting to die. Right? A guy with the ID Xiaodabo suddenly spoke up, which immediately attracted the rebuttal of other viewers. Chu Sheng has already hidden medicine. Isn't this to prevent the enemy from getting resources? And is ready to die to prove his will? Think about it. When 94's gun can't kill instantly when it hits a level 2 helmet, then how can Win 94 have a one-shot kill effect? Chu Sheng has used the same routine before. Right? Xiaodabo's words instantly aroused the emotions of the audience. Yes, Chu Sheng has used this method before. Win 94 can't kill instantly when it hits a level 2 helmet. But it's different with the poison circle damage as a supplement. Even if the enemy maintains energy to recover health, a headshot will only leave 1 point of health. And the damage of this poison circle is more than 1 point. So there is no room for bandages to recover health. In other words, as long as Chu Sheng shoots a headshot, he will definitely fall down. Everyone's eyes are shining, and their thoughts are becoming clearer and clearer. Chapter 702 God of War. Sure enough, I said Chu Sheng would never give up easily. This is all a routine. This little bag is amazing. He has the style of me back then. This wave of analysis is well reasoned. Even my famous Detective Cozy is impressed. The audience's low mood suddenly rose. It turned out that the poison circle was not the end, but the beginning. And Chu Sheng could only start his performance with the poison circle. Xiaoyu and another commentator also saw the barrage, took a breath, and suddenly realized, when they were still obsessed with how Chu Sheng could escape from the house, they concluded that he could only fight. Chu Sheng had already thought of something further. Breaking the shackles with his own strength was clever. But Chu Sheng's preparation was something the other party would never have thought of. This was already borrowing the power of heaven and earth. So how could he lose? This was no longer a matter of being 1 or 2 steps ahead, but a whole tactical system and strategy that was born out of the inherent thinking and reached a new height. Captain, the poison is here. The players of the Pittsburgh Knights also began to get anxious. After all, they had big ambitions. They not only wanted to kill Chu Sheng, but also to successfully enter the circle. It's okay. We can just go over the side and find the back mountain. We can swim directly into the circle. Entering the circle is a small matter, but being able to kill Chu Sheng is definitely big news. Although Fitz also killed Chu Sheng in the last game, he was not happy at all. Rather than saying that Fitz and his 4 men attacked Chu Sheng, it is better to say that Chu Sheng showed off against the 4 men. For people attacked 1 and 3 were killed in return. Only a fool can laugh. Moreover, Chu Sheng's equipment was a spray gun, a crossbow, and a small pistol. I am afraid that Fitz almost became autistic that time. The electric net passed through everyone's body and immediately began to lose blood. Chu Sheng once again pulled up the energy to the full. He could not see the audience's discussion now. But what the little bag said was indeed right. Chu Sheng was just waiting for the opportunity when the poison circle came. This Pittsburgh Knight is really steady. They surrounded but did not kill. It is obvious that they are playing a psychological game with Chu Sheng. If they really want to kill Chu Sheng, the 4 of them will rush up together, and it will be done. But they are cautious, as if there is a whole team upstairs, which further highlights their ambition. Not only do they want Chu Sheng to die, but they also want to kill Chu Sheng without losing a single soldier. They are very ambitious. Even Chu Sheng on the 2nd floor laughed. This Pittsburgh Knight is really ambitious. There are many people who want my head, but whether they have the ability to take it depends on their ability. Chu Sheng switched back to Win 94. Loaded all the bullets. and began to throw grenades at the windows around him. The sound of glass shattering came one after another, and Chu Xing's footsteps also came one after another, which sounded very chaotic downstairs. "Don't save the grenades. Go upstairs." The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers gave an order, and all the 4 people's stock of grenades went to the second floor. Originally, this kind of office building had 3 floors, but unfortunately the stairs on the 3rd floor were blocked by waste. So although it looked like 3 floors, there were only 2 floors of space for movement. Chu Xing ran all the way to the stairs and occupied the corner stairs first. The enemy's grenades exploded wildly, deafening, and even the whole building felt like it was about to collapse. Chu Xing could only see the thick smoke from the place where he was hiding, but he didn't have to worry about being hurt at all. Could Chu Xing have even thought of the opponent's counterattack with grenades? Seeing that Chu Xing was safe and sound in the grenade rain, these viewers were not only not worried, but also wanted to laugh. Even if Chu Xing was killed by the Pittsburgh Knights in this wave, Chu Xing was crazy here to routine the opponent and consume their strategic materials. Even if he entered the circle from the back mountain, he would be sniped by the other 3 members of the Doyu team and could not escape death. "Assaulter. Freeman. Charge." With a command from the commander, the 2 rushed in with guns. The road was blocked by grenades, and there were not many places to hide on the 2nd floor. Now was a good time to charge. As the footsteps of the 2 people rang out, Chu Xing had already guarded with his gun, waiting to meet Love at a corner. The 2 switched to the first person, so that the character's body shape would not block the camera. This is a little trick for professional players to rush up the building. Now many players can also be seen using it in online matches. But as soon as he turned his head, Chu Xing raised his hand and shot up. The damage of the poison circle plus the 99 points of headshot damage instantly knocked one person down. After Chu Xing fired, he jumped back and pulled the bolt with a click to clear the shell. The most taboo when rushing up the building is to stop halfway, as it is easy to be counterattacked by the enemy. After knowing that Chu Xing was holding a Win 94, another free man immediately rushed up, wanting to kill him while Chu Xing was changing bullets. But when he rushed to the 2nd floor, he was stunned for a moment, because what he saw was thick smoke. Chu Xing had disappeared. When did this guy throw the smoke bomb? The free man was still thinking about this question in his mind. In fact, when the grenades were thrown crazily outside just now, and then when the 2 were about to come up, Chu Xing had already thrown a smoke bomb in front of the 2nd floor. At that time, the audience and the commentator did not understand what Chu Xing's smoke bomb was all about. When he changed the bomb and rushed into the smoke, they suddenly realized it, and then they were lost again, sighing that Chu Xing had even calculated this step. While the free man was stunned, Chu Xing had already cut out Thompson behind the smoke. Chu Xing naturally knew the position of the stairs. Even now, he could clearly find the enemy's position through a layer of smoke. Then, there was a buzzing sound, and the bullets were all concentrated on one point through the smoke. Chu Xing was quite confident that this guy's footsteps froze for a moment, neither moving forward nor retreating. So he must still be in the same place. At this distance, the Thompson submachine gun was too late for the player to react. The bullet penetrated his body and knocked him to the ground. In an instant, the 2 Pittsburgh Knights had fallen to the ground. The audience seemed to see hope and were in high spirits. When the libero rushed up, a player outside came forward to treat the fallen assaulter, and the other was still holding the gun. When Chu Xing ran to the window, he was immediately taken care of by the assault rifle. This team is really guarding to the death. Chu Xing couldn't help but complain. However, Chu Xing was just complaining, looking at the player with half of his head exposed and holding a gun. Chu Xing gritted his teeth and flipped directly from the window. Seeing Chu Xing appear in the window, naturally all the bullets were greeted. Chu Xing's blood volume was greatly reduced. But as he fell from the 2nd floor, the Thompson submachine gun held in one hand was also locked, and the bullets burst out on the enemy, stirring up a conspicuous green. Chapter 703, which will land first? The smoke bomb or the grenade? A triple kill as soon as it lands. At this moment, Chu Xing only has 1/3 of his health left, and 3 Pittsburgh Knights have fallen. As long as he kills the last captain, he can wipe out the Pittsburgh Knights. At this time, the captain who was rescuing people also found that all the team members had fallen, leaving only him. At this time, Chu Xing, who jumped down from the building, had his back to him and had no defensive posture at all. He immediately let go of his teammates, took out his assault rifle, and started shooting directly at Chu Sheng without even opening the scope. For professional players, at this distance, even if they shoot from the waist, they can maintain a certain degree of accuracy. Bullets came flying at him, and Chu Sheng reacted immediately. He turned and jumped, and cut out the loaded Win 94. He turned and cut the gun in one go. But at this time, Chu Sheng had been shot several times, and only a little blood was left. All the audience held their breath and concentrated. The two sides fought back and forth. And now it was the most critical and exciting moment. Chu Sheng had no time to open the scope. The moment he saw the enemy's figure, he subconsciously swung the muzzle to the right and fired a shot. The bullet burst blood on the enemy. But the opponent did not fall directly. Instead, Chu Sheng was hit by the last bullet when he turned and landed, and was knocked to the ground directly. This was his second knockdown in 4 games today. Chu Sheng's shot hit the enemy's neck, but did not cause 99 points of headshot damage. Bang, bang, bang. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights was afraid that something might happen if he was late. So he immediately shot and killed Chu Sheng. At this time, his health was also decreasing, and only 10 points were left. Seeing Chu Sheng die in his hands, the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights was secretly excited, and immediately began to squat down and hit the medical pack. The poison circle hurt a little blood, and it only took 6 seconds to hit the medical pack. The medical pack could definitely be hit. And then he began to pull up his teammates one by one. Captain, we succeeded. We really killed Chu Sheng. And no one was killed. This player has subconsciously forgotten the fact that 3 people were knocked down. In their opinion, as long as they are not killed, it doesn't count. Only in this way can they numb themselves. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and Fitz, who was killed by Chu Sheng? Just when the audience was sighing, the camera cut to Chu Sheng's face, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. He was killed, but the Pittsburgh Knights couldn't survive. If the captain hadn't been so irritable before, there might be a glimmer of hope. It was because of his greed and recklessness that he chose to kill Chu Sheng first. So the entire Pittsburgh Knights had to be buried with him. He was beaten to death, but still laughed. Could Chu Sheng be crazy? Did his mentality explode in the last game? No. This is only the first day, and the Douyu team is still in the center of the safe zone in this game. It's not difficult to win the game. The audience was madly concerned about Chu Sheng's mentality, but they didn't know that the next second the information bar in the upper right corner popped up the news that the entire Pittsburgh Cavaliers team was wiped out. It showed that they were all killed by Chu Sheng. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't Chu Sheng killed before? How could a dead person kill people? The director was quick and immediately restored the scene that had just been cut off, allowing everyone to see the replay. Then in the picture, Chu Sheng was knocked down again. And then, he was killed. The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers began to squat down and hit the first aid kit. According to normal thinking, the damage of this poison circle is not so terrible, and the 6-second first aid kit can definitely hit it. What exactly caused the other party's death? Everyone continued to read on with doubts. When the first aid kit hit the last 2 seconds, the remaining blood suddenly dropped rapidly. And just when the first aid kit was only half a second away, the effect of the electric net took effect first. So the first aid kit did not hit. So it fell directly to the ground. Why did the poison suddenly become stronger? Is this a game bug? 23-33. Even the system couldn't stand the Pittsburgh Knights and chose to take him away in one wave. It's confirmed. Chu Sheng is the developer's real father. The audience was talking nonsense. But at this time, the commentator suddenly found the reason. It was not a bug. But in the last 2 seconds, when the Pittsburgh Knights captain used the medicine pack, the poison circle shrank completely, and the poison damage effect increased by 1 level. So his medicine pack was not used at the last moment. The 4 people of the Pittsburgh Knights were also stunned. They were clearly using the medicine pack, and the whole team was still immersed in the excitement of killing Chu Sheng. But suddenly the screen suddenly went black and everyone died. After watching the death replay 3 times, they found the problem. Damn it. It was only half a second away. The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers pounded the table in anger, and was warned by the referee behind him. Hateful. Chu Sheng had already been dealt with. But he shouldn't have used the medicine pack just now. The outcome would have changed if he had wrapped a bandage first. In fact, it was not wrong to use the medicine pack at that time. The mistake was that after he knocked Chu Sheng down, he chose to kill Chu Sheng directly, fearing that something might happen later. But there were no other Douyu team players around Chu Sheng at that time. He could have killed Chusheng after using the medicine. But because he was greedy for credit and wanted to take the honor quickly, he suffered the bitter fruit now. Well, this should have been a perfect ending. But the fame and interests blinded their reason, and they went crazy. One step to heaven. One step to hell. The team that defeated Chusheng not only did not hold such honor in their hands, but now it has become Chusheng's military achievement. Adding bricks and tiles to the title of Team Wipe Engine, everyone suddenly realized that they could accept this ending. For against one and all killed? Isn't this worth bragging about? Dig and catch Q. Congratulations to the Pittsburgh team for the Team Wipe achievement. This wave of deaths is worth it, leaving a strong and colorful mark in Chusheng's first professional battle, and also a stunning ending to today's game. This amazing turn of events is like a Hollywood blockbuster. I never expected it. My heart had sunk to the bottom. But I didn't expect a big reversal. It was like riding a roller coaster. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights all had dark faces. It was really one wrong step. One wrong step. No room for them to correct and turn around. Shame! Chusheng leaned back in his chair, holding Thompson and Win 94, and killed 10 people in Mining Town. Just the wonderful performance in the last game was enough to make him a god. 23-33, if it weren't for the International Invitational, I would have thought Chusheng was bullying people in the online game. It's not easy to kill 10 people in Mining Town. The safe zone was again on the lighthouse. The teams on the periphery were all fighting. Finally, the team that drove the speedboat from Port P rushed directly to the reef and came to the stairs of the lighthouse with a blocked view. Because it was a spiral staircase. Even if you stick your head out, you can't shoot. In the end, Chusheng taught the 3 people a method. Right-click and throw the grenade low. As long as you hold it for enough time, it will explode instantly. Then the 3 guys started playing. What Molotov cocktails, stun bombs, grenades, smoke bombs. It was like throwing things into a well, blowing up all the hidden enemies. The screen also cut to the faces of the 3 people. The 3 guys were smiling happier than each other. It is estimated that after this game, the 3 people will surpass Chusheng and become the object of everyone's hatred. Chapter 704. Is it so difficult to have a meal together? Finally, the Douyu team survived to the end. The safe zone was finally reduced to the lighthouse. Even the commentator kept praising the Douyu team for their good luck. They boldly abandoned the vehicle at the beginning and chose such a point. This naturally became the reward for the Douyu team after the gamble. In the last game, the total number of kills of the Douyu team reached a terrifying 16. Among them, Chusheng killed 10 in the mining town, 1 in Picado and 1 on the road, and also killed a guy at the gas station. He got 13 heads alone and became the killing machine of this game. In addition to the 3 guys killed by the 3 people from the lighthouse of the Douyu team at the last moment with grenades, a total of 16 kills were obtained in one game. I don't know what to say anymore. Before the Douyu team participated in the invitational tournament, several invitational tournaments were held, but no team could get such a high number of kills in a single game. Usually, if the whole team has 10 kills in a game, it is already very high. Now that Chusheng has arrived, the number of kills has been raised to a terrifying level. You know, this is a 64-person professional invitational tournament, not a 100-person online match. The value of the 16 kills here is comparable to 50 kills in an online match. A quarter of the kills in the game were all harvested by the Douyu team. Such data is simply too terrifying. After the game, the big screen on the field showed the scene of Chusheng fighting 10 people in the mining town. 1 against 3. 1 against 4. This is already a very strong point, which can be boasted in an invitational tournament. Chusheng's 1 against 10 really made all the professional players feel scalp numb. This is completely not on the same level. It gives people a feeling of a middle school student beating a kindergartner. I still remember the arrogant expressions and demeanor of these professional players a few hours ago, which are completely different from the Lost Souls now. The event developer did not interview. After all, it was only the first day of the competition, and it was not the final TPP mode champion. However, the domestic broadcasting rights are all with Douyu. Their own team swept everything on the first day, and all the arrogant professional teams were defeated. Douyu's live broadcast channel also set a new record for the number of people. Sun Hao and other staff members were excited to see these news in the backstage of the broadcast room. When he took over Douyu's PUBG section, it was a stagnant pool of water. Later, there were several frequent accidents, which made Douyu's PUBG section infamous. If he hadn't made a prompt decision to sign Chusheng and even made an exception to promote it against all odds, leaving Chu Sheng, the great god. It is estimated that Douyu's PUBG section would have been completely cold now. Now, thanks to Chu Sheng's own efforts, they have directly become an international powerhouse, which is really like a dream. After 4 games today, the points are counted, and the Douyu team won the first place with an overwhelming advantage. With a large lead in points, they can still rank first even if they play one less game tomorrow. The lofty first place has made all the teams breathless. They are like messengers who break the old rules, tearing up the inherent old ideas in a serious and solemn occasion. Many tactics and even ideas now calm down and abandon the prejudice against Chu Sheng. Think about it, and it really makes sense. Especially Chu Sheng's idea of dealing with 10 people. No other player can do this. They may be able to destroy a team by themselves, but they can't destroy 3 teams in a row. To make the right choice at every step is like dancing on a tightrope, which is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall to pieces. Let's go. I will treat you to lunch today. Let's celebrate. Sun Hao has already patted his arms and accepted the venue. Regardless of whether the Douyu team wins the championship in the end, this invitational tournament has completely made a name for itself. Xiaoyu has come to the Douyu team's location on the scene with another male commentator, preparing to conduct a short interview with the 4 people. First of all, congratulations on your first place in the first day of the competition. Xiaoyu's face was filled with a bright smile. In addition to being a commentator, she was also a fan of Chu Sheng. When the points were announced just now, she was so happy that she jumped up. Her cheeks flushed, which was very beautiful. Let's have a brief interview. How did you think of going to the Reef Lighthouse during the last round today? Xiaoyu was too lazy to ask such questions, but it was a question with a high number of votes from the audience. Is it necessary to elaborate on Chu Sheng's bad luck? Rabbit, Shujia and Little Lion passed the microphone in turn. And finally the microphone was passed to Chu Sheng. You don't want to answer? Chu Sheng glanced at the 3 people, but facing the 3 pairs of eyes, it seemed to say that this matter had nothing to do with them, and they didn't know what to say. He took the microphone reluctantly, thought for a moment and said, "The night is nothing." At that time, half of the safe zone was refreshed on the sea. Friends who know me know that I am unlucky, so we bet our lives and bet that this safe zone will be refreshed on the reef. Obviously, you won the bet, Xiaoyu continued. In fact, we are not afraid even if we lose. After all, the advantage we created before is very large. Even if we show our hand, we still have the capital to fight. This sentence actually doesn't have much meaning, but when it comes out of Chu Sheng's mouth, it inexplicably carries a sense of dominance. Then Xiaoyu looked down at the second request that the audience liked. The audience also asked, "Can we win a double championship this time?" Chu Sheng smiled after hearing this. This invitational tournament is full of strong teams, and everyone's strength should not be underestimated. We just got lucky to be ahead today. The audience heard Chu Sheng's grand words, and all looked down on him in the barrage. This guy is so hypocritical. He got cocky after going abroad. We are only ahead on the first day, and there are several players on the field. Although their strength cannot be compared with mine, they are still strong. The competition tomorrow will definitely be more intense. The 3 friends of Sui Han all had black question mark faces. Originally, the 3 of them were because the captain finally had to be humble this time. After all, there were indeed many strong players, and it was still unclear how the next few days of the game would go. But they didn't expect that the topic would change immediately. The 3 of them were immediately confused. It was indeed an impossible fantasy to ask the captain to restrain himself or be more low-key. Even Xiaoyu and the male commentator were stunned. In the end, Xiaoyu didn't come back to her senses. She subconsciously looked down and saw the 3rd question, and asked it without thinking. The 3rd request of the audience friends. "Mr. Chu, can you have lunch with Sister Xiaoyu at noon?" Chapter 705. Have a good meal before you start your journey. Xiaoyu herself hadn't reacted yet, and after reading it, she even pushed the microphone towards Chu Sheng's mouth. The audience in front of the screen were almost laughing to death. Was Xiaoyu still immersed in Chu Sheng's bragging and domineering attitude? The 3 friends of Sui Han beside him shuddered together. Are the current fans so naughty? They really wanted Xiaoyu to take a closer look. The audience's request was whether the entire Douyu team had lunch with the commentator Xiaoyu, or whether Chu Sheng alone had lunch with the commentator Xiaoyu. This was very important to them. Of course, the hopeful eyes of the 3 of them had been automatically blocked and ignored by Xiaoyu. The male commentator nudged Xiaoyu with his elbow, signaling her to come back to her senses. Xiaoyu suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were a little strange. She subconsciously lowered her head and read the question again, and her face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. Well, these audiences are really messing up the rhythm. Xiaoyu looked down at the tip of her high heels and thought that she had just been looking forward to Chu Sheng's answer with hope on her face. This misunderstanding was all recorded by the camera, and I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. Now I can only wait until the camera is turned off and then explain it to Chu Sheng in person. Xiaoyu's expression just now was all seen by Chu Sheng. In such a public place, embarrassing a lady is not a gentleman's behavior. It's an honor to have lunch with the beautiful Xiaoyu, which is definitely more exciting than holding a golden frying pan. Chu Sheng's answer was very appropriate. So appropriate that the three friends of Sui Han were dumbfounded. Is this still their steely straight captain? He speaks in a set of ways, just like a master of flirting. When Xiaoyu heard Chu Sheng's answer, her heart was pounding wildly, and she herself didn't know what kind of emotion was at work. The touch brought by the gentle rescue, or the momentary heartbeat? Xiaoyu's heart was completely confused. She had no idea what kind of emotion it was. They were intertwined, like a ball of thread in a mess, and she couldn't find a clue. Well, Xiaoyu was still hesitating, and the male commentator beside her patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Have a nice date. We'll leave first. Xiaoyu looked back and saw that the cameraman had packed up his equipment and was ready to leave. The male commentator and the cameraman all walked away with a you-know look in their eyes. The three friends saw this situation and felt that it would be useless to stay here. It would be bad to take the three of them with them. Right? Seeing the two men staring at each other, it was obvious that there was no place for the three of them. So they walked away in disgrace with envy and jealousy. The cameraman was also very clever. The scene where the two looked at each other at the end, and the screen gradually went black, was quite artistic. As for whether the two went to eat or something else happened, it all depends on the imagination of netizens. Su Xiaomu was stunned in front of the computer. Is this still her idiot brother? How come his EQ is so high all of a sudden? He can even say something to help out. And so decent. Can playing games also improve EQ? The sound of the suitcase wheels dragging on the floor came from the inner room. As the door opened, Su Xiaomu saw Xiaobai, who had packed her luggage and was ready to go. At this time, she also understood what Xiaobai was so anxious to do just now. Even as a younger sister, she couldn't sit still when she saw her brother like this. She had been staring at the long legs of a girl group member and flirting with the female commentator in the middle of the day. How could Xiaobai, the wife, sit still? Hey, why did you say the word wife just now? Su Xiaomu patted her forehead. Wake up, beautiful girl. Now is not the time to think about these things. Xiaobai, what are you going to do? Su Xiaomu guessed 80%, but still asked. What if it was not what she thought? Xiaobai shrugged and gestured. As you can see, I'm going to Germany. As soon as Xiaobai finished speaking, Su Xiaomu ran over in her pink bunny slippers. Don't try to stop me. I'm going to Cologne. Xiaobai raised her hand to refuse, but before she finished speaking, she felt a gust of wind blowing in her face, and Su Xiaomu ran past her. Su Xiaomu ran into the house. Her brother went abroad to play a game, and she didn't dare to live at home alone. So she lived in Xiaobai's house. The luggage was prepared directly, and the clothes and other things were packed into the suitcase. And it was okay. Okay. Buy the rest after we get there. Su Xiaomu held her passport and ID card in one hand, dragged a huge suitcase in one hand, and hung a sunflower shoulder bag. Okay. Go. Xiaobai frowned slightly. His eyelids twitched wildly for a while. You? What are you doing? Su Xiaomu followed suit and shrugged. As you can see, I'm going to Germany too. Xiaobai was speechless. With Su Xiaomu's attitude, she wasn't afraid of being kidnapped and sold by a weird uncle. Are you going to save your brother? Xiaobai saw through Su Xiaomu's thoughts at a glance. Su Xiaomu hummed and moved closer to Xiaobai, hugged her waist, tiptoed and buried her head in Xiaobai's chest, and took a deep breath. Of course I'm helping my lovely sister Xiaobai to teach this playboy a lesson. Traveling by the way. Right? Sister Xiaobai, you are too sharp in your words. You are really a heroine and a role model for our generation. Xiaobai rubbed Su Xiaomu's head helplessly, lifted her two ponytails with one hand, and pulled her out of her chest. Since you are on vacation, Let's go together and take care of your brother. At the main venue in Cologne, Germany, the professional players of other teams were all very angry. Seeing Chu Sheng hooking up with another beautiful female commentator, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. It's not enough for this guy to abuse them in the game. He also abuses them crazily outside the game. He really has no mercy. Originally, for him, and if teams wanted to come over to say congratulations. But when they saw Chu Sheng and Xiao Yu together, Big Brother and Wei Jiang stopped their respective players and shook their heads and said, I can't into you. I can't into you. Zigwa was stunned for a moment, and his tone rose 3 points. Boss, what are you envious of? Do you want Sister B to know? This sentence scared Wei Jiang's fat body and trembled 3 times. He quickly covered Zigwa with the hand that had been picking his nose. No, you don't want to. The people in the venue gradually dispersed, and Chu Sheng and Xiao Yu still stood there awkwardly. I'm not hungry. The audience was just joking just now. Xiao Yu had just finished speaking when her stomach growled twice, and the sound was still very clear. Xiao Yu's face turned red in an instant, and she lowered her head in shame. Chu Sheng suppressed his smile, put his hand on his mouth and coughed. They are all gone. Anyway, we have to eat at noon. Why not go together? Just as Chu Sheng finished speaking, a person ran out from the corridor in the distance and saw Chu Sheng with a happy face. You are really here? I just asked other contestants. But before he finished speaking, his voice became lower and he lost his confidence. Chapter 706 I'm full. Chu Sheng turned his head following the sound and saw Li Xuan, who didn't react to the situation. Li Xuan's cherry mouth opened slightly, a little proud, wondering if she was a little rash to shout so loudly just now. This beautiful lady must be your girlfriend. Li Xuan restrained her careless actions just now. Since there are other girls, she must not act so recklessly. He walked over with a smile and nodded to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's face, which was originally blushing because of her rumbling stomach, suddenly added a beautiful blush, making her more radiant, with a kind of beauty that was reluctant to refuse but also welcomed. This made Li Xuan more certain that this girl and Chu Sheng had a special relationship. The girl who could gather together after the game and look shy must be Chu Sheng's partner. Li Xuan walked in front of Xiao Yu, extended her hand generously, and looked at her. Hello. I'm Li Xuan. When Xiao Yu saw Li Xuan, she remembered that this girl was a member of the Xingchen girl group who performed on the stage during the intermission. The blush on her face turned into astonishment. How could Chu Sheng know idol stars? This is Xuan, who I mentioned to you on the plane and played games with me online. I only found out about it during the intermission. Chu Sheng stood up to explain, and then introduced, this is Xiao Yu, the female commentator said by Do Yu, and also my friend. Chu Sheng deliberately emphasized the word friend. However, when Chu Sheng introduced her as the female commentator said by Do Yu this time, Xiaoan already knew that the two of them were not the kind of relationship she thought. But from a woman's sixth sense, Xiao Yu definitely had some feelings for Chu Sheng. Why did you use the word also? Hello. Your previous performance was wonderful. Xiao Yu also smiled and praised Xuan's previous dance. Xiaoan also waited for me to finish the game before. Why don't we have a meal together? Chu Sheng had just finished speaking when Xiao Yu felt a little inconvenient. Forget it. I'll go back to the program team. Xiao Yu wanted to leave, but Li Xuan grabbed her hand and said, it's more lively with more people. That's right. It's more lively with more people. If you go back now, they may have already eaten and left. Where are you going to eat? Chu Sheng knew that Sun Hao was treating them, and he had asked Sui Han Sanyu to tell them before. It is estimated that they have all left by now. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, and Li Xuan had already hugged Xiao Yu's arm familiarly, looking like a best friend who had known each other for a long time, coupled with a warm and friendly smile specially trained by the Korean group. Xiao Yu's vigilance and defense were immediately removed. Chu Sheng has been in Cologne for more than 10 days. As a typical Chinese, when he arrives in a new place, the first thing he must find out is where to eat delicious food. In these 10 days, at the cost of his own stomach, he still found a lot of specialties. For example, Chu Sheng remembered a restaurant. It's not that the taste there is more suitable for Asians, but it is a DIY restaurant with sufficient ingredients and condiments, enough for Chu Sheng to show his skills. Is there anything more interesting than cooking by yourself? Chu Sheng also has his own ideas in his mind. It's a bit inappropriate to take any of the girls to eat, and it will be suspected of dating. But 2 girls and 1 guy went to eat. This problem was solved in an instant. And it definitely wouldn't cause other people to think too much. The two girls naturally didn't expect Chu Sheng to bring them to this kind of DIY restaurant. And they thought it was some local food or something. Chu Sheng had already changed into a chef's uniform. And he looked handsome and gentle. Perhaps because he had played too much PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in the past month. He had a more confident look between his eyebrows. And he looked very charming. Especially when he put on an apron and was in his own territory. The feeling that everything was under his control made this emotion even stronger. The two girls watched Chu Sheng show off his knife skills, and were amazed. I didn't expect that the captain of the Douyu team, who was in control of the game, would be so charming when he put on an apron and walked into the kitchen in private. It is said that men who work hard are the most charming. Chu Sheng's most charming moments, both on the field and in the kitchen, were now seen by the two women. They don't know how to grind soybeans into tofu. So I simply made 3 dishes and 1 soup for you. Potatoes and beef, braised pork, chestnut chicken and egg soup. These 4 dishes are basically not home-cooked dishes in China. Or it can be said that if you want to make them look good, you can't do it without a little skill. As Chu Sheng brought the dishes, there were only exclamations on the table. Did you really do this? Could there be a chef hiding behind the door curtain? Li Xian actually stood up and walked over to lift the door curtain to take a look. Chu Sheng was speechless. This girl was not so straightforward when playing games together. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and smiled. While Chu Sheng was cooking just now, the relationship between the two girls quickly heated up, holding hands and calling each other sisters. You really did it yourself. Li Xuan did not find anyone else behind the door, and her tone was a little disappointed. Chu Sheng was speechless. Could it be that this sister had to find something to be satisfied? Come and try it. One of you probably hasn't had much home cooking in Germany for more than a week. Xiuan, you ate even less in South Korea. Come and try my cooking skills. Chu Sheng took care of the two of them like an older brother. When they took the first bite, their eyes lit up and they covered their mouths and mumbled something. Because there was something in their mouths. They could only speak in a hesitant voice. And in the end, they just gave a thumbs up. It's so delicious. Did you really make this? Chu Sheng picked up the bowl and chopsticks. Speechless, if it wasn't me. Then who did it? Xiao Yu's cheeks were flushed. And she didn't know if she was burned by the bite just now. Or what. She picked up a piece of beef and put it in Chu Sheng's bowl. You worked hard to cook. Eat more. Hyoun, who was eating heartily, saw this scene and suddenly stopped, not to be outdone, and picked up a piece of potato and put it in Chu Sheng's bowl. Don't just eat meat. It's healthier to eat it with potatoes. Xiao Yu exchanged glances with Hyoun and stared at the dishes on the table. You worked hard in the competition today. Chestnuts are rich in protein. Eat more to replenish your body. Hyoun picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in Chu Sheng's bowl. Braised pork has sugar and collagen, which is good for the body. Chu Sheng just took a bite of rice, and his bowl was already full. With an innocent look on his face. He already had 3 people here. But why did he still feel like the air was filled with the smoke of war? Okay. I can't eat any more if you pick up more. Chu Sheng's wrist was shaking as he held the bowl. And the food in the bowl had even overflowed. It was at least 10 centimeters high. And it was shaky, and at risk of falling at any time. Chapter 707 Explosions in the Field. Flowers bloom outside. But the two women have already reached a white-hot stage of fighting. How could they stop just because of Chu Sheng's words? Seeing that they were getting more and more tired. No matter how they persuaded them, they would not stop. Chu Sheng was dumbfounded. On the field, he was the captain who planned and planned. But in life, he integrated the consciousness of 10 gun gods. But he couldn't help it all. What else can he do? Eat. Chu Sheng began to eat voraciously. But after eating a layer, 2 new layers of food would be added. After a few bites, he was simply desperate. And the food increased instead of decreasing. Ahem. Please show mercy to the 2 ladies. Chu Sheng couldn't bear it anymore and began to beg for mercy, carefully placing the bowl on the table. If you keep doing this, I'll leave. Chu Sheng finally resorted to threatening. If he continued to eat, he might die on the spot. The 2 women looked at the embarrassed Chu Sheng, then looked at each other and called off the battle. The first stage of the confrontation came to an end. This is the magic of women. They can still talk sweetly and call each other sisters in the previous second. But they immediately start to confront each other in the next moment. It's incredible that they can connect so smoothly. After eating 2 bites of the food, They were immediately attracted by the deliciousness and exchanged glances with each other, as if saying, "This dish is good. Don't waste it." And fight again after eating. Chu Sheng saw that the two had calmed down. And then, he carefully picked up the bowl and chopsticks again. This time he learned to be smart. Slightly sideways, using half of his body to block, not giving the two people the opportunity to pick up food for him. While eating, Chu Sheng also looked up from time to time to observe the two. It's strange to say, Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu and Xiao Bai have eaten together several times. But there has never been a scene like today. This incident also taught Chu Sheng a truth. You can't eat with a woman. You can't eat with two women. This is simply a sure field. After eating and drinking, the expressions on the faces of the two women are obviously very satisfied. Thank you for cooking today. This is the most comfortable hometown dish I have eaten since I came to Cologne. It is more delicious than the one I had in the Chinese restaurant yesterday. Xiaoyu said thank you and glanced back at Xiaoyan with a smile on her face. Chu Sheng didn't understand it at all. Although his desire to survive and his level have improved after falling in love, he is not to the point where he can smell the silent war. He really thought Xiaoyu was praising his cooking skills. He smiled and scratched his head and said, "It's actually okay. The main thing is that practice makes perfect." After Chu Sheng said that, he looked up and found that no one paid attention to him. If Su Xiaomu was here, she would definitely slap Chu Sheng on the head. Then excitedly raised one leg and put it on the stool, looking at the battlefield filled with war with hope, waiting for a good show to start. Xiaoyu's words just now were definitely not to praise Chu Sheng's good cooking skills, but to show off her relationship. The focus was on the Chinese restaurant we ate together yesterday. Xiaoyan naturally understood the meaning, took a deep breath, and said with her long hair, "Chu Sheng, you said that the fans already knew my identity before. So will they be surprised to see me in person during the intermission of this performance?" The subtext of Xiaoyan's words is that I, Li Xian, have a good relationship with Chu Sheng, and the fans all know and admit it. So don't waste your thoughts. Both of them fought directly with their bare hands, and the degree of cruelty was completely like a bayonet fight. Xiaoyu glanced at Chu Sheng and used a smile to cover up her embarrassment. "Chu Sheng, when we were explaining today, the audience said that I was your confidant. But you were on the plane for so long, and you didn't say that there was any story between you and the frying pan. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. You, Li Xian, can get along well with the fans. And I, Xiaoyu, am not a vegetarian. The personal certification of the fans and the audience. How can this be false?" They also specifically emphasized that they sat next to each other on the plane for so long, which really hurts every word. Chu Sheng heard the word frying pan and almost choked on the egg soup he had just taken. Xiaoyan saw this and quickly pulled a tissue and stepped forward to pat Chu Sheng on the back to relieve his breath, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Is it serious?" Chu Sheng waved his hands repeatedly. What was going on? It was not enough to eat it, but he had to spit it out? After resting for about a minute, he finally calmed down, looking at Xiaoyu's slightly apologetic but pitiful eyes. Chu Sheng sighed and thought that he should not have concealed this joke at that time. Today, because of this frying pan, he almost lost his life. When Chu Sheng told the story of being compassionate and not bullying the weak and sharing the pot fairly, the two women laughed without caring about their image. Chu Sheng even saw tears in Xiaoyan's eyes. This is really the greatest compliment to him. After all, you see that even Xiaoyan was moved to tears by his compassion. After hearing the story, Xiaoyu laughed so hard that her abdominal muscles almost popped out. She leaned back on the chair and gasped without any image. Even her hair was a little messy, and her clothes were untidy. Now she finally understood why Chu Sheng didn't tell her about this on the plane. This was all for her own good. If he laughed like this on the plane, she would probably have laughed herself into shock. This joke is so amazing. No wonder the audience reacted so strongly today. Chu Sheng can kill people with anything, but not with a frying pan. The joke just now gave the two women a wave of electricity, and they all laughed so hard. Now she leaned back on the chair and rested weakly. She always felt that she had eaten a lot today, but consumed more. This lunch was not only not enough, but also consumed a lot more. Just when the two of them were in a tacit truce, Chu Sheng's cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the number on it, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and even a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Xiao En and Xiaoyu were alert for a moment, like beasts protecting their calves. and their expressions suddenly became serious. Their sixth sense told them that the call must be from a woman, and she had a special relationship with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng answered the call without saying a word, without considering international long-distance roaming at all. "Hello, Xiao Bai. Are you calling to celebrate?" Chu Sheng had a gentle smile on his face, and even his expression softened. Xiaoan and Xiaoyu looked at each other. From Chu Sheng's gentle tone, it was clear that their relationship was quite special. Chu Sheng had never spoken to them in this tone before. "No. I just wanted to say that you should pick me up at Cologne Airport tomorrow night." And the little pigeon. Chu Sheng jumped up from his chair, his eyes shining. "You are coming to Germany?" "Yes. Tomorrow night. I will send you the itinerary later." The two of them had a tacit understanding, and the call did not last long. But after hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng walked back and forth holding his phone, thinking about what kind of surprise he would give Xiao Bai when she arrived tomorrow. Chapter 708. Save the Milky Way in the Previous Life. Xiao En and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. It was clear that Chu Sheng was his real girlfriend. The two of them had been arguing for a long time, showing no reason for courtesy. But they were not fighting for Chu Sheng's ownership. It's just that girls' thinking is very strange. They all want to occupy a dominant position. This is the so-called catfish effect. The two did this not because they had anything against Chu Sheng. It was just because there was another strong rival, and they didn't want to be inferior to him for no reason. It was just because of the desire to win. Just imagine. Girls would compare their outfits with strangers on the street. Not to mention the people sitting at the same table. Xiaoan has a strong desire to win. Otherwise she wouldn't have persisted in an 18th-tier down-and-out girl group for 4.5 years. Xiaoyu was able to become a double commentator for League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds from a college student, relying on her unyielding fighting spirit. As soon as these two people met, it was naturally a fierce battle. But now the two found that after arm wrestling for a long time, Chu Sheng's attention was not on them at all, and a phone call directly took his soul away. Immediately, the two felt a sense of frustration and sympathy. The two who were fighting against each other just now began to pity themselves and huddle together for warmth. "Who is it?" Xiaoan was more open-minded. After all, she was also an idol who often performed on stage and had strong self-regulation ability. "My girlfriend and my sister suddenly said they were coming to Cologne and asked me to pick them up at the airport tomorrow." Chu Sheng simply said it directly. He was no longer the ignorant fool he was before. He just wanted to bring up Xiao Bai and make the two of them give up. The word girlfriend was very harsh. Xiaoyu and Xiaoan frowned slightly after hearing it. "Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Xiaoyu asked, curious about Chu Sheng's girlfriend. "Just now, I heard Chu Sheng's conversation. He called a person on the other end of the phone Xiao Bai. I wonder if it was the one she knew. Because our relationship is not convenient to be public. We have been in contact privately." Chu Sheng smiled. He thought that he hadn't seen Xiao Bai for 10 days. Now that she could come here specially, he could share the joy of success with her on the spot. A relationship that cannot be made public. This made Xiaoyu more certain that it might be the person she knew. "Excuse me. Is it Digital Xiao Bai?" Xiaoyu had also watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast. The female anchors who often broadcast with Chu Sheng, in addition to Su Xiaomu, Archun Siki, Digital Xiao Bai, and the little pigeon, Xiao En, who was beside him, had also heard of it. After all, Xiaoan's ID in the game was the kind that you would never forget after seeing it once. Chu Sheng didn't expect Xiaoyu to say it casually, so he had to nod and admit it. Xiaoyu was a little surprised and covered her mouth and said, "Is it really Xiao Bai?" She knew Xiao Bai, the only goddess in the digital area. A cold-faced iceberg. I didn't expect Chu Sheng to be able to warm up such an iceberg goddess, who doesn't allow strangers to enter. I can only admire her. You must have saved the Milky Way in your previous life, Xiaoyu said with a little coquettish tone. There are a lot of cute girls in the live broadcast circle. And there are also many funny girls. And there are also mature and intellectual girls. But Xiao Bai, a cold-faced iceberg, can still be popular, which is unique. After all, some female anchors who rely on their looks want to be cold. Imagine that so many nobles give you gifts, and you have a cold face all day long. Who can stand it? But Xiao Bai doesn't care about these. She can sit firmly in the position of the most popular anchor in the digital area. Not because of her face, but because of her skills. Even professional teams are proud to have machines debugged by Xiao Bai personally. This honor is the foundation of her true status as a big boss in the industry. Xiaobai's live broadcast is also unique. She never mentions rewards or gifts. She just broadcasts to assemble the computer or play games, and then says goodbye and goes offline after the end. If you like it, you can give some gifts, and it will not affect her if you don't. Anyway, live streaming is not the main business. It is just a way to communicate and answer questions with fans. Xiaoan listened to the conversation between the two people on the side. From what Xiaoyu said, Xiaobai seemed to be no ordinary person. She casually took out her mobile phone and searched on Baidu. She actually found the information of digital Xiaobai. Just seeing these photos was enough to amaze Xiaoan. Such beauty and temperament are unique even in South Korean girl groups. After dinner, Xiaoan and Xiaoyu both stayed in the official hotel, so they chose to walk together arm in arm. Chu Sheng returned to the manor alone. Everyone was still celebrating outside, and no one came back. After spending a night of hard work, Chu Sheng came up with his own unique ideas. Today, he tried his hand at several key battles, fully demonstrating what it means to be meticulous and make use of all the favorable factors that can be used. At noon, he forced himself to cook, came back, washed his face, and lay on the Simmons bed. All his muscles relaxed and sank into the soft bed. Suddenly, fatigue surged in his heart, and he could no longer hold it back. Chu Sheng was exhausted, but the two girls met and became friends because of a meal. Just when everyone thought everything was fine, they didn't know that a photographer had posted the photos he accidentally captured today on his Instagram and blog. The picture shows two stunning Asian beauties on the left and right, picking up food for a man. The smiles on the two girls' faces, as well as Chu Sheng's trembling and panic while holding the bowl of rice, are all clearly captured. And the picture is harmonious and funny. It happened that a viewer who watched today's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game clicked in and immediately recognized Chu Sheng surrounded by two beauties. Because this is the photographer's personal blog, and the photography is not for commercial marketing. There is no infringement. Immediately, this photo began to appear on foreign SNS. After all, Chu Sheng is the brightest star on the field today, and the effect is even better when used with this photo after the game. This guy must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Right? He stirs up the storm on the court, and is surrounded by beauties off the court. He is really at the peak of his life. This is the real way to become a champion. Seeing Chu Sheng's tired face in today's game, I knew he was tired yesterday. I didn't expect that he could still play today. He is really in good health. In good health. This picture has gradually spread from foreign social networking sites to domestic social networking sites. It's okay abroad. After all, people are open-minded about this matter. The strong are respected. Attracting a few opposite sexes is their own charm. But it's different in China. When you see this photo, there is a woman. Who is Xiaoyu? The commentator of this Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The other person who was deeply dug out is Xiuan, who played games with Chu Sheng before. And Li Xiuan, the lead singer of the Xingchen girl group. At Digital Xiaobai. Xiaobai. I'm really not the one who is causing trouble. At Little Pigeon Su Xiaomu. Xiaomu. Please take care of your brother. Chapter 709. I have something urgent to do. You understand? When everyone celebrated and returned to the manor, Shijua saw that Chu Sheng's door was closed. So he quietly opened the door and saw Chu Sheng sleeping soundly on the bed. TSK. The captain is too tired. The game ended in the morning, and he had to continue working at noon. I'm afraid he didn't rest last night. The rabbit put his big palm on Shijua's forehead and pressed it hard, and stretched his head in to take a look. Okay. If he is so sleepy, let him rest early. Also, pay attention to it at night. Don't sneak out tonight, or go to the court with panda eyes tomorrow. If Chu Sheng knew that Rabbit had already determined that he went out for fun last night, he would definitely cry out for injustice. But it is understandable. This is the closest time Rabbit has been to the PUBG champion. Although he has a big advantage today, he must not make any mistakes tomorrow. The little lion stood behind the two of them, stretching his neck and jumping up from time to time, wanting to see the specific situation inside. But the rabbit and the little duke, one high and one low, directly blocked the crack in the door, and nothing could be seen. Sun Hao was in high spirits today. This time, Douyu's sponsorship was really done right. The outstanding performance of the Douyu team today generated much more attention and popularity than the funds spent on this sponsorship. Especially the popular anchor Chu Sheng. who finally proved his strength on the stage of the World Invitational. This time, Douyu is the real winner. Seeing 3 people fighting at the door. 2 of them were sticking out their big butts. And the little lion outside was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. Every time he jumped, he could feel the rumbling vibration of the floor. "What are you 3 doing?" Sun Hao asked in confusion. There were no girls living on the 2nd floor. What were these 3 guys watching at the door? The 3 of them immediately came back to their senses, poked their thumbs at the inner room, and whispered, "The captain is back," and fell asleep because he was tired. "Oh, really?" Sun Hao didn't expect Chu Sheng to come back so soon. He came forward and pushed the 3 people away, and stretched his head to look. Seeing that Chu Sheng was sleeping soundly, and such noises could not wake him up, Sun Hao couldn't help but sigh. This guy is so tired in the middle of the day. I have to prepare something to replenish him at night. In the afternoon, when the 3 friends were sitting together chatting, they saw the picture of Chu Sheng and Ermiai eating uploaded on Weibo, and they were immediately shocked. "Oh my god, he is worthy of being the captain. I finally know why he is so tired. If it were me, I might lose my kidney," Xiaoju said, touching his waist. And it hurt to think about that scene. It is true that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. I am really impressed. He flirted with Xiaoyu on the plane, and then flirted with idol stars during the halftime break. Our captain is really omnipotent. The little lion also had a hopeful look on his face, imagining that the man in the middle of the picture was himself. How great it would be. Just clicked on the comments, and saw that the 3 of them laughed out loud. I think we should all play well tomorrow. This may be the only championship the captain can win. Shujua was serious. All the netizens in the comments were making trouble, and they were crazy about Su Xiaomu, Xiaobai and Daimei. After all, the 3 of them had a good relationship with Chu Sheng, and there was a little ambiguity. Su Xiaomu's response was simple and domineering. He took a photo of his passport and boarding pass, indicating that he was going to Germany to teach this guy a lesson. This made the audience excited, and they all expressed their willingness to help Xiaojizi raise funds for a chainsaw. This group of audiences obviously didn't want Chu Sheng to come back alive from Germany. If Chu Sheng woke up and saw this message, he would probably tremble all over and exclaim, "Is this how you treat the defending champion?" Su Xiaomu is coming to Cologne, and Xiaobai didn't say anything. According to this rhythm, they should come together. Now the captain will be in trouble. Hey, let the captain have a good sleep. Maybe this is his last good sleep. After that, the 3 of them covered their mouths and laughed wildly. Chu Sheng woke up, and it was almost dusk outside the window. The dusk in Cologne is very special. This is a manor, and the setting sun shines down, wrapping a layer of unique gold. Chu Sheng glanced at the time. It was already 6:30 p.m. local time. I slept so deeply. Chu Sheng reached out and knocked his forehead to wake himself up quickly, pushing the door open and going out. He saw 3 people sitting together in the living room on the 2nd floor. "Captain, you are awake. Come and have a taste." Chu Sheng was pulled over by Shijue. Halfway through, he smelled a fragrance and asked, "Why are you 3 here?" Chu Sheng was seated in his seat, watching the thick soup bubbling in the pot, and locked onto the source of the aroma. "This is what Sun Hao prepared for you. A tonic soup." Chu Sheng took a closer look, and it was really old turtle soup. Chu Sheng felt puzzled, scratched his head and asked, "Why did Sun Hao prepare this for me?" Xiao Ju smiled with a face of "Why are you so naughty?" Patted Chu Sheng's back waist and said, "We all know. Captain, you've been tired today. Take more tonic." Chu Sheng felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird from the beginning, and hurriedly stood up and said, "What are you guys thinking about? I went to bed too early yesterday, and couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. So I went to the first floor tactical board to make a summary, and I happened to have some insights. It was already past 6 o'clock after the end. So I slept for 2 hours and went back to sleep. So I looked dazed. You don't believe it? Look at my sincere eyes." The 3 of them shook their heads. "Sorry. I didn't feel it." Chu Sheng picked up a pair of chopsticks and threw them at the 3 of them. A minute later, "It smells so good. This tenfold tonic soup is so delicious." The 4 of them sat around the table, eating so much that their mouths were full of oil and sweat. There was no training in the evening. Everyone washed up early and prepared to rest, welcoming the next day's game with full emotions. Tomorrow's game is very important to them. As long as they can maintain their advantage and play normally, it will be no problem to win this golden frying pan of the TPP model. Captain, do you know that Little Pigeon is coming to Cologne? Little Lion suddenly asked before going to bed. After Chu Sheng woke up in the afternoon, he looked through Weibo and saw this. What he didn't expect was that the three of them were photographed by a photographer while having lunch. In a short time, it spread from abroad to China, and various versions were derived. However, Chu Sheng had already sent a message to Xiao Bai to explain this matter, so it was not a big problem. When it came to this, Chu Sheng suddenly reacted and said, "By the way, tomorrow's game is in the afternoon, and I will go to the airport to pick someone up in the evening. So you understand it, right?" The three looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand what the captain meant. "Captain, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be so shy and cover it up." Chapter 7:10-15 Tactics. This sentence made Chu Sheng confused. How come he pretended to be pretentious? Do you need to say this clearly? There is already reading comprehension in elementary school. Chu was so angry that he trembled. It took him a long time to recover. Looking at the three people laughing, he knew that they were teasing him. "Anyway, I said it first. Solve the battle as soon as possible, and don't delay me to pick up the airport." The four of them talked a little more nonsense and went back to their rooms to sleep. The next day, when the three woke up, they found that Chu Sheng had been sitting in the training room, staring at the tactics board in a daze. "Captain, you didn't stay up all night again, did you? There's still time. You can take a nap," Little Lion said after looking at the time. Chu Sheng raised his hand. "It's okay. I just looked at the tactical board and thought about the FPV game the day after tomorrow. The first-person mode is the charm of this game. Everyone has the same field of view. There is no third-person perspective, and there is no advantage or disadvantage in field of view." After integrating his own things, Chu Sheng can now do analysis with ease. Just sitting here for an hour in the morning, Chu Sheng thought about a lot of things. Don't think that Chu Sheng speaks freely when he is on the court. That is just contempt for the opponent in words, making the opponent psychologically unbalanced, thus affecting judgment and operation. Actually, behind the scenes, Chu Sheng had studied all the team's information and some public videos, analyzed their playing styles and routines, and paid attention to his opponents in his mind. If you have the ability to show off, you are awesome. If you don't have the ability, but still want to show off, you are a fool. I went to eat after the game yesterday, and I slept in the afternoon. After Chu Sheng woke up in the morning, he simply came to the training room and analyzed and simulated the movement trajectories and activity ranges of these teams based on the information he had yesterday. "What did you analyze, Captain?" The Little Lion came to the tactical board, trying to see what these dotted lines and circles meant. "What I have analyzed is that it is time to go to lunch and then prepare to go to the main venue." Chu Sheng patted Little Lion's forehead and got up to pack up. Although he analyzed some things, they were just the conclusions Chu Sheng came to based on the 4 games yesterday. Except for General G Black, which Chu Sheng had completely figured out. Other teams did not have too many encounters in the 4 games. Chu Sheng was not sure whether this was a coincidence or if there was really something involved. What he had to do was to observe these teams carefully in today's game, and then determine their tactical play and formulate corresponding responses. That's right. Chu Sheng is going to develop counter-tactics according to the different teams. It sounds crazy, but Chu Sheng is serious. There are a total of 16 invited teams, and Chu Sheng is going to develop 15 tactics, including 4M and if teams. But this plan is too shocking, so Chu Sheng didn't say it out loud. One reason is that there is not enough time to train. It takes a long time from understanding to mastering a tactic. 15 tactics, targeting all the invited strong teams. It will take more than a month to train quickly, and this is just mastering it. Whether it can be put into practice in the ever-changing arena is another matter. After all, this anchor team is really just a temporary team, and it will be disbanded after a few days of competition. So it is better to have less trouble than more. Chu Sheng simply did not mention it. However, this also led to another question, which is the real reason why Chu Sheng sat here and thought for a long time. The temporary team will be disbanded after returning, and Chu Sheng will definitely participate in any professional competitions in the future. Although he is alone and can play in the competition, the developer stipulates that a team must have at least 4 players. If he wants to participate in the competition, he needs to pull 3 teammates over. 3 teammates. This is a bit difficult. Zaya Shizi signed with OMG, so he definitely can't come. Tuzi and Shuju probably still have contracts with their previous clubs, and they can't be brought over. In the end, Chusheng is left alone, which is very uncomfortable. Joining a club and being controlled by others is definitely not suitable for Chusheng's lazy personality. At that time, only Zuijiang can build a team by himself. This is a headache for Chusheng. Simply eat and stop thinking about these annoying problems. When he wins the championship and returns to China, according to Xiaobai's words, a lot of capital will come to him and beg him to invest in Chusheng. After a short break after lunch, everyone got on the bus and rushed to the main venue. After a day of competition, each team also roughly knew the strength level, in addition to the points ranking of the first day of the competition. Except for the Douyu team that was far ahead, the remaining teams were clearly divided into 3 levels. Behind the Douyu team were Liquid, Fizz and C9, with a point difference of less than 200 points. Basically, whichever team had a wonderful performance could overshadow the other. Then came the Pittsburgh Cavaliers, Navi, 4M and if they needed to win a chicken or rank in the top 3 to enter the first echelon. The other teams with loose points behind them basically have no hope of competing for the top 3, unless they can win 2 or 3 games in a row. But according to their strength, this is basically impossible. The worst are General G Black and Refund, who were targeted by Chusheng. Since being targeted by Chusheng, they have directly become the bottom team. Refund is not bad, as it was only targeted once. But the player who failed to kill Chusheng with 1 round of shots had a mentality collapse, and his shooting skills can be said to be very sunset red. Even worse than some high-end players in online competitions. There is no way. When the mentality is broken, there will be doubts when shooting. The mood fluctuates greatly, and it is easy to fall into endless self-denial. General G Black is even worse. It is said that there was a quarrel in the team yesterday and almost a fight. In the end, the team manager found out and slapped each of them, because they stayed at the Tongyi Hotel. I heard that another team took photos of the 4 players of General G Black being punished to stand during dinner. This matter was told to them by Xiaoyu after Chusheng and his friends arrived at the main venue. Xiaoyu came over with a mobile phone in her hand with an excited look on her face and told them this big secret, and also brought photos. The 4 of them took the phone and gathered together to see the embarrassed General G Black, all standing in the corridor with their heads down. The corridor is crowded with people. Standing here will probably lead to military training. Shuju had covered his mouth. Compared to this, the club environment in China is still better. At least there will be no corporal punishment. At most, they will worry that people from other clubs nearby may rush over for a real-life PK. In this case, it is better to have a player in the team who can close the door quickly, so as to avoid being beaten to death. Chusheng started to act rashly again, looked at his phone, then looked up and looked around, saw the 4 people from General G Black, and burst out laughing. Chapter 711 Wild Dog on the Run. When the 4 members of General G Black saw Chusheng, they thought about the punishment they received from the manager and the slaps they received yesterday. All because of this guy Chusheng. Now this guy is still laughing. And they suddenly felt angry, and their blood pressure soared. One team member even wanted to rush up and beat Chusheng, but was quickly stopped by others. If you hit someone in the venue, you will be expelled from the venue. General G Black played well in the 4 games today. Although they have no hope of winning a medal, it is still easy for them to get out of the last place. Chusheng lowered his head and pointed at his phone, then looked up at the 4 people and couldn't help laughing again. This was a complete provocation. And the players of General G Black also understood that the phone must contain photos of the 4 people standing in the corner yesterday, with no dignity at all. Damn it. I want to rush up and tear this guy's face apart right now. Be patient. Wasn't the lesson given yesterday enough? Just pretend you didn't see it, and play well today. Otherwise no one can withstand the wrath of the team manager when we go back. The captain spoke fiercely and fiercely. Remember what the analyst said? How to target Chusheng. The gold team from the same club did not rank in the second group, but compared with Black, they were really a world apart. Especially the Black team, which was targeted by Chusheng several times and contributed many funny revelations. It is estimated that after this game, if it is to be made into a highlight, the team with the highest appearance rate must be Douyu team. But the second highest appearance rate is definitely their General G Black team. The eyes of the 4 people were burning with anger. If eyes could kill people, Chusheng would have died countless times now. Chu Sheng's evil plan succeeded, so he restrained his expression. And the four returned to their seats after Xiao Yu left. With the guaranteed hatred of these four people, there is no need to worry about the Tutso value in the first game later. As all the players entered the custom room to prepare, the screen turned to the map. As expected, the first map was still the island map. It's just that the waiting time this time was longer. A full 5 minutes. After all, the broadcast room still had to introduce today's situation. And the broadcast background also had to be debugged. Chu Sheng's Tutso value has been gradually increasing. All from the General G Black team. 5 points, 10 points, and kept rising. On the broadcast side, Xiao Yu changed into a beautiful dress today, revealing her slender legs, and instantly became the focus of attention in the broadcast room. Before the broadcast started, the comments were all I want to see Chu Sheng bragging. As the screen showed the content, the scene was in Doyu's broadcast room, and the audience was stunned. All brushing Xiao Yu is so beautiful and legs are long, which was very real. Yesterday, the three domestic teams all played well. The most dazzling one was the Doyu team composed of 4 Doyu anchors. They won the first place in the first day of points in this invitational tournament, allowing these professional players to see the style of our anchors. We also look forward to their better performance today. Of course, our 4M and if teams also played brilliantly. As the commentators of the broadcast from various places were in place, and the transmission equipment was debugged, the countdown on the screen became 30 seconds at the referee's prompt, and the game was about to start. Chu Sheng had a smile on his face. Before he got on the plane, his Tutso value had accumulated more than 80 points. If nothing unexpected happened, he could use the big move of bad luck transfer again at the end of this game to ensure a smooth start for the next game. General G Black never thought that their hatred and anger would become a stepping stone for Chu Sheng's enhancement. The original plan was that if any one of you found a motorcycle in the seaside farm area, please let me know at any time. Before boarding the plane, Chu Sheng told the 3 people. According to their understanding of Chu Sheng, the captain must be going to cause trouble again. The first game of the second match day was used to cause trouble. After a day, other teams must have gone back to study the Doyu team. Chu Sheng believed that many analysts must have seen something strange, and there would even be a special plan to target the Doyu team today. Chu Sheng wanted to play a surprise, so that the targeted tactics they prepared yesterday would be ineffective. These were all within Chu Sheng's expectations, so they were also in his plan. Even the 4 consecutive games yesterday were a prelude for Chu Sheng. The trick of luring the opponent into a trap is not only applicable in one game. Repeat it 4 times to let the opponent form an inherent mindset. When it comes to the 5th time, the opponent will subconsciously deal with it according to the mindset of the previous 4 times. But these are just a trap set by Chu Sheng. As expected by Chu Sheng, in the first game, all the teams did not dare to conflict with them directly. They all need to test and observe again. This is the analyst's idea and the captain's decision. This is the psychology of normal people. The first reaction is definitely not to fight for a big profit, but to keep the cost. As the saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. The role of game analysts is the same. It's not about telling you how to get the most profit. It's about telling you how to guarantee the most profit. As Chu Sheng and his 4 companions landed on the seaside farm, Wei Jiang on the airport island counted the 4 parachutes on the seaside and immediately ordered, "Search quickly and find a vehicle to transfer as soon as possible." The 3 people from 4M understood Wei Jiang's meaning and dispersed to various parts of the airport for a quick search. They memorized the locations of several spawning points and prepared to gather directly after the search was completed. Chu Sheng was quick and decisive. After landing, he picked up a set of first-level War God suits, asked Xiao Ju for a Mini 14, and snatched a 2x scope from Rabbit. Then he got on the motorcycle provided by Xiao Shizhi and drove away directly. "Captain, what are you going to do this time?" Shijue was stunned. You know, in the previous 4 games, Chu Sheng rarely asked for supplies. He would rather use a crossbow and a shotgun than an M16. The sudden blood-sucking made the 3 of them a little surprised. Chu Sheng did not answer directly, but just smiled and said, "Rabbit, you tell me." Rabbit, as the second strongest tactical commander of the team, can often see through Chu Sheng's true intentions. The 4 people in this temporary team have their own strengths, and Chu Sheng really wants to gather them together. It's a pity that they all signed their own contracts, which made Chu Sheng quite regretful. Rabbit opened the map and took a look at the direction Chusheng drove. Like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins, it rushed directly into the center of the entire map. That is, the area around Peace City. This is the territory of the Pittsburgh Knights. And nearby, as expected, are the two teams WTSG and HBN. Rabbit frowned and thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, maybe he wants to take the initiative and catch the opponent off guard? The deeper meaning is to disrupt the enemy's deployment and disrupt the rhythm. Chapter 712. Is this guy crazy? Chusheng nodded and praised Rabbit's ability to analyze tactics. These teams all have analysts and tacticians. After the 4 games yesterday, they must have figured out some of the routines of the safe zone. So I guess they will have some special methods today. The 3 friends of Sui Han were startled after hearing this. And Xiaoju said, no way. These analysts will believe this? After all, Chusheng's bad luck is very uncertain. And it doesn't work at the moment. How can this kind of thing be used as the basis for analysts' judgment? Chusheng sighed lightly and said meaningfully, analysts don't care about these. The data will speak for itself. Although it is bizarre and unbelievable, the data cannot deceive people. So it is worth a try. Combined with the regular landing points of the first round, Chusheng clearly felt that something was wrong. This is definitely not the state that a professional team should have. Either the logistics behind this are all paid to eat idle meals, or they have already formulated a tactic. But they need to confirm it in the first round before making efforts. According to the current situation and common sense analysis, it belongs to the second situation. Chusheng took the initiative to attack in order to prevent the opponent from figuring out their real routine and disrupting the entire battlefield. This time, you don't need to kill or score points, but you must interfere with the enemy's judgment and make them dare not act rashly. After Chusheng left, other vehicles drove by soon. Very smart. It was a single vehicle, not a convoy. Along the road, they passed by the Douyu team, and there was no intention to stop. It was obvious that it was a brave team that came to test and investigate to determine their location. The little lion took a breath of cold air. The captain was really Zhuge Chusheng, who had planned everything. As soon as he left, the enemy's reconnaissance was in place. Very strong. Come and go as you like. And think this is a park? Guessing the enemy's purpose does not mean that they will be observed for nothing. All 3 of them ran out of the house, fired at the jeep, and drove the other party away. Chusheng had already rushed into Peace City. He was not stealing, but driving the car in a swagger. He searched the rooms outside and made some supplies. Peace City is richer than this small house on the seaside farm. Just 2 rooms are enough for Chusheng to have a certain amount of supplies. Chusheng was ostentatious in the city, and the Pittsburgh Knights who were scattered in Peace City also noticed this intruder and immediately began to gather their team and move towards the sound of the motorcycle. Unexpectedly, before they could get close, Chusheng drove the motorcycle directly and slipped away from the Pittsburgh Knights' eyes. The search was successful. I picked up a short sword, Victor, and a red dot scope. Although the initial capacity of 13 rounds is small, it is enough for Chusheng to kill people in 1 second. When the Pittsburgh Knights arrived, Chusheng had already parked the car and moved to the signal tower on the hill outside the city. Damn! Which team's guys are so bold? Don't they know that Peace City is occupied by our Pittsburgh Knights? How dare they come here to steal fish? Looking at the 2 rooms that have been searched, the 4 people feel ashamed. Coming to outflank, but getting a cold shoulder. No one would be happy. Who else would find a vehicle to show off in such a short time? The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights hit the nail on the head with 1 sentence. For such a presumptuous person, it is not necessary to guess that a normal team would not have the habit of passing by and stealing things. Captain, are you saying that he is Chusheng? The 3 team members were all shocked and broke out in cold sweats, feeling lucky to have brushed shoulders with death and survived. If Chusheng had chosen to stay, I'm afraid someone in the Pittsburgh Knights would have fallen to the ground and died. What are you afraid of? We were the only 2 teams that killed him yesterday. Cheer up. Be careful of this guy coming again. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights' heart was also pounding. Just now, when he saw this guy running away, he vaguely saw that he was carrying a Mini-14. If a fight had really started just now, with Chusheng's shooting skills, at least one of them could have been killed. Although he refused to admit defeat, the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights was also scared by Chusheng before. You have to know that he didn't just kill one of their teams in the mining town, but killed 10 people in a row. As a professional player, how difficult it is to kill 10 people in a row in a professional game. It's just that he is stubborn and can't destroy his own ambition and increase the prestige of the enemy. After returning from yesterday, the analyst showed them the data summarized from the 4 games yesterday and asked them if they could see any clues. At first, the 4 people were at a loss. But when the real-time positions of other members of the Douyu team appeared in the data, everything became extremely clear. Chu Sheng seemed to have magic power, and he could actually control the safe zone to approach or move away. This discovery was unscientific, but it was convincing, especially after watching the replay of the last game. The 3 members of the Douyu team didn't even need a vehicle, and plunged into the Reef Lighthouse, with a spirit of never returning. Later, the analyst of the Pittsburgh team formulated a special tactic to deal with Chu Sheng for them. They were originally planning to send players to harass and investigate the seaside farm after searching Peace City for weapons. But they didn't expect that Chu Sheng would kill them before they could attack, and even provoke them. Arriving at the high slope of the signal tower in Peace City, the terrain here is favorable, and you can overlook the entire Peace City. There are no complex bunkers around, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chu Sheng is stationed here, just like a knife hanging on the heart of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers. The search has to continue, and the 4 people continue to replenish resources separately. But almost all of their minds are drawn to the signal tower, and they dare not take it lightly even when searching. Captain, we have searched almost everything. Why don't we just kill and encircle and suppress it? The members of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers are already a little depressed. After all, there is a tiger sleeping next to them. They have to be careful when searching, and keep their spirits highly tense at all times. Even when entering the house to search, they have to pay attention to whether the other party can hit him from the window. On the other hand, our Chu Sheng didn't pay any attention to the Pittsburgh Knights in Peace City at this time. Instead, he looked around and collected information about other teams. The director's camera happened to record the status of both sides, which caused the audience to laugh again. Chu Sheng didn't take the Pittsburgh Knights seriously at all, but the Pittsburgh Knights were already in a state of panic. The difference between the 2 sides was obvious when the status was compared. At this time, Chu Sheng saw that the 4 people of the Pittsburgh Knights actually pulled a big net and approached him, as if to trap him in the big net. Chu Sheng, who occupied the high point, aimed directly at the 2 vehicles in Peace City without saying a word, fired a few shots, removed the wheels of the 2 vehicles, and then got in the car and ran away. Chapter 713 Scumbag. The Pittsburgh Knights were stunned. Chu Sheng was at a high point. They only knew that he was still on the hillside of the signal tower, but they didn't expect Chu Sheng to shoot directly at the vehicle. What's more hateful is that the Pittsburgh Knights could only watch the tire explode and didn't dare to go over to save the car. If they went over, it wouldn't be the tire that was blown up. The first safe zone was also refreshed, located in the Prison Horseshoe Mountain area at the easternmost end of the map. The nursing home, L City, air raid shelter and lumberyard are all within the safe zone. It can be predicted that this circle will definitely be a mountain battle at that time. Peace City was not far from the safe zone, so it would not take long to drive to the safe zone. Chu Sheng's move of blowing up the tire was very cool, completely strangling the Pittsburgh Knights, making them unable to breathe. What's more cool is that Chu Sheng didn't even think about fighting them head-on, and just drove away after blowing up the tire. Run away. When the noise of the motorcycle sounded, the entire Pittsburgh Knights team was stunned. Why didn't this guy follow the script? Shouldn't the next battle be a desperate battle? Chu Sheng was like a boy chasing the wind, running away directly, circling around the side of the hillside, and had no intention of meeting the Pittsburgh Knights at all. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights just stood at the foot of the mountain, their mouths wide open and their faces dull, like the wind-eating teenagers following Chu Sheng's ass. Fuck Chu Sheng. He actually played with us. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights suddenly realized, and was so angry that he yelled. Chu Sheng came here and did nothing, just looked at the scenery, which delayed them for a long time and consumed a lot of energy. When he left, he also blew up the vehicle. Now that they can't find the vehicle, it will be difficult for the whole team to enter the safe zone. In less than 20 seconds, the 4 heard a burst of rapid gunfire, which was not very far away. No need to think too much. Chu Sheng must have had an abortion along the way. Damn it. My lifelong enemy. This hatred is irreconcilable. The entire Pittsburgh Knights team was about to explode. They could already imagine that there would not be a complete vehicle on the way to the safe zone, and they could only rely on their legs to kill into the safe zone. Captain, What should we do now? The Pittsburgh Knights were originally planning to harass Chu Sheng, but they never thought that Chu Sheng would counterattack them. Now, let alone the harassment plan. Even the normal entry and transfer are full of dangers. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights was in a state of panic at the moment. There were two ways to deal with it in his mind, both of which were very risky. Even he was a little lost and didn't know how to choose. Captain, why are you laughing so happily? After removing tires along the way, Chu Sheng couldn't help laughing when he thought of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers' embarrassing appearance in the circle later. Xiao Ju was very curious. There was no head explosion, but Chu Sheng was actually laughing so happily. I wonder what good news is going on. The Pittsburgh Cavaliers will not have any vehicles entering the circle later. I blew up all the tires near P City. Some of them are in trouble. This move is really too bad. I guess the Pittsburgh Cavaliers are so angry now. No wonder the captain couldn't help laughing. Then can we snipe them later? Xiao Ju thought of the 4 people running barefoot and thought it was an opportunity to take action. The island map is not a desert map. You can always find a place to hide. The Pittsburgh Knights have 2 choices. Listen to me and guess which one they will choose. Chu Sheng slowly put the opponent's 2 choices in front of Shijue. The first one is to choose to transfer immediately after knowing that I have knocked out all the tires of the vehicles along the way, and enter the safe zone before other teams take action. The second one is to take advantage of the fire to rob the passing convoys in the P-City anti-poison circle. And maybe you can stop a vehicle. If you can't stop it, wait until the follow-up anti-poison enters the circle. Chu Sheng has already given 2 possibilities, which makes Shijue unsure of how to choose. The ratio of these 2 possibilities is the same. Both are good options, but they also have disadvantages. Entering the circle early means entering the battle early. As the battle time increases, the loss of supplies is very large. Entering the circle at the end will take a long time to withstand the poison, and the consumption of supplies is also large. Okay, I don't want to think about the Pittsburgh Knights. If they are lucky enough to enter the circle, we will take out guns and tree our friends who have come from afar. Shijue thought for a long time, but didn't come up with any clues. Instead, he made himself very irritable. So he simply waved his hand and stopped thinking about such troubles. This should be a question for the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights. Why would he bother? Chu Sheng smiled, drove his car and blew up all the vehicles on the road in P-City, and then came to the school to continue making trouble. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Chu Sheng asked his teammates for resources at the beginning and started to make trouble directly. The rhythm was really flying. At least, he had to develop yesterday, based on the principle of I will not offend others if they do not offend me. Even if he killed someone, it was a self-defense counterattack, and he was forced to kill. Today, it suddenly changed. He actually took the initiative to make trouble, and caught them off guard. Even the Chinese and foreign commentators were still discussing the tactics of the Douyu team today, and the countermeasures of other teams at the beginning. Less than a minute after the game started, Chu Sheng slapped all the commentators in the face. 66 Chu Sheng did a survey yesterday and found that all the foreign teams were noobs. Today he just went wild. I bet that Chu Sheng definitely knows that the enemy of P-City is the Pittsburgh Knights. A car is coming. On this day, the abortion boy enters the realm of immortals on land again. The audience was even in a trance. They didn't react that this was an invitational tournament and thought it was an online match. Even if they play online, there are only a few people as mean as Chu Sheng. He ran away after having a tire, without even a word to you, and removed all the tires along the way, leaving you with no way to go. After teasing the Pittsburgh Knights, Chu Sheng then went directly to the school. He drove his motorcycle at high speed, honking his horn as he passed by, attracting the enemy's attention. Oh my god! Which team is this from? They are deliberately provoking here? The 2 teams, WTSG and HBN. One occupied the school, and the other occupied the school district housing. Originally, they were fighting each other, but Chu Sheng intervened and interrupted the confrontation between the 2 sides. After wandering back and forth for several circles, he once again blew up all the vehicles on the road near the school and the school district housing, and then left. The Penguin team and the Honey Badger were both confused. It took them a long time to react. Chu Sheng was the only one in the entire map who could do such a mean thing. Chu Sheng is a scumbag. He flirts and then leaves. Totally irresponsible. There are already 3 teams. Chu Sheng is going to Y City to flirt with Liquid again. Oh, I'm too full. You two teams should stop serving me food. Fuck. The brothers above. The hint is here. Chapter 7:14. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Big-breasted brother. This glass of wine is for you. Have a good journey. This wave of hints is quite accurate. The positions of WTSG and HBN are exactly in the east-west direction. Chu Sheng flirted several times in the middle, which is consistent with the photos exposed yesterday. Xiao Yu on the left and Xiaoan on the right. He is indeed a certified scumbag. Although I am a crazy fan of Chu Sheng, I want to give a thumbs up to this wave. It is so well said. For Chu Sheng, a playboy. The envious and jealous audience naturally protested collectively. Chu Sheng waved his sleeves and left without a cloud. Not long after Chu Sheng left, he received 2 big gifts from WTSG and HBN, and his Tuso value increased rapidly, breaking through 100 directly. If the first safe zone is purely on land, the area covered is still very large, and it is not difficult to enter the circle. But Chu Sheng destroyed the vehicle, dragged his legs and ran, and used his head to enter the safe zone? This is completely a revenge for killing his father. The effect of misfortune and fortune is activated, and Chu Sheng did not stop at all. Liquid was searching happily in Y City, and heard the sound of a violent motorcycle approaching. Standing on a high point, he glanced and saw an enemy coming alone. The player standing on the high point was stunned for a moment, and then glanced around with concern, but did not see other enemies. What kind of routine is this? He rushed over alone. Don't you know that Y City is our Liquid's private land? The players of Liquid were so angry that they laughed. This was not ignorance, but a provocation. Everyone knows that Y City is Liquid's territory, because of their strong strength. Other teams have to stay away. There was an iron-headed kid rushing over to provoke. As one of the top 3, how could Liquid tolerate someone making trouble under their noses? Shoot. Find a way to drive him away. Y City is very close to the safe zone. Just a few hundred meters away is the location of the nursing home. However, Liquid's habit has always been to go directly into the center of the safe zone. Their fighting style is fierce and direct. When they see someone making trouble, they are tired of living and naturally take it down directly. Y City is full of tall buildings. Chu Sheng drove along the side of the road. When he saw a vehicle, he didn't even get out of the car, but switched to the back seat. The Mini 14 single-point hand speed was so fast that it seemed to be fully automatic. After the tire was blown, the motorcycle was still sliding according to inertia. He immediately switched to the front seat and stepped on the accelerator to slide away. What is the speed of the motorcycle? The few people from Liquid could only follow Chu Sheng's buttocks and eat farts. With 1 or 2 sharp turns, they disappeared directly in the city, leaving only a buzzing of the engine. Chu Sheng didn't leave. There are several car brushing points in Y City. He has to check them all and not miss any tire. Is this guy a beast? Is he so exciting in a professional competition? This is my first time to see a professional competition with professional abortion players, and they are very skilled. I have decided to respectfully call Chu Sheng the god of fetus from now on, and I can be the spokesperson for the hospital in the future. No problem. After all, we are more professional in abortion. 2333. Brother, you forgot to say that it is fast. No waiting. No pain. And safer. The 4 people of Liquid are like a mother who follows behind and shouts for food. And Chu Sheng is the child who runs around and doesn't eat when it's time for dinner. At first, Liquid didn't know what he was doing. But when he wanted to drive to chase Chu Sheng, he was shocked to find that the tires of the vehicle had been removed by Chu Sheng. Damn it. This guy is here to have an abortion. The whole Liquid team was about to explode. Without a vehicle, how can they enter the safe zone later? Even if they get in, how can they move? This safe zone is mostly hilltops, with few houses to defend. If there is no vehicle, how can they rush to the center of the safe zone and use the vehicle as a cover? It can be said that they hit their soft spot with a punch, making Liquid feel miserable. Looking at Chu Sheng's back as he climbed the mountain, Liquid Captain Ibiza gnashed his teeth in anger. If I know who did this, I will target them for the next 3 shots. This is the first time Liquid has encountered Y City without a vehicle. The other team members were also panicking. Liquid, who was originally extremely confident and enthusiastic about the center of the safe zone, actually flinched. Captain, what should we do now? Ibiza thought for a while and said, this guy walks fast. Each vehicle only has 1 wheel removed. It can still be driven. We should enter the circle in advance and occupy the nursing home first to see if we can wait for other teams to come in. Liquid, who has always been radical, chose a conservative strategy of occupying the edge of the safe zone because a good cook cannot cook without rice. Chu Sheng drove away on a motorcycle and killed to the factory halfway up the holy mountain. After confirming that there were no vehicles, he made a big circle and killed back from the bridgehead outside Y City. When the sound of the motorcycle sounded again, the Liquid team wanted to rush up and fight with this guy with bayonets. Unfortunately, in the end, they could only fire 2 cold shots to scare the enemy and relieve their anger. This move is really too coquettish. I think Chu Sheng may be beaten after this game. Strongly request the developer to equip Chu Sheng with 2 personal bodyguards. I suspect that he will not be able to come out when he goes to the bathroom during his break. It's really too cheap. As a domestic player, I solemnly declare that Chu Sheng's playing style has no direct connection with domestic players. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Please identify the ID when you take revenge and don't hurt by mistake. Even the domestic audience played this joke with a bit of humor. Chu Sheng crossed the wheat field of Y City and rushed to the nursing home in advance. Liquid has no vehicles. Whether driving a broken car or running wildly, the first stop must be this nursing home. After 4 games yesterday, plus the previous video materials, Chu Sheng has a full grasp of the Liquid team. Rather than saying that he has a thorough understanding of Liquid, it is better to say that he has a better understanding of their captain Ibiza. Chu Sheng has already figured out Ibiza's tactical thinking habits. Imagine that there is someone who sympathizes with you and can guess your next move. What kind of opponent will Liquid face? What kind of horror? Taking advantage of a steep slope, Chu Sheng's motorcycle directly charged up and flew up. The motorcycle landed smoothly on the rooftop of the nursing home. Chu Sheng was very familiar with this nursing home. When he first took Dai Mei, he killed his way through from here. The rooftop of the nursing home was surrounded by half-person high iron fences. But on the other side, there was a wooden board leaning against the fence. The motorcycle could then drive up along the board and get off the rooftop. Chu Sheng parked the motorcycle on the stairs leading to the rooftop attic, and then laid down in the nursing home, waiting for Liquid to come. Seeing this scene, all the audience were boiling. Now, Liquid was finished. Chapter 7 15-16 Character Formula. Chu Sheng played quite aggressively this time, actively seeking to attack, and offending so many teams at once. The commentator adjusted his glasses, and a white light flashed across the lens, highlighting the commentator's wisdom. Based on the current situation, each team seems to be wary of the Douyu team. In less than 5 minutes, at least 5 or 6 vehicles drove past the coastal highway, all of which came to inquire about the Douyu team's intelligence and determine their location. Rabbit didn't think so much at first, but after seeing vehicles passing by again and again, he suddenly realized that these teams were not passing by chance, but came here specifically to inquire about information. Xiaoju, Little Lion, you two can go around for a while. We are a warm and hospitable Douyu team. It is unreasonable for friends to come and wander around the door and leave. We must invite them to our home and treat them well. The rabbit also carried forward the warm and generous hospitality of the Douyu team. They set off firecrackers on both sides of the road to warmly welcome the visiting guests. Shujua and Zayashizi followed Chu Sheng and the rabbit and learned to be mean. The positions on both sides of the road were extremely tricky. If they poked their heads out, they would definitely give the other side a surprise. Not long after the ambush, another car came to investigate. The audience saw it clearly from the director's God's perspective. This car actually searched all the way from G-Port to G-Town, and then rushed to the seaside farm along the road. The name of this team is General G Gold. What a huge hatred and grudge. Coming from G-Port to investigate. Is this guy crazy? This wave of General G Gold's transfer finally showed a bit of the ferocity of the Asian TPP powerhouse. In the last H-Country Invitational, the 3 teams 4M, IF and General G Gold shared the final medal. As a mature team, they were suppressed in various ways in this competition, especially the brother Team Black, which was targeted and ranked last in points. As a General G team, they also lost face. The conclusion drawn by the analyst yesterday made Gold eager to move, thinking that they had grasped the fatal point of the Douyu team. This time, after quickly searching for supplies, Gold sent a scout to harass on a motorcycle. The first game was calm, and the information bar is still calm. No player died. All teams are playing the tacit understanding card and paying attention to the movements of the Douyu team. After a quick search in Port G, the other 3 players also went around the coastal highway on the lower side of the map. Rabbit pretended to search in the position of the Zodiac, and Shuju and Zayashizi had already turned into old sly guys, waiting for the next wave of prey. As the sound of the motorcycle gradually approached, the gold player had come to the fork in the road, and his attention was focused on the coastal area throughout the journey. To be honest, they were already late. After all, G-Port was far away, and driving here after searching would lose too much time. The data of the 4 games yesterday had been studied. According to the search route of the Doyu team, they should be in the area of the Dirt Road Villa area. The rabbit suddenly came out of the Zodiac, which startled the player and distracted his mind. He never thought that the Doyu team was still searching this place a few minutes later. At the moment when the rabbit was exposed, Shuju and Zayashizi, who were in ambush, suddenly jumped out from the side and killed the spy without saying anything. Oh, it's actually a member of the General G team. What a coincidence. The 2 fired at the same time, especially when the opponent was distracted, and they hit the target with 1 set of shots. In the end, Shuju shot the man down. They never had a good impression of the Koreans, so they rushed up and punched the enemy to death. The gold player became the first player to die in this game. As this kill appeared in the information bar in the upper right corner, other teams did not dare to come and cause trouble. It was very clear on the director's big map that there were several teams that wanted to come over to take a look. After seeing this kill, they turned around and fled back. The audience was almost laughing like crazy. Isn't this desire to survive too real? Seeing Doyu kill someone, they turned around and ran away. Where did they say they would explore and gather information? The proverb tells us that Rome was not built in a day. But the fear of Doyu is enough for 1 day. Suddenly I felt sorry for General G. Gold and Black took turns to give away heads. Originally, there were 2 teams in the club. Double hope and chance of winning. Now it's good. Double depression and collapse. This wave of General G club is not at a loss. Not only not at a loss, it's a huge profit. After all esports are based on the same idea, which is to resist Korea. Netizens are naturally merciless when they start to criticize. Chu Sheng has settled down in the nursing home, and no enemies have come so far. The 4 liquid players just run away, which is quite inconvenient. According to Chu Sheng's estimation, they have to wait at least a minute before they can come. After Chu Sheng's trick in the middle of the field, several teams are in great pain. The Pittsburgh Knights in P City considered for a long time and finally chose a safe approach. They continue to search P City. They could use fewer bullets, but they must bring enough bandages and try their best to survive the first wave of poison circles before entering. WTSG and HBN from the school were in a terrible state. The 2 teams watched each other from a distance, blocking each other's positions, and neither of them could move. There was no vehicle along the way, so whoever moved first would die first. They couldn't even break the deadlock by rushing to the front. Liquid was even worse, and the other teams were messed up by Chu Sheng. They didn't know anything about the situation in the nursing home, and Chu Sheng had already ambushed them. When he came, with Chu Sheng's strength, Liquid would definitely suffer losses. Today, the Doyu team was going to cause trouble. Chu Sheng had a motorcycle and a gun, which forced several teams to change their plans temporarily, and even affected their subsequent tactical arrangements. Teammate here at the seaside farm also blossomed in many places. First killed a member of the General G team, and took the lead. The domestic male commentator's eyes lit up. It seems that the Doyu team does not want to use the same set of yesterday's tactics today. After other teams have studied them, they began to change and take the initiative. They took the initiative to attack and disrupt the enemy's rhythm without waiting for the enemy to come. Yes, the Doyu team style of play today is very aggressive, which may bring us a different viewing experience. Xiaoyu smiled and saw Chu Sheng starting to make trouble. She knew that Chu Sheng had really adapted to the game today. Captain, how do we fight next? Rabbit took a look. The poison circle will shrink in 30 seconds. They have vehicles, but it's time to start moving. With the blessing and disaster effect activated, the next 2 circles will definitely fall on Chu Sheng's side. Do you know the 16-character formula? Chu Sheng suddenly asked. Chapter 7:16. It smells so good. 16-character formula? As long as you graduate from the 9-year compulsory education. No one doesn't know this. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I chase. The three of them quickly understood Chu Sheng's meaning. Is this to harass the whole time? Liquid is dead. There will be no strong teams in the north of the safe zone. The Pittsburgh Knights in P City are also exhausted. Navi is far away in P Port. Fitz chose to land in Port N on the airport island. Chu Sheng analyzed the situation on the field. Excuse me, referee. What time is it now? Chu Sheng, who was in the game, suddenly took off his headphones and turned around to ask. The referee was still staring at the screens of the four people to observe the battle situation. It must be said that the Douyu team was willful and reckless. The referee had been responsible for the on-field supervision of many teams before, but he was the only one who played as unrestrained and extreme as the Douyu team. The 3-1 tactics were used to perfection, and Chu Sheng's personal strength was superior to others. When he was alone, he was even comparable to an entire team. No, even more terrifying than an entire team. The referee reacted and looked at the time. He didn't know why Chu Sheng suddenly put down the game at hand, so he asked this question. After telling Chu Sheng the time, the referee heard the most unforgettable sentence in his life on the court. Let's play quickly. Don't delay me from picking someone up at the airport. The referee was shocked. Today was the last day of the TPP competition, and the champion, runner-up and third place of the TPP mode would be decided. I thought Chu Sheng was going to say something like play well and win the championship, but he didn't expect to hear such a relevant urging. The referee was completely confused. Is it possible that winning the World Invitational Championship is not as important as picking someone up at the airport? The other three laughed and joked, Captain, if there is a live broadcast accident later, such as a network outage, and the game is terminated, you can't. Before Shujia finished speaking, he was already met with Chu Sheng's cold and murderous eyes. Shujia, you better hope that what you said doesn't come true. Otherwise I'll be the first to drag you into the water. Shujia swallowed his saliva and forced a flattering smile. Then he thought again that he didn't have any handle in the hands of the captain. So what was there to be afraid of? What's the harm in dragging me into the water? I, Shuiju, have nothing to lose. And I don't have any stains of having two women in one bowl. Shujia was also very suicidal, and he used the incident of yesterday's photo to blacken Chu Sheng again. The rabbit and the little lion were beside him, trying to hold back their smiles, and their faces were red and their necks were thick. Love and hate seemed to be extremely exciting. Chu Sheng sighed lightly, moved his position slightly in the game, and said lightly, I remember that Xiao Duzi also seems to like playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This girl is still very cute. I will go back and play games with her more often. Chu Sheng also accidentally learned from chatting with Tuzi that the coquettish Xiao Ju actually had a good impression of Duzi, but he had always kept it in his heart and didn't say it out. This was only known to Tuzi when he heard this guy talking in his sleep in the middle of the night. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Sheng opened his mouth, Xiao Ju's face changed several times, even more advanced than Chuan Chu's face changing. He didn't dare to ask the captain how he knew, and hurriedly said, Captain, tell me the arrangement. You tell me Xiao Ju to go east. I will never go west. The little lion couldn't hold it back anymore, and even laughed with tears in his eyes. Shujia, promise me that you won't be a bootlicker. Okay? What made him even more angry was that Chu Sheng and Rabbit also repeated it. Shujia was so angry that his face turned red and his hands shook, and he couldn't speak. Joking aside, Chu Sheng then made a mark in the air raid shelter area. You move around the outer perimeter of the air raid shelter. We will completely let go of the safe zone in the east, but we will send those coming from the west back to the west. Combined with the 16-character policy Chu Sheng just said. In short, it means to do crazy things while keeping yourself safe. Shujia, aren't you a sniper? I'll assign you a mission. Shujia was shocked and said in a serious tone, Captain, you say, I promise to complete the mission. When you see the enemy later, don't aim at people. Shoot their tires. Shujia scratched his head and said, Captain, I'm not good at abortions. Even Rabbit couldn't stand it anymore and comforted him. It's okay. You will get it after a few more times. Anyway, you will use it in the future. This sounded strange, but Shujia didn't think much about it. Now Chu Sheng caught him, which made him very uncomfortable. His life was in his hands, and he didn't behave. The little lion next to him had a slightly changed expression. It turns out that being a bootlicker is not so easy. You also need to master things like abortion. Will you have to learn how to load and unload spare tires in the future? The tasks were assigned, and the three of them learned not to ask Chu Sheng directly about his intentions. They followed Chu Sheng's requirements and analyzed and summarized them by themselves, which would help them grow. The final direction will definitely be as expected by the captain. At that time, you will know whether your analysis is correct or not. And then, you can improve by verifying each other with the battle experience. This tactical thinking is more important than technology. Half a minute later, Chu Sheng squatted in the nursing home as he wished. When the four members of Liquid appeared in front of Chu Sheng without any preparation, all the audience knew that Liquid would be the first team to be slaughtered today. No, don't do that. Liquid, wake up. There are people here. The European audience wailed. Liquid and Fizz were the two teams with the highest support in Europe. Their styles of play were capable and fierce, which was very much in line with the appetite of European audiences. But in front of Chu Sheng, these two dominant teams were all beaten into younger brothers. The younger brothers among younger brothers. As expected, Liquid, who had no defense or even cover, was caught off guard by Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng turned on the burst mode of the Dagger Victor with 13 bullets, and killed 2 people instantly. The remaining 2 were also killed by Chu Sheng with Mini 14 in the subsequent battle. Liquid only resisted a little, and fell in front of Chu Sheng's surprise attack. They never thought that Chu Sheng would wait for them in the nursing home in advance. The 16 teams were reduced to 15 in an instant. When the 4 kills were obtained, the players of other teams looked at the kill information in the upper right corner, and were all trembling. Only Fitz and the Pittsburgh Knights had a big smile on their faces. They were in a stalemate with Liquid on the standings, and now Chu Sheng had defeated Liquid with one hand. This was a good opportunity for them to overtake the points and enter the upper position. Thinking of this, I actually felt a little grateful to Chu Sheng. Everyone be careful. After we find Chu Sheng's position, we will go around him. For the sake of points, the two teams fought hard. As for the shame, slap in the face, revenge, etc., they were all thrown behind. At this moment, watching Liquid being eliminated by the whole team, I just want to say, it smells so good. Chapter 717, the worst club in history. Many teams are thinking of revenge, and the tactics against DouYu team have made them more confident. This bland beginning seems to confirm this point. Only the Pittsburgh Knights, Liquid, Penguin Team and Honey Badger, who were tortured to death by Chu Sheng, know Chu Sheng's most disgusting routine. Not to mention his strength. This guy is really abnormally strong, and he can kill a full team by himself. The key is that this guy is also wretched and cheap. I wanted to trample DouYu team under my feet today and regain the glory of professional players. Now that Liquid is dead, all other teams have swallowed their anger and simply forgotten their previous ambitions. At least the teams that suffered losses at Chu Sheng's hands just now, although they were gritting their teeth in anger, would never dare to seek bad luck with Chu Sheng. The 3 members of the DouYu team had vehicles and quickly killed their way to the first safe zone air raid shelter. The 3 people were in a very compact position, using boulders and vehicles to build a bunker on the half slope. The terrain of the air raid shelter is not complicated, but it is complicated because it has 3 entrances and exits. As the name suggests, if you station directly on top of the air raid shelter, it is easy to be attacked by the enemies who come out of the 3 holes. At first, Xiaojue suggested finding an air raid shelter and using vehicles to build a bunker for defense, but was immediately rejected by Rabbit and Little Lion. After all, Chu Sheng's use of vehicles to block Black's team members yesterday was still fresh in their minds. If he did this, he would be ruined if he was shown off. Xiaojue thought about it carefully. Before, a Black team member was shown off, and he was already dead for a day. If the 3 of them were really shown off, it would be a disaster, and they would not be able to wash themselves away even if they jumped into the Yellow River. After shuddering, Xiaojue gave up his somewhat stupid idea. After eating Liquid, Chu Sheng's Tusao value soared. The 4 members of the Liquid team contributed a total of 50 Tusao points, which also activated the bad luck transfer of the car speed. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to use his ultimate move. He would throw it out in the final circle later, knock down the enemy in one wave, and make a good start for the second game. Liquid searched Y City for a long time, but in the end, it was a wedding dress for Chu Sheng alone. Replace the short sword Victor. Replace the Mini 14 page. Hee. AKM plus 98k is still good. So good. Through yesterday's battle, Chu Sheng found that some foreign teams like to use AKM, an assault rifle with 7.62mm bullets, which has great lethality. On the other hand, some teams from Asia prefer to use 5.56 series assault rifles in combat. The main reason is that the gun is more stable, but the damage will be greatly reduced. On one hand, it is stable, but from another perspective, the overall level of Asian players' shooting skills still needs to be improved, and they are unable to perfectly control the 7.62 series assault rifles in the high-intensity, high-precision confrontation of the competition. Chu Sheng discovered this problem during the competition yesterday, and he plans to talk to Wei Jiang and others about it after returning home. The 3 domestic teams participating in the invitational tournament, except for Douyu where Chu Sheng is, are temporary workers put together by the sponsors' anchors. The 4M and IF teams are templates that attract investment and advertising investment by attracting attention with the personal traffic of star players. Formal clubs generally rarely let players broadcast live, scientific and systematic training every day, plus tactical arrangements and guidance, are enough to consume the player's entire time. But it is different in China. The national server has not been launched due to policy issues, so there is no complete league system in China. Wei Jiang and Big Brother both rely on their personal influence and their own pockets to pull up the team and find sponsors. In terms of the integrity of the club, except for the players, everything else is almost zero. There are no analysts or tacticians. The players have to explore on their own, and there are not even any training events. With such a simple configuration environment, there is definitely no comprehensive understanding of the game's understanding, or even the enemy's habits and characteristics. Just imagine, they have to train, and they have to take into account the agreement signed by the live broadcast website to ensure the live broadcast time every month. How can the players have a good competitive state? The nursing home has been exposed here, and the 4 boxes are too obvious. After searching for a while, Chu Sheng set out on his journey again on his motorcycle. This time, he did not meet up with his teammates, but crossed most of the safe zone and came to the mountain behind the Horseshoe Mountain prison. Help me guard the side and report the enemy's movements. Chu Sheng's motorcycle sped away, and he drove the motorcycle on the steep and rocky road and finally squeezed into the rock pile in front of the cliff. This position is extremely tricky, overlooking the entire Horseshoe Mountain prison, and there is a huge rock more than 10 meters wide behind him. So there is no need to worry about the enemy behind him sneaking up on him at the first time. The enemies in the Horseshoe Mountain prison also heard the sound of a surging motorcycle. However, the sound gradually disappeared after it went around their heads, and they thought that they had gone to the logging site. Chu Sheng parked his motorcycle aside, laid down in the hollow of the rock, and observed the team of people in the Horseshoe Mountain prison. Chu Sheng searched in his memory, but did not find any team's first choice for the Horseshoe Mountain prison. They must have moved here after searching in other places. The whereabouts of this team further proved Chu Sheng's guess that the enemy was still searching in the warehouse and prison building. After observing the number of enemies, it was a full-scale team. Based on the fact that they were still searching this point, Chu Sheng had already formulated an attack plan and was waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Chu Sheng had already figured out how to attack the enemy after just one encounter. If this were to be spread out, even professional players would probably be shocked. Often at this time, they were still waiting or looking for opportunities. People like Chu Sheng, who had already thought of a complete plan after one encounter, could only be called a monster. However, compared to Chu Sheng, all the audience saw a little more. The South Korean audience had completely blackened their faces. The owner of the General G Club put his hands aside and watched the broadcast with a black face. The club leader next to him was already trembling with fear and even lowered his head. In this invitational tournament, the General G team was reduced to a foil. Not only that, but also became a laughing stock. After yesterday's speech, I hoped that these players could avenge yesterday's shame. But they lost the first blood in the game at the beginning, and now they are being targeted by Chu Sheng without knowing it. The hand of the General G boss holding the cigarette was shaking slightly. The team that appeared at the prison Horseshoe Mountain was none other than another team of General G Black, which ranked last in this event. This group thought they were riding motorcycles to the logging site above, but they never expected Chu Sheng to drive the motorcycle all the way from the mountain to the cracks in the rocks and never leave. Chapter 7:18. Is there any law in this game? 23:33. I am almost dying. Why is the black team so unlucky that they always run into Chu Sheng? Maybe this is called ape shit. It's fun to show off before the game, but the whole family will be in the crematorium after the game. It is said that several members of the black team had a fight in the hotel where they stayed after the game, and were finally dragged to the corridor by the team leader for military training. Is it so miserable? There are people coming and going in the hotel. Aren't these poor guys embarrassed? While the audience was still discussing gossip, the enemies in the Horseshoe Mountain prison had finished searching and jumped down from the fourth-floor window without saying a word. With the sound of broken glass, the man fell directly to the ground. Just when everyone thought Chu Sheng would definitely shoot, Chu Sheng resisted the urge to shoot. To be honest, the scene just now, let alone professional players, even ordinary players would definitely want to shoot. The fall from the building is not small. Now, if you hit him with 2 shots, the man will definitely fall. Chu Sheng resisted for his big plan. Then the player opened a can of Red Bull on the spot and drank it happily. Chu Sheng was already gritting his teeth. Don't think I really don't dare to shoot. Drinking energy drinks is fine. At least move up and down. Isn't this the basic quality of professional players? Even players who have played for more than dozens of hours know this principle to prevent headshots. But this black player, like a mentally retarded person, stood there motionless, and instantly became the laughing stock of everyone. Is this guy a fool? A small fish in a fish pond. Know to move up and down when spraying medicine. But this guy is standing there like a tree stump. It's unreasonable for Chu Sheng not to take action this time. This guy is completely giving away. I will definitely add a sentence in the post-match report that our ability to get this golden frying pan is inseparable from the General G team. And it was the H Country brothers who carried us to first place. If no one saw this, he would be lucky to survive the drug attack. Now Chu Sheng stared at him straight, and any audience in front of the live broadcast room could shoot him in the head. Less than 100 meters away. There was no need to even raise the muzzle. Just aim and shoot with the crosshairs of the 4-fold scope. Chu Sheng's left hand unconsciously pressed one, and he took out his 98K, even with the 4-fold scope turned on. No, I must hold it in. Chu Sheng forced his right hand to leave the mouse, and even clenched his fist to his mouth, almost biting it. This kind of temptation is not something that ordinary people can resist. Just like a beautiful woman dancing in front of you, and her clothes slipping off one by one until they are gone. If you can still hold back at this time, you are really not a man. Chu Sheng is a normal man, so he can't hold back. But when he thought of the big plan later, Chu Sheng forced himself to take a deep breath and calm down his excitement. The referee standing behind Chu Sheng was so anxious that he gritted his teeth and wanted to kick Chu Sheng away and rush up to shoot. This is a head worth 15 points. And you can get it with 1 shot. There is no place to hide behind this building, and it is easy to kill him after he is killed. But Chu Sheng did not make a move, and even his hands left the keyboard. This scene also stunned the referee behind him. Is he a fool? He doesn't even want to take the points? The commentary booth was also in an uproar. The foreign commentator's actions were very exaggerated. He stood up directly from the chair, covered his head with both hands, made various exaggerated gestures, and said, "Why?" The 2 commentators on Douyu were also shocked and speechless. Did Chu Sheng put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Seeing that he didn't even take the head, this is not his style at all. Xiaoyu was entangled for a long time. The audience couldn't pinch Chu Sheng's neck and ask him why he let a stick go. But they could ask Xiaoyu. Are you Xiaoyu known as Chu Sheng's confidant? Now that we have encountered something we cannot understand, whether it is the identity of the commentator or the identity of Chu Sheng's confidant, you should stand up and explain. Xiaoyu thought for a long time, rubbing her nails on the paper for a long time, and then squeezed out a sentence. He must have some plan, and it is not appropriate to expose it now. What does the big plan have to do with murder? How can you refuse to eat the duck that is delivered to your mouth? Is there something wrong with Chu Sheng's machine? Obviously, netizens did not agree with Xiaoyu's statement, which also made Xiaoyu feel very wronged. She is not Chu Sheng's worm. How could she know everything Chu Sheng is thinking? When everyone reacted, the enemy had disappeared from Chu Sheng's quadruple scope. Chu Sheng took off the scope and found that the guy was indeed walking towards him. The layout of Ma Tishan prison is very simple. There is a high slope near the U-shaped area. There are several houses after going up, followed by a main building and warehouses on both sides. That's all. Now other places have been searched almost, and only this last place is left. The director's camera is still on Chu Sheng. If he moves the camera now, he will definitely be scolded. No one understood why Chu Sheng let this guy go. Did Douyu and Black make a deal after yesterday? As this guy walked towards Chu Sheng, the target became bigger and clearer. After seeing him go around the S-bend uphill, he opened the door of a grocery room. At that moment, Chu Sheng shot with his 98K and flicked the scope, completing a headshot kill without anyone expecting it. 98K was very strong, and this player had just fallen from the 4th floor and lost a lot of blood. Chu Sheng's figure was instantly retracted, and the whole action was smooth, as if he had practiced it thousands of times in advance. He's shot. Chu Sheng is shot. Headshot. A fatal blow. The audience's voice in the live broadcast room was like a gust of evil wind. It was southeast wind just now, but it turned northwest wind in an instant. It was also quite real. The referee behind Chu Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with relief after seeing this guy being knocked down. Now, it's comfortable. Chu Sheng's sudden headshot directly made the General G Black team in a mess. If they were sniped by others, it would be fine. But when Chu Sheng's ID appeared, a chill spread from the innate sense of the players of the General G Black team to the coccyx, and even their buttocks shrank suddenly. The expressions on the faces of the 4 people were even more wonderful, as if they had seen a ghost. And they were pale. They were no longer in the area where they often appeared. So why were they still targeted by Chu Sheng? Is there any law or justice? Chapter 719. Why is it Chu Sheng again? Why is it Chu Sheng? Why is it Chu Sheng again? Why is it Chu Sheng again? The captain of General G Black is about to collapse, and even wants to smash the keyboard and scold the organizer. What kind of a crappy game is this? Is it deliberately targeting their General G club? The gold team must have jumped to G-Port. The place where they had a conflict with the Douyu team before must be in the seaside farm area. After all, the analysts of the 2 teams are the same, and both teams know how to deal with Chu Sheng. It's just that Black's performance yesterday was really disappointing, and he was already the last one. Today, the first game is still based on stability. At least we can't be wiped out like yesterday at the beginning. Black no longer expects to get many kill points. And now, he just wants to live a little longer and get more ranking points. At least, he has to surpass the refund above his head to feel at ease. The first to implement the tactical arrangement was Gold, but he didn't expect to find bad luck and actually let himself get trapped. Now Black dared not act rashly. After searching out of the air raid shelter, he simply moved to the Horseshoe Mountain prison, which was more central to the safe zone. Then he saw Chu Sheng kill the entire Liquid team, and Black was more relieved. All the teams knew where Liquid was, and they would defend Y City. Now that the entire Liquid team was annihilated by Chu Sheng, his location must be in the Y City area, which is completely unrelated to them, and is completely diagonally away. It's so far. Won't we meet Chu Sheng again? Just when they thought that they hadn't encountered any enemies so far, and should have achieved a good result, a thunderous 98K sounded, and then, the teammate was knocked down by a headshot. The owner of this 98K was the person they didn't want to meet even in their dreams. How did this guy get here? Isn't he in the northern part of the safe zone? Damn. Where is Chu Sheng? Have you seen him? The Black team was in a mess. Even the captain was panicked, and his speech was illogical. The knockdown player was so scared that he quickly crawled into the house and observed for a while. But he didn't see any figure or trace. He just heard that the gunshot came from the mountain. But the sound was too hasty and unexpected. And Chu Sheng's shooting and retracting of the gun were too fast. So he couldn't capture the specific location at all. It should be on the mountain, but the specific location is unclear. You guys be careful. The other 3 players, 2 of them were in the warehouse. After hearing the gunshot, they were so scared that they didn't dare to come out. They stuck to the warehouse door and kept observing the mountain, trying to find Chu Sheng with their naked eyes. The warehouse on the other side was blocked by a tall building, so the enemies inside bravely came out and slipped into the prison building. Chu Sheng could already see the guys in the prison building from the edge of the cliff, and their heads ran from one window to another. But Chu Sheng didn't shoot, waiting for the other party to take the bait. Chu Sheng broke everyone's previous speculation and finally took action. Does Chu Sheng really have any plan? What is the intention of knocking down in this position? The male commentator talked to himself, and the audience didn't understand Chu Sheng's intention, so they simply threw the question to Xiaoyu again. Xiaoyu, what do you think Chu Sheng's plan is? Xiaoyu frowned slightly. How could she, a commentator, know Chu Sheng's plan? But everyone was expecting Xiaoyu to say something. I think Chu Sheng should let the enemy get closer, so that it would be difficult for the enemy to rescue him, creating a kind of effect of Calabash brothers saving him. Xiao Yu stuttered for a long time and finally squeezed out a sentence. This time the audience did not spray all at once, because what Xiao Yu said last time seemed to be correct. Chu Sheng did hold back and did not shoot, but waited for the enemy to get closer before shooting. Although there was a house blocking Chu Sheng's feet, it was indeed a distance away from the prison building and the warehouse. It is indeed difficult for the enemy to rescue people in this position. But is it really that simple? After all, for Chu Sheng, while the General G Black players were replenishing their energy on the spot, Chu Sheng could have knocked down and killed the enemy countless times. The fallen players of General G Black hid in the house and trembled. Chu Sheng's delay in showing up brought them a lot of pressure. The players in the prison building had circled to a slightly higher position, but still did not notice Chu Sheng's position. Where is this guy hiding? The captain of General G Black gnashed his teeth in anger. Now they have been targeted by Chu Sheng. But he is like an invisible god of death, always lingering around them. And the atmosphere is dead and suffocating. Can they be rescued? The fallen team member has bled more than half. And if the stalemate continues, it will definitely be disadvantageous to them. Once the number of casualties occurs, it will be like a domino effect, and a series of troubles will follow. The captain of General G Black gritted his teeth and thought for a while. If a team member rushed up to rescue the people, he would most likely be knocked down by Chu Sheng again, forming a scene of the gourd baby saving his master. Come with me. Let's go up together. You set up the gun at a higher point in the prison building, and if Chu Sheng shows his head and shoots, snipe him immediately. The captain of General G Black responded quickly. Two people went to rescue and killed alternately. Even if Chu Sheng appeared at the first time, he could only hit one person, and the other person could cooperate with the players in the prison building to determine Chu Sheng's position and counterattack. Although this plan is not perfect, it is quite rare to think of such a plan with the greatest chance of winning in a short time. General G Black doesn't have much time left. I don't know how they will deal with this situation. The commentator said a commonplace sentence. The player knocked down by Chu Sheng has bled more than half. According to the current stalemate, General G Black's loss of combat effectiveness is a foregone conclusion. The three were still moving, which meant they were still looking for an opportunity. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, two members of General G Black began to move. The two counted the smoke bombs on their bodies, and there were 6 in total, enough to spread all the way from the large warehouse to the position of the fallen player. Chu Sheng watched the two people appear, and the smoke bomb was like a white dragon, stretching from the warehouse position, trying to gradually approach. Chu Sheng saw through the enemy's plan at a glance. The enemy in the prison building had already run to the 4th floor, found a window with the widest view, and kept a close eye on the mountain. The two people who rushed up to rescue took turns, pointing their guns at each other. Chu Sheng felt a headache when he saw this formation. I really underestimated the General G Black team. I didn't expect that they still have some tactical qualities. Chu Sheng originally thought that this was a weird team. They were able to participate in the competition because they were from H country and were considered to be a team that came in through the back door, coupled with the silly and stupid things they showed several times before. Chu Sheng was more certain of his thoughts. If General G Black knew now that their team had improved a little in Chu Sheng's mind, I wonder if they would be moved to tears. Chapter 720 Heavy Nuclear Bomb. The current situation is not favorable to Chu Sheng. The opponent seems to have found a way to restrain him. Seeing General G Black's step-by-step strategy and the snipers who were ready to move at the high point, many people began to worry. Chu Sheng could choose to throw a grenade, but it would be easy for the opponent to capture his position after he stood up. In addition to the opponent's crossfire network, it would be difficult for Chu Sheng to cause subsequent kills as long as he got out of the way. According to the current situation, the enemy is likely to succeed in rescuing people. Chu Sheng miscalculated this time. If Chu Sheng had taken action at the first time, he could have directly killed the opponent and finished him off. But now General G Black has done this, which can be said to have completely broken Chu Sheng's backhand. After a day of decline, General G Black finally showed the strength of an Asian team today. This wave of counterattack was perfect and completely restrained Chu Sheng's plan. This time, Chu Sheng did not get any benefits, and even missed 15 points. In front of the projection screen, the owner of the General G Club saw this wave of suppression and nodded. Finally, there is a wave that is not bad. This can be regarded as giving them a little face back. After all, they did not take advantage of Chu Sheng in several previous encounters. Chu Sheng has not shown up yet. You can speed up. The players standing on the high point of the prison building were always alert and focused all their attention on the top of the mountain. Chu Sheng's three teammates heard Chu Sheng's evaluation of General G Black and realized that something was wrong with Chu Sheng. Captain, are you having trouble? But the three of them felt strange. Isn't the General G Black team very weak? Just now, they saw Chu Sheng knock down an enemy with one shot, and thought that since it was this team, they could quickly wipe out the whole team. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if it was silent afterwards. There was no gunfire coming from the direction of the Horseshoe Mountain prison, as if the previous battle was an illusion. This team is still quite good. My impression of them has changed a little bit. Chu Sheng's expression was very vivid. Just improved a little bit. Do you need us to come over to help? Rabbit asked from the side. The three rushed over at lightning speed, double-teamed from front to back, attracted the opponent's attention, and completed the kill. Chu Sheng touched his nose. A little embarrassed. No. I can do it myself. It's just a small trouble. Under the enemy's special care. Chu Sheng's complaint value quickly reached the full value of 200 points. The Pittsburgh Knights of P-City, as well as WTSG and HBN, were beaten by Chu Sheng before. Now the poison circle is shrinking, and it is troublesome for them to enter the circle without vehicles. So all their anger is poured on Chu Sheng, the instigator. Everyone thought that this was Chu Sheng's first defeat at the hands of General G Black. If he hadn't made that reckless move just now, the opponent would have been wiped out by now. Sexy Xiaoyu, slapping her face on mine. It's not Xiaoyu's fault that she guessed wrong this time. It was Chu Sheng's reckless move that made the cooked duck fly away from his mouth. It's normal to lose this wave, but it's still embarrassing to lose to General G Black, who is ranked last. What's more, with the Korean personality of ostentation, he will definitely brag about it again. Chu Sheng is deliberately giving the opponent a way out. After all, the money has arrived. There is a traitor. Terminate the deal. The audience was just joking around. Chu Sheng had made mistakes before, but what was hard for them to accept was that they were shown off by the last one. This was very uncomfortable. The smoke bombs had been laid at the bottom of the mountain. With 3 more smoke bombs, they could rush into the house and save people along the S-shaped mountain road. Chu Sheng stared at the screen, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a while, Chu Sheng took out a smoke bomb and held it in his hand. Chu Sheng took out the smoke bomb, and he should have thrown it at his feet and drove away. When they saw the smoke bomb, almost all the commentators had guessed Chu Sheng's next move. Chu Sheng threw the smoke bomb at his feet, and the white smoke filled the air, instantly attracting the attention of the 3 opponents. A cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared on the mountain, and the player in the prison building immediately captured the location, stood up and locked it firmly. Captain, Chu Sheng has come out. He threw a smoke bomb on the spot, and I locked his specific position. The player in the prison building immediately reported the situation to other teammates. The 2 teammates in the smoke were stunned. Now the situation is very clear. Throwing smoke bombs on the spot is not to let people know his location. Obviously, their plan was successful. Chu Sheng saw that he could not take advantage, so he directly blocked the road with smoke bombs and prepared to escape. This made all 3 members of General G Black feel relieved. No loss in the match against Chu Sheng was the best outcome for them, and even for all the teams, it could be directly defined as victory. After all, the team that Chu Sheng targeted and was able to escape unscathed was only General G Black so far. This move of advancing forward and backward, setting up the gun at a high point, brought the tactics to full play, and the key was the reaction made in a hurry. Just this one operation could sweep away the haze of General G Black yesterday and restore their reputation and status. Chu Sheng lifted up the motorcycle in the smoke, rode on it directly, turned the motorcycle around in the smoke, and prepared to escape. The sound of the motorcycle starting up rang out, and the player who fell in the house had heard the sound and immediately reminded his teammates. He started the motorcycle. Chu Sheng is going to escape. When hearing the sound of the motorcycle, the first reaction is to drive away, and Chu Sheng's motorcycle did turn to escape. With the reminder of his teammates, the player squatting in the prison building finally couldn't stand up, and stood up to face the infinitely fast single point in the smoke. Bullets hit the smoke, but they didn't focus on Chu Sheng at all. The 2 General G Black players, who were advancing in the smoke, ran to the house and rescued their teammates immediately. As the sound of the motorcycle became more and more violent, the buzzing sound gradually decreased from loud, which seemed to indicate Chu Sheng's defeat. Sure enough, there is no chance in this wave, so I can only leave first. I hope Chu Sheng can stabilize the next wave. Damn. I was actually shown off by the last place General G Black. So angry. The audience also expressed their emotions, sighing one after another. If Chu Sheng had stopped pretending, General G Black might have been destroyed just now. That was close. After pulling their teammates up, the 3 members of General G Black came out of the house and prepared to meet up with their teammates in the prison building. The duration of the smoke on the cliff also ended soon, leaving only the last layer of faint hazy traces. But at this moment, the sound of the motorcycle engine, which had gradually become lower, seemed to gradually rise again, giving people an illusion of going and coming back. Wait. This is not an illusion. The sound of the motorcycle is indeed getting louder and louder. When the 3 members of General G Black reacted, suddenly a motorcycle broke free from the thin smoke, like an angry beast directly rushing towards the 3 people from a high place. Heavy nuclear bomb.